Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. No money or supplies.
What do you want?
Old Lady Luo didn't keep her in suspense and said directly, I'm going to Beijing soon. This house will be ruined if it's vacant for a few years, but I don't want people to sublet it and make a mess. If you want it, I have a few requirements. First, the house cannot be destroyed, and the land cannot be used to rebuild something else. Second, it cannot be sublet to others, otherwise it will become a slum. Third, you can't just find a buyer and make a profit by selling the house again. If you really want to sell it, you must choose a buyer who can protect the house. If you can't do these 3 points, then just ignore what I said today.
Xia Huanhuan thought about it.
This courtyard must have a history of 100 or 200 years. It must not be destroyed in her hands. As for subletting, she bought the house to use the space to go to the county town secretly and conveniently, and it is impossible to rent it out. If you sell it again, you have to check the buyer? It doesn't seem to be an excessive request. The old lady has lived in it all her life and has feelings for the house, so she can understand. If she really wants to sell it again in the future, the next buyer will naturally have to carefully choose someone who shares the same ideals and likes to take care of the old house. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan nodded solemnly and said, Old lady, I can agree to all 3 points. You tell me, you don't want money or materials. What do you want me to do in order to sell the house to me? Old Mrs. Luo looked at Xia Huanhuan for a while and then said, Nothing. If you are willing to protect this house, I will give it to you. Xia Huanhuan was stunned. This courtyard is in the county town near Beijing. The courtyards in Beijing are definitely incomparable, but they are much more valuable than the houses in the village. She has actually prepared herself for the fact that the 1,000 yuan she saved will be almost spent. A courtyard worth 1,000 yuan is given away just like that? This old lady is too generous, isn't she? But old Mrs. Luo was obviously not lying. She went into the inner room, took out the deed of the courtyard, and handed it to Xia Huanhuan. Old Lady Luo said again, I have another request that I forgot to mention, which is that you must announce to the public that you cannot say that the house is yours. Just say that you are my distant niece, who is staying here on loan, and that this house is still the Luo residence. My family has no descendants, so this is just an explanation. When I die in a few years, you can say whatever you want. Xia Huanhuan guessed that the old lady must be afraid that she would sell the ancestral house while she was still alive, which would be unfair to her ancestors, right? But this was not an excessive request. Old lady, I agree. But we met by chance, and I really feel bad if I don't pay a penny. How about we each take a step back, you give half and I pay 500 yuan or buy half of the same amount of materials. Is that okay? Old Lady Luo frowned and looked at Xia Huanhuan, thinking that this girl must have a hole in her brain. She didn't want it for free. She had to spend money to buy half. But maybe this also indirectly proves that she didn't choose the wrong person, right? Old Lady Luo didn't dwell on this matter too much. She didn't need the 500 yuan, but if she had to take it, she would just take it. So she nodded and said, okay, as long as you agree to those requirements. Without further ado, she gave the house deed to Xia Huanhuan, took the 500 yuan from Xia Huanhuan, and put it on the table. Then, he took her to look around the courtyard and the main house, and then looked at the door that originally led to the front and back courtyards, which was now sealed with red bricks. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, muttering to himself, alas. I don't know if there is a chance to get those 2 courtyards back. The 3 courtyard is the real Luo's house. Xia Huanhuan didn't know much about the situation and asked with a smile, Old lady, are these front and back courtyards also yours? Don't worry, when there is a chance in the future, I will definitely buy them all back for you. Old Lady Luo glanced at Xia Huanhuan. Although she didn't quite believe it, the young girl in front of her had 500 yuan in her hand, so she was probably not ignorant and incompetent. Maybe there would be such a day. I will probably move out before the new year. Come back in a few days, and I will give you the key. You can go back today, said Old Lady Luo. Xia Huanhuan was ruthlessly driven out by the old lady. She stood in the secluded narrow alley outside the house, still a little confused. This almost bizarre encounter really happened to her? If it weren't for the house deed in her hand, she would have suspected that she was dreaming. Soon it was the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, commonly known as the Little New Year in the lunar calendar, and it was the day to send off the kitchen god. Xia Huanhuan simply cleaned the stove, then took out the white flour from the space, fermented it, mixed it with shallot sesame oil, pressed it into a thin pancake, sprinkled it with sesame seeds, and baked it in the stove. Soon it was baked with a burnt aroma. This is the traditional fire-baked bun to be eaten on the 23rd. The freshly baked fire-baked bun was hot, fluffy, and burnt, and the three kids ate it with relish. In addition to the fire-baked bun, there was also steaming mutton soup, large pieces of mutton, green coriander and shallots, and some sweet potato flour cooked in it. Xia Huanhuan also added a spoonful of red chili oil. Before dinner, they set off firecrackers. Xia Huanhuan was hit by a firecracker when she was a child, and she had a trauma in her heart. She planned to find Li Jie and ask him to help set off firecrackers. Who knew that Li Wen was so brave that he took the fire in his hand, lit it, and ran away. There was a crackling sound in the yard. The sound of firecrackers rang out one after another in the village. It was indeed more festive than decades later. There were only 7 days left before the Chinese New Year. After that, she would sweep the house, make tofu, and cut meat in an orderly manner. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, Xia Huanhuan made some meat dumplings, steamed them in an enamel pot, and went to the county town with Director Zheng again. This day was the day to get the key. As promised, Mrs. Luo gave Xia Huanhuan the key to the house. Xia Huanhuan had roughly learned about Mrs. Luo's family from Director Zheng. She knew that she went to Beijing to be closer to the tombs of her 4 children, and that the family would be together. She sighed. She handed the steamed dumplings to old lady Luo, and did not say anything to comfort her for such things. If you do not experience it yourself, there is no so-called empathy. Old lady Luo was stunned for a moment, but did not refuse. Soon a jeep from Beijing City came to the door to pick up Old Lady Luo, and Old Lady Luo introduced Xia Huanhuan, saying that she was her distant niece who came to stay with her. After Old Lady Luo left, Xia Huanhuan looked at the house inside and out again, and she was still happy. The main house facing north and south is a 2-story building with 3 rooms on the upper and lower floors, and 2 rooms on the left and right wing rooms. Outside, there is a corridor connected to the main house. There is a large peach tree in the yard, and there are red plums near the corner. There is also a small square garden which is now bare. It must be the small vegetable garden that Old Lady Luo cultivated in spring, summer, and autumn. The county probably turned a blind eye to this. The front and back courtyards are now all large courtyards, so the original main entrance and south gate were blocked by red bricks, and a small door was open in the back wall of one of the wing rooms on the east side, which is the current entrance and exit door. Outside the door is a secluded alley, and basically no one is seen when entering and leaving, which meets Xia Huanhuan's requirements. In addition to the courtyard, the furniture in the room was not taken away by Old Lady Luo, who had never taken it away. They were all old pearwood furniture from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The cost of the 2 tile houses of more than 20 square meters built by the eldest brother of the Li family was 200 to 300 yuan. This courtyard is 500 yuan, which is more than half free. Xia Huanhuan still doubts that her luck is too good. This Old Lady Luo is not a relative, and she doesn't know her very well. It's incredible that she suddenly trusts her so much. But she has encountered these things such as portable space and time travel, so it should be normal to have a bit of the protagonist's aura. Anyway, Old Lady Luo is in Jing City. When she goes to Jing City in the future, she will look for her and do something within her ability to repay her. After checking the house, Xia Huanhuan locked the door and went to the place where she and Lu Caigo had agreed to deliver the goods. Although the new year was coming soon, the textile factory's production would not stop during the new year, so the canteen was naturally open for business. Recently, because of the supplies bought from Xia Huanhuan, the food in the canteen has improved a lot. Many workers and their families are sometimes too lazy to cook at home and go to the canteen to eat. Therefore, the canteen supplies are consumed much faster than before. Originally scheduled to be once every half a month, Lu Caigo has been asking for once a week. However, Xia Huanhuan did not agree. She now comes to the county town mainly by getting a letter of introduction under the name of purchasing goods from the supply and marketing cooperative. Moreover, even if the supply and marketing cooperative has been coming frequently during this period, it is not every time that she has the opportunity to go to the black market or find loot Saigo. Now that the house has been bought, she will be able to go back and forth from the space in the future, so she can increase the number of times. Loot Saigo had no choice but to increase the amount purchased. Fortunately, it is winter, and although there is no air conditioning, it can still be stored. A whole fat pig is 200 jin, 50 jin of mutton, 300 eggs, 100 jin of white flour, 200 jin of sweet potato flour, 200 jin of corn flour, 100 jin of sweet potatoes, 200 jin of Chinese cabbage, 50 jin of winter bamboo shoots, 20 jin of mushrooms, 20 jin of black fungus, 50 jin of soybeans. After buying a few times, Xia Huanhuan lowered the price again, 1.6 yuan per jin for a whole pig, 2 yuan per jin for mutton, 8 cents per egg, 2 yuan per jin for white flour, 1.8 yuan for sweet potato flour and corn flour, and 1.5 yuan for sweet potatoes. Chinese cabbage is 8 cents per jin, 3 yuan for winter bamboo shoots, 5 yuan for mushrooms and black fungus, and 2 yuan for soybeans. The total is 614 yuan, and the 4 yuan decimal is eliminated, and the final deal is 610 yuan. Lu, the purchaser, came here with a cart to transport the goods. The fat pig was still alive. It was knocked unconscious by a hammer beforehand, and then its limbs were thrown on the cart. This was mainly because they were afraid that the pig's scream would attract attention. After the goods were loaded, they were covered with a large piece of tarpaulin and transported to a vacant house that had been found in advance, and then transported to the textile factory at night. People were coming in and out of the textile factory in broad daylight, but they dared not transport goods in openly. Otherwise, they would be reported by people who harmed others and did not benefit themselves, and the factory leaders who turned a blind eye could not protect him. Loot Saigo was actually curious. He didn't know how the seller, a delicate woman, could transport so many goods without anyone noticing. Anyway, every time he came, the seller arrived first, and the goods were neatly placed on the ground. But he didn't bother to ask. It was most likely a second-hand dealer, and there must be other helpers behind her. It was just that the woman was exposed because she was not easily suspected. But she had the ability to take risks to collect the goods and sell them to him. The price was much cheaper than other black market prices. He didn't suffer any loss at all, so why did he care how she got them? Xia Huanhuan put 610 yuan into the space and circled several times in the dark alleys before returning to the supply point of the supply and marketing cooperative, meeting Director Zheng and taking a bullock cart back to town. From the town to Qingshui village, Xia Huanhuan had not bought a bicycle yet, so she walked back. Through the space, she can now freely go from home to town, and then from town to home. But there are many people who know her here, and it is more or less risky to teleport directly back home, so she does not plan to use space teleportation between town and home unless there are special circumstances. Fortunately, Xia Huanhuan did not use it, because what she didn't know was that a figure had been following her since she left the town and walked towards Qingshui village. The road between the town and Qingshui village was not remote, but it got dark early, and it started snowing again in the afternoon, so the villagers who came to the town to buy goods returned to the village early. It was now past 4 o'clock, and there were no more people on the road. Xia Huanhuan braved the wind and snow, walking with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. She regretted that she had stayed in the county town for too long, and thought in her heart that she might as well use the space to go back directly. She was used to walking on this road, and there was a lot of wind and snow, and her ears were full of whistling wind, so she didn't notice that someone was following her. When they walked to a place close to the grove, the figure who had been following her suddenly accelerated and rushed behind her, hugged her waist with one hand, and quickly covered her mouth with the other hand. Woo woo woo. Xia Huanhuan was shocked, but it was too late to resist. Even if she wanted to escape into the space immediately, she needed to touch the birthmark on her wrist to enter the space. Her hands were also tightly held by the man's arms, and she couldn't move at all. The other party was obviously a man, very strong, and had the upper hand, so she couldn't break free at all. Moreover, the hand covering her mouth held a handkerchief soaked in medicine. Ancient knockout drugs? Are you kidding? She must have traveled to the 1970s. How could there be such a thing? But no matter how incredible it was, facts still speak louder than words. Even if she held her breath immediately, the liquid she just inhaled still took effect, causing her strength to drain rapidly. The man didn't speak all the time. Xia Huanhuan looked over from the corner of her eyes and could only see that the other person's head was covered with a black cloth, and she couldn't tell who it was. She was dragged into the grove next to her involuntarily, leaving 2 traces on the snow. The snow had stopped at some point, but the wind was still strong, and there was no one on the road. Xia Huanhuan tried to hold her breath to prevent herself from inhaling more potion, and at the same time gave up struggling, in order to create the illusion that she had been knocked unconscious. Now she was powerless. If she wanted to fight back and save herself, she only had one chance. That was to take advantage of the other party's relaxation of vigilance and then fight back directly. At worst, she didn't care that the space was discovered and hid in the space first. She was dragged into the grove and thrown to the ground.
Ugh.
Xia Huanhuan was knocked unconscious, but she still wanted to touch the birthmark on her hand as soon as possible. Unfortunately, before she could touch it, her wrist was grabbed and dragged more than 1 meter away to a tree trunk that was about one person's arms thick. The man untied his belt, made a noose, put it on one of her hands, went around the uncle's trunk, and tied Xia Huanhuan's other hand. Xia Huanhuan lost her strength and her consciousness was a little fuzzy, but the alarm bells were still ringing in her mind. This way of tying was equivalent to tying her hands separately, so they couldn't touch each other at all. Then she couldn't touch the birthmark on her wrist, which meant that she couldn't even escape into the last retreat space. What should I do? Xia Huanhuan bit her lower lip hard, clenched her fists tightly, and dug her nails into her palms, trying to use the pain to force herself to stay awake. The man Xia Huanhuan, and seeing that her struggle was weak, he began to tear off his pants impatiently, and then knelt down. Xia Huanhuan opened her eyes and kicked the man between his legs. Although her strength was lost, she had only inhaled 2 sips of the potion, and the kick still had some power. In addition, the man was not wearing anything now, and Xia Huanhuan's kick was accurate.
Ugh.
The man was kicked and slid back several steps, hunched over, and curled up on the ground for a long time without being able to get up. Xia Huanhuan began to desperately try to break free from the restraints on her hands. As long as her hands were free, she could escape into space. But the man soon came over, enduring the pain, slapped her in the face, and cursed. "You witch! You dare to kick me? I'll kill you!" Xia Huanhuan was hit so hard that her face turned away, her head was buzzing, but she still noticed the voice. It was a little familiar, but she couldn't remember who it was for a while. Before she could remember, her mouth and nose were covered by a handkerchief again. This time, the man was obviously alert and covered it for 4 or 5 minutes before letting go. No matter how hard Xia Huanhuan held her breath, she couldn't hold it for 5 minutes. Although she struggled hard, she was forced to inhale the potion and soon fell into a coma. The man panted heavily and then angrily took off the black cloth covering his face. It was Xu Jiayuan, or who else? He looked at the unconscious Xia Huanhuan with a sinister and lustful look, gritted his teeth, and sneered. "Ha! In the end, you still fell into my hands and became my woman?" Unfortunately, after trying for a long time, he found that the kick he just received was much more serious than he had imagined. He thought about it again, but the thing didn't work. Xu Jiayuan began to get scared. If he didn't go to the doctor quickly, he might be really crippled. The meat was at his mouth, but he couldn't eat it. He looked at Xia Huanhuan unwillingly and finally gritted his teeth, got up and walked out of the grove. "Let's go to the doctor first and find a chance later." Halfway through, he turned back and looked at Xia Huanhuan viciously. Then he leaned over and tore Xia Huanhuan's cotton jacket, revealing the close-fitting belly band and snow-white skin inside. Xu Jiayuan actually had the intention to kill her for a moment. But after thinking about it, he asked his family to find connections and bribed the staff of the Youth League office in the county. His quota to return to the city has been determined, and he will be assigned to the town after the new year. If he was killed at this time, his whole life would be at stake. For an unscrupulous village woman? Even if he really liked her, it was not worth it. But he was kicked so hard, it was impossible for him to let Xia Huanhuan go. Although this grove is on the side of the road, it is still quite hidden. Even if someone finds her and comes to rescue her, seeing that her clothes are disheveled, they will definitely think that she is stealing wild men here, and her reputation will be ruined. If no one comes to rescue her, the temperature is at least -3 degrees now, and it will be even colder at night. If she freezes to death, it's her own bad luck. Xu Jiayuan grinned twice, untied the belt that bound Xia Huanhuan's hands and tied it around his waist again, then walked away, without looking back. He didn't care about the footprints on the ground. After all, with the footprints of men, it would be more credible that Xia Huanhuan stole a man. Xu Jiayuan hurried back to the educated youth point in Qingshui village, then took 10 yuan and ran out. When other educated youth saw him, they inevitably asked where he was going, but he ignored them. He was going to see a doctor in another commune. In his own commune, he was still afraid that this matter would be discovered. Li Zhan arrived in the county at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, which was about the same time that Xia Huanhuan was attacked. The comrades at the county military liaison point were very enthusiastic and responsible and wanted to keep him in the county for one night and return to the village early the next morning. But Li Zhan refused because he was eager to go home. The county had no choice but to send a broken jeep to take him to the town. It was originally supposed to be taken to the village, but the car broke down as soon as it arrived in the town. It was still Li Zhan who helped to repair it. Seeing that there was not much gasoline left in the tank, the driver wanted to take him to the village again. Li Zhan was afraid that he would not have enough gasoline to go back to the county, so he did not let him go and walked back by himself. It was already dark at that time, but fortunately, the snow reflected the light and the road could be seen clearly. Passing by the grove, Li Zhan had already walked a few steps, but turned back. There were obvious traces of being dragged into the grove on the ground. If someone had hunted prey, they should have been dragged out of the woods, not into the grove. Li Zhan frowned slightly, took out his pistol and held it in his hand, and walked lightly into the grove. In this era, some hostile elements have infiltrated deeply, and it is hard to guarantee that it is not some desperate criminal who attacked a villager. Following the traces into the grove, it is easy to find a figure lying under a big tree. The snow on the tree crushed the branches and fell down, covering the person. Li Zhan quickly stepped forward. "Comrade, wake up." Before he finished speaking, his outstretched hand trembled violently, and his pupils contracted.
Juan. Juan?
Who else could it be if it wasn't his wife Xia Huanhuan, who was pale and unconscious in front of him? Looking again, Xia Huanhuan's shirt was torn open, and her skin was directly exposed to the sub-zero temperature. Li Zhan pursed his lips tightly, not caring about anything else, and touched her skin with his big hands, which was as cold as ice. Then he touched her breath, and his tense heart was slightly relaxed. She was still breathing. At that moment, he immediately brushed off the snow on Xia Huanhuan, took off his military coat and wrapped her up, then carried her on his back and walked towards Qingshui village at the fastest pace. "Huanhuan, don't be afraid. I'm back. I can definitely save you. It's okay." The night was dark, and the 3 little guys couldn't wait for Xia Huanhuan to come back, and they were so anxious that they were about to cry. Li Wen asked Li Wu to take his sister Beibei to his uncle's house, and he was going out of the village to look for her. He knew that Xia Huanhuan had gone to the town, so it must be right to look for her on the way from the village to the town. Zhou Qiuhe saw Xiaowu and Beibei coming over with red eyes and quickly asked about the cause of the matter and was a little confused for a while. She came back from town later than Xia Huanhuan. They had already reached home, but Xia Huanhuan hadn't come back yet. Could something have happened to her? After listening to Xiao Wu and Beibei, Li Jie walked out the door, without saying a word, saying, "I'll go look along the road first. If I can't find her, I'll tell Secretary Zhao to gather the young men of the commune to look for her together. Although the more people look for her, the better. But if a young wife didn't return to the village late at night, if it got out, even if nothing happened, her reputation would be ruined." Although Li Jie was usually taciturn, he was surprisingly careful in this regard. If he couldn't find her, then he could only look for the commune. Zhou Qiuhe was anxious and stood up to follow. "I will go and look for him too." But Li Jie stopped him. "You will only make things worse if you go. Besides, there are so many kids at home. The adults are out. Aren't they afraid? What if they run out too? Won't it cause more trouble? And Xiaowen, this kid is too smart. It's dark outside. What if he gets lost?" Before he finished speaking, Li Jie had already left the yard. Li Wen didn't walk far, and Li Jie just walked to the entrance of the village and caught up with him. Li Jie scolded him and asked him to go home, but Li Wen was stubborn and insisted on waiting at the entrance of the village. Li Jie could only let him go and quickly disappeared into the night. Not even a few hundred meters away, he saw Li Zhan carrying someone on his back, almost half running towards him. After knowing that Li Zhan was carrying Xia Huanhuan, Li Jie immediately stepped forward to take Xia Huanhuan and carry her back to the village. Although he couldn't see clearly at night, he could still see that Li Zhan had been running for a while, panting, and his whole body was swaying. But Li Zhan dodged for a moment. His sharp eyes like a wolf preying on the grassland at night, he said in a hoarse voice, "Don't touch her. I'll carry her." Li Jie was frightened by the murderous aura emanating from Li Zhan, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses and responded, "Oh, then hurry up. I'm afraid my sister-in-law is frozen. Frostbitten." When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Li Jie didn't say much. He covered Li Wen's mouth first, then picked him up and quickly returned home with Li Zhan. Li Wen was sensible enough not to speak, but from time to time he looked at Li Zhan and then at Xia Huanhuan on his back with concern. Li Zhan and Li Jie tried to walk lightly as possible and returned home, without disturbing the neighbors. Fortunately, Xia Huanhuan had built a fence before, and the gate was on the other side, so even Lulan and Wang Guixiang were not disturbed. Zhou Qiuhe brought Xiao Wu and Bei Bei over immediately, but the two kids didn't dare to cry out loud after being signaled by the adults. Of course, part of the reason was that they were afraid of the aura emanating from Li Zhan at this time, so they widened their eyes in fear and hid behind their eldest brother Li Wen. Li Zhan put Xia Huanhuan on the bed, then turned around and said to Zhou Qiuhe, "Third sister-in-law, I need you to do two things. One is to boil some water for me now, and the other is to take care of the 3 little kids for us tonight and let them sleep in your room." Zhou Qiuhe was frightened by Li Zhan's cold and handsome expression. Although she had not seen Li Zhan many times, it was the first time she saw this always gentle brother-in-law with such a frightening expression.
Oh.
"Okay, I'll boil water right away. I'll take care of the 3 little kids. You don't have to worry." After saying that, he almost ran to the kitchen to boil water. Li Wen was anxious and immediately followed to help. Xiao Wu and Bei Bei tiptoed, lying on the bed with fear and worry on their faces, and whispered, "Mom."
Mom.
Unfortunately, they were too small to reach the edge of the bed, even on tiptoe, let alone see Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan's face was cold, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Third brother, please take Xiao Wu and Bei Bei out first, and only let the third sister-in-law come in later." Li Jie did not dare to neglect it, and caught one in each hand, and took the 2 cubs out together with himself. To be honest, it was not just his wife who had never seen Li Zhan like this. Even he, the third brother who grew up with Li Zhan, had never seen Li Zhan, who was as dangerous and violent as a wounded wolf at this moment. Li Zhan took off the military coat wrapped around Xia Huanhuan and took off her clothes in a few seconds, leaving only the small clothes close to her body. The skin, like moonlight, was icy to the bone, and it was more like transparent condensed fat, beautiful and breathtaking, but there was no trace of blood. Li Zhan quickly took off his shirt, and regardless of anything else, he hugged Xia Huanhuan tightly in his arms and wrapped them up with the military coat. To save people in a low-temperature state, We can only try to restore their body temperature quickly. Li Zhan whispered in Xia Huanhuan's ear. Huanhuan, my wife. It's okay. I'm your man back. I will never let you die. Li Zhan closed his eyes tightly and hugged Xia Huanhuan tighter. There were some things he didn't say. If she really had something, he might violate the discipline and cut the gangster who dared to hurt her into pieces. After a while, Zhou Qiuhe boiled the water, knocked on the door, and dared to come in after getting permission. Li Zhan had already put on his shirt, but the buttons were buttoned in a mess, which still made Zhou Qiuhe blush. The wooden barrel bought before was quickly filled with hot water of moderate temperature. Zhou Qiuhe went to continue to boil hot water. Li Zhan picked up Xia Huanhuan and put her in the barrel so that her body temperature could recover as soon as possible. After adding hot water several times, Li Zhan held her in the quilt to keep warm. It was not until the second half of the night that Xia Huanhuan groaned in pain. Li Zhan's heart skipped a beat, and he called out in a trembling voice, Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan frowned. Her mind was still like a cloud, chaotic and hazy. Her body felt heavy, as if she was pressed down by a heavy object, and also as if she was next to a big stove, very warm. She struggled unconsciously for a few times, but was pressed tighter. She struggled again with some dissatisfaction, but suddenly felt the warm breath rushing to her ear and neck. Xia Huanhuan's consciousness suddenly recovered a little. Her memory before coma revived. She remembered that she was attacked by someone. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xia Huanhuan suddenly used all her strength to grab her hands and feet and kick, and seeing that her hands and feet were tightly entangled and could not move, she had to open her mouth and bite hard without looking. As long as the bite hurt this person and loosened the strength that bound her hands and feet, she could immediately hide in the space. Hiss! The man gasped in pain, but he just tried his best to suppress her and did not hide. A deep and magnetic voice came from her ear. Huanhuan, it's me, Li Zhan. Don't be afraid, you're fine.
Li Zhan.
Her husband? Xia Huanhuan raised her eyes. Her beautiful and clear pupils shrank slightly, and she looked at the man who was holding her tightly. It was indeed
Li Zhan. But
why was Li Zhan here? Did he save her? Did he catch the person who dared to attack her?
Who was that person?
Li Zhan's voice was a little trembling, on the one hand because he was still in shock and on the other hand because of the pain. While you are thinking, can you open your mouth first? Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she was biting the flesh on someone's shoulder, like a little tiger. This was very embarrassing. Xia Huanhuan blushed and quickly let go. Even so, Li Zhan's shoulder had been bitten with deep teeth marks, and some places were bleeding, which was horrible. Xia Huanhuan. Just as she was about to apologize, she suddenly realized something even more embarrassing. Li Zhan was shirtless, and she wasn't much better, with just a red belly band. The lower part of her body wasn't much better from the feeling of her skin. What the Hades happened? Although Li Zhan was her man, it was only natural for them to do this.
But
wasn't Li Zhan injured in that area? Since she got married, she never thought that this would happen. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Xia Huanhuan took a deep breath, thinking about what to say in such an occasion, so as not to be embarrassed. Why didn't you ask for permission? The delicate version whimpered while punching someone with her little fist. You stinky hooligan. Get out. The female man version kicked the person off the bed. It was so embarrassing that she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. After holding it in for a long time, Xia Huanhuan decided to play ostrich. I'm so sleepy, Xia Huanhuan said in a vague and hazy tone with a guilty conscience. When Li Zhan woke up, she pretended that she didn't remember anything. The thing that woke her up tonight was that she was sleepwalking and talking in her sleep. She was a little afraid that Li Zhan would expose her trick on the spot, but unexpectedly, Li Zhan just raised his hand and gently touched her hair and said gently, "Well, you go to sleep. There are still a few hours before dawn." He didn't blame her for biting him. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but feel more guilty, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little unconvinced. In their current situation, why is it that she is in a state of panic? while Li Zhan seems to be calm and not excited at all. Alas, it seems that his injury is true. Fortunately, she occasionally suspects that the rumor is a false rumor. With her eyes closed, thinking about these things, Xia Huanhuan actually fell asleep in a short while. Li Zhan was not as calm as Xia Huanhuan thought. He just had excellent self-control and tried to endure it. He was busy saving people in the first half of the night, and he was really focused and had no time to think about anything else. Only when he saw Xia Huanhuan wake up and still had the strength to bite him did the tension in his heart completely relax. In this way, even if the person in his arms moved a little or breathed a little on him, it would be like a feather tickling his heart. Fortunately, his wife was heartless. After experiencing such a life and death situation, she was able to fall asleep quickly. So, she didn't notice that he couldn't help but react afterwards. Li Zhan smiled bitterly twice, leaned over and kissed Xia Huanhuan's ear lovingly. Since he was injured on the barren mount, although he felt that the part where Xia Huanhuan appeared might just be an illusion caused by unconsciousness, and Xia Huanhuan came to Beijing to visit him, he no longer had the idea of not touching her in case he died, so that Xia Huanhuan could remarry. Even if his job was full of dangers and he could die at any time.
But
he should be more vigilant, do more training, and make himself stronger. Wouldn't it be enough if he didn't die? Xia Huanhuan is his wife. Why is he so generous that you have to push her away and give her to someone else? Therefore, it was only a matter of time before that happened. But it was not possible tonight. No matter how anxious he was, he could not be so beastly that he could not think about that matter even when his wife was injured and frightened.
well,
He had to try to think of something else to divert his attention. The traces of dragging on the ground, the disheveled clothes when he found Huanhuan, and the marks of being tied on her wrists all showed that Huanhuan did not take the initiative to go into the woods with some wild man. She could only have been attacked. Moreover, the attacker was extremely vicious. He might have been angry and embarrassed because he did not succeed, and he actually left Huanhuan in the uninhabited woods like that. The reason why he was sure that the other party did not succeed was that Huanhuan had no other obvious injuries on her body except for the bruises on her wrists and frostbite. Fortunately, he woke up a little when he passed by and went in to check, otherwise Huanhuan might have been frozen to death. Fortunately, it was me who found her. If it was another man, Huanhuan would not be able to escape the clutches. This is a vicious man who is determined to destroy Huanhuan. Li Zhan closed his eyes and tried his best to restrain the hostility in his eyes. Dare to touch his woman? I guess she has made enough preparations, right? The next morning, after Xia Huanhuan woke up, she didn't dare to open her eyes immediately, but gurgled back and forth for a long time, making sure that there was no one lying next to her, and Li Zhan had gotten up before she dared to open her eyes. As a result, Li Zhan was not lying on the bed, but sitting at the head of the bed, waiting for her to wake up. Awake? Don't get up. I made millet porridge and baked 2 scallion pancakes. I'll bring them over and you can eat them in bed. Xia Huanhuan. It seems that the last time she went to Beijing, Li Zhan got up early in the morning and went to the cafeteria to get breakfast for her. As a daughter-in-law in the 1970s, she seemed to be quite unqualified. However, as a person who traveled through time from the modern era, Xia Huanhuan did not feel too guilty. She only blushed and said but did not refuse. While Li Zhan was in the kitchen, Xia Huanhuan quickly lifted the quilt and took a look. Just as she thought, her clothes were not put on yet. If she had not refused just now and rushed to get out of bed to go to the kitchen, it would have been even more embarrassing. She quickly put on her quilted jacket with a slanted collar. As soon as she buttoned it, Li Zhan came in with breakfast. The yellow millet porridge was cooked with white sweet potato cubes, and the scallion pancakes were orange and crispy, still steaming hot, emitting bursts of fragrance. In addition, there was a dish of pickled cucumbers and pickled spicy cabbage, as well as a portion of cabbage fried with bacon. The pickled cucumbers should be from Lubiju that she brought back from her trip to Beijing, and the pickled spicy cabbage was pickled earlier in the winter and placed in a large jar on the ground outside the front eaves. The bacon was probably the roe deer meat hanging on the eaves.
She is really not shy.
In the time it takes to make breakfast, She has already figured out everything in her room. After thinking about it, she couldn't help laughing. This is someone else's home. Why should she be shy? Do you want me to feed you? Li Zhan asked softly, worried that she hadn't recovered yet. Xia Huanhuan blushed and shook her head desperately, saying no. I'll eat by myself. Then he said, what about you? You haven't eaten yet, right? Come and eat together. Li Zhan hadn't eaten yet, so he went to the kitchen to get a bowl of millet porridge, pulled a stool to the bedside, sat down, and the two of them ate without talking for a while. Li Zhan was a professional habit. He didn't take care of it last night, so he got up early this morning and checked the inside and outside of the house and yard. It was also the basis of investigation. Seeing that there was enough white flour, coarse grains, meat, and vegetables in the house, he felt relieved. Although he gave the allowance to Xia Huanhuan, the country people were used to being frugal, so he was afraid that she would not dare to spend it, so he saved it all. After eating for a while, Xia Huanhuan suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen the 3 kids in the morning. As a mother, she just remembered that the 3 kids were not there. If they met bad guys, the traffickers would have run away long ago. Where are the 3 kids? Li Zhan replied, I asked my 3rd sister-in-law to help take care of them all night last night. They're still at my 3rd sister-in-law's house. Hearing this, Xia Huanhuan was relieved a little. After hesitating for a moment, she still asked softly, what happened last night? Why were you at home? She was determined to treat the incident when she woke up in the middle of the night as sleepwalking, so she had to make up a more convincing lie. In addition, her memory only went back to when she was bewitched in the woods. She was not sure whether she was rescued by Li Zhan later, how she got home, and why she slept in Li Zhan's arms with all her clothes taken off for a night. She could only ask tentatively. The only thing that was certain was that neither the gangster who attacked her nor Li Zhan should have really touched her. After all, although she had no experience before she crossed over, she had never eaten pork, but had she never seen a pig run? If she was really forced to do that, then her body would definitely feel different from now. Li Zhan looked up at her, but he did not hide anything, and said directly, on the way back, I found you in the grove. At that time, you were almost frozen and unconscious. I hurriedly carried you home. My 3rd sister-in-law and 3rd brother also helped. They gave you a hot bath and wrapped you in a quilt to restore your body temperature. He omitted the fact that Xia Huanhuan was disheveled when he saw her, fearing that if he said it, the two of them would have a rift. Anyway, he did not doubt her at all, so there was no need to say it. He also omitted the fact that he held her and used his body temperature to help her warm up. This was mainly because Xia Huanhuan deliberately pretended to be amnesiac and refused to mention that she woke up last night and bit him, fearing that she would be more embarrassed if she said it. It was Li Zhan who saved him. But from what he said, when he found him, the person who attacked him had already left, and Li Zhan did not meet him.
Who
was that person? She only remembered that the voice was very familiar, but she couldn't remember whose voice it sounded like.
And
should she tell Li Zhan about the attack on her by a man? Not to mention this era. Even in the modern society where she originally lived, you tell your husband that you were attacked by a man and dragged into the woods, but nothing should have happened. You are still innocent. Xia Huanhuan admitted that there are men who are generous and trust their wives absolutely, but most men will still feel resentful, right? She was a little annoyed and inexplicably didn't want Li Zhan to doubt her.
But
if she told it, and Li Zhan doubted her and felt resentful towards her, then she could see a person clearly earlier. At that time, it would be the most straightforward to divorce and part ways. Thinking of this, Xia Huanhuan raised her head, looked at Li Zhan without blinking, and asked, when you saved me, did you see anyone? I was attacked by a masked man who made me inhale some potion and then dragged me into the grove. Now it was Li Zhan's turn to be stunned. He didn't expect his wife to be so frank about the attack. Being dragged into the grove by a man, whether voluntary or forced, is a fatal point for a woman's reputation. Rumors don't care whether they are true or false, and even false ones can be exaggerated to be true. Li Zhan was actually mentally prepared that Xia Huanhuan would lie to her about this matter and hide it from him for the rest of his life. However, Li Zhan's obsidian eyes sparkled and contained infinite tenderness and admiration. His wife is really different from other women. Restraining the impulse in his chest, Li Zhan shook his head and said, "No. The only traces found at the scene were that you were dragged into the woods, and there were a series of male footprints walking out of the woods." Xia Huan. This. Fortunately, she did not hide it and asked directly. It turned out that Li Zhan had already guessed roughly what happened based on the situation at the scene. If she really lied, wouldn't it be like covering one's ears and stealing the bell? In addition, this man is probably a white-collar black, right? The key information was not revealed at all. Isn't this setting a trap for her to see if she will jump or not? But Li Zhan added, "I picked up a button, which must have been left by the man carelessly. No matter how concerned he was last night, he did all the necessary investigations. This button, of course, could not escape his eyes." Xia Huan immediately took a look, and then returned it in disappointment. The button is just an ordinary black button, which could be on any man's clothes. However, there was another clue, that is, she must have kicked the gangster. From the fact that he later tried to knock her out but failed, he must have been seriously injured. She was familiar with the man's voice, so she could ask who went to the doctor to get medicine yesterday, and she could get something out of him. Xia Huan hesitated, but still told Li Zhan about this clue. Of course, she didn't expect Li Zhan to help her get revenge. She had to get her revenge herself to get rid of her anger. If she hadn't used a cheap drug to make her lose her strength at the beginning, she would have beaten him to a pulp with her current skills. If she didn't catch him and make him pay a heavy price, she wouldn't be named Xia. When the two were analyzing the case, Xu Jiayuan brought Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei in.
Mom.
Xiaowu and Beibei shouted excitedly when they saw Xia Huan wake up. But just when he was about to take his short legs and rush to the bed, he was so scared when he saw Li Zhan that he hid behind his brother. Xiaowen was actually afraid too. Last night, Li Zhan looked as if he wanted to eat them alive, and he also drove the three of them to live at the third aunt's house. How could they not be scared? But he still bravely opened his arms to protect his younger brother and sister. However, the three little guys all looked at Li Zhan with timid eyes. Li Zhan was so depressed. Did he do anything bad? As for why these three little guys are so afraid of him, Xia Huan on the side also noticed it and asked in some confusion, "What did you do? The three guys seem to be very afraid of you." She remembered that when Li Zhan came back on his wedding night last time, the three little guys were still very close to Li Zhan, their fourth uncle. Xu Jiayuan looked at the three boys who were silent as a cicada, couldn't help but smile, and said, "What are you doing? Call someone quickly?" When the three brats heard this, they had to shout in a low voice, Fourth uncle.
Li Zhan's Motwisha.
Could this shouting be any more reluctant? Xu Jiayuan was actually a little scared when she saw Li Zhan. Li Zhan's look last night was really scary. However, she was somewhat envious of Xia Huan in her heart. Wasn't it because Li Zhan was worried about the safety of his wife last night that he became like that? Alas. I don't know if her man Li Jia would be so out of control if it was her who was unconscious last night. Huan, it's great that you're awake. You don't know how anxious Li Zhan was when you were like that last night. Even your third brother has never seen your usually calm fourth brother like this before. He drove the three brats to our room without saying a word. Xiaowu and Beibei asked me timidly last night if you didn't want them anymore. Xia Huan blushed again when she heard that. But she also understood why the three little guys were afraid of Li Zhan, and she couldn't help but give him a reproachful look. Li Zhan also scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He didn't quite remember what he looked like last night, but he remembered that the string in his head was always tense. Xu Jiayuan had to rush to the supply and marketing cooperative in the town, so she sent the three little guys back early in the morning and said apologetically, "They have already eaten breakfast. I'm sorry you are in such a state. I should take care of you for a few more days." Xia Huan immediately waved her hand and said with a smile, "Third sister-in-law, you can go with peace of mind. I'm fine." After Xu Jiayuan left, Xia Huan waved her hand, and the three little guys dared to enter the inner room, their eyes still timidly observing Li Zhan and walking around him. Xia Huan couldn't help laughing and shared the remaining scallion pancakes with them, and said, "Isn't this your dear fourth uncle? Why are you so scared? Besides, your household registration is under the name of me and your fourth uncle. How could I not want you?"
Really? How old are you?
"You are just worrying about nothing." Li Jian had never greeted the children much before. He felt unfamiliar all of a sudden and was a little helpless. He knew that he had to do something to eliminate the fear and alienation of the three kids. After breakfast, Xia Huanhuan got out of bed. Today is the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. According to the calendar and customs, it is the day to kill chickens and go to the market. Going to the market is fine, but killing chickens still has to be appropriate. Xia Huanhuan took the old hen out of the space the day before yesterday, tied its wings and feet, sealed its mouth, and threw it in the kitchen. It has been there for 2 days, and its stomach is almost empty. Li Jian is back, so naturally, he has to do the job of killing the chicken. Li Jian was not vague. He took the kitchen knife, cut the chicken's neck with a knife, and the chicken blood flowed into the bowl below, and then poured into salt water, and soon it can solidify into blood tofu, which is called blood curd in Sichuan, and is also a delicious dish. As for the old hen that has been drained of blood, boil water and use the boiling water to scald the chicken feathers, and it will be easy to remove the feathers. Then it is time to gut the chicken and take out the chicken offal. Li Jian kills the chicken, Xia Huanhuan boils hot water to pluck the chicken feathers, and then Li Jian cuts the chicken open, and soon the chicken is taken out. The chicken is hung outside in the sub-zero weather to keep it fresh, but the chicken offal and chicken blood tofu are planned to be eaten at noon. Stir-fried chicken offal with winter bamboo shoots and mushrooms, and blood curd with soybean sprouts. Just thinking about it makes me drool. There are too few types of vegetables in winter, and she used soybean sprouts a few days ago. They are orange, white, and tender and look pretty good. She has luncheon meat in her space, but it seems inappropriate to take it out.
Wait.
She remembered that when she was stockpiling supplies, she checked the brands. There was a mail-in brand of luncheon meat, which was produced in Shanghai and was still available in this era. Then she could take it out and eat it and say that she bought it when she went to the county town. But it was still early to make lunch, and Xia Huanhuan was thinking about visiting Aunt Wu's house and asking her if she had heard of any man in the village who suddenly felt unwell and went to see a doctor. The earlier you ask about this, the more reliable the news will be. Thinking of this, she grabbed 2 handfuls of bean sprouts in a small bamboo basket and said to Li Jian, "You sit in the house, I'll visit Aunt Wu."
Li Jian.
He rarely came back. Why didn't his wife bother him? And he was in the mood to visit. Xiao Wu and Bei Bei saw Xia Huanhuan was going out and immediately chased after her. "Mom, Bei Bei wants to visit too." "Mom, Xiao Wu wants to go too." Xiao Wu is a little older now, and he doesn't feel comfortable chasing Xia Huanhuan to visit relatives. He carries his small backpack. I'm going to the commune to feed the wild boars." The 2 wild boars that Xia Huanhuan caught from the mountain last time were unanimously approved by Qingshui village to be raised. Qingshui village has to buy piglets to raise every spring, and a piglet costs dozens of dollars, or it has to be exchanged for grain of the same price. With these 2 wild boars, this expense can be saved. Li Jian. "Is he a scourge? Do you all have to hide from him?" Xia Huanhuan said. "The 3 of you stay at home and don't run around." "Xiaowen, have you memorized the words I asked you to memorize the day before yesterday?" "Xiao Wu, Bei Bei, can you write your names?" The 3 little guys lowered their heads guiltily when they heard this. Although they were very excited when they got the paper and pen at the beginning, thinking that they were going to start studying. But what child doesn't like to play? After a few days of novelty, their attention was attracted by other things, and their enthusiasm was not so high. The 3 little guys looked up at Li Jian timidly, and then, under the leadership of Xiaowen, they hid from Li Jian and went back to the house, took out their textbooks, paper, and pens, and started to do their homework. Xia Huanhuan winked at Li Jian, meaning that he should take this opportunity to quickly repair the relationship with the 3 little guys, and then went out. Li Jian scratched his head, looked back at the 3 little guys who were still distant and afraid of him, sighed, and resignedly walked to the table to see what they were writing, waiting for an opportunity to win back their trust and closeness. What Xiaowen had to recite were common things in the countryside, with more than 10 words, such as wheat, cabbage, chicken, eggs, dumplings, etc., which were quite down to earth. Xiaowen could recite most of them, and bit the pen tip in distress for the rest. Xiaowu and Beibei had their own names. Beibei was confused and played with the pen more than studied, but he still wrote his name crookedly. Xiaowu was in a worse situation, as his name had many strokes, and he could never remember it. Seeing that his sister Beibei, who was 1 year younger than him, could write her own name, he couldn't help but break down and cry. I don't want to be called Xiaowu anymore.
It's too hard to write. Wow. Li Zhen.
How can you cry for this? He walked over and picked up Xiaowu. Xiaowu was so scared that he didn't dare to cry immediately and stared at him in a daze.
Let me see.
What about the word Wu? Does it look like a person holding a spear? This is a human head, although it's a little flat, the hand needs to be stretched out, the spear is a little bent, and below is the body of the little man. Xiaowu's sight shifted from Li Zhan's face to the paper. Through Li Zhan's explanation, the originally complicated word Wu became a lot more interesting, as if he could remember what it looked like all at once.
I
want to write it too. Xiao Wu was so anxious that he wanted to take up the pen and carefully drew a little man holding a spear. Even Xiao Wen and Bei Bei were attracted. Li Zhan smiled and said, "Look, you can write it now, right? The word Wu means strong and powerful. When Xiao Wu grows up, he can protect his mother. Why don't you like it?" When Xiao Wu heard this, his eyes were full of stars. "Really? Then I will call you Xiao Wu from now on. I will protect my mother when I grow up." When Bei Bei heard this, she was so envious that she didn't care about being afraid. She ran to Li Zhan, grabbed Li Zhan's fingers with her little hands and shook them, and asked eagerly, "Then,
what about Bai Bai?
Isn't Bei Bei's name very powerful too?" Li Zhan's heart almost melted when he was stared at by this little guy. He picked up Bei Bei and sat him on his lap and smiled. "Bei Bei. Well, it's a small shell on the beach. It's very beautiful, like stars in the sea. It means Bei Bei will be very beautiful when she grows up." Xiaowen blushed, and at this time there was no more stubbornness to protect his younger brothers and sisters. He also asked expectantly, "Then, what's my name?" Wen means smart and knowledgeable. Xiaowen will definitely be able to go to college in the future. After a while, the 3 little guys forgot their fear of Li Zhan and insisted on pestering him to tell them stories. When Xia Huanhuan arrived at Aunt Wu's house, she first asked with a smile, "Is Aunt Wu at home?" Aunt Wu responded and came out. When she saw Xia Huanhuan, she couldn't help but smile. "Oh, it's Huanhuan. Come in quickly." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I used soybeans to sprout some soybeans a few days ago, but I didn't pay attention to the amount, so I sprouted a lot more. I couldn't eat it all, and it would be a waste to leave it, so I sent some to you, Aunt." Aunt Wu felt embarrassed. "Oh, these soybean sprouts are so fresh. I'm so embarrassed to always eat your food."
Xia Huanhuan smiled. "No.
It doesn't matter who I give it to. Besides, didn't you give me some dried chilies last time, Aunt Wu?" After a few more casual words, Xia Huanhuan led the topic to the question she wanted to ask. However, she certainly couldn't just ask straight away if there were any men injured in the village, so she moved her neck and said with a smile, "Oh, I got a stiff neck last night, and my neck hurts so much. I was thinking of going to the village Dr. Lu to ask him to prescribe a plaster, but I was afraid that he would be too busy to take care of my minor illness." Aunt Wu thought for a while and said with a smile, "Go ahead, he's too idle. I met him chatting at the entrance of the village last night." Xia Huanhuan frowned slightly. "Too idle? It's impossible not to see a doctor for such a serious injury, right? Or maybe they didn't dare to look at it in this commune, fearing exposure." This also further confirmed that he was from this commune. She must know him. When she was worrying about how to ask next, Aunt Wu suddenly came closer and said in a low voice, "I want to tell you something. Don't think I'm gossiping." Xia Huanhuan heard this. Then she smiled and said, "Look at what you said. Don't I know what kind of person you are? You wouldn't spread something that you are not sure about, right?" Aunt Wu smiled and said, That's right, and then continued in a low voice. This matter is related to your sister-in-law. Early this morning, someone saw your sister-in-law Li Xiao sneaking to the educated youth point, and then took a few men's dirty clothes home to help wash them. I heard from those educated youth that the clothes seemed to belong to an educated youth named Xu Jiayuan. Xia Huanhuan's heart trembled.
Xu Jiayuan?
The original owner was deceived by him to escape marriage and was almost by him, but after she crossed over, except for the time when she ran into him and Li Xiao in the woods, she had no more interactions with him.
Therefore,
the criminals who attacked her in her mind were all those scoundrels in the village, and she didn't think of Xu Jiayuan at all. But now that she thinks about it, that voice. Isn't it very similar to the voice of Xu Jiayuan in her memory? Aunt Wu continued, your sister-in-law is funny. She is a young girl, but she is trying to curry favor with someone who is not welcome. She went there several times, but was blocked outside by Xu Jiqing. This time, it seems that Xu Jiqing was not feeling well, so he went to the county town overnight. Your sister-in-law broke into someone else's house and took their dirty clothes home to wash. I almost laughed to death when I heard that. She was still making up rumors about you, and she hasn't even cleaned her own ace yet. I think she is embarrassing us rural people. Alas, I heard some gossip in the village because she is your sister-in-law, and I stepped forward to stop it. But what she said was also true. How could it be stopped? The whole commune has spread it. Xia Huanhuan didn't care about Li Xiao's reputation at all. She keenly grasped the key points. Xu Jiqing was not feeling well, and went to the county town overnight last night. The time, physical condition, and similarity of voice all overlapped. The person who attacked her using such despicable methods must be this rascal. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Aunt Wu, as her sister-in-law, it is not easy for me to intervene in my sister-in-law's affairs. You don't have to make excuses for her for my sake in the future. Everyone has to walk their own path. She is in that state. Do you still need you to sacrifice yourself to speak for her, Aunt Wu? Aunt Wu was stunned. Sacrifice myself? Huan, I just said a few more words. What's the sacrifice? Xia Huan said, Aunt Wu, you have prestige in front of the women in the village. Isn't it because what you say is the truth, and you will never tell lies, slander, frame, or throw dirty water? But now my sister-in-law's affairs are obviously the facts, but you insist on making excuses for her for my sake, saying that others slander her. Even if the women don't say it, they will think that you, Aunt Wu, are biased. After a long time, they will not gossip to you anymore. If it really comes to that, I will be too sorry, she said while observing Aunt Wu. Apart from other things, last time Li Xiao and her mother Lulan made up stories about her saying that she was shameless and had been cheating on men before she got married. Besides embarrassing them in public, she didn't even get revenge. Now it doesn't make sense for her to take advantage of her and have Aunt Wu speak for her. Aunt Wu's heart sank. No wonder Aunt Wang and Aunt Li next door, who like gossip as much as she does, shut up when they saw her coming. It turns out that this is the problem.
Oh.
I was wondering why others have been looking at me, and I'm silent recently. Huan, luckily you woke me up. Did you lose all my prestige for that little witch? I will never speak for her again. Seeing that her goal was achieved, Xia Huan smiled and said a few more gossips before getting up to say goodbye. At the same time, on Li Zhan's side, Lulan came to the door, 3 parts happy, 7 parts aggrieved, and said, Zhana, you are back for the new year this year? Why didn't you come to my room to tell me when you came back? And your second brother and second sister-in-law also talk about you every day. I know. It must be your wife who won't let her.
Alas.
Your wife. Li Zhan was not polite and interrupted her with a faint smile. Mom, my wife is very good. She never said a word against you. I didn't go there. It was my own idea. I got married and divided the family. From now on, the place where my wife is my home. It's always unreasonable for me not to go back to my own home for the new year, right? Lulan was soft rejected, and she was so angry that she almost died, but she didn't dare to show it on her face. Last time, because of the salesperson's incident, she almost angered her third son and broke off the relationship with her, and that was only 100 work points a month. The fourth son's side is 10 yuan a month. If the situation gets out of control, it will be a big loss.
Alas.
It's hard to deal with these kids when they grow up. So annoying.
Zahnär, Yumi's Unterstot.
Mom is not saying bad things about your wife. Mom is just.
Alas.
When you come home, you should also come to my room to sit, right? Otherwise, if others know about it, won't they say that you have married a wife and forgotten your mother? Will they say that your wife is powerful and secretly instigated you? Li Zhan was not afraid that the villagers would say that he married a wife and forgot his mother. Anyway, he thought that he had done more and not less, and he didn't owe Lulan anything. But thinking of Xia Huanhuan's reputation, it was just a trip, and Lulan might have some intentions, right? He wouldn't be deceived that easily anyway. Therefore, he still smiled and said, okay, then I'll go to your room to sit. The three little guys would never go to Lulan's room, and now when they saw Lulan, they didn't even want to call her grandma. Although they were young, they could still tell who was good to them. In the past, when second aunt beat them in her room, Lulan would speak openly or secretly to report them, so that second aunt would beat them even harder. Therefore, they all buried their heads in writing in the room and did not follow. Li Zhan entered Lulan's room, but did not sit down, just stood and talked. Li Qiao was washing clothes, and when she saw Li Zhan, she just raised her eyes and glanced at him, then lowered her head without even saying hello. Li Qiao was 19 years old, 5 years younger than Li Zhan. When she was a child, Lulan was partial to her, so Li Qiao was arrogant and domineering. When she was 7 years old, she stole $1 from home. After being discovered, she lied and said that Li Zhan asked her to steal it, which resulted in Li Zhan being beaten. Li Zhan did not make any excuses at the time. A few days later, he blocked Li Qiao in a deserted place and beat her up. He was not afraid that Li Qiao would complain again and said with a smile, "Go back and complain. I will beat you every time you complain, and the beating will only be more painful than this time, not lighter than this time, so you can decide for yourself." Li Qiao was scared by the beating, so she dared not provoke Li Zhan again. She avoided Li Zhan for so many years and didn't even dare to say a word. Lulan was furious. Qiao, you kid. Didn't you see your fourth brother is here? You didn't even say hello. Li Qiao glanced at her mother and went out with the basin to hang clothes. Li Zhan listened to Lulan's chatter while occasionally looking at the clothes that Li Qiao hung, men's clothes. Then his eyes narrowed dangerously. He saw a button falling off a coat. Mom, I really don't know who the fence is for. Last time, when she came back from Beijing to see you, the candies and snacks she bought were eaten by even the unrelated people in the village. As your mother-in-law, I didn't even see a trace of them. Alas, this year is so tight. It's already the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, and your second brother hasn't even cut the pork yet. I just saw you guys killed a chicken. Zhana, look at this 10 yuan a month. Can you increase it a little? Or since you came back this year, the army must have given you an extra visit allowance, right? You can give Mom. Li Zhan interrupted Lulan. Mom, whose clothes are you washing, Qiao? Lulan was stunned. Did Li Zhan hear what she just said, or not? After thinking for a while, she whispered, I'm telling you, don't tell anyone. It's from Xu Jiayuan, the educated youth who came to our countryside. Although it's not public, Xu Jiayuan is dating Qiao. When he returns to the city, Qiao can marry into the city. Lulan thought, if Li Zhan knew that her future brother-in-law was a city dweller, wouldn't he give her more money to build a good relationship with him? So she looked at Li Zhan expectantly. Li Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly.
Xu Jiayuan?
Although it was too arbitrary to conclude that he was the one who attacked Huan just based on a piece of clothing with almost all the buttons missing. But at least there was a clue for investigation. Li Zhan didn't ask any more questions. Lulan and Li Qiao might not know more, and asking too much would only arouse their suspicion. Seeing that Li Zhan didn't respond, Lulan felt a little annoyed, so she had to put on a smug face and bring up the matter again. Zhaner, can the 10 yuan a month be? Li Zhan interrupted her and said coldly, "Mom, I was just planning to talk to you about this. I thought about it, and my brothers in the family have been married and had children for several years. Now my third brother has separated from the family, and my second brother is earning work points on his own. My wife also took the kid from my eldest brother's family to our house and adopted him. The burden on you is not as heavy as before." Lulan's heart still sank. How come this development is different from what she imagined? After the new year, Xiaowen will also go to the town to attend elementary school, and the tuition and other fees are also expenses, so the 10 yuan per month I originally gave you will be reduced to 5 yuan per month starting from next month. Lulan was anxious. "Zhana, this. How can I live on these 5 yuan? And what is the kid going to school for? Look at how many families in the village send their children to school. Those who are sent are laughed at by the villagers behind their backs. The kid can still go to the mountains to pick some wild mushrooms or cut grass for pigs to earn a few work points at home." Li Zhan didn't waste any words with Lulan. "Anyway, let's just do it. My wife will be back from visiting soon, so I'll go back to the house first." After speaking, he walked towards the door of his house without looking back, leaving Lulan almost fainted with anger. Isn't this the pillow talk of that little witch, Xia Huan? Otherwise, how can it be reduced in half just because of 10 yuan? Li Zhan entered the house and found that Xia Huan had returned and was washing cabbage in the yard. Seeing Li Zhan coming back, she looked at him with a look of anger and smile, and said teasingly, "Why are you back? I thought you were going to have lunch in your mother's room." Li Zhan smiled and said, "How can that be? I'm still waiting to eat the meal cooked by my wife." He did not mention the clue of finding the button, mainly because he thought that Xia Huan must have been very scared after being attacked, and there was no need to let her recall this matter again. Xia Huan did not mention her progress with Aunt Wu either. She was planning to take revenge on her own. Xia Huan deliberately made the sound of water very loud, and said coquettishly in a cold voice, "Anyway, if you are one less, the 3 kids and I can eat more. You sit in your mother's room until noon, and you are still afraid that she will not cook for you?" Li Zhan sighed. This is really possible. He walked over and took a towel, pulled Xia Huan's hand out of the water, wiped her hand, and held it in his palm to warm her for a while, which made Xia Huan unable to do it. How could she say the teasing words that were on the tip of her tongue? She struggled twice, blushed, and whispered anxiously, What are you doing? Let go quickly. What if the brats see it?" Li Zhan felt a little aggrieved. He was holding his wife's hand, so why was he afraid of being seen? But he let go, pushed Xia Huan aside, and bent down to wash vegetables. The water was really cold. "I'll be at home these few days. If you want to wash vegetables or something, call me and I'll do it. The water is so cold, you'll get frostbite later." Xia Huan was stunned, and she felt sweet and warm in her heart. Even in the era before she traveled through time, there were many male chauvinists who never did housework. Not to mention 100%, at least more than 95% of men are probably those who come home with 58 million yuan, and they have everything they want. People like Li Zhan are rarer than giant pandas. "Okay, since you took the initiative to wash vegetables, you will have a share of lunch today." As he said that, he went to start cooking. Xiaowen was sensible enough to run to the kitchen to light a fire and start the pot. Stir-fried winter bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and chicken offal. The winter bamboo shoots were still blanched in water, then taken out and diced. After cleaning the chicken offal, keep a small half and cut the rest into small pieces. A large piece of white lard was scooped out from the enamel bowl containing lard and put into the pot to stir-fry until melted. The green onions and garlic were added to the pot, and some bean paste was added. After stir-frying until fragrant, the chicken offal was added, and the mushrooms and winter bamboo shoots were stir-fried. Salt and sugar were added to taste, and it was ready to be served. The chicken blood version of maokshuang is also simple. The bean sprouts and cabbage are blanched in boiling water, and then put into a large bowl for later use. Add the chicken blood and luncheon meat to the boiling water, and also put the chicken giblets that were not fried just now into the pot and cook for a while, then take them out. The next step is the most important seasoning. The bean paste alone is a bit thin, so Xia Huanhuan has already prepared some beef hot pot base in advance. She still adds oil, scallions, and garlic to stir-fry, then puts the bean paste hot pot base, soy sauce, salt, etc. into the pot, scoops in water and brings it to a boil, puts the chicken blood, chicken giblets, and luncheon meat in and simmers, and adds some diced winter bamboo shoots and mushrooms. After a while, take out the ingredients and cover the bean sprouts and cabbage, add minced garlic, pour hot oil on it, and sprinkle with chopped green onions, coriander, and a handful of sesame seeds. The staple food is mixed flour buns made of white flour and sweet potato flour and millet porridge. The family of 5 sits around in the house, the coal stove is burning warm, and they eat with relish. Li Zhan looked at the mixed flour buns on the table and said, I just told that roommate that I will reduce the amount I give her from 10 yuan to 5 yuan per month. Don't be so frugal. Eat the fine flour buns when you need them. I think there are not many coal briquettes left. I will go to town too, buy some more this afternoon. Xia Huanhuan was stunned. She was about to say that the mixed flour buns were purely for the purpose of supplementing dietary fiber from eating coarse grains. She ate them for health reasons, not to save money. But she thought it was wrong. Wouldn't she be considered a fool if she said this? But he could actually reduce the amount of money he gave to Lulan by half. It seems that Lulan's efforts to get close to the 4th son in the morning backfired. Imagine Lulan's frustrated expression. Well, it must be wonderful. Then you can use the saved 5 yuan as pocket money. I have money. But Xia Huanhuan decided to be polite. Her relationship with Li Zhan now, well, it was in a weird state. They were husband and wife, but that kind of thing didn't happen. It felt a little unreal. They were in love. It seemed that this was more appropriate. So now they should treat their relationship as a love relationship. Li Zhan's allowance was 30 yuan, and she felt at ease taking it because she also helped to raise the 3 children of the eldest brother of the Li family. It didn't matter whether she took the 5 yuan or not. She gave Grandma Luo 500 yuan for the house in the county last time, but later she received more than 600 yuan, so she still had more than 1,000 yuan on hand. In fact, she had not yet made up her mind about how to deal with her marriage with Li Zhan. But now she has a house in the county and money in her hands. Whether she continues to live with Li Zhan in the future or divorces, she has a way out and is not afraid. Li Zhan didn't know what Xia Huanhuan was thinking. He thought that his wife asked her to keep the 5 yuan as pocket money because she felt sorry for him and he felt happy in his heart. The gap between people is really big. Lulan would only ask him for money with a smug face. Li Zhan said domineeringly, I can't spend it in the army. Just keep it if I give it to you. Xiaowen will go to school next year. Where will he not need money? Wait until you and the little kid have white flour buns every day, and then you can talk about not being short of money. Xia Huanhuan was bullied for once, and she was so angry that she laughed in her heart. She just praised him for not being a chauvinist, but it was too early. Fine, just take it if you let her. After lunch, Li Zhan really borrowed an ox cart from the village and went to the town. Xia Huanhuan was at home making dough and steaming buns. In rural areas, during the New Year, people usually steam several baskets of steamed buns or wawatu before the New Year. After New Year's Eve, until the 5th day of the New Year, it is a rest period when people do not do anything except cooking. Steamed buns are the sweetest and most delicious when they are just out of the pot. If they're left for a long time, the moisture will be lost, and the taste will be greatly reduced when they are eaten hot. However, Xia Huanhuan has space. She puts the freshly steamed buns into the space, and then takes them out to eat, and they're still the same as when they were just out of the pot. Because at noon, Li Zhan said, this time she prepared all white flour buns, and also steamed 2 more baskets of sugar buns, red bean buns, and meat buns. The meat buns were a combination of meat fillings with winter bamboo shoots, cabbage, radish, and wild mushrooms. After they were out of the pot, she gave each of the 3 kids a big meat bun to eat, and put most of the rest into the space, and put a small part in a basket covered with gauze and hung on a hook in the house. Li Zhan said he was going to the town, but he actually went to the county. He went to visit a retired comrade in arms who was in charge of the Youth Educated Office in Mo County. He wanted to check the details of the educated youth Xu Jiayuan. Although the information of the educated youths was transferred to each commune, he could get a general idea by asking Secretary Zhao. But he was concerned about Xu Jiayuan's social relations for no reason. He was afraid that the villagers would spread rumors. If the news of Xia Huanhuan being attacked leaked out, it would be bad. So he simply asked the higher-ups. It was not good to come empty-handed during the new year, so he cut 2 kilograms of pork and brought it over. The old comrade was much older than Li Zhan. He retired from the army and now had a high position in the local area. He received Li Zhan warmly and agreed to Li Zhan's request. After finishing the business, Li Zhan said goodbye because he still needed to buy coal briquettes. When he returned to the town, the coal briquettes in the supply and marketing cooperative had been sold out, but there was still loose coal, and the price was cheaper. Li Zhan bought a truckload of loose coal and borrowed the honeycomb iron mold used to make coal briquettes so that he could come back and make them himself. Xia Huanhuan laughed when she saw it. The new year is only 2 days away, and you really know how to find work for yourself. Otherwise, just burn the loose coal directly and don't make it into coal briquettes. How can that be done? Coal stoves are designed to burn coal briquettes. Loose coal will not burn completely and will produce smoke. In winter, the doors and windows are closed, and it is dangerous. Xia Huanhuan was quite surprised that Li Zhan, a rough man from the countryside, knew all this. Seeing that he insisted, she stopped trying to stop him. In the evening, Xia Huanhuan directly stewed the chicken she had killed in the morning into soup. The pork, chicken, fish, and other things prepared before the new year were actually meant to be eaten until after the new year, so like steamed buns, they were no longer fresh after eating. The main reason was that life was tight, and there was no condition to cook and eat immediately. Xia Huanhuan had no shortage of supplies, so she did whatever she wanted and must eat fresh food. The chicken soup was filled with wolfberries, jujubes, and sliced fresh whole ginseng. The spiritual spring water in the space was also used, as well as wild matsutake, black fungus, and winter bamboo shoots that had been dug up in the mountains before. It was quite nutritious. There were so many things to do that day that she forgot to ask him about the gunshot wound he had suffered on the barren mountain. Anyway, chicken soup is good for the body. Sleeping at night became a headache. Although the house has 2 rooms, but there was only 1 Kong. She had slept with the 3 kids before, but last night, Li Zhan had sent the 3 kids to Zhou Chua's room. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help blushing when she thought of what happened last night. Ahem. Hold it in. You must not show that you remember what happened last night. After boiling hot water to wash the faces and feet of the 3 kids took off their cotton jackets in tacit understanding, got on the Kong, and got into bed. Li Zhan looked at the 3 kids sleeping in a row and said, "I'm so tired." The 3 little heads were neatly arranged outside the quilt, and 3 pairs of big eyes were looking at Li Zhan in unison, obviously afraid that he would send them to Aunt San's room again, and they couldn't help but laugh dryly. He actually really had this plan. Huanhuan was unconscious last night, so he couldn't be too beastly. But tonight was different. Huanhuan had recovered as usual. With his wife and children on the warm Kong, he couldn't help fantasizing about it several times during the day. Xia Huanhuan came in after washing herself and smiled. "Oh, why are you so active tonight? You've already crawled into the quilt? In the past, you wouldn't go to bed until 8 or 9 o'clock. Li Zhan sighed faintly, and he had to thank him for this. After Xia Huanhuan finished speaking, she looked at the Kong and couldn't help but feel hot on her face. The Kong was actually not small. The 3 little guys took up about half of it. The remaining half, if Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan were squeezed in, was actually still enough. There were so many people in every household in the village, and didn't they all sleep on the same Kong? But in this way, it is inevitable that people will be close to each other. But the 3 little guys are still sleeping in a row against the wall. Now in front of Li Zhan, she can't ask them to move to the middle and let the 2 adults sleep on both sides. Otherwise, it will be as if she dislikes him. After hesitating, Li Zhan suddenly said, "Or, I'll sleep on the floor." Xia Huanhuan didn't say anything, and she didn't know if she was shy. In front of the 3 little guys, he was willing, but his wife might not be willing. It wouldn't be too hard to sleep on the floor. Li Zhan's words made Xia Huanhuan embarrassed. Why sleep on the floor? Didn't you get injured some time ago? The ground is full of cold air. Besides, there are no other quilts and beddings at home for the time being. Anyway, the Kong is quite big, so let's squeeze in. Li Zhan said reflexively. It's okay, I have a military coat, I can sleep with it on. He stopped talking halfway. Li Zhan almost died of his stupidity. His wife found excuses for him to sleep on the Kong, but he didn't come up with any solutions. But it would be best if we could sleep on the Kong. Hopefully, it's not too late to change her mind now. Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan didn't dare look at Li Zhan, and said, I've boiled some hot water. You should wash up before going to bed. Li Zhan couldn't help but grin, and agreed. Okay, you go to bed first. His wife still felt sorry for him. Xia Huanhuan took off her outer coat and cotton-padded jacket, put on a slanted collared middle coat, and slept next to the three little kids, facing inwards, leaving her back to Li Zhan. The three little kids had already fallen asleep in a daze, and Bebe, who had always slept next to Xia Huanhuan, said something in her sleep in a baby voice, turned over and leaned into Xia Huanhuan's arms affectionately. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile gently, raised her hand to tuck in the quilt for her, which distracted some attention. After a while, there was a rustling sound of someone stripping off clothes from behind, followed by the quilt being lifted. A gust of cold wind blew in, and Li Zhan lay down next to her. Counting the wedding night, this was the third time the two had slept together, and the situation was much safer now than last night, but Xia Huanhuan found that she was more nervous than the previous 2 times. Li Zhan was very decent, always lying flat, and even deliberately slept outward to try not to touch her. As a result, the quilt on Xia Huanhuan's back was propped up into a triangle, and the cold wind blew in. Xia Huanhuan endured it for a while, but it was too cold to bear, and said unhappily, Duan sleeps so far outward. The quilt has been pulled flat, and the wind keeps coming in. Li Zhan was also a little nervous, and after a pause he smiled and said, Oh. He moved inward and tucked the corner of the quilt for Xia Huanhuan. He turned his head and looked at the little heads of the 3 little guys sticking out of the quilt, and couldn't help sighing in his heart again. Although she was nervous, men are naturally hot-tempered. With a natural stove next to her, the bed was much warmer than usual, and Xia Huanhuan fell asleep quickly. Early the next morning, Li Zhan said, The 2 houses built by my brother are not big enough for us. I will go find Secretary Zhao later and ask him to talk to the commune to see if they can approve a place for us to build a few houses of our own. Xia Huanhuan didn't understand why Li Zhan suddenly brought this up, but she still said, I have already talked to Secretary Zhao about the homestead. It's the vacant land by the river at the foot of the mountain near the village. The commune and the village have agreed. It's just that we will probably have to wait until the slack season next year to start construction. At the beginning of the 12th lunar month, Secretary Zhao had already told her that the house and homestead had been approved. Li Zhan was stunned. He didn't expect Xia Huanhuan to think further than him and had already made all the arrangements.
Oh.
That's great. Next year, my monthly allowance should increase a lot. When we buy bricks, tiles, cement, wood, etc., we can build a few more rooms and give the 3 kids 2 separate rooms. They don't have to sleep together with us at night. Xia Huanhuan. She seemed to suddenly understand why Li Zhan mentioned building a house. What a beautiful idea. She still needed Li Zhan's allowance as a cover to build a house. Today, she made it clear, and Li Zhan didn't object. It couldn't be better. On the morning of the 28th, Li Zhan made all the loose coal into coal, and also went up the mountain to cut down a few small trees. He was going to build a small shed in the yard, laid a waterproof wooden frame, and stacked the coal neatly on it to prevent moisture and rain. This amount is enough to burn until after the new year. At noon, I took the 3 kids to catch fish on the frozen river. I knocked a hole in the thick ice, then made a homemade fish hook and hooked some small insects into the water. The frozen water was already lacking in oxygen, so the fish were dizzy and easily caught. In one afternoon, I caught more than 10 fish. The 3 kids each held 2 fish, and Li Zhan held 5 or 6 fish. They went home with a proud look on their faces. Xia Huanhuan was puzzled. The three kids who were so afraid of Li Zhan yesterday chased after him with admiration on their faces in just one day. She couldn't help but feel jealous. It was time to fry the fish, so Xia Huanhuan cleaned it, marinated it, and then coated it with batter, and fried it twice in a pan until it was golden. In addition to fish, they also fried radish, tofu meat, spring rolls, ribs, sweet potato chips, and the like. Sweet potato chips are soaked in vegetable oil, crispy on the outside, sweet and soft on the inside, and are eaten as snacks. There is also a kind of snack called ma yi, which is actually white flour mixed with oil, salt, sesame, etc. Rolled into slices with a rolling pin, cut into cubes of appropriate size, and fried in a pan. After cooling, it is crispy and salty. It can be eaten alone, or rolled into shandong pancakes, like before traveling through time and space. Seal it in a plastic bag, and keep it away. Don't put the skin, it can be eaten for a long time. On the 29th day of the lunar year, Li Zhan went to the county again and vaguely said that there was something wrong in the army. In fact, the details of Xu Jiayuan, who was investigated by his comrades, were almost investigated. There's nothing special about Xu Jiayuan. He was born in an ordinary working-class family in Jincheng, next to Beijing. He has an older brother and an older sister. His brother took over his father's job, and his sister is married. Every family, except for the one with only one child, has a quota for going to the countryside to work in the production team, and Xu Jiayuan became his quota. However, this kid is not an easy person to deal with. I heard that his relationships with men and women are quite chaotic, and he had entangled with several girls before going to the countryside. He first went to a village not far from his home in Jincheng to work in the production team, and then somehow he was transferred to Armo County. There are rumors that he might have got a girl in the village pregnant there. His brother-in-law is quite capable, and he suppressed the matter and saved him. Li Zhan's eyes narrowed dangerously. It seems that he is still a habitual offender. However, a dirty guy who goes around everywhere dares to touch his wife. He's looking for death. The old comrade continued. This Xu Jiayuan suddenly came to the emergency room of the county hospital late at night on the 26th of the 12th lunar month. He said that he accidentally fell and was injured because the road was slippery in the snow. Do you know where he was injured? His vitals. He was hastily treated, and on the morning of the 27th, he asked for leave from the Educated Youth Point to go back home for the new year. It was the end of the year, and the officer on duty at the Educated Youth Point saw that he was seriously ill and approved the leave. If you had told me earlier, you might have been stopped from leaving. Now it can be 100% certain that it was Xu Jiayuan who attacked his wife. There is another thing. One of my subordinates was corrupted by the sugar-coated bullet. He was bold enough to accept some bribes and get a quota for Xu Jiayuan to return to the city. But don't worry, I have withdrawn that quota and will report it immediately. Li Zhan frowned, but said, "Don't rush to send out that report." The old comrade was stunned. Why? You are investigating him. You must have some grudges with him to deal with, right? If this quota for returning to the city is given to him, it will be difficult to deal with him when he returns to Tianjin, right? Li Zhan knew it. However, if the quota was suddenly withdrawn now, Xu Jiayuan would probably guess that something bad had happened. If he simply hid and didn't come back, it wouldn't matter if Xu Jiayuan became an illegal resident, but he would have to spend a lot more time to avenge his wife. With the temptation of a quota for returning to the city, Xu Jiayuan is unlikely to be willing to become an illegal resident. He will definitely return to the commune in Qingshui village to go through the procedures for leaving. I heard from my old comrades that Xu Jiayuan's leave would only be approved until the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, and he had to return to the team on the 4th day. Li Zhan nodded, thought about it, and asked his old comrades to help send an official letter to Jincheng. He went to the telegraph station and sent a few telegrams before leaving. It's good that this rascal is not here during the 2 days of the new year, so as not to affect his and his wife's mood for the new year. After returning from the county town, Li Zhan continued to build the shed he built yesterday. Early in the morning on New Year's Eve, the 3 little guys got up early and followed Li Zhan to paste the couplets with glue. Li Zhan took turns to lift the 3 little guys up and asked them to paste the couplets on both sides of the door, which made the three little guys giggle. Xia Huanhuan reminded them with a smile and helplessness, "Be careful, don't fall." While reminding, she couldn't help thinking that if Li Zhan had his own children in the future, he would definitely be a good father. Then she immediately thought of Li Zhan's injury. Oh, what a pity. Over the past 2 days, she had somewhat given up. At first, she thought that Li Zhan's injury might be a rumor. After all, how could someone who was injured in that area still be as undistorted as Li Zhan and still be as sunny and warm as ever? At least he should be a little gloomy and irritable, right?
But
Plus last night, it was the 4th time she and Li Zhan had slept in the same bed together. Except for the special situation that night when he helped her warm up her body, Li Zhan didn't even touch her. He didn't look at her or do anything indecent. Either she was not charming enough, or Li Zhan was really not good enough. It must be the latter.
wait.
What a mess is she thinking? Didn't she swear in her heart the night before that if Li Zhan really put his hands on her, she would kick him off the bed? Now, she blames him for not putting his hands on her? She must be crazy. Xia Huanhuan shook her head, threw these unspeakable thoughts aside, and started making dumplings. After Li Zhan and the 3 kids put up the couplets and put a piece of wood at the door as a door bar, they washed their hands and helped make dumplings. Soon they had made 2 large plates and put them outside to freeze in the sub-zero weather. They had mutton noodles for lunch. 5 caddies of mutton with mutton bones are put into the pot, first boiled into thick white mutton soup, and the mutton is sliced. Then the dough is rolled thin, cut into thin noodles with a knife, put into the pot and cooked, and after taking it out, sprinkle a handful of blanched baby spinach, add hot thick white mutton soup directly, season with only salt and scallions and coriander, and then put in thick mutton. In the cold winter weather below 0, eating this bowl of mutton noodles is really warm to the heart. In the afternoon, Zhou Qiuhe brought her 2 daughters and her family Dongbao to visit. Huanhuan, Yingying, and Dongbao were all wearing new clothes. Their little faces were red from the cold. The town supply and marketing cooperative has been closed since yesterday and will not reopen until the 5th day of the new year, so Zhou Qiuhe will also have a holiday. Director Zheng withdrew her salary and work points for the 12th month in advance and also secured for her the benefit of buying things at the internal price for formal employees. Although it was not much cheaper, she was flattered. Zhou Qiuhe wanted to ask if everyone wanted to go to her second brother's house for the New Year's Eve dinner. Wang Guixiang had seen how powerful Xia Huanhuan was, so she didn't dare to go to her door and get a cold shoulder, so she went to find Zhou Qiuhe. This was of course Lulan's intention. She was afraid that Li Zhan, her most promising son, was becoming more and more distant and cold to her. Of course, we must take advantage of the special moment of the new year to bring the relationship between mother and son closer. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I won't go anyway. I'm used to my freedom and don't like to eat with so many people. What's more, she doesn't like me so much. I'm afraid she will poison me alone. But I won't stop others from going." After saying that, she glanced at Li Zhan. Zhou Qiuhe breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it, and smiled and said, "If you don't go, I won't go either." Before the family split up, the meals for the whole family were prepared by me and my eldest. We were the ones who cooked, and we were exhausted, but when the food was served, there was nothing delicious left. It was so infuriating. Let the second sister-in-law do it herself this time. After getting the answer, Zhou Qiuhe chatted for a few more words and went back. Li Zhan hugged his shoulders and looked at Xia Huanhuan with a half-smile and said with some grievance, "What did you mean just now? It's as if I can rush to go if you don't go." Xia Huanhuan blinked innocently and said, "I didn't say your name. Why do you take it for granted?" Li Zhan was helpless. It was she who started the conversation, and now she is ignoring it completely. On the contrary, he said that he took it for granted.
Oh.
Who said she is his wife? Even if he suffers a loss, he has to coax her. "I won't go either. I will go wherever you are. How can I leave my own home and go somewhere else to celebrate the new year?" Xiaowen came up and asked, "Mom, then Xiao, Bebe, can we not go to pay New Year's greetings to Grandma tomorrow?" The 3 little guys hated Lulan and Wang Guixiang to the extreme. They usually refused to call them when they saw them, let alone kowtow to pay New Year's greetings. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Li Zhan again and said with a smile, "Ask your fourth uncle." Li Zhan was a little depressed. Why did she call him fourth uncle when she called Xia Huanhuan mom? But he didn't force them. He raised his hand and rubbed Li Wen's head, saying, "If you don't want to go, don't go. I won't force you." Xia Huanhuan looked at Li Zhan, and she had some doubts in her heart. Li Zhan used to send almost all of his allowance back home to Lulan every year. Logically, he should be very close to Lulan, his mother, and very filial. But looking at Li Zhan's attitude in the past 2 days, it was clear that he was very distant from Lulan, which confused her. Let's not talk about anything else. Just say that the allowance for Lulan was reduced by half to 5 yuan. Although the house will be built next year and the 3 little guys will go to school one after another, the expenses will indeed increase a lot. But if Li Zhan is really filial, he would rather let his wife and children suffer than deduct his mother's money, right? Moreover, Li Zhan had said before that his allowance would increase a lot next year. Xia Huanhuan frowned slightly, and she suddenly realized that the man in front of her seemed to be much more complicated than she thought. The days are short in winter, and the New Year's Eve dinner is the most sumptuous meal of the year, so preparations began early. When dusk fell, it was time to eat. Scrambled eggs with baby spinach, fried bacon with winter bamboo shoots, cold mixed black fungus, stir-fried large intestine, steamed sea bass, pickled cabbage, stewed chicken with mushrooms, fried meatballs, and 2 plates of dumplings with various meat fillings, and a meatball spinach soup. There were about 8 or 9 meat and vegetable dishes or soups. Li Zhan, like the 3 little guys, admired Xia Huanhuan's cooking skills to the extreme. Before the meal, they had to set off firecrackers. Xia Huanhuan was still afraid, so she stood far away and asked Li Zhan to take Xiaowen and Xiaowu to set off the firecrackers. "Mom, Bebe is scared." Bebe is young and a little afraid of the crackling sound of firecrackers, so he hid beside Xia Huanhuan and raised his little hands early, trying to cover his ears. However, Bebe was wearing a cotton padded jacket and was chubby. Even after raising his short hands, he couldn't reach his ears, so he covered them in vain. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing and didn't care about covering her own ears, so she covered the little guy's ears with her hands. "Don't be afraid. Mom will help you cover your ears." The firecrackers crackled, and Xiaowen and Xiaowu were boys after all, and they were very happy and jubilant around the firecrackers. Li Zhan noticed that his wife covered Bebe's ears while she was scared and tilted her head to block the sound with her shoulders, and couldn't help but feel pity and wanted to laugh. He walked over quickly and covered Xia Huanhuan's ears with his warm hands and couldn't help teasing, "You are so old, but you are still afraid of the sound of firecrackers?"
So, gu.
Even if she covered her ears, the sound of firecrackers was still loud. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then her face felt a little hot. When she noticed what Li Zhan said, she asked loudly, "Ah? What did you just say?" Li Zhan smiled, leaned close to her ear, and smiled through his hand. "Nothing." "Xia Huanhuan. Nothing? Are you lying to a 3-year-old child?" This man must have said something bad about her. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie brought a few kids to visit. New Year's Eve is supposed to stay up all night. This era is not like the world before Xia Huanhuan traveled through time. There is electricity and the internet. If you have a mobile phone, you can watch videos and play games all night. The Spring Festival Gala feels more and more boring every year. The first Spring Festival Gala was held in 1983, which is still more than 10 years away. Although the first black and white TV was produced in 1958, only a very small number of families in the city had one in the early 1970s. In the countryside, most people have not even heard of the word television. Therefore, coming to visit is not considered a nuisance, but rather everyone chats about family matters and time passes faster. Xia Huanhuan took out the snacks such as melon seeds and milk candies that she had bought before, as well as the fried leaves and sweet potato chips that she had fried 2 days ago. Zhou Qiuhe also brought some fried peanuts and mixed them in so that the 2 girls in the family, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Bebe could grab some and eat them. Several little kids were playing wildly in the house and the yard, while the adults were chatting around the stove and recalling some things from their childhood. Even Li Jie changed his usual taciturn nature and talked a lot about Li Zhan's childhood. Unlike the lively atmosphere here, Lulan's side was very quiet. In the past, the eldest son was alive and the third son was not separated. Although Li Zhan never came back from the army, the whole family still had a lively new year. In the past 2 years after the death of old man Li, Lulan was the center of the family. Which son and grandson did not kneel down to kowtow to her? As a result, this year, Wang Guixiang asked, and I don't know how she spread the word. As a result, neither Li Jie nor Li Zhan, both married wives and forgot their mothers, and neither of them agreed to eat New Year's Eve dinner together with the whole family. Wang Guixiang had to cook the New Year's Eve dinner by herself, but because of her poor cooking skills, it was either too salty or not cooked. Lulan was already unhappy, so she took it out on Wang Guixiang and said that she cooked pig food. Wang Guixiang's family is large, and although she is afraid of Lulan and tries to hide, she is kind enough to cook during the new year, and she scolded her for making her angry. Wang Guixiang directly said a few words to Lulan, quit the job, and turned back to the house. Wang Guixiang also made some dumplings herself and left some for her husband and 2 children, just as the New Year's Eve dinner. Lulan didn't even make dumplings. Now her second son, Li Chong, was also a henpecked husband. He didn't even have the courage to serve her a bowl of dumplings and hid in his room like a coward. Her daughter Li Qiao was even less reliable. She had nothing to eat and clothes to wear. Now, not only did she not cook for her mother, she also complained that Lulan shouldn't scold her second sister-in-law. Now she couldn't even eat dumplings. Lulan was so angry that her heart ached, but she was so hungry that she could only make some cornmeal and sweet potato porridge and heat up 2 mixed flour buns. She didn't even cut the meat. She went to Wang Guixiang's room to ask for meat. Li Chong wanted to give it to her, but Wang Guixiang stopped her with a look. Lulan had to go back with a dark face. She fried a large cabbage for New Year's Eve. She didn't cook for many years, and her cooking skills were not as good as Wang Guixiang's. The food was also very salty. Li Qiao rolled her eyes in disgust and ate 2 bites and then stopped eating out of spite. Lulan was angry and the food was really unpalatable, so she only ate 2 bites. She called Li Qiao to wash the dishes, but Li Qiao pretended not to hear. Lulan felt deeply sad. Fortunately, she had saved all the money before. Look, this is the flesh that fell from her body. They are all ungrateful. The room was dark. She looked up and saw that on the other side of the fence, Xia Huanhuan's yard was brightly lit and full of laughter and joy. She did not reflect on her mistakes, but hated Xia Huanhuan even more. It must be Xia Huanhuan who instigated her not to let Li Zhan come to her place for the New Year's Eve dinner. Otherwise, Li Zhan used to send all his allowances back home. How could such a filial child suddenly change? On Xia Huanhuan's side, the kids went crazy for a while, and then they couldn't stand it anymore and rubbed their eyes and felt sleepy. Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie took the children back. Xiaowen and the other 3 also got into bed. Xia Huanhuan was lying on her side with her clothes on, singing nursery rhymes to Bebe, but she fell asleep while singing. She had been busy preparing for the new year these days, and although it seemed that she had not done anything, her physical fatigue was actually accumulating. In addition, she was attacked that day and lay unconscious in the snow for so long. Although she seemed to have recovered overnight because of her young age, her body was not fully healed. Li Zhan came back after washing up, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry after seeing this. Just now, she arrogantly said that she must stay up until dawn, and she wanted to compete with him to see who would fall asleep first, but now she fell asleep first. He called her softly twice, trying to wake her up and take off her cotton padded jacket before going to sleep. Xia Huanhuan responded vaguely, turned over, but did not wake up. Li Zhan had no choice but to take off her cotton padded jacket for her, and then pulled her to straighten her into the quilt. Xia Huanhuan was only wearing a single piece of clothing. At this moment, she was sleeping sweetly, without any defense. Li Zhan's eyes could not help but turn darker. He had been enduring for several days. Today was New Year's Eve. Even if he forced himself, his wife would not be angry, right? Li Zhan held her in his arms. His big hands uncontrollably reached under her clothes, exploring with some excitement and tenderness. His other hand was to deal with the annoying buttons. After finally unbuttoning them, before he could do anything, he suddenly felt the gaze above his head. Li Zhan looked up suddenly and saw Xia Huanhuan looking at him dazedly, with a blank face. Xia Huanhuan was just dazed. Li Zhan's movements were not big and could even be called gentle, but Xia Huanhuan had never experienced such a thing after all, so she was still woken up. Of course, she didn't wake up completely, but was in a dazed state of half asleep and half awake. Her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but frown, her eyes were blurred, and she was a little dissatisfied with her sleep being disturbed. Why did she keep bothering her when she was not sleeping at night? Li Zhan felt guilty for a moment, but he made up his mind immediately. Xia Huanhuan was his wife, so what he did was natural and right. Even the king of heaven couldn't find fault with him. Therefore, he stared at Xia Huanhuan's beautiful face, which was still a little confused, with his dark eyes, and put his arms around her waist, gently holding her in his arms.
Wife.
With a hoarse and magnetic voice, he leaned over and whispered in her ear, "I can't help it." Xia Huanhuan was stunned, and her brain was still in a state of shutdown. Can't help it? What can you help? Still think the Kong is too small and want to sleep on the floor? She yawned, closed her eyes, and pushed Li Zhan softly with her arm, and said vaguely, "If you want to sleep, go to sleep. Don't delay my sleep." Li Zhan's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean that he had obtained the permission of his wife? Wife. At this time, Mom, Xiaowu sat up and said dazedly while rubbing his eyes,
Li Zhan.
"This little rascal. He really knows how to pick the right time." Xia Huanhuan tilted her head and fell asleep again. When she heard Xiaowu's voice, she just wanted to wake up, and then she remembered that Li Zhan was sleeping next to her. So she kicked Li Zhan and said vaguely, "Xiaowu needs to urinate. You get up and do it." Li Zhan was helpless. He had to get up without temper, picked up Xiaowu, wrapped him in a cotton coat, and then opened the door to go to the toilet outside to urinate. But Xia Huanhuan, who was used to flush toilets, really couldn't stand this, so if she got up at night, she would still go to the toilet outside. When Li Zhan came back with Xiaowu, Xia Huanhuan and Xiao Beibei had already occupied Xiaowu's original sleeping position. Xiaowu climbed onto the bed first and said, "I want to sleep next to my mother."
Li Zhan.
He and Xia Huanhuan had become sandwiched between Xiaowu, and they couldn't do anything. Before dawn the next day, Li Zhan got up with unsatisfied desire and swept all the snow from the yard to the front door. After sweeping the snow, it was still dark, and Li Zhan was doing one-handed push-ups while thinking to himself, "There were 3 little brats making trouble at night, so I was afraid that there would be no chance, so I might as well do it during the day. Anyway, once the door was bolted, who knew what they were doing in the house?" After dawn, Xia Huanhuan woke up, stretched, and then realized that the buttons of her clothes were unbuttoned for some reason. Could it be that she unbuttoned them herself because she felt too hot at night? Li Zhan was still sleeping next to her. She remembered that Li Zhan seemed to sleep on the floor at night. She, a delicate wife, was sleeping next to him, but he thought she was crowded and would rather sleep on the floor. Xia Huanhuan was emo for a while before she got up and helped the 3 brats put on their clothes, shoes, and socks before getting up. Breakfast was still dumplings. After breakfast, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan gave each of the 3 kids 50 cents as New Year's money. Zhou Qiuhe's 2 daughters, Huanhuan and Yingying, also came to wish their uncle and aunt a happy new year. Li Zhan didn't give them anything this time, so Xia Huanhuan gave each of them 30 cents as New Year's money and asked Dongbao to take 30 cents back. The 3 kids also went to Zhou Qiuhe's place and got 30 cents as New Year's money. The kids happily ran to the village store to buy firecrackers, candies, and the like. Lulan was waiting at home early in the morning. In order to please Li Zhan, she prepared 10 cents as New Year's money for each of the 3 kids. As for the two girls from her third son's family, what New Year's money do girls need? Just give Dongbao 5 cents. Unfortunately, she waited for a long time, but no one from the third and fourth rooms came to wish her a happy new year, and she couldn't even give money away. She was so angry that her mouth was almost crooked. Originally, Li Zhan planned to take advantage of the day when the three kids were out having fun, and they were alone to pull his wife into the house and do the deed. However, before he could do it, the loudspeaker in the village sounded, asking all villagers to gather at the gate of the commune. Li Zhan was very depressed. Soon, the villagers, the educated youths in the educated youth point, and the people living in the cowshed gathered at the gate of the commune. Secretary Zhao first wished everyone a happy new year and then said happily, "There is good news to inform everyone. Starting this year, every household in our village can be allocated a small private plot of land according to the population." As soon as this was announced, everyone looked at each other, and they didn't react for a while. They ate from the same pot, planted the land collectively, and everyone worked together to plant grain, cotton, and vegetables, and then waited for the village to divide the work points according to the commune. This has been going on for several years.
Now,
Suddenly, land is being distributed to each family again. After a moment of silence, the villagers couldn't help but get excited.
oh my,
Each family has their own land again. Whatever they plant and harvest is theirs.
oh,
That's great. I have many children in my family, and the food I earn from work points is not enough to eat. With this private plot, I can grow some for myself to supplement the income. I want to grow some fruits and vegetables. Secretary Zhao saw that everyone was discussing enthusiastically, so he raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and continued. "Don't worry. I haven't finished speaking. Each household has only a small piece of private plot, and nothing you plant is enough to feed your whole family. Let me be frank, farm work in the commune takes priority. During the busy spring and autumn harvest seasons, whoever is lazy and cheating in the fields, thinking only of getting his own private plot, then if the grain production is not enough, the private plot will be taken back by the authorities." At this time, someone at the educated youth point asked, "Secretary Zhao, does this private plot belong only to the villagers, or do we educated youth have it too?" Secretary Zhao looked at the dozen or so educated youths who were standing a little further away from the villagers, and another group of 5 or 6 people living in the cowshed. He smiled and said, "The educated youths are all registered in our commune, so there must be some. But it is impossible to give you a small piece each, so we will give you a large piece according to the population. When the time comes, you can discuss whether to plant separately or on your own. As long as you don't fight, the village will not care." Everyone laughed. The educated youths in the educated youth points couldn't help but laugh excitedly and discuss in a low voice. Those who were close to each other had gathered together to discuss what to plant together. Secretary Zhao looked at the group of people in the cowshed with some guilt. They were originally sent to work, so naturally they had no share of the private plots. But the 5 or 6 people in the cowshed probably guessed that they probably didn't have any, so they smiled and didn't ask if they had any. Secretary Zhao cleared his throat and continued, "There is one more thing. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, several educated youths and reformed people will come to our commune. Each village has been allocated quotas. When they come, we will draw lots to divide the private plots." After the meeting, everyone dispersed after discussing. Secretary Zhao stopped Li Zhan and said, "Li Zhan, I have something to ask you. There are not enough people to rely on a few village cadres. Can you help the commune measure the private plots that Qingshui village wants to divide and set the boundaries? It's the new year, and we shouldn't ask for this. But the policy from above is urgent, and everyone is looking forward to it. The sooner the private plots are determined and distributed to the villagers, the sooner everyone will feel at ease." Li Zhan naturally agreed. "Secretary, look at what you said. I'm a soldier. If you don't ask, I will ask if there is anyone who can help." Then he followed the village cadres to measure the tools used to measure the land, and went to the field. Secretary Zhao went to Xiajia village and another village to announce the good news. In the winter, the roads were still covered with snow. Secretary Zhao felt bad for asking the villagers from the other two villages to come to the meeting, so he made 2 extra trips to announce the good news. Xia Huanhuan was also very happy. There was fertile black soil in her space, which was much more fertile than the most fertile fields in the village. But with the excuse of the private plot, she can take out the vegetables, fruits, and other things in the space more conveniently. The private plots are small pieces of land near the corners of the village. The shapes are not very regular. In addition, they are all covered with snow, and the original boundaries of the land are not easy to find, so it takes a lot of time to measure. Li Zhan didn't go home until dark, and he had to do it in the next few days. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan took the 3 children back to her mother's house. This was the first time Li Zhan came to visit. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru had been waiting at the entrance of the village for a long time. They saw them coming from a distance and went to greet them. Lin Yiru took Beibei from Xia Huanhuan's arms, and Xia Shuangshan picked up the younger Xiaowu. The 3 children politely called Grandpa Grandma. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. Why did you come so far to pick me up in such cold weather? Are you afraid that I won't come back? Lin Yiru smiled a little embarrassedly. Your father and I are wearing the new clothes made of the cloth you tore for me. We are not afraid that you won't come back. Aren't we waiting anxiously? Xia Huanhuan saw that they were indeed wearing the new clothes made of the cloth she tore for them last time, and smiled with satisfaction. They look pretty good. Xia Shuangshan was relieved to see that Li Zhan was tall and handsome. Although he was injured in that part, his masculinity was not diminished at all. He was a little reserved and said hesitantly, I'm coming back. Why buy so many things? Xia Huanhuan brought a bag of loose sugar, 2 bottles of canned peaches, a gift of 3 pounds of pork ribs, 50 eggs, and a big grass carp, making a 4-color gift. Li Zhan smiled and said, Not much. I'm not at home all year round, so I have to ask my parents to come and visit often and help Huanhuan. This was a nice thing to say. The soldiers sent back dozens of yuan in allowance every month, and only Huanhuan helped them. How could they help Huanhuan? Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru's affection for this son-in-law increased rapidly. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but glance at Li Zhan. He called mom and dad so naturally and sincerely, and it was more fluent than her. People who didn't know would probably think that Li Zhan was his biological son, and she was his daughter-in-law. Li Zhan found that Xia Huanhuan was peeking at her and winked at her slyly. When she arrived at Xia's house, Xia Huanhuan found that the house where Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru lived had also been fenced. She couldn't help but be stunned. There was no fence when she came last time. Lin Yiru whispered, during the new year, Li Cuehua said some unpleasant things every day, so your father simply followed your example and built a fence so that he doesn't have to look at them when he goes in and out. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile and said, This is good. Out of sight, peace of mind. Then she asked, Have you heard about the private plots? Lin Yiru's eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. Secretary Zhao personally went to the village to hold a meeting and said that your father and I heard that we can get 0.2 mu of land. Half of it will be planted with vegetables, and the remaining half will be planted with beans or wheat and corn. It will be enough for your father and I to eat. If the family had not been divided, the private plots of the Xia family would probably not be divided. At that time, they would definitely work the most like old oxen, but eat the least. Now, everything is divided clearly. Whether they plant well or not, the harvest of the 0.2 mu of land will fall into their own house. How can they not be happy? They chatted about family matters until noon. Xia Shuangshan had gone to the mountain 2 days ago and shot 2 wild pheasants. For lunch, they had wild pheasant and radish soup, wild mushrooms and pheasant stir-fried, winter bamboo shoots and cured roe deer meat, white flour buns and soup dumplings. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru had started preparing such a rich meal for guests half a month in advance. Xia Huanhuan knew that they said they were splitting up, but in fact it was equivalent to leaving the house with nothing. Except for this 1.5 rooms, they didn't want anything. This meal was very thoughtful. After dinner, Li Zhan rushed to clean up the dishes and wash the dishes, which stunned Xia Huanhuan. Although he washed the dishes at home these days, he was not so active. Lin Yuru gave each of the 3 kids 50 cents in New Year's money. Xia Huanhuan could not help but stop him. Why give so much? It's not easy for you to earn money. Lin Yuru stuffed it in and said, "Take it. How can you hold back the New Year's money for children if you don't give enough?" During the winter, although you can't earn work points, your father goes out to repair walls and pig pens and sheep pens for others, and he also makes a few cents a day.
Alas.
In the past, we didn't make money from working, but now it's much easier. Xia Huanhuan didn't refuse. The family went home in the afternoon. On the way, Li Zhan smiled and said, "Dad and Mom love you very much. That's good. When they have their own cubs in the future, he can't rely on this mother here. When his wife gives birth, she will bring a crying cub, and he is not sure if he can come back by chance. He is afraid that he will have to trouble his parents here to take care of him." So what he said just now was actually sincere. Xia Huanhuan didn't know that Li Zhan had already thought of the plot a few years later, so she couldn't help but glance at him and said with a smile, "Seeing your parents calling you so smoothly, I thought you were their son." Li Zhan smiled and said, "I married their daughter, so isn't the son-in-law half a son?" "You're not wrong." When he got home, Li Zhan was busy measuring the land, setting boundaries, and drawing a distribution map of the private plot. On the 3rd and 4th days of the Chinese New Year, there were no other relatives to leave, but Li Zhan was still busy and finally measured the land before the 5th day. The quality of the land was similar, so the only thing to determine was how much to divide. In the end, it was decided that adults and those over 15 years old would each get 0.1 mu of land, half-grown children between 10 and 15 years old would each get 0.07 mu of land, and children under 10 years old would all get 0.05 mu of land. Xia Huanhuan's family was calculated to have 2 adults and 3 children, each with 0.2 points and 0.15 points, for a total of 0.35 points. Converted into square meters, it is about 23 square meters, which is the size of a living room in a modern commercial apartment. It is indeed not big, and a small vegetable garden is just right. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Xu Jiayuan did not return to the village on vacation. Li Zhan pretended to ask the village cadres a few questions about the educated youth point and got to know Xu Jiayuan's situation. He knew that he had extended his vacation for 1 more day and would not return to the village until the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. It seemed that he had no intention of running away. Li Zhan was not in a hurry and waited for this rascal to come back. Early in the morning on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, the County Educated Youth Point sent a large vehicle to take the new educated youth to the village entrance. There were 18 educated youth assigned to the commune this time, and 6 of them went to Qingshui village, 2 men and 4 women, including Fu Qingye. Except for Fu Qingye and another female educated youth who came from Beijing, the hometowns of the other 4 people were very scattered. 2 people came from Shaanxi province in the northwest, 1 came from Shandong province near the sea, and 1 came from Hebei province, which is closer. Xu Jiayuan took the car that sent the new educated youth back to the village. On the way, several educated youths surrounded him and asked him about the situation of the commune. Fu Qingye pretended to be casual and asked, "Brother Xu, then I want to ask someone who is also from Qingshui village. Do you know him?" "The man is called Li Zhan, he is a soldier, and his home is in Qingshui village." The smile on Xu Jiayuan's face froze. 7 or 8 days ago, he almost got the man's wife.
How could he not know him?
However, he looked at Fu Qingye with scrutiny. Although she was not as stunning as Xia Huanhuan, who made people unable to take their eyes off at first sight, she was also beautiful. The important thing was that she grew up in Beijing City since she was a child. She inexplicably had a kind of aloof temperament that kept strangers away. How did Li Zhan, a peasant from the countryside who served as a soldier, know such a man? Judging from what she asked, she probably came to the countryside just for Li Zhan, right? Could it be that she didn't know that the peasant's injury would be useless to a woman? Xu Jiayuan couldn't help but feel jealous of Li Zhan. He knows him. He is the only one from Qingshui village who went out to serve in the army. He just got married a few months ago and adopted 3 children from his eldest brother who died. He became a father right after getting married. Fu Qingye was stunned for a moment, then frowned imperceptibly. Adopted 3 children from his eldest brother's family?
Why hasn't she heard about this?
They are not her own children. Why should she raise them?
But
This is also a common bad custom in rural areas. In a big family, if a son can't have children, he will adopt another son's child as his own, so that he can have a filial son to take care of him in his old age. Fu Qingye was stunned again. Can't have children?
who?
Xu Jiayuan couldn't help but laugh with a bit of sarcasm. Who else?
Just ask the people you want.
Everyone in the commune knows that Li Zhan was injured in that part and can't have children anymore. Fu Qingye opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Li Zhan was injured in that part? How is it possible? If this is true, the Fu family can't not know. However, she didn't plan to help clarify it. On the one hand, although it was an arranged marriage, Li Zhan was a married man after all. She knew Li Zhan's privacy so well. If people suspected that there was something going on between her and Li Zhan, it would not only ruin Li Zhan's future, but also her own reputation. Wouldn't that mean that her and Li Zhan's future would also be ruined? On the other hand, why did she let Li Zhan's country wife know that Li Zhan was not injured? If she knew about this, she would cling to Li Zhan and refuse to divorce. Let rumors spread in the countryside. Anyway, Li Zhan will go to Beijing to live in the future. It would be best to cut off all ties with these poor relatives and fellow villagers in his hometown, if possible. Xu Jiayuan asked again. You seem to have a close relationship with Li Zhan? Fu Qingye's face froze for a moment, then smiled. Actually, I don't know him very well. It's just that my brother and he are comrades in arms. When I went to the countryside, my brother heard that his family was here, so he asked him and his family to take care of me, so I thought of asking about the situation first. But I will try not to trouble his family. We responded to the country's call to go to the countryside as educated youth. Isn't it to experience the hard work of farmers and temper ourselves? How can you always ask for help from others? When the others heard Fu Qingye say this, they couldn't help but look at her and felt that this person was quite hypocritical. Xu Jiayuan smiled and said nothing more. His return to the city quota should arrive in the village in 1 or 2 days, and then he can return to the city. These newcomers wait for another 2 or 3 months after experiencing the spring busy season and then see if they can still say such things. The Educated Youth Point in Qingshui village was built on a flat land in the east of the village. There were 2 rows of 10-tiled houses, 2 people in 1 room. The house was also very simple, with only 2 beds, a table and 2 stools. There was no electricity, and they could only light a kerosene lamp at night. There was a black iron can on the table with a can of ash in it. It was filled with kerosene, with the wick sticking out, and it looked disgusting. The bedding was brought by the educated youth themselves, because the village was so poor that there was no money to buy them new cotton quilts. Fu Qingye was so disappointed by the terrible environment that he wanted to go home immediately. But after thinking about it, he endured it and lived in a room with a female educated youth who also came from Beijing. The village didn't hold any welcoming ceremony or anything like that. The other educated youth were curious and ran out to take a look, which was considered a welcome. As for the people in the cowshed, they didn't have the treatment of being picked up and dropped off by car. This time, 3 people came from Qingshui village, 2 of whom were transferred from other nearby communes, and Shen Wanxue was one of them. They all came here on foot with their luggage. The other one came from the city, and the county sent a bullock cart to take him to the town. Then someone watched him, and he also walked from the town. The people in the cowshed lived not far from the educated youth site. There were a few thatched houses built next to the cowshed, and there were 2 people in 1 room. After the new educated youth and the people in the cowshed were settled, the village loudspeaker notified everyone to gather at the gate of the commune to draw lots for private plots. Secretary Zhao and the village head first showed everyone the large map of the location distribution of the private plots that had been measured and selected in the past 2 days. Each plot was marked with size and number, and then the plot numbers of the same size were placed in a bamboo tube for drawing. In terms of order, the educated youth site was allowed to draw first, which was considered a little preferential treatment. Then, each household in the village drew lots once, and then the official drawing of lots was carried out. Fu Qingye tiptoed among the villagers for a long time, but did not see Li Jian and could not help but feel a little disappointed. She knew that Li Jian came back to celebrate the New Year this time, and she didn't know if it was because of what the country wife said. Humph. She deserves it. If Li Jian didn't go back to the village for the New Year, he would most likely be invited by the Fu family to stay at the Fu family for a few days, so that she could still spend a few days with him. It was all messed up by this annoying country-born daughter-in-law. The 5th day of the New Year is commonly known as Puwu, and you have to sweep the yard and so on. Xia Huanhuan was cleaning up at home, so she and Li Jian went a little late. Most of the villagers had finished drawing and went to check the land they had drawn happily. She was not nervous and drew a card casually. When she opened it, it was number 31. Coincidentally, it was a piece of land by the river next to the homestead approved by the village for her. Zhou Qiuhe saw her and came over and asked, "Where did you draw?" Xia Huanhuan showed her the card she drew. Zhou Qiuhe couldn't help frowning. "By the river? That place is not good. If there is a heavy rainstorm in the summer, it may be flooded when it floods. Why don't you talk to Secretary Zhao and let him change it? Fourth brother has been busy for several days. Secretary Zhao will definitely agree." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "No need to change. The tidal flat is good and fertile. Besides, how could it be such a coincidence that there will be a flood this year?" Zhou Qiuhe glanced at Li Jian next to him, smiled and said, "The land is fertile. However, you are afraid of the bad influence on Li Jian, so you don't want to talk to Secretary Zhao, right?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned, and then she couldn't help but blushing and said coquettishly, "Third sister-in-law, what are you talking about? Why should I be afraid of affecting him? Others think that the land is not good, but I am satisfied. I will not change it even if someone gives it to me. When the new house is built this year, the land will be next door." "How convenient." Zhou Qiuhe smiled and said, Okay.
I was wrong about this.
But you told Director Zheng about the salesperson in the supply and marketing cooperative yourself, right? Xia Huanhuan's face turned even redder. That matter was not entirely for Li Jian. Why did Zhou Qiuhe mention this matter in front of Li Jian, embarrassing others? Li Jian was confused, so he smiled and asked, "Third sister-in-law, what is a salesperson?" Xia Huanhuan said anxiously, "Don't tell me." After she said this, Li Jian became more curious and insisted that Zhou Qiuhe tell him. Zhou Qiuhe pursed her lips and smiled and said, "Director Zheng said that she had her eyes on Huanhuan at first, but Huanhuan didn't want it, so she recommended me. Finally, I was able to become the salesperson. Huanhuan said that you were a soldier, and she was afraid that if she became the soldier herself, others would say that it was because of your relationship or something, and she was afraid that it would affect you." Xia Huanhuan's face was burning, and she glanced at Li Jian. He said, "Do and think wrongly. I just don't want to do it. I'm just looking for a reasonable reason. Otherwise, I won't take the opportunity given to me by others." How offending. Li Jian felt sweet in his heart. He looked at Xia Huanhuan lovingly and said with a smile, "Yeah, I don't want to think wrongly. Whatever my wife says is true." Xia Huanhuan felt even more embarrassed after hearing this. This broken man said he didn't want to think wrongly, but it would be strange if he didn't think wrongly in his heart. The three of them walked back while talking and laughing. Since Xia Huanhuan was attacked on the road that time, she has been alert a lot. She always pays attention to the surroundings. This time, she keenly felt that someone seemed to be looking at the side. She turned back suddenly and looked around. She saw the figures of Xu Jiayuan and several educated youths in the gradually dispersing crowd. Xu Jiayuan was clearly looking at her. Xia Huanhuan sneered. It was just right to come back. She would have the opportunity to take revenge and complain. Just as she was about to turn around, Xia Huanhuan noticed that a female educated youth with 2 pigtails who was with Xu Jiayuan looked very familiar. She couldn't help but take another look. Who else could it be but Fu Qingye, whom she met in Beijing before? This White Lotus is really shameless. She chased Li Jian to his hometown? Let's see what trick she has. Fu Qingye dawdled until the end and finally waited for Li Jian to come. Seeing Xia Huanhuan beside him, she resisted the urge to step forward and say hello. Last time in Beijing, she was intimidated by Xia Huanhuan, and Li Zhan was obviously on her side. If she rashly stepped forward again this time, what if the countrywoman disregarded her face and tore her face in public and scolded her some ugly words? How would it end? Seeing that Li Zhan and the others had gone far away, Fu Qingye said to the other educated youth, "Let's go back too." Xu Jiayuan's eyes flashed coldly. Xia Huanhuan, this witch, is lucky enough not to be frozen to death. But he didn't know who rescued her, and he didn't hear any gossip about her. Did she wake up and go home by herself? Anyway, since she is alive and didn't complain to the village about being attacked, it means that she has not been exposed. Humph. He still has a few days before returning to the city. Before he leaves, he must make Xia Huanhuan, this witch, even more broken, so that his injury will not be in vain. Fortunately, he went to the hospital in time. The kick was serious, but he survived in the end. The one just now was Li Zhan, and next to him is his wife. Why didn't you go up and say hello? Xu Jiayuan smiled and looked at Fu Qingye. Fu Qingye glanced at Xu Jiayuan warily and said with a smile, "Why didn't you say it earlier? I have only seen him once or twice, and I didn't dare to recognize him." Another new female educated youth smiled and said, "The wife of Li Zhan you are talking about is so beautiful. That man can't have children and is away from home all year round. Can his wife stand the loneliness?" Everyone else laughed. Xu Jiayuan smiled maliciously. There are so many bachelors in and outside the village. Is she still afraid of loneliness? Fu Qingye glanced at Xu Jiayuan sharply and said, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin her reputation. She has only been married for a few months. How could she go out and cheat on a man?" Another educated youth took over the conversation and said with a smile, "So what? Maybe the man she cheated on was not from the village, but from the city in the county town." Fu Qingye's eyes lit up. "You are talking nonsense again. How can she, a country woman, know a man in the county town?" The educated youth smiled. "She is having a hot affair with the director of the supply and marketing cooperative in the town. She often follows the purchasing truck to the county town, so of course, she has the opportunity to know him. And she goes there so frequently, isn't it, to meet a man secretly? Years ago, one of our educated youths saw her coming out of the alley with a man in dishevel. This educated youth was bribed by Xu Jiayuan. Xia Huanhuan almost abolished him. In addition to playing with her, of course, he had to bad her reputation. What dung do you spray with your mouth? Where is it good? He was going back to the city right away, and now a good-looking came out. Isn't that destroying him? Returning to the city immediately, the number of fighting back to the city was cancelled again, so it would be lost. When he returned to the room, he saw some clothes on his bed. His face turned pale, and he guessed that Li Qiao must have taken the clothes he took off that day to wash without his permission. He was so angry that he was about to put the clothes into the box, but his face suddenly changed color. The buttons on a coat were obviously not the same as the other buttons. And this coat was the one he wore when he attacked Xia Huanhuan. After he came back, he was afraid of being recognized, so he changed his clothes and threw them on the bed casually. But did the button fall off or not? I don't remember. If it fell off when he was pulling with Xia Huanhuan, would it be discovered? Xu Jiayuan was frightened, but then forced himself to calm down. Don't be afraid. It is also possible that Li Qiao accidentally dropped it when washing. When someone holds the buttons as evidence to question him, he just needs to deny it. After returning home, Xia Huanhuan went to the inner room and took out some spinach seeds. Then she picked up and said to Li Zhan, "I'll go to our private plot. We can plant some spinach seeds in this weather." Li Zhan took and said, "You can't stay idle either. I'll go too. That plot of land is by the river, and the ice is not thick. It will be troublesome if she accidentally falls into the river." Xu Jiayuan came back, and he must be worried about his wife going out alone. Xia Huanhuan smiled and didn't stop her. The two went to the private plot. The land was originally a semi-abandoned land, and only one crop of corn was planted a year, so now there is nothing in the land except snow. Li Zhan turned the land with and Xia Huanhuan scattered the seeds in the back and covered them with soil. The snow water can provide moisture, so there is no need to water it. After planting spinach, Xia Huanhuan pointed to the wasteland next to her and said with a smile, "This is our homestead. The place is quite large. We can build a small courtyard. And it's not far from the back mountain, so it's convenient if we want to go to the mountain to pick wild mushrooms or something." Li Zhan looked at Xia Huanhuan describing their future home, with infinite tenderness in his eyes, and couldn't help but smile. "Yeah. When the house is built, I'll see if I can ask for leave and come back." Xia Huanhuan remembered something and asked, "By the way, when will your leave end this time?" Counting it all, Li Zhan has been at home for 8 or 9 days. For a soldier, this leave is not short. Li Zhan glanced at Xia Huanhuan, a little resentful. Why does his wife always want him to leave? No hurry, there's still a few days. In fact, it's only the day after tomorrow, but he certainly can't leave without dealing with Xu Jiayuan. By the way, let's take the 3 kids to the county town tomorrow. Xia Huanhuan looked at him in confusion. Go to the county town? What for? Li Zhan smiled and said, "Let's take a family photo. The photo studio should be open these days." Xia Huanhuan was stunned. This man is quite considerate. Okay. Anyway, we are free. The two talked for a while, and then got up to go back. Xia Huanhuan slipped and screamed "ah," almost falling into the river. Li Zhan quickly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back to his arms and hugged her tightly, still frightened. "Why are you so careless?" "Fortunately, I am with you." The breathing sound was right beside her ears, and she was hugged close to Li Zhan's broad chest. Xia Huanhuan felt her heartbeat speed up inexplicably, and her pretty face flushed uncontrollably. I've stood firm. You let go." Li Zhan was reluctant to let go. He quickly scanned the surroundings. This was an unobstructed area. If it was autumn, it would be fine. It was full of reeds with white fluff floating on them. It would have been an atmosphere and romance. Unfortunately, it was winter now. The ground was bare. The reeds had been cut by the villagers and to make beds. We were in the mountains recently. Although it was a bit cold outside, it was better not to run into people. Li Zhan's eyes darkened, and he whispered hoarsely into Xia Huanhuan's ear, "Huanhuan, let's go into the mountains." Xia Huanhuan was stunned. Go into the mountains? To hunt? You have to go home, get a sickle and a backpack, right? Li Zhan. Was he too obscure? Okay, let's be more straightforward. Li Zhan coughed twice, and just as he was about to speak, a loud voice suddenly came from behind him. "Oh my! Isn't this Huanhuan and your husband? Look at you two in broad daylight." Hee hee. Xia Huanhuan quickly pushed Li Zhan away and looked over with a red face. Who else could it be but Aunt Wu?
Wu.
Aunt Wu. It's not what you think. I slipped and Li Zhan pulled me. Aunt Wu looked at her with a smile and said, "Why are you still so reserved in front of Aunt? You are a young couple who can say anything. Even if Li Zhan did something, he is still a young man after all. Isn't it normal for him to hug his wife to relieve his urges?" Aunt Wu felt that she was very open-minded. Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan felt bitter, but he still greeted her with a smile. "Auntie Wu, why are you here?" Auntie Wu smiled and said, "My family's private plot is also here. We can talk while we work in the future. What did you win?" "I also said that you should plant some spinach quickly, and we can eat it in 20 days or a month." Xia Huanhuan blushed and smiled. "We also planted spinach. By the way, Auntie Wu, I still have some seeds here. Your private plot is bigger, so let's plant them together." As she said, she took the seeds to Auntie Wu. Her seeds are all new varieties that are modern and insect-resistant and cold-resistant, which are much better than the seeds cultivated in the 1970s. Auntie Wu took them gratefully and said, "Oh, how can I be so embarrassed?" Xia Huanhuan didn't let her refuse and said a few more words of gossip, and then went back with Li Zhan. Li Zhan glanced at Xia Huanhuan and made up his mind that as soon as he got home, he would lock the door and do his business without saying anything. But there was an uninvited guest in the Li family. Fu Qingye was sitting in Lulan's room with the specialties of Beijing, such as donkey yellow, walnut cake, and poria cake. Aunt, these are all specialties of Beijing. Please don't dislike them, just keep them and try them. Fu Qingye's idea was very simple. Xia Huanhuan was married to Li Zhan's family, so the one who can make the decision must be Li Zhan's mother Lulan. As long as Lulan was conquered and let her make the decision, forcing Xia Huanhuan to take the initiative to divorce, how could Li Zhan not agree? Lulan was flattered when she saw the educated youth from Beijing. Girl, you said you knew Li Zhan? Fu Qingye said embarrassedly. We've known each other for many years. I thought, Brother Li Zhan and I could. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. Brother Li Zhan is already married. After saying that, she paused deliberately, glanced at Lulan, and then quickly said, Aunt, I don't mean to blame you. It's just, something went wrong. It's just that Brother Li Zhan and I are not destined to be together. Originally, we were discussing that in the future. We would take you to Beijing to enjoy life. She had already heard about the discord between Lulan and Xia Huanhuan, so she didn't plan to waste time beating around the bush with this old countrywoman, and just used words to deceive her. Taking her to Beijing. How is that possible? That is to say, let this old woman divorce Xia Huanhuan first. When Lulan heard that she was going to be taken to Beijing to enjoy life, her eyes were wide open. Jing City. That's where the big leaders live. She dared not even think about it. According to what this educated youth said, if Li Zhan married her, could he really take her over to enjoy a peaceful life? My daughter.
You
said you wanted to take me to Jing City?
Yes.
Aunt, you have worked hard all your life. Of course I can't let you suffer in the countryside anymore. It's just, alas, it's too late. Brother Li Zhan already has a wife. Lulan said immediately, My daughter. To be honest, I regret marrying Zhaner, such a witch wife. I asked Zhaner to divorce her a long time ago, but Zhaner was bewitched by this witch and refused. Alas, if he is willing to divorce that witch, I will immediately agree to your marriage. Fu Qingye's face was a little dark. According to what this old woman said, Xia Huanhuan was married to her by her, but now she wants to divorce, but she can't make the decision? You know, this old woman is so useless. Why did she come here with snacks to establish a relationship? Her boxes of snacks were wasted. Li Zhan disagreed, probably because he didn't know Xia Huanhuan's background, right? Humph. If he knew that Xia Huanhuan was cheating on a man in the county, would he still want her? Alas. Brother Li Zhan refused to divorce her because he was a soldier. If he took the initiative to file for divorce without a legitimate reason, it would be a mistake. It would affect his future. But I just got here, and I heard some gossip about Brother Li Zhan's wife. I don't know if Brother Li Zhan knows. Lulan was cheered up when she heard it. What gossip? Tell me. Fu Qingye looked up at Lulan and said, Alas, I don't know whether I should say it. It's just, people say that Brother Li Zhan's wife goes to the county every few days. She has a lover in the county. As he was talking, Fu Qingye saw Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan coming back with hose from a distance, and his eyes were full of jealousy. When they reached the front door, Fu Qingye mustered up his courage, came out of Lulan's room, walked over and said with a smile, Brother Li Zhan, hello. Long time no see. Li Zhan had been rehearsing in his mind all the way. When he opened the door and entered the yard, he would lock the door, then directly pick up his wife horizontally, regardless of whether she resisted or not, and throw her directly onto the Kong. But when he heard Fu Qingye's voice, Li Zhan frowned. A flash of impatience flashed in his eyes, and he sighed depressedly. Okay. Today's plan is ruined again. With this Fu Qingye here, will his wife still be in a good mood? Can she still let him do whatever he wants? He must be dreaming. It's probably good enough to let him sleep on the Kong at night. Sure enough, Xia Huanhuan heard Fu Qingye's voice, turned her head, and saw that it was indeed Fu Qingye. She sneered at Li Zhan and went straight into the yard. This white lotus is so bold that she dared to block her door directly. Qingye? Why did you come here to the countryside? Li Zhan sighed and asked. Fu Qingye lowered his head, looking pitiful, and stammered. I still want to see what the place where you grew up is like. Brother Li Zhan, is this your home? Can I go in and take a look? As he said, he wanted to go into the yard. Li Jian was about to stop her, but Xia Huanhuan had already taken out a broom made of thin bamboo for sweeping the yard and started sweeping the floor without saying anything. The tip of the thin bamboo swept Fu Qingye's legs and feet, making her retreat in embarrassment.
Hey, you.
What are you doing? Fu Qingye retreated, and Xia Huanhuan came forward, still sweeping her feet hard with every sneering. Don't you have common sense? Today is the 5th day of the lunar year. Send away the god of poverty and sweep away bad luck. I'm going to sweep away all the gods of bad luck and poverty who want to enter my house. Fu Qingye's face turned pale, and she was a little embarrassed about her weak and innocent image. Xia Huanhuan. You called me the god of poverty and bad luck. Xia Huanhuan stopped sweeping the floor, leaned on the broom, tilted her head and smiled at her. Her big watery eyes looked innocent. Did I say it? Don't take it personally. It makes it seem like I really scolded you. Fu Qingye was so angry that she cursed you. You countrywoman. You are too rude. Xia Huanhuan hid behind Li Jian, grabbed Li Jian's arm with both hands, and looked at Fu Qingye with some fear. Li Jian, she scolded me.
Well,
it would be more effective if you call me hubby, but it's a pity that it's not popular in this era. Fu Qingye got even angrier. You're a countrywoman, but you have such strong hands that you almost broke her hand last time, and you just hit her feet with a broom. Why are you pretending to be weak? And you're complaining. But she can't get angry in front of Li Jian. Brother Li Jian, I didn't. I just wanted to. I wanted to come to your house as a guest. I don't know why sister-in-law is so unwelcome to me. Xia Huanhuan tilted her head slightly, looked at Fu Qingye with a smile, and said, Because you are too innocent?
Anyway.
Well, you are not welcome. As she said that, she swept twice more with the broom, scaring Fu Qingye to step back repeatedly. Then she put away the broom, turned her head to look at Li Jian, and said coquettishly, If you dare to let her in, then in the future, you don't have to enter this door anymore. After that, she turned around and went into the yard with the broom. Li Jian was so tempted by his wife's charming look of turning her head and being angry that he wanted to go in and deal with her immediately. Unfortunately, why are they making trouble one after another and never stop? Fu Qingye was almost jealous to death. No wonder Lulan said that Xia Huanhuan was a witch. What man would not take the bait when she turned her head and looked so charming? But this is just right. It is easier for Brother Li Jian to believe that she was cheating on a man in the county. Fu Qingye's eyes were full of tears, and she was sniffing and felt extremely aggrieved. Brother Li Jian. How did I offend my sister-in-law? Woo-woo. Li Jian sighed. Didn't his wife answer? Because you are too innocent. Qingye, you should go back today. Don't come over in the future. Huanhuan doesn't like you, and I certainly can't let you in. Let's leave it at that for now. After that, he didn't say anything nonsense, walked into the door without looking back, and then locked the door with a clang.
Fu Qingye.
This time she was really angry and cried. Fu Qingye walked back crying, wishing she could kill Xia Huanhuan. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such injustice. When she returned to the educated youth camp, it was almost time for dinner. The educated youth who shared the same room with Fu Qingye was eating, and Fu Qingye's stomach immediately growled. She asked, Is dinner ready? Where can I get food? The educated youth was named Wang Ling, and she looked at her like she was an idiot. Everyone in the educated youth camp cooks for themselves. If you don't have food, you can borrow some from the commune first, and then when you earn work points by doing farm work, you can deduct it. Fu Qingye's eyes widened. Cook. Cook for yourself? Isn't it a big pot meal? Wang Ling said. The big pot meal just started, and later everyone felt that it was not fair that they didn't have enough to eat, so they all cooked their own meals. Didn't you check before you came? Of course, Fu Qingye didn't check. Her goal is to make Li Jian's country wife divorce Li Jian, and then she will marry Li Jian and return to the city. It will only take a few months. Who would bother to check this? Then, do you have any leftovers from your cooking? Give me some. Fu Qingye said confidently. Wang Ling frowned. She originally thought that since she was from Beijing, they lived in the same room. Now it seemed that it was a mistake. I just did my own share. No more. Fu Qingye was very angry. How can you be so selfish? You don't even cook for me. Wang Ling was also a hot-tempered person.
She didn't care who she was.
She sneered. What? Did you give me food or money? I cook for you? How can you be so shameless? Even if you pay me, I won't be willing to serve you. Get out of here. Fu Qingye's face turned blue and white after being scolded. She didn't dare to say anything. She ran to the place where the educated youth cooked with a dusty face. She found that she had to pick up firewood by herself. Each person had a small pile with their name written next to it. Whoever dared to take it would be scolded by everyone. Fu Qingye had nothing, so he had to eat some snacks that he brought to fill his stomach. He began to regret that he was too careless. Originally, the Fu family didn't need anyone to go to the countryside. The eldest and second brothers were soldiers, and the third brother was a doctor at Union Medical College. As an adopted daughter, she had a legitimate policy and did not have to go to the countryside. She was so stupid that she applied for it. Now she is so regretful. It seems that we should make a quick decision and return to the city as soon as possible. The next day, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan, along with the 3 children, all wore new clothes. Li Zhan was wearing a military uniform, which made him look handsome and elegant. Xia Huanhuan was wearing a slanted collared floral coat. Although it was a country style, she was beautiful and looked good in anything. The family took the village ox cart to the town, and then took a bus from the town to the county town to take pictures. There was no photo studio in the town, so if they wanted to take pictures, they had to go to the county town. It was the first time for the 3 children to go to the county town, and they couldn't help but shout with joy at everything they saw along the way. The journey didn't seem long. It was almost noon when they arrived at the photo studio. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan were sitting, Li Zhan holding Xiaowu, Xia Huanhuan holding Bei Bei, and Xiaowen standing slightly in front of them. The camera was the kind of film camera covered with a black cloth that you can only see in movies. Suddenly, Xia Huanhuan's hand was grabbed by Li Zhan's big hand. With Xiaowen blocking the way in front, she couldn't take a photo, but it still made Xia Huanhuan extremely embarrassed. She struggled a few times but couldn't get away. The photographer said, "Don't move, keep smiling. Let's take a photo, 1, 2. Click. After taking the family photo, the 2 took another photo of themselves. It would take 2 weeks for the photos to be developed, and by then Li Zhan would have returned to the team. Li Zhan asked Xia Huanhuan to develop 3 photos and asked her to send him one when the time came. After leaving the photo studio, Li Zhan said with a smile, "Let's go. It's rare for us to come here. Let's go to a restaurant." Xia Huanhuan smiled and agreed. "Okay. I'll let you be extravagant for once and treat us to a meal." They chose a state-owned restaurant. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan each ordered a bowl of noodles with gravy, and the 3 kids ordered a bowl together. They also ordered a few other dishes. One was braised duck, one was stir-fried kidney, and one was candied yam. The 3 kids ate with their mouths full of oil, but they couldn't help but say, "It's delicious." But not as delicious as Mom's. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but feel happy. This little flatterer can talk. He couldn't help but scold. "Even delicious food can't stop your mouth?" Li Zhan looked at his wife and 3 little kids, and for a moment he felt that his heart was full of sweetness. After dinner, Li Zhan asked Xia Huanhuan and the 3 little kids to wait, and he would come back after doing something. Xia Huanhuan said, "If you have something to do, I and the little kids will go back first." Before she finished speaking, Li Zhan suddenly said in a cold voice, "No." Xia Huanhuan was shocked. It's not like she had never gone back by herself. Li Zhan was scared when he thought of the way Xia Huanhuan lay in the snow that night, so he turned his head and said, "Anyway, you wait. You are not allowed to leave by yourself." Then he went to do things. It was called doing things, but in fact, he went to the educated youth point to ask about the reply to the official letter from his old classmates, and went to the telegraph station to check the replies to several telegrams that had been sent out before. The next day, Li Zhan went to the county again, and before leaving, he told Xia Huanhuan not to go out alone and to stay at home. Xia Huanhuan didn't care and thought about drying some winter bamboo shoots while the weather was good. The winter bamboo shoots will be out of season in more than a month, so while they can still be dug, dry some winter bamboo shoots so that you can eat them later. The method is simple. Just boil them in salt water until soft, then cut them into slices and dry them in the sun. There were not many winter bamboo shoots at home, so Xia Huanhuan went to the mountain to dig them with a backpack. Not long after entering the mountain, she felt someone following her secretly. Xia Huanhuan could probably guess who it was. After the last sneak attack, she became much more alert. In the past 2 days, every time she was in the village, she could feel a pair of vague eyes always watching her. However, every time she went out, she was almost always with Li Zhan, and she had never been alone, so some people might not have found a chance to attack. Li Zhan didn't let her go out alone, and she probably guessed that he was afraid that she would be in danger again. However, she still planned to take revenge and complain. Last time, she was attacked and forced to inhale what was probably mandrake or some dizzy potion, which made her so passive. This time, she would never repeat the same mistake. Xia Huanhuan pretended not to notice and continued to walk deeper into the forest. In the past few months, she would go into the mountains from time to time to pick wild mushrooms, dig winter bamboo shoots, catch wild rabbits and wild pheasants with traps, and by the way, if she met the snow wolf family she met before, she would feed them some food or something, so she knew all the mountain forest paths in this area like the back of her hand. She deliberately led Xu Jiayuan to a place with dense bushes, and then suddenly cried ouch. Her legs went limp, and she pretended to fall. Xu Jiayuan, who was following behind her, was delighted and rushed forward, pretending to cover Xia Huanhuan's mouth and nose with a handkerchief soaked in medicine like last time. However, Xia Huanhuan was well prepared this time. While she was falling, she had already taken out a short knife from her boots, turned around and swung it accurately and fiercely, hitting Xu Jiayuan's outstretched arm. Immediately, a deep cut was made on Xu Jiayuan's forearm, and blood flowed out.
Ah!
You witch! You dare to sneak attack me! Xu Jiayuan roared in pain, shock, and anger. Xia Huanhuan ignored him. A sneer appeared at the corner of her lips, and her body nimbly stepped back 2 steps, and then kicked Xu Jiayuan between his legs again.
Ouch!
This time, Xu Jiayuan fell to the ground in pain, curled up like a shrimp, gasping for breath and almost unable to speak. Xia Huanhuan. Pa! Xia Huanhuan mercilessly threw a wooden board at Xu Jiayuan's face, and his face was immediately beaten into a pig's head. She tilted her head and sneered condescendingly. You have such a dirty mouth. It seems that not only do you not want men's things, but you don't even want your tongue, right? Xu Jiayuan was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. This stinky woman. Originally, he was thinking that after getting Xia Huanhuan, he would let her divorce her husband, and then take her back to the city and marry her as his wife. He didn't mind that she had been married before and had an affair with the man in the county, but she didn't follow him gratefully. But now, this woman has been ungrateful for many times. After playing with this woman, he planned to break her legs and throw her into the mountains to feed the beasts. Although he was kicked in great pain, there is no reason for a man's physical strength to lose to a woman, as long as he can get over the pain. Xia Huanhuan took the wooden board and slapped Xu Jiayuan left and right. After slapping him more than 10 times, she stopped and sneered. It was you who attacked me in the grove last time? You used drugs, such a despicable method, which was really shameless. Today is just a small lesson. Next time you dare to appear within 500 meters of me, don't blame me for being rude. After that, she turned and left. She didn't intend to cause a death. If an educated youth got into trouble, the village and the county would not be able to ignore it. By then, it was hard to guarantee that she would not be found out, and then she would be in trouble. She had just walked away a few steps when Xu Jiayuan stood up, looked at her with a gloomy face, and suddenly rushed towards Xia Huanhuan again with his belt in his hand, pretending to strangle her neck with the belt. Xia Huanhuan sensed the movement behind her and sighed faintly. Really, he didn't even have a way to live, but he was courting death. She touched the birthmark on her wrist and entered the space. Xu Jiayuan was stunned.
How?
How could it be possible? How could a living person suddenly disappear out of thin air? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you blind? Where can I find you? Xu Jiayuan turned around in horror and found that Xia Huanhuan, who was supposed to be in front of him, was suddenly behind him. Xia Huanhuan kicked her. Xu Jiayuan lost his balance and fell towards the bushes. The dense bushes covered a steep full of locust seedlings.
Ah!
Xu Jiayuan screamed and rolled directly to the bottom of the valley. His face and hands were scratched by small thorns and bleeding. Xia Huanhuan stood at the edge of the steep and looked down. Whether she lived or died depended on Xu Jiayuan's own luck. Then she entered the space again. Of course, she knew that there was a steep behind the bushes, otherwise, she would not have chosen this place. Now that she has come to this point, she can only try to minimize the traces she left at the scene and create a reasonable and sufficient alibi. When she entered the mountain, she deliberately chose a path that only she knew and did not let the villagers see her. Otherwise, Xu Jiayuan, who was so cautious, would not have followed her. Therefore, even if Xu Jiayuan returned to the village alive and identified her, there was no evidence to prove that she had been to the mountain. The next step was her alibi when Xu Jiayuan was attacked in the mountain. Xia Huanhuan teleported directly from space to home like just now in the mountains, moving from in front of Xu Jiayuan to behind him, or moving directly from the mountains to home. These operations, her space is now proficient in doing. Then she went out to visit Aunt Wu. When Li Zhan came back in the afternoon, Xia Huanhuan was already collecting the winter bamboo shoots that had been hung out to dry in the morning. Seeing Li Zhan coming back, Xia Huanhuan looked up and smiled. You're back? Have you finished your work? Li Zhan hummed, then asked. You didn't go out today? No, I was drying bamboo shoots at home in the morning, and then I went to visit Aunt Wu for a while. Xia Huanhuan felt a little guilty for some reason, but she still decided to lie. Li Zhan nodded and smiled. That's good. After dinner, there was a sudden commotion in the village. It was said that an educated youth was missing. It was not known whether he ran away secretly or what happened. All the male laborers at home in the village were gathered to search the mountain. Li Zhan asked Xia Huanhuan to stay at home with the 3 kids and not run around. He put on his clothes and went to the gate of the commune to gather. Only then did he know that the one who couldn't be found was Xu Jiayuan. Li Zhan's eyes darkened. In Xu Jiayuan's cognition, his return to the city should be available in 2 days. Why did he run away at this time?
Could it be?
The news leaked in advance?
No. Impossible.
Even the educated youth point in the county was only known to his old comrade. The town and the village knew nothing about it. Xu Jiayuan could not have heard the news. However, no matter what, he could not let this rascal escape so easily. 20 or 30 men in the village and 7 or 8 male educated youths in the educated youth point took torches or flashlights and began to search for people in the mountains. At this time, Li Zhan's advantages in reconnaissance and survival experience in guerrilla warfare in the southern jungle were revealed. He did not search with others, but followed his own pace. According to the information such as the location and time when Xu Jiayuan was last seen in the village, he soon found the secret entrance to the mountain. The sun was shining these days, the snow melted a lot, and the ground was a little muddy. He found that in addition to the man's footprints, there was another pair of women's footprints. Following the footprints all the way inside, he found the crushed bushes and the subtle sounds coming from the steep next to the bushes. And all the footprints stopped abruptly after reaching here. Li Zhan quickly went down the steep and saw Xu Jiayuan lying in the snow, dying. One of his legs was injured when he fell. Help! Help! Please! Save me! Hearing the noise, Xu Jiayuan shouted anxiously but weakly. Li Zhan snorted and walked over. Even he couldn't help but admire that this dog thing was really lucky. The bottom of this steep was surrounded by acacias and other thorny bushes, so wild animals rarely came here. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have been eaten by wild animals without leaving any residue.
But Li Zhan frowned.
Why is Xu Jiayuan's face so swollen? It's not much better than a pig's head, and there is blood coming out of his nose and mouth. It's as miserable as it can be. Li Jian squatted down and looked at Xu Jiayuan with cold eyes. Xu Jiayuan saw clearly that the person coming was none other than Li Jian. It was all Xia Huanhuan's fault that he became like this. Now that her man is here, how can he save him?
You. What do you want?
It was Xia Huanhuan who asked you to kill to silence the witnesses, right? I'm warning you. If anything happens to me, you will have to pay with your lives. Li Jian narrowed his eyes dangerously. Huanhuan? Xu Jiayuan said incoherently. It was Xia Huanhuan who pushed me down. She seduced me to the mountains and wanted to have an affair with me.
Ah.
Before he finished speaking, Li Jian stepped on his injured leg. The leg bone that was originally just a fracture broke, directly. Li Jian looked down at him from a high position, with a floating smile on the corner of his lips, and his voice was cold. What? Say it again, I didn't hear it clearly. As he spoke, he looked around and found a big rock, kicked it with his foot, and then put it on the ankle of Xu Jiayuan's other foot. Xu Jiayuan was in so much pain that he felt like he had just been pulled out of the water. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Li Jian blankly as he did these things, not knowing what he was trying to do. It was Xia Huanhuan who pushed me down. The other intact leg was also broken. Xu Jiayuan fainted from the pain. Li Jian pinched his philtrum and woke him up from his coma. Well, say it again. Xu Jiayuan reacted this time. He cried so hard that his tears and snot flowed together and said in a trembling voice, It was. I accidentally stepped on empty air and fell down. Li Jian smiled, nodded, and asked, Is there anything else you forgot to say? Xu Jiayuan was stunned and looked at Li Jian in fear. Li Jian said, Let me remind you. Then he took out a button. When Xu Jiayuan saw the button, his pupils suddenly contracted and he shook his head in horror. This is not my button. I don't have it. Li Jian sighed. It seems that you don't even want your arm anymore? Xu Jiayuan's face suddenly turned pale, and he said with a trembling mouth, I said. She also kicked me. I swear I really didn't do anything. Li Jian heard Xu Jiayuan's confession. His eyes were cold, and he sneered. Now you should know why you broke your leg? You even dare to touch my Li Jian's wife. Are you looking for death? Xu Jiayuan was already scared and shook his head desperately. I dare not. I never dare again. Please save me, don't leave me here. Li Jian tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, Well, everything else is easy to say. It's better to destroy the place that the beast can't control. As he said this, he suddenly kicked Xu Jiayuan in that part. The force was much greater than Xia Huanhuan's kick. Xu Jiayuan's eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Li Jian then got the man on his back and carried him to the foot of the mountain. A villager had already taken him and asked where he was found and what happened. Li Jian said, He probably slipped and fell down a steep. Both legs were broken. Men's private parts were also seriously injured.
Oh.
With such a serious injury, we should send him to the hospital overnight. The villagers arranged to find a bullock cart and sent Xu Jiayuan to the hospital overnight. Li Jian did not follow them, but went back home. Xia Huanhuan had already fallen asleep. When she heard him come back, she got up again and asked nervously, How is it? Did you find the person? Li Jian frowned and glanced at her, and said, Found him. Both legs were broken, and he was unconscious. He was sent to the hospital overnight.
Oh.
Xia Huanhuan responded, looking at Li Jian strangely. I always feel that he seems to be angry. Wait, I'll boil some water for you to wash before going to bed. Li Jian nodded and took off his clothes. When Xia Huanhuan boiled the water, Li Jian suddenly asked, How many bamboo shoots did you dry today? Xia Huanhuan couldn't help shaking her hands, and then she smiled. Not many. I was planning to go to the mountains to dig some more, but you didn't let me go out, right?
I thought I would go into the mountains to dig tomorrow.
Li Jian frowned and was silent for a while before he said, Well, I'll go with you to dig tomorrow. Go to sleep. It started snowing again in the second half of the night. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she got up early in the morning. The snow was heavy, and the traces of her entering the mountains yesterday should have been covered up, so she didn't have to worry about being exposed. Of course, what she didn't know was that those footprints and traces had been destroyed by Li Zhan on the way back. Xu Jiayuan didn't wake up until the afternoon. Both of his legs were broken. Even if he recovered in the future, he would probably have to use crutches. As for that aspect, this time it was completely hopeless. What was even worse was that as soon as he woke up, he was faced with arrest by the police from the county police station and the police from the city. It turned out that when Xu Jiayuan was working in the countryside in Tianjin, he seemed to have gotten a girl in the village pregnant. Later, the girl might have been so upset that she jumped into the river and committed suicide. Xu Jiayuan then changed the place where he worked in the countryside. However, there is evidence recently that the girl did not commit suicide, but might have been murdered, and the suspect was Xu Jiayuan. Xu Jiayuan could not accept this fact and fell into a state of madness, saying that it was Xia Huanhuan who pushed him down the steep yesterday and that his legs were broken by Li Zhan or something. Xu Jiayuan's words made the villagers who sent him to the hospital overnight slap him several times on the spot, and some people came forward to punch and kick him, scolding him for being ungrateful and slandering Li Zhan. "You rascal! Li Zhan's wife was visiting my house during the day yesterday, chatting with my wife. They didn't even go up the mountain, so how could they push you down?" "That's right. My wife was there too. She can prove it. And there was Li Zhan. If Li Zhan hadn't found you on the mountain in the dark, risking his life to find you, and carried you, you rascal, down the mountain, you would have been fed to the wolves long ago. And you still have the life to spew here? You slander the couple as soon as you open your mouth. What kind of beast are you?" "That's right.
Bah.
You're an educated youth. You broke your leg, it's your bad luck. Are you hating Li Zhan for not finding you and saving you earlier, and you even want to frame your savior? What a thing. If we had known earlier, our village should not have searched the mountain until midnight to look for him." Seeing that no one believed him, Xu Jiayuan was so anxious that he made a fuss and spoke incoherently.
No. Xia Huanhuan.
"She is not a human. I tell you, she was in front of me 1 second ago, and suddenly disappeared, and suddenly appeared behind me the next second. She must be a fox spirit in the mountains. After she pushed me, she cast a spell and went back to the village to chat with your wife." The villagers and the police looked at him as if he was mentally ill. I don't know which villager said, "Beat him. It's okay to frame people in our village, but he also engages in feudal superstition. This is deliberately smearing and harming our commune." It was only when the police pulled the angry villagers apart that Xu Jiayuan was not beaten to death. As for what he said, the police naturally didn't believe a word. There are so many villagers testifying. Who can be trusted and who can't be trusted? Isn't it clear at a glance? Village. Because it snowed, Li Zhan didn't let Xia Huanhuan go into the mountains. He went into the mountains with a basket and ate to dig bamboo shoots. Xia Huanhuan looked at the snow outside and said, "You don't have to go either. There's snow everywhere. It's so dangerous if you step on empty air. I'll go dig it myself when the weather clears up." Drying bamboo shoots is not a big deal. She had plenty of winter bamboo shoots in her space, so going to the mountains was just an excuse and fun, and there was no need to risk her life. Li Zhan didn't look at her and said, "My vacation is about to end. I'll dig more before I leave, so you won't have to work so hard." Xia Huanhuan frowned and looked at Li Zhan. What she said was quite reasonable, but she always felt that he was being upset and sulking. It seemed that she didn't provoke him, did she? Okay. Then you be careful. Xia Huanhuan was also a little angry and decided to ignore him. Li Zhan couldn't tell whether he was angry or what. He just wanted to be alone for a while to sort out his out-of-control and irritated emotions. What Xu Jiayuan said on the mountain didn't seem to be a lie, and the footprints into the mountain were indeed those of a man and a woman. If it was Huanhuan who really pushed Xu Jiayuan down, that means that not only did his wife lie to him, but she also confronted Xu Jiayuan alone in the mountain. Thinking of this possibility, and recalling the night when he saw Xia Huanhuan unconscious in the grove, Li Zhan couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He wanted to ask Xia Huanhuan clearly, but he didn't know how to start, so he decided to avoid her first and wait until he could control his emotions. Not long after Li Jian left the house, Lulan suddenly came over. Lulan said with a cold face and a haughty attitude, "Xia Huan, when Zhaner comes back, you will take the initiative to file for a divorce with him and go to Secretary Zhao today to complete the divorce procedures." Xia Huan was stunned for a moment and then laughed out of anger. "Is this Lulan here to make fun of you?" She didn't even pretend to be an old woman who was bullied, and she came down to tear her face apart in person. "Mother-in-law, if you took the wrong medicine, go back and take it, don't run around," Xia Huan said coldly. Lulan was about to say that she was not sick, so why should she take medicine, but suddenly realized that Xia Huan was scolding her for being sick. She was so angry that her face turned black. "Xia Huan, you little witch, stop talking in such a sarcastic tone. I'm your mother-in-law. You did such a shameless and dirty thing, and you still dare to act wild in front of me? I tell you, if you agree to divorce Zhaner today, I will save you some face and let you have the possibility of remarrying in the future. If you don't agree..."
Hee.
Xia Huan heard something behind this and asked with a cold face, "What kind of shameless and dirty thing did I do? I want to hear you talk about it today." Lulan put her hands on her hips and sneered, "Okay. You are shameless, so I won't be polite either. You have been following Director Zheng of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to the county town for a long time. I'm afraid you have found a lover in the county town. How dare you cheat on me with a man outside without telling my son?" Xia Huan narrowed her eyes dangerously and said lightly, "I'm cheating on you with a man outside? Mother-in-law, did you see it with your own eyes? Or was it you who did it behind my back, spreading rumors to ruin my reputation, just like last time?" Lulan was so angry that Xia Huan slandered her when she heard it, and she said, "Don't spit blood on me. I didn't see it with my own eyes, so of course someone else saw it with their own eyes. The educated youths in the educated youth point saw you coming out of a dark alley in the county town with a man with their own eyes, and you still dare to quibble. The educated youths in the educated youth point? I'm afraid it wasn't that Fu Qingye?" Xia Huan sneered. The educated youths in the educated youth point never interacted with the villagers. Who else could have come into contact with Lulan recently except Fu Qingye? Lulan's face turned pale. She didn't expect that Xia Huan guessed that it was Fu Qingye after just a few words. She couldn't help but feel a little panicked. She came to force Xia Huan in person. Wasn't it to make Li Jian divorce quickly, and then marry Fu Qingye and take her to Beijing to enjoy a good life? She couldn't offend Fu Qingye. "Xia Huan, you shut up. Fu Qingye is a college student from Beijing. How can she lie?
Let me tell you.
My son has always liked Fu Qingye, and he rushed back on the wedding night. Do you think he did it to consummate the marriage with you? Zhaner came back to break off the engagement with you. It's a pity that he didn't make it, so he had no choice but to acknowledge you as his wife." Xia Huan suddenly felt a pain in her heart, and she looked at Lulan in shock. On the wedding night, Li Jian rushed back in the middle of the night, but it turned out that he didn't do it to catch up with her wedding, but to break off the engagement? She was so touched at that time and felt that the man she met in the arranged marriage didn't seem so bad. It turned out she was just stupid and misunderstood. Lulan continued, "How can you, a country woman, compare with a college student in the city? And Fu Jiqing's family is a big official in Beijing. Why does Zhana want a country witch like you, but not Fu Jiqing? You'd better be smart and take the initiative to divorce Li Jian otherwise. I will tell my son about your cheating on me. By then, your reputation will be ruined, and you won't be able to get married." Xia Huan looked at Lulan's arrogant face and calmed down. Even if Li Jian really came back to break off the engagement, that was a matter between her and Li Jian. Was it the turn of this old hag to jump up and down? And she even scolded her. She suddenly took a few steps towards Lulan and said in a cold voice, "Who are you calling a witch?" Lulan was actually a little scared of Xia Huan in her heart. She stepped back with a ouch sound and accidentally tripped and was about to fall backwards. Xia Huan raised her hand as if to grab her hand and exclaimed, "Mother-in-law, be careful." But when she grabbed Lulan's hand, she suddenly pushed it hard. Lulan could have stood on her own, but she fell down with a bang and lay on the ground, ouch for a long time, unable to get up.
Xia Huan. You.
You dare to push me? Xia Huan squatted down and looked down at Lulan with cold eyes. She sneered and said in a voice that only she and Lulan could hear, "Well, I pushed it, but did anyone see it? How can you prove that it was me who pushed it?" Lulan looked at Xia Huan's appearance. Her heart was chilled. She kept backing away, shivering. I'm going to go to the commune to sue you. Sue you for beating and scolding your mother-in-law. Let's see how the commune criticizes you. Fight you. Xia Huan smiled coldly and said in a sullen voice, "Go ahead and sue. I'm also going to go to the commune to sue you for colluding with that Xu Jiayuan to fabricate bad things about me and ruin my reputation, just to force me to divorce, so that Li Zhan can marry Xu Jiayuan." Lulan got anxious when she heard this. She went to the commune to file a complaint in order to ruin Xia Huan's reputation, not to ruin Xu Jiayuan's. If Xia Huan really talked nonsense and implicated Xu Jiayuan, then wouldn't Xu Jiayuan and Li Zhan's marriage be ruined?
Don't.
I won't sue. Xia Huan smiled, and it seemed that she had touched the old woman's sore spot. She continued, "Li Zhan came back on the wedding night to cancel the engagement. Was it that Fu Qingye who told you? Otherwise, Lulan would not have said it today. She must have said it a long time ago to provoke her. Also, she must have promised that after she and Li Zhan get married, she would honor you in this and that way, so you would be so hard-working to pass on her message, right?"
Well.
Let me guess, did she promise to take you to the city to enjoy a good life in the future? Lulan widened her eyes in shock.
Xia Huan.
How did she know that? Xia Huan looked at her and knew that she had guessed right. She always thought that Lulan was relatively smart in the countryside, but she didn't expect her to be so stupid. She was deceived by just a few words.
But
it's no wonder when you think about it. Lulan could indulge Li Qiao to have an affair with Xu Jiayuan before getting married, wasn't it because Xu Jiayuan was an educated youth who had the opportunity to return to the city? She probably dreamed of living a good life in the city. Fu Qingye used the things she thought about day and night as bait, and no matter how smart a person was, he would take the bait. She looked at Lulan coldly, tilted her head and said with a smile, "Mother-in-law, get up and go home quickly. If you stay in my yard any longer, what if you accidentally fall down and break your arm or a leg? Your wife, can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River."
Lulan suốt đời.
For the first time, she felt Xia Huan was so scary. If she stayed any longer, she might really break her arms and legs. Looking at Lulan getting up in a mess and leaving in a hurry, Xia Huan couldn't help but smile. She locked the door and went to settle the score with Fu Qingye. This White Lotus. Dare to use such despicable means, don't blame her for revenge. She went out and walked towards the Educated Youth Point. The Educated Youth Point was at the edge of the village, not far from the back mountain. Not many villagers come here. Xia Huan walked to the entrance of the Educated Youth Center and inadvertently saw Li Zhan standing face to face and talking with a woman next to a bush at the foot of the mountain that was not easy to be found. Xia Huan's heart sank. She stopped and looked carefully. Who else could that woman be if not Fu Qingye? They were too far away to hear what they were saying, but Fu Qingye suddenly rushed over and hugged Li Zhan. Xia Huan's eyes turned cold. But Li Zhan quickly pushed Fu Qingye to the ground and then walked towards the mountain without looking back. Xia Huan did not step forward, but stood there quietly waiting. After a while, Fu Qingye came over with red eyes. Seeing Xia Huan standing at the entrance of the village, she was stunned for a moment, but still walked over with a forced smile and greeted, "Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here? Are you looking for someone?" As long as Li Zhan doesn't divorce Xia Huan, she can't fall out with Xia Huan. Instead, she has to pretend to be a loving sister otherwise. She will definitely give people a chance to talk about her in the future. Xia Huan sneered twice, suddenly raised her hand, and slapped her twice quickly and fiercely. Fu Qingye was stunned, covering her face that was immediately swollen like 5 fingers, with shock and anger flashing in her eyes, looking at Xia Huan. "Xia Huan,
Woo. Sister-in-law.
What right do you have to hit people? Xia Huanhuan said coldly. Don't call me sister-in-law all the time. I don't know you well. Keep pretending. If you dare to make up bad things about me and throw dirty water on me in front of my mother-in-law, I will hit you. Fu Qingye was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be stupid. Sister-in-law. I don't understand what you were saying. What are you saying? They were standing at the door of the Educated Youth Center. It was winter, and most of the educated youth were in the house. At this time, many people had come out of the house to watch the fun. Because Xia Huanhuan was so beautiful, she was also very famous in the eyes of these arrogant educated youth. As for Fu Qingye, she would be famous after today. Xia Huanhuan tilted her head and smiled. Well, don't understand? Then let me remind you, you gossiped in front of my mother-in-law, saying that I went to the county town to steal men. Did you say that? Fu Qingye was stunned. Don't country women value their reputation more than their lives? When they're gossiped about, they hide it and refuse to come out to explain, so they suffer in silence. Why didn't Xia Huanhuan play by the rules? She actually said it openly in front of so many people. Does she not want a reputation anymore?
Sister-in-law. No, I didn't. Xia Huanhuan es needed, no?
Do you dare to go to the commune with my mother-in-law and confront them in front of the secretary and everyone else? Anyway, my mother-in-law said that the dirty words must have come from your educated youth camp. If it wasn't you, then it must be other educated youth. I must find out today who made up the story about me. I want to see how you educated youths from the city can make progress in your thinking and be qualified to return to the city after you slander a country girl like me. When the qualification to return to the city was mentioned, all the educated youths were not happy. If this matter really got to the commune and caused them to lose the qualification to return to the city, everyone would hate Fu Qingye to death. Even if they didn't lose it, if a dignified educated youth made up dirty words about a young woman and spread them out, wouldn't all the educated youths in their educated youth camps be embarrassed? Wang Ling, who shared a room with Fu Qingye, immediately said, Fu Qingye, I saw you with my own eyes heading towards the village with a few boxes of snacks. Do you still dare to say it wasn't you? That's right. On the way back on the 5th day of the Chinese New Year, Xu Jiayuan talked about this topic with another educated youth. She asked very carefully, It must be her. Yes. On the way here, she kept asking about the wife's husband, Li Zhan. She must have fallen for the husband. So she went to the mother-in-law to discredit him and wanted to get promoted herself. How shameless. Several female educated youth rushed to Fu Qingye and said sternly, Fu Qingye, you should take responsibility for your own actions and admit it. Don't implicate us. Fu Qingye saw that he had suddenly become the target of all the educated youth. He couldn't help but panic in his heart. He knew that if he didn't admit it, he would definitely be isolated and targeted in the future. He had to pretend to be weak, pitiful and aggrieved and cried, I also heard it from others.
I.
Hear it from others? How dare you spread what you heard from others? You are shameless, but the other educated youths still have dignity.
Bah.
You even went to school. What despicable things you did. An educated youth asked. Xu Jiayuan and another educated youth said this on the road. Who was it? Stand up yourself. A rat spoils the whole pot. If it gets out, all the educated youth in our educated youth point will be blamed. I know, it's him. A male educated youth was pushed out. The educated youth was about to cry, I also heard it from Xu Jiayuan. He said he saw it with his own eyes, but he couldn't tell anyone, so he gave me 3 yuan and asked me to say I saw it with my own eyes. All the educated youth looked at the male educated youth with disdain, and some of them even spat at him. At this time, the captain of the educated youth point said, Xu Jiayuan saw it with his own eyes? You probably don't know yet? Xu Jiayuan has been arrested by the public security forces in the county and Jincheng. I heard that the crime he committed in Jincheng was exposed. Can you believe what such a person says?
But
why did Xu Jiayuan make up these rumors? It's because of that Li Qiao who keeps pestering him, and he can't get rid of her, so he holds a grudge against her. I heard him talking about Xia Huanhuan several times. I guess he has evil intentions and wants to separate the couple so that he can take advantage of the situation. The captain of the Educated Youth Point said coldly, "Okay, everyone stop arguing. If anyone dares to gossip about this matter again, don't blame me for reporting to the higher authorities and saying that the person's thinking is not up to standard." After that, the captain looked at Xia Huanhuan and discussed, "Comrade Xia, we educated youth are wrong in this matter. We will actively carry out self-criticism and mutual criticism in the future and seriously help educate backward elements."
Can you
not make a fuss to the commune secretary? Xia Huanhuan saw that Fu Qingye was already famous in the Educated Youth Point and would not have an easy life in the future. The source of the rumor that she had cheated on men in the county had also been found out, and it should not spread anymore. So she nodded and said, "Since you said so, Captain, I will not pursue it this time." "Thank you, Captain." After saying that, Xia Huanhuan glanced at Fu Qingye coldly and went home. On the way, she thought of what the Educated Youth Captain said. Xu Jiayuan was arrested? How could it be such a coincidence? It happened just now, and the matter in Tianjin City was exposed? But this is the best. No one will bother to investigate the matter of Xu Jiayuan falling down and breaking his leg. The dried bamboo shoots that were dried yesterday were not dried thoroughly, and she didn't know when the weather would clear up again. She was afraid that they would get moldy if left for too long, so Xia Huanhuan took the bamboo shoots to the side of the stove to dry. Because she was absent-minded, her hands were scalded several times and blisters appeared. Xia Huanhuan didn't know why she felt a little powerless. She didn't even want to cool the scalded area with water and just let her fingers feel the burning pain. As if this could share the pain in another place. At noon, Xia Huanhuan didn't have the heart to cook, so she took the hot big meat buns from the space directly, boiled sweet potato millet porridge and fried cabbage and pork slices to deal with it. The three little guys kept talking to her while eating, talking about the snowball fight with friends in the village. Xiaowen, Xiaowu and other boys were playing snowball fights, but they accidentally broke the snowman built by Beibei, Huanhuan, Yingying and other girls, which made Beibei cry. Xiaowen called on the boys to build a snowman for them, but it was rejected because it was too ugly. Xia Huanhuan also listened with little interest. After lunch, the three kids followed the rules that Xia Huanhuan had set for them before, sat at the table obediently, took out textbooks, paper, and pens, and learned to write obediently. Xia Huanhuan thought about it and wanted to tell Li Zhan something when he came back. It was inconvenient for the three kids to be at home, so she called Xiaowen. "Xiaowen, you don't have to write this afternoon. Take your brothers and sisters out to play." The three little brats were originally in Chao's camp, but their hearts were with Han, so of course they almost jumped for joy when they heard it. Xiao Wu was the most heartless and ran out first. Xiao Wen, however, was very sensible. As if she could see that Xia Huanhuan was in a bad mood, she asked worriedly, "Mom, did someone make you angry? Tell me, I will avenge you." Xia Huanhuan listened to the heartwarming words of the children and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. "It was your fourth uncle who made you angry. You can't beat him even if you tell him." She touched Xiaowen's head gently and smiled. "Mom is fine, just a little sleepy. I want to take a nap in the afternoon. You guys go out and play, and take good care of your younger brothers and sisters." Xiaowen took another look before going out to have fun. Xia Huanhuan put the food reserved for Li Zhan in the pot to warm it, and continued to bake bamboo shoots absent-mindedly. After an unknown amount of time, Li Zhan's voice suddenly came from outside. "I'm back." Li Zhan put down the backpack and walked in, saying with a smile, "We have a great harvest today. Not only did we dig a full basket of winter bamboo shoots, but we also caught a stupid roe deer. You can make it into bacon when the time comes. It will be delicious for a long time." Xia Huanhuan was startled and accidentally got scalded again. Her hand jumped back, as if it had been electrocuted. As a result, the plate of roasted bamboo shoots tilted and fell to the ground with a clang. Li Zhan heard the sound and rushed over. He didn't care about the bamboo shoots and the stove. He grabbed Xia Huanhuan's hand and asked distressfully, "What's wrong? Are you scalded? Why are you so careless?" At a glance, she saw that her hand, which was originally white and slender like a jade onion, was scalded with several blisters of various sizes, and she couldn't help but gasp. Seeing that Li Jian was so nervous about her, Xia Huanhuan felt even angrier and more painful. She wanted to pull her hand back angrily. Let go. It's okay. What do you mean it's okay? It's all scalded and blistered. Li Jian frowned and scolded coldly, while pulling her out of the door in a domineering manner and using the snow in the yard to ice her. Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she wanted to hit him, but she was no match for him, so she could only be forcibly pulled outside with both hands, gritting her teeth and sulking. After using snow to cool her for a while, Li Jian pulled Xia Huanhuan back into the house to sit on the kong, got up, and went to the small basket where Xia Huanhuan put her needle and thread items, took a needle, and burned the tip on the stove for disinfection. Xia Huanhuan had a bad premonition in her heart and subconsciously put her hands behind her back. She didn't care about being angry with Li Jian and looked up at him in horror. What are you doing? Li Jian held the needle, with a serious face. Of course, it's to pick out the blisters. If you don't pick out the big blisters, it will be so bad. Xia Huanhuan shook her head desperately. I won't. It won't be so bad if it's not good. It will be better in a few days. Just thinking about the red-hot needle tip about to pierce her hand, Xia Huanhuan felt the pain in advance. She now began to think that she didn't feel any pain when she was scalded before, and even gave up on herself and allowed herself to be burned more. She was simply the biggest fool in the world. She was not the one who made the mistake. Why should she torture herself for a dog man? Li Jian sighed and said, It's okay not to pick it open, but you have to bandage it, and you are not allowed to do anything else before it heals. Xia Huanhuan protested. Aren't it just a few blisters? Why are you so serious? And you're bandaging it? There are no bandages or gauze at home. Before she finished speaking, she saw Li Jian had already taken out the bandages she had roughly prepared for home use. In terms of detective ability, I'm afraid no one can compare to Li Jian. Xia Huanhuan was very bad-tempered. She couldn't help but be thankful that she had space. Otherwise, if she wanted to hide something, I'm afraid that this dog man would find it in minutes. But I guess he won't have a chance in the future. Don't make a fuss. If I bandage my hands with bandages, what will you do with all the winter bamboo shoots you dug? They will go bad if they are not made into dried bamboo shoots. Xia Huanhuan made an excuse. Li Jian was very firm. Then pick the bubbles. You don't have to worry about the bamboo shoots. Even if your hands can move, you won't be allowed to touch them. I'll dry them. Xia Huanhuan. Li Jian looked at her. Pick the bubbles or bandage them, it's your choice. Xia Huanhuan thought about her future plan, gritted her teeth, and said, Then pick the bubbles. Xia Huanhuan closed her eyes throughout the whole process and turned her head far away, not daring to look. She was afraid of injections, infusions, and blood draws before she traveled through time, and now picking blisters is a completely different matter. Fortunately, Li Jian chose a few larger ones and pricked them to let the liquid inside flow out, and then disinfected them with alcohol. The pain made Xia Huanhuan cry. After cleaning the blisters, Li Jian picked up the bandage. Xia Huanhuan's eyes widened. You cheating. You agreed not to bandage the blisters. Li Jian rolled his eyes at her. Are you stupid? Broken blisters are more susceptible to infection than unbroken blisters, so of course they have to be bandaged. Xia Huanhuan. Li Jian held back his laughter. Somehow he suddenly found that it seemed fun to bully his little wife a little. I'll only bandage the places where the blisters are pricked and not bandage other places. It will definitely not affect your daily use of things. Xia Huanhuan's resistance was ineffective. She was still suppressed, and her injuries were with abrupt bandages. It was indeed not fully wrapped, but several of her fingers were wrapped so tightly that they could not bend, which was no different from a full wrap. It didn't affect her movements, it was simply... Li Jian met Xia Huanhuan's murderous gaze coldly and said, See if you dare to be careless in the future. Xia Huanhuan took a deep breath and didn't bother with him for the time being. Are you hungry? There's food in the pot. Go heat it up and eat it yourself. Only after eating a full meal can they talk calmly. Li Jian smiled. My wife still loves me. Then he turned around and went to the kitchen to heat up the food. Xia Huanhuan looked at his back, and for some reason, the desolate feeling in her heart when she was waiting for him to come back just now came back.
Wife. Soon it won't be.
Today's meat buns are especially delicious. The filling is yellow, not like meat, but tastes better than meat. Huanhuan, what's the filling of today's meat buns? He couldn't help asking. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then felt a little guilty. She forgot that the one she took out today was crab roe, and the three little guys probably couldn't tell the difference, and they wouldn't care about the filling as long as it tasted good. Li Zhan would definitely be able to tell that it's not an ordinary meat filling.
Oh, it is.
It's tofu and fish filling, the fish you caught with the kids in the river last time. The fish meat is not yellow either. It should be fish eggs mixed in.
Oh.
It's quite delicious. Li Zhan concluded, ending the topic. After lunch, Li Zhan went to wash the dishes, then returned to the room and asked, "Where are the three brats? Aren't they supposed to ride at home in the afternoon?" Xia Huanhuan looked at Li Zhan, then took a deep breath and said, "Li Zhan, I have something to tell you." Li Zhan's brows wrinkled slightly. He felt that Xia Huanhuan was in a bad mood since he came back and seemed a little listless. Now he is still so serious. What does he want to say to her? Is she going to confess to him that she actually lied to him yesterday? She did not stay at home all the time, but went into the mountains, and it was indeed she who pushed Xu Jiayuan down the mountain? Li Zhan had been digging bamboo shoots in the mountains for a whole morning and had figured it out. Regardless of whether Xia Huanhuan lied to him or not, and whether she ignored her own safety and dealt with Xu Jiayuan alone, as long as she didn't say it, he planned to pretend not to know. If she wanted to confess, he wouldn't blame her. It was just that he didn't give her enough sense of security. Otherwise, why would she go to Xu Jiayuan to seek revenge on her own? Xia Huanhuan looked at Li Zhan and said seriously, "Li Zhan, let's get a divorce." Li Zhan stared at Xia Huanhuan in astonishment and was stunned. He also thought that if she would confess and be treated leniently, he would be more generous, look at her gently, and tell her he already knew everything. Forget it this time, but don't lie to him again. Don't put yourself in danger again. He will protect her from now on. As a result, let alone confessing, she was planning to turn the table and stop living with him. He originally thought that Xu Jiayuan was deliberately throwing mud at him and didn't take it seriously.
But now,
I can't help but feel a little doubtful.
Could it be that
Huanhuan really fell in love with another man while he was not at home? Otherwise, why would she suddenly want to divorce him for no reason? Thinking of this possibility, Li Zhan felt very unhappy. He was so jealous that he wanted to catch Xia Huanhuan, the heartless girl, and interrogate her immediately. Xia Huanhuan thought he was embarrassed to agree immediately, so she said, "You don't have to worry. I was the one who asked for a divorce, not you. Just agree to it. It won't affect your future." Of course, she filed for divorce not to help Lulan and Fu Qingye achieve their goals. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taught Lulan a lesson and exposed Fu Qingye in public. She made this decision after careful and objective consideration. Although the soul in this body has now become her, in the eyes of people of this era, she is still an illiterate arranged wife from the countryside. Although Li Zhan also came from a rural background, he is now a young officer with a military rank in the army. Moreover, the last time she went to Beijing to visit a patient, the Fu family, who obviously had a strong background and was very powerful, obviously also valued Li Zhan very much. In time, Li Zhan's future will be limitless. Why would a man like this be willing to acknowledge and accept an arranged marriage arranged for him by his ignorant mother from the countryside? Li Zhan rushed back on the wedding night in order to break off the engagement. Although it was very hurtful if you judge from an outsider's perspective, it was human nature and completely reasonable. Unfortunately, he returned too late, and the arranged bride had already married. Considering her clean reputation, the man did not deny her relationship with him. Instead, he formally registered his marriage with her in front of the commune secretary and obtained a marriage certificate. Such responsibility is truly commendable. Would be fine if she didn't know the truth, but now that she knows it, can she still cling to me and beg me to let go? Moreover, Although Lulan is a worthless person, what she said before actually makes sense. Her apparent identity was just that of a countrywoman. Although she had a portable space and billions of supplies, these were things she could not bring to the table and talk about, and she even had to hide them from Li Jian. In other words, her status and position, apart from not being a burden to Li Jian in terms of her background, may not be of any benefit to his future. On the contrary, if Li Jian had married Fu Qingye, well, no, Fu Qingye is not a good person, so he cannot be married. If he had married a wife with a good background and a good family background in Beijing, then his life would be much smoother and more complete. To put it more bluntly, in the eyes of outsiders, she, a country girl arranged to marry, is the flaw in Li Jian's perfect life. In Li Jian's eyes, I'm afraid it's about the same. After all, Li Jian had no intention of marrying her from the beginning, but he treated her so well later, probably just out of his responsibility as a husband. She should not get the wrong idea. She is too self-deprecating and deserves sympathy. Before you get deeper into trouble, get a divorce and let both of you go your separate ways. From then on, he went to marry his beautiful, wealthy girl from Beijing. She sold supplies to buy a courtyard house and went to college. She became the richest woman, reached the peak of her life, and was beautiful alone. That's good too. Let's not waste our time. Li Zhen. As long as he agrees, it's fine. When did he say he wanted a divorce? He dotes on her and protects her so much. How could he behave like he wants a divorce? Also, it won't affect his future? He speaks so righteously. Is he trying to cover up for the man in that county? After all, anyone who dares to destroy a military marriage will go to jail. Humph. What kind of man is this? He can make her so desperate. He even dares to divorce her military marriage.
Why?
Li Jian asked in a cold voice, suppressing the anger in his heart. Xia Huanhuan was stunned. Why was he asking for the reason? Shouldn't he have happily agreed, and then burst into tears of gratitude that she had taken the initiative to end the arranged marriage and set him free? There's no reason. I just don't want to drag you down anymore. Really? You don't have to worry. I'll tell everyone in the future that I was the one who filed for divorce, and I'll never let you take the blame. In the future, you can still marry a city girl. Well, having said that, I still want to remind you that you can marry anyone, but don't marry Fu Qingye. She's not a good person, and is not worthy of you. Li Jian was so angry that he almost laughed. It seems like you have been considering divorcing him for a long time. Even whether he should marry someone from the city or the countryside when he remarries, and who he should marry and who he should not marry, has been decided for him. What about you? After divorcing me, are you planning to marry again? Who are you going to marry? Li Jian asked with a hint of gritted teeth, a dangerous storm brewing in his clear and dark eyes. Xia Huanhuan was stunned by the question and didn't notice Li Jian's tone for a moment. Marry again? Her mind was a mess, and she kept thinking about Li Jian's position, who Li Jian should marry after the divorce, and about herself. It seemed like she had not had time to think about anything. I think she will get married again when she meets a man she likes in the future. If she doesn't meet him, then it's no big deal for her to live on her own. However, Li Jian probably asked this because he was worried that as a divorced woman, her life would be difficult in the future, right? Xia Huanhuan nodded and promised solemnly, "Of course, I will marry again. You don't have to feel guilty." Before she finished her words, Xia Huanhuan suddenly realized that Li Jian had come very close to her without her knowing. He raised one arm, and with a snap, he pressed it heavily against the wall, trapping her between him and the wall. Well, aren't we talking about divorce?
Why?
Does she seem angry again? She is so noble and upright that she sacrifices herself to help him. Isn't that wrong? Li Jian looked down at her, his beautiful phoenix eyes full of jealousy. Will you marry again? You're in such a hurry to divorce me. Maybe you already have someone chosen? Is it the man from that county town? Xia Huanhuan suddenly widened her eyes and looked at him. A man from the county town? That rumor reached his ears? She remembered that when she went to the educated youth camp to settle accounts with Fu Qingye, she saw Fu Qingye throwing himself into his arms. Haha. Did Fu Qingye tell you? Or did your mother tell you? Do you believe what they said? Xia Huanhuan looked at him straight and asked. Her tone was cold and broken. She was extremely angry. When Li Zhan saw Xia Huanhuan's hurt expression, he suddenly came to his senses and realized how hurtful the words he had just said were. Who the Hades is Xu Jiayuan? Isn't everything he says just? He was so jealous that his blood boiled and he lost his mind. He actually started to doubt and said such nonsense without thinking. Trickle. Get lost. I just have a man in the county town, so what? Get lost, I'll go and marry him right away. Also, if you want to marry Fu Qingye, just go ahead and marry her. You're still hugging and kissing her, and it's hard to explain. How dare you doubt me? Li Zhan, you rascal. Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she didn't care about her burned and bandaged hands and pushed Li Zhan's chest, punching and kicking him. Li Zhan hurriedly grabbed Xia Huanhuan's wrists and pulled her into the air to prevent her hands from touching anything. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about her feet, which were kicked several times and made her grimace in pain. He didn't care and said anxiously, "Wife, it hurts. Your hand is still injured. Soon the other blisters will burst too. Don't you feel pain? It's all my fault. I'm a rascal. I speak without thinking. Who told you to divorce me right away? Am I not anxious?" Xia Huanhuan couldn't break free, but was held tightly in his arms. She became even angrier. Humph. What a joke. I want to divorce you. Why are you so anxious? You should be happy. You finally got what you wanted. Li Zhan no longer had any temper.
This.
She kept saying that she wanted to divorce him and that he should remarry. Well, not Fu Qingye, and she wanted to remarry, so how come in the end, it seemed like everything was his fault? Why should I be happy? Is it me who wants a divorce?
Li Zhan said unhappily.
Xia Huanhuan looked at him and sneered. Ha! You dare to say that you came back on your wedding night not to cancel the engagement? You are pretending to be so high and mighty.
Li Zhan.
This is the crux of today's incident. Li Zhan thought about it and decided to talk about the matter openly. He looked at Xia Huanhuan and said seriously, "Huanhuan, I don't deny that I rushed back that day to stop you from marrying me. You are right, I don't want to marry a wife I have never even met. But now I, Li Zhan, have already decided that you, Xia Huanhuan, are my wife. Unless I die, don't even think about me agreeing to a divorce." Xia Huanhuan was stunned, and then her face started to burn. She couldn't help but look away. If you do and agree, then don't agree.
What are you talking about, Death?
How unlucky. Seeing her like this, Li Zhan knew that she would not mention divorce again, and he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Finally got it back. Xia Huanhuan was also a little dazed. After all this fuss, it just ended up like this. It seems quite embarrassing. No, I have to say something to get back my face. Otherwise, Li Zhan will laugh at me to death in the future. By the way, you haven't explained yet why you were hugging Fu Qingye? Doesn't she know that you are married? You should talk less to her in the future. Xia Huanhuan said angrily. If she hadn't seen Li Zhan push Fu Qingye away immediately, she wouldn't have forgiven him so easily.
Li Zhan said seriously, "Yes.
Don't worry, I have made it clear to her. I will not have any contact with her anymore." She couldn't help but purse her lips and smiled. Are you jealous? Xia Huanhuan's face immediately turned red to her ears, and she said stubbornly, Who is jealous?
Right.
That's right. It's almost time to prepare dinner. The kids should be back soon. Having said that, he walked around Li Zhan and headed towards the door. Li Zhan, however, took a step ahead, blocked the door, and bolted it in the blink of an eye.
Wife.
Li Zhan looked at Xia Huanhuan with burning eyes, his voice low and hoarse. Wife. Xia Huanhuan looked at him strangely and said with a smile, Why are you locking the door in broad daylight? Get out of the way. What if the kids come back and can't get in? As he said, he pushed Li Zhan aside and was about to open the door. Li Zhan was a little depressed. His wife was usually so smart. Why was she so slow in this aspect? He suddenly picked up Xia Huanhuan and threw her on the Kong without saying anything.
Ah!
Xia Huanhuan exclaimed, You. What are you doing? Li Zhan didn't wait for her to get up. He had already gone up, grabbed her two slender wrists and pressed them to her head and struggled with the buttons on her clothes. He leaned over and whispered in her ear with a smile, "We're husband and wife. What do you think?" Xia Huanhuan reacted and forgot to struggle. She asked in astonishment, "But you're not." Li Zhan had already taken off her cotton coat. While continuing to deal with the inner shirt and belly band, he asked absent-mindedly without raising his head, "Not what?"
Not just
That? Xia Huanhuan didn't know why she couldn't say it. The village had spread like that. How could he have never heard of it? Li Zhan's interest was also piqued. He stopped and looked up at Xia Huanhuan. "What is that? Explain it clearly. Why are you playing dumb?" Xia Huanhuan was angry. She was embarrassed to say it. Wasn't it because she was afraid of hurting his self-esteem as a man? He dared to yell at her? That means you can't do that with your wife if you're injured. You can't have children. Xia Huanhuan said unhappily. Li Zhen. Xia Huanhuan saw that Li Zhan didn't say anything, thinking that his self-esteem was really hurt, and couldn't help but regret why she said it so bluntly just now. Don't be too sad. When medical technology is advanced in the future, maybe it can be cured. As he said, he didn't forget to pat Li Zhan's chest to comfort him. Li Zhen. So his wife, this has never doubted at all? Always treated him as a disabled person? Seeing that he still didn't speak, Xia Huanhuan felt a little panicked and carefully moved from under Li Zhan to the Kong, while continuing to comfort. You. Don't be too shocked. This is not a secret of yours, the whole village. No, the whole commune knows it, and everyone hasn't discriminated against you, right? I won't discriminate against you either. Well, I'll make you 2 bowls of chicken soup to drink in the evening to nourish you. Li Zhen. Li Zhan looked at Xia Huanhuan with gnashing teeth. Is this how his wife comforts people? Everyone in the commune knows? We won't discriminate against you? And drink a bowl of chicken soup to replenish your body? If he really does that, can chicken soup alone replenish his body? When Xia Huanhuan slipped to the Kong, Li Zhan easily pulled her back, pulled off her belly band, leaned over and bit her as if punishing her. He grabbed her earlobe, showed his sharp white teeth and smiled. Your man can't do it. That thing? I'll let you see if your man can do it. The days are short in winter. It was dark at around 5 in the afternoon. Xiaowen and Xiao finally ended their afternoon snowball fight with Secretary Zhao's grandsons Chaoyang and Qiming, and Beibei also went home hand in hand with Huanhuan and Yingying. When they arrived at the door, the 3 little guys found that the door was not locked, but they couldn't push it open. Brother, is Mom not at home? Beibei looked up and asked Xiaowen. You are stupid. The door was locked from the inside and can't be pushed open. If Mom is not at home, who is at home? Xiao corrected his sister with his hands on his hips. Beibei pouted unconvinced. Xiaowen knocked on Xiao's head and said like a little adult, Xiao, don't bully your sister. Mom should be sleeping in the house. Let's not make noise and sit at the door and wait for a while. So the 3 little kids sat in a row on the steps in front of the door, very neat and well-behaved. Inside the house, Xia Huanhuan kicked Li Zhan angrily and said in a low voice, That's enough. The children are back. They will get cold if they sit outside again. Li Zhan couldn't help but tsk and whispered in her ear, It's okay to let them freeze for a while. Let me do it again. He has been around his wife these days, but he can only watch but not eat. Isn't it all because of these 3 little rascals? It's not easy to get what he wanted. 1 or 2 times is not enough. It's not unfair to let them freeze for a while longer. Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan. Are you really my 4th uncle? Are you a vicious stepfather? Get out of here quickly, or I'll beat him up. Li Zhan sighed resentfully, and just as he was about to get up, Zhou Qiuhe's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Xiaowen, Xiao, Beibei? Why are you sitting at the door and not going in? It's so cold outside. Sure. The 3 little guys all raised their index fingers to their mouths, signaling Zhou Qiuhe to lower their voices. Xiaowen whispered, Mom is sleeping in the room. Aunt San, please keep your voice down. Beibei also lowered his voice and said in a baby voice, Don't wake up, Mom. Zhou Qiuhe was stunned, and then couldn't help laughing. You're quite filial, huh? But sleeping with the door locked in broad daylight? I always feel something is wrong. Where is your fourth uncle? Fourth uncle went up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. Inside the house, Li Zhan sighed resentfully and was about to get up, but was suddenly held tightly by Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhan blinked and looked at her, laughing softly. Aren't you going to get up? Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she wanted to kick him again. Just now, there were only 3 brats outside, and she could have made excuses. Now Zhou Qiuhe is outside. She and Li Zhan closed the door in broad daylight and went out together. Wouldn't Zhou Qiuhe laugh at her again? This rascal is probably doing it on purpose, right? Li Zhan smiled triumphantly again, leaned over and bit her lips and whispered, "This is what you promised." Xia Huanhuan was depressed. What did she promise?
Sure.
Keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid that people outside will hear it? Xia Huanhuan. This rascal. Zhou Qiuhe heard the movement in the house and looked at the closed door suspiciously. Then she said to the 3 kids, "You should go to Aunt San's house with me first. It's so cold outside. Look at your little faces that are all red from the cold." Then she took the 3 kids home. Li Zhan boiled some water for Xia Huanhuan to clean up. Xia Huanhuan was very puzzled. How did the rumor about Li Zhan's incompetence spread? Li Zhan glanced at her and said, "You are so stupid. You didn't doubt the rumor you heard from others? Do I look like I have suffered that kind of injury? He looks like a man among men in every way." Xia Huanhuan glanced at him and blushed. "Who said I didn't doubt it? But I'm a living person lying next to you, and you didn't react at all. How can I not believe it?"
Li Zhan.
But he was a little happy. "So you've actually been looking forward to me. If I'd known earlier, I would have been a little more domineering a few days earlier." Xia Huanhuan's face was red and almost bleeding. She raised her hand to hit him and said unhappily, Who's been looking forward to it? Don't be so conceited." Li Zhan grabbed her hand and smiled. Okay. You haven't been looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to it." When Li Zhan went to Zhou Qiuhe's house to pick up the 3 kids, they had already eaten. Zhou Qiuhe asked with concern, "Is Huanhuan okay? I heard from the kids that they have been sleeping for the whole afternoon." Li Zhan smiled and said, "Well, it's okay, just a little tired, just rest more." Zhou Qiuhe heard that and became more worried. "Is it really okay? How about I go and see?" Li Zhan quickly stopped him and said, "It's really okay. Sister-in-law, if you go to see her, she will be embarrassed." Zhou Qiuhe was stunned for a moment. She just went to see her. Why should she be embarrassed? But she didn't go in the end. When the 3 kids got home, they immediately ran to the Kong and stood in a row, 3 pairs of worried eyes staring at Xia Huanhuan. "Mom, your face is so red. Are you sick?" Xia Huanhuan glared at Li Zhan and sat up despite the pain in her waist and back and said with a smile, "Mom is fine. Have you eaten? What did you eat?"
Yes.
"I had dumplings stuffed with vermicelli and pork at Aunt San's house." Xia Huanhuan nodded after hearing this. It seems that the food in Zhou Qiuhe's house has also improved. After a while, Li Zhan came in with hot chicken soup and said with a smile, "Come and drink chicken soup to replenish your body. The wild pheasant with tender meat, wolfberry, wild mushrooms and newly dug winter bamboo shoots, and a little salt sprinkled on it is very delicious." Xia Huanhuan. Why did she want to throw the bowl at this rascal so much? Li Zhan stopped when he saw that it was going well and smiled. "It's hot. Let it cool down before drinking." He then served a bowl to the 3 kids and himself and asked them to wash and go to bed after they finished drinking, and then he went to bed. This time he was not as restrained as before and directly and domineeringly took her into his arms. Xia Huanhuan struggled, but failed to break free, so she couldn't help but whispered, "Let go, they will see us." Li Zhan, however, domineeringly hugged her tighter, resting his chin on her neck, and his warm breath blew against her ears. She couldn't help but struggle again. "Don't move," Li Zhan said in a hoarse voice. Xia Huanhuan was a little angry. Why should she listen to him? Then she suddenly realized something and didn't dare to move. The next morning, Li Zhan got up early. He first did some physical training like one-handed push-ups and pull-ups by climbing a branch of a tree in the yard according to the habits he had developed over the years in the army. Then, he went to make breakfast. He made cornmeal and sweet potato porridge. The sweet potatoes were sweet, fragrant, and sticky white-hearted sweet potatoes. He heated up a few cabbage, vermicelli, and meat buns that Xia Huanhuan had steamed 2 days ago. He soaked some dried radish in warm water, mixed it with sesame oil, and made a pickled vegetable dish to go with rice. He heated up the leftover chicken soup from last night, and breakfast was ready. Li Zhan went into the house to take a look. Seeing that Xia Huanhuan hadn't woken up yet, he walked lightly. The 3 little ones woke up early, rubbing their eyes sleepily. Just as they were about to call Mom, Li Zhan covered her mouth. Li Zhan motioned them not to make noise and dressed them gently, carried them out of bed one by one, and asked them to have breakfast first. Xia Huanhuan had been tossed around a lot from yesterday afternoon to evening, so she slept a little more deeply. She vaguely heard the movement beside her, but didn't wake up, just turned over and continued to sleep. Li Zhan saw that her hair was loose, the corners of her eyes were slightly red, and there was still the spring of yesterday. His eyes deepened unconsciously, and he couldn't help leaning over and pecked her on the lips. He tucked the corners of the quilt for her, forced himself to go out for breakfast, and then began to clean up yesterday in the mountains. The roe deer hunted, and the winter bamboo shoots. This time they hunted an adult roe deer, which weighed about 50 kilograms. Li Zhan first peeled off the roe deer's skin completely, and then cleaned the internal organs and offal. After washing the meat several times, he cut it into large pieces and then smeared salt on it and smoked it into bacon, which was probably enough for the 4 of them to eat for a few months. He was about to return to the team, and he didn't know when he would be back next time. Li Zhan was thinking about going into the mountains again before leaving and hunting a few more roe deer to prepare more for them. After processing the roe deer, he started to dry the bamboo shoots. It is better to peel the winter bamboo shoots first, cut them in half with a knife, put them into boiling water to cook off the grass smell, and then cut them into pieces, which can be baked together on the fire of bacon. The kids didn't even say they were going out to play, but surrounded Li Zhan excitedly, watching him handle the roe deer meat, and they thought their 4th uncle was really amazing. After watching for a while, he ran into the inner room quietly and leaned on the Kong to see if Xia Huanhuan was awake. Although she was very young, she was also very busy. Xia Huanhuan was finally awakened by the noise, and just when she was about to sit up, her body that was about to fall apart immediately clamored to accuse her of the inhuman treatment she received yesterday. Xia Huanhuan's little face wrinkled into a ball, and she couldn't help but recall the scene of yesterday, and her face burned uncontrollably to the tip of her ears again. Which rascal spread the rumor in the village? She was not prepared at all. But thinking about Li Zhan's attitude yesterday, it seemed that it was useless to prepare in advance. She begged for mercy and shouted until her voice was hoarse, but the rascal did not stop to show mercy. Li Zhan heard the noise in the inner room and came in to see Xia Huanhuan holding her waist with a cute face wrinkled. He couldn't help but grin and said, "Are you awake? Can you get up? Do you want me to help you put on your clothes?" Xia Huanhuan wanted to hit him with a pillow, but unfortunately her arms were so sore that she had no strength, so she could only say, "Get out." After getting dressed and having breakfast, Xia Huanhuan looked at the fire in the yard where the meat was being smoked, and the white and tender winter bamboo shoots spread out on the racks and drying together, and was a little dumbfounded. Aren't men of this era quite chauvinistic, stretching out their hands for clothes and opening their mouths for food? How come Li Zhan knows everything? After hearing her question, Li Zhan glanced at her with disdain and said, "Do you think I've been a soldier for almost 10 years in vain? This little job is just playing house compared to our experience of survival in the wild." Xia Huanhuan saw him showing off in front of her, rolled her eyes at him, and said, "That's enough. I told you you're fat, but you're out of breath." Li Zhan grinned and said, "I'll go into the mountain later and see if I can catch some more prey." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and said, "Didn't we just catch this roe deer? It's enough to eat for a while. Why are you in such a hurry to go?" Besides, she had so many supplies in her space, so she really had no shortage of food. Li Jian did not explain and smiled. It won't be a problem if it's a little more. He looked at her again, blinked his eyes, and lowered his voice to tease. Or, it wasn't enough yesterday, and you want me to stay with you at home? Xia Huanhuan immediately felt like a kettle with boiling water, and she was so embarrassed that she was smoking. Not enough. Hurry up and leave. It's annoying. Li Jian was not in a hurry to leave. He took her hand and took off the bandage she had bandaged yesterday and checked it. The blisters caused by the burns were much better than yesterday, and they were disinfected with alcohol. Li Jian wanted to bandage her again, but Xia Huanhuan refused. Li Jian had to give up and said, "Then you promise not to get your hands wet, do you hear me?" Xia Huanhuan had to agree. Li Jian then went into the mountains again. It was almost noon, and there was a commotion in the village. Secretary Zhao found a few young and strong men, and everyone went into the mountains together. The aunts and wives in the village gathered at the entrance of the village, waiting excitedly. Secretary Zhao's daughter-in-law Wu Xiaoyan, because the three little guys get along well with her brothers Chaoyang and Qiming, she also became familiar with Xia Huanhuan. Passed by the gate of the yard, saw Xia Huanhuan knitting a sweater at home, so she poked her head in and said with a smile, "Why are you still at home? Your husband Li Jian killed a big wild boar. It is said to weigh more than 200 pounds. It's heavier than the one you caught with a trap last time." Xia Huanhuan was stunned. It has only been a few hours since Li Jian went up the mountain, and he has already killed a wild boar? She asked sister-in-law Yin, "Are you telling the truth?" Wu Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Why not? My father-in-law has called a few strong men to carry the meat from the mountain. This winter, thanks to you and your wife, our village has eaten a lot of wild boar meat. All the young girls and wives in the village are waiting at the entrance of the village. Let's go there too." Xia Huanhuan thought for a moment, shook her head, and smiled. "I won't go. It's embarrassing." She didn't like the feeling of being surrounded by everyone and being noticed by everyone. Seeing this, Wu Xiaoyan went there by herself. Since Uncle Song Shiyue stepped down, the newly appointed village cadres have not been very concerned about the villagers going into the mountains to hunt and collect wild mushrooms and vegetables. Medium-sized prey, such as silly roe deer, are generally not required to be handed over and divided equally. But for wild boars weighing more than 200 kilograms, they are still divided according to the original rules. Every household, even the educated youth points, can get some, and the busy work lasted until the afternoon. Li Jian came in with the 7 or 8 kilograms of meat and 4 pig's trotters that he was given. "Huanhuan, do you have soybeans at home? Let's do the pig's trotters tonight." Xia Huanhuan looked at the 4 wild boar trotters in his hand and knew that these should be the offal or pig's head. The last time she hunted a wild boar, she wanted the large intestine. Li Jian is quite picky. "It has been a long time since I had stewed pig's trotters with soybeans. Seeing the pig's trotters, I really want to eat them." "Yes. I'll soak them first." Xia Huanhuan stood up and said, "It takes a lot of time to stew the pig's trotters until they are soft and glutinous." Li Jian first cleaned the hair on the pig's trotters over the fire in the yard, then chopped them into pieces of moderate size, put them in a pot with cold water to boil away the blood foam and impurities, then stir-fried them with oil, onion, garlic, cinnamon and bay leaves, added water, soy sauce, etc., and simmered them slowly. In the middle, add the soaked soybeans, salt and sugar for seasoning, and stew them until they are soft and glutinous. After stewing the pig's trotters, Li Jian said, "I'm going to town." Xia Huanhuan was still wondering, why is he either going into the mountains or going to town, and not at home all day long? In the evening, she saw Li Jian coming back with a cart of coal briquettes, enough for her and the 3 kids to burn until the spring when it's not too cold. Xia Huanhuan realized belatedly that Li Jian should be preparing for his return to the team after his vacation. "When? Are you going to return to the team?" Xia Huanhuan asked, a little depressed. Li Jian was stunned for a moment, looked up at Xia Huanhuan, then looked away and replied, "I'll leave early the day after tomorrow." Early the day after tomorrow, which means there is only 1 day left. Although she knew that he would definitely leave, she felt a little uncomfortable when she really knew the exact deadline. After unloading the coal briquettes, it was almost dark, and Li Zhan smiled and said, I'm going out for a while. Xia Huan. There was only one day left for us to spend time together. And you're still running out. However, she was too embarrassed to say what she was thinking. Fortunately, Li Zhan came back very quickly this time, and when he came back, he was carrying something black on his back. When he entered the house, Xia Huan saw clearly that what he was carrying was actually a smaller wild boar, which looked to be about 100 pounds. Li Zhan grinned and said, We killed 2 wild boars in the mountains during the day. The bigger one was divided equally among the villagers to avoid jealousy. The smaller one was kept for us to eat. Xia Huan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing. If you only killed 1 wild boar, would you hand it over to the village to share equally? Or would you give it to your family and leave it for me and the kids to eat? Xia Huan asked deliberately, making things difficult. Li Zhan glanced at her and said without hesitation, It's not like the villagers will starve to death without this wild boar. If there is only one, of course you and the kids will have to eat it. Is there any need to ask such an obvious question? If it wasn't for feeding his wife and kids, he would have gone crazy instead of staying at home with his wife and running to the mountains to suffer the cold. Xia Huan could give full marks to this answer. When she heard during the day that Li Zhan had killed a wild boar and was going to share it equally with the villagers, she was still muttering in her heart that this man was a little, well, too selfless. Selflessness is a very noble character. She admires people with such noble character, but she doesn't quite agree with it in her heart. To ask a person to be selfless is actually asking him to sacrifice himself, or even sacrifice his close family members, to fulfill the overall situation and others. This is inherently anti-human and unfair, commonly known as bullying good people. Li Zhan's status is there, and he who wears the crown must bear its weight. This is understandable, but she is actually not without worries. However, it seems that Li Zhan still has his own sense of measure and decision-making in his heart, and is not unrestrainedly selfless. Xia Huan was quite pleasantly surprised. She suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed Li Zhan on the face. Li Zhan was stunned. Wife. Li Zhan called softly. No one knew where the 3 little brats were going today. They haven't come back yet, so late. While they were away, his wife flirted with them and planned to run away. The soybean stewed pig's trotters are ready. Wash your hands and have dinner. Why did the 3 little brats come back so late today? Aren't you hungry? As soon as the voice fell, Xiaowen, Xiaowu and Beibei pushed open the door and ran in. Mom, 4th uncle, we are back. Xia Huan smiled and said, You're back just in time. Wash your hands and have dinner. At this moment, Li Zhan's wish was completely dashed. He sighed sadly. Dinner was white steamed buns with pig's trotters, stir-fried spicy cabbage, and a pot of rice porridge. The pig's trotters and soybeans were already stewed until soft and tasty. Just tear them apart with your mouth, and the meat and bones were separated. It was so delicious to eat with the steamed buns and rice porridge. After dinner, Li Zhan took advantage of the night when no one was around to prepare the wild boar meat. The front and back legs, tenderloin, pork belly, lean meat, ribs, spare ribs, shanks, pig heads, pig's trotters, pig offal. They were neatly cut and hung on the tree outside, stored in the yard, and processed it the next day. In winter, the temperature outside is low, and fresh wild boar meat can be hung in the yard and preserved for a few days. Fresh tenderloin, pork belly, ribs, and the like can be eaten in these few days. As for large pieces of meat such as pork legs, they need to be salted, smoked, and roasted into bacon, or dried and made into jerky for preservation. Fortunately, the fence wall was built, so there was no need to worry about being seen by others when hanging it in the yard. Otherwise, his family would have so much pork at once, and even if others got the meat of that big wild boar, they would probably be jealous. Li Zhan instructed, I'll get up early tomorrow to pickle it. When you wait for the meat to dry these days, remember to lock the yard door from the inside so that no one can rush in and see it. Xia Huan rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Don't I know to avoid people? Do you need me to tell you? Li Zhan smiled and said, But don't always eat bacon and pickled meat, cut more fresh ones to eat. If the money is not enough, just send me a telegram or write me a letter, and I will send it back to you. Xia Huanhuan listened to his instructions and felt depressed when she thought that he was leaving soon. She had already washed and was about to go to bed, but suddenly remembered something and ran to the kitchen again. Li Zhan wondered, "What's the matter?" Xia Huanhuan went to the yard, took a large piece of lean meat and the tenderloin to the kitchen, handed the knife to Li Zhan and said, "Chop the meat into mincemeat." Li Zhan was even more puzzled. "Are you going to make dumplings? Or buns? The New Year has just passed, and dumplings are not rare. Just put them in the stir-fry." Xia Huanhuan said, "Chop it if I tell you to. You will know what to do in a while." After saying that, she went back into the house, and while no one was around, she took out some dried tangerine peel and honey, as well as white sesame seeds, etc., that were already prepared at home, and went back to the kitchen. As for the honey, she lied that it was wild honey that she had collected when she went into the mountains before. Dried tangerine peel is just dried orange peel, which is not a rare thing and does not need any additional explanation. It was chopped and mixed into the minced meat, and the dried tangerine peel was ground into powder and mixed in. A little salt was added for seasoning, and a little flour was added to increase the stickiness. Then the minced meat was beaten for a while, rolled into thin slices with a rolling pin, brushed with honey on the surface, sprinkled with white sesame seeds, cut into small pieces, and hung above the stove with wire mesh to bake slowly. Li Zhan understood and said with a smile, "If you want to make meat jerky, there is no need to rush now. Make it tonight. You'll have to watch the fire all night." Xia Huanhuan glanced at him without explaining that she was afraid she would not be able to make it in time tomorrow. The 3 kids were so tired that they fell asleep. The 2 of them worked until midnight before they went to bed. They didn't dare to fall asleep soundly because they had to get up every once in a while to check the fire, apply a layer of honey, and deal with the grease and other things from baking to prevent it from being burnt. Anyway, they couldn't sleep well, so Li Zhan pestered Xia Huanhuan and did it again. Xia Huanhuan was so scared that she kept covering her mouth tightly, fearing that the noise would be too loud and wake up the kids, which would be embarrassing. Early the next morning, the 2 marinated the wild boar meat, stuffed it into some sausages, and stuffed the pig blood into blood sausage, which was boiled in water and hung up. Xia Huanhuan also steamed some big meat buns and fried some peanuts. They were almost done. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and others pestered Li Zhan to take them to the river to catch fish. Li Zhan was a little reluctant to go. After all, he only had less than a day left to spend time with his wife. But Xia Huanhuan poked his head out and said with a smile, "You go catch them. Don't catch too big this time, catch more small fish and shrimps and so on." Li Zhan had no choice but to take the 3 kids to fish, and indeed they caught a lot of small fish and shrimps at noon. During lunch, Li Zhan learned his lesson and secretly told the 3 kids to go out and play after lunch and come back later. As soon as the kids left, he secretly locked the door from the inside. Xia Huanhuan didn't know either. She originally wanted to call Xiaowen to light the fire, but she didn't call anyone. She was puzzled. Where did this kid go with his brothers and sisters? Why haven't they been home these days? Li Zhan felt guilty and quickly smiled. "Why call them? I'll light the fire for you." Xia Huanhuan didn't think much about it, so she cleaned the small fish and shrimps, then coated them with batter and fried them until golden and crispy. After frying the fish, she washed her hands and wanted to knead the dough to make meat-filled pies, but was stopped by Li Zhan, who could no longer bear it. Li Zhan directly carried her on his shoulders and carried her into the house. While stripping her clothes, he said dissatisfiedly, "I'm leaving soon, and you still have the time to make food." Xia Huanhuan blushed and pushed him away shyly and angrily. "I just wanted to prepare more for you, so that you can take it on the road." Li Zhan guessed it from the fact that she had been making meat jerky all night last night. He leaned over and bit her lip and smiled. "If you are really afraid that I will be hungry, just feed me well this afternoon." When dusk fell, Xia Huanhuan finally held her waist and struggled to get up. She took a few large meat buns that had been steamed in the morning and went to her to chat for a while. Then she blushed and asked with shame, "Third sister-in-law, I want to ask you something." Seeing her like that, Zhou Qiuhua smiled and said, "Just ask whatever you want. Why are you so shy?" Xia Huanhuan bit her lip, took a deep breath, and then asked as if she had let it go. "Third sister-in-law, do you know how the rumor in the village that Li Zhan is injured?"
Can't do that.
Spread? There were almost no contraceptive measures in this era. Who among those born in the 1960s and 1970s didn't have many brothers and sisters? It was better in the city, maybe 3 or 4 in each family, and 4 or 5 was considered the most. In the countryside, it was much more exaggerated. Even if we didn't count the ones who couldn't be raised due to poor sanitary conditions, the rate was almost 1 child per year. Some had 7 or 8 brothers and sisters, or even more than 10. Many of the eldest were getting married in their teens or 20s, and they still had younger brothers and sisters who were 5 or 6 years old. Naturally, she and Li Zhan didn't take any precautions during these few times. It would have been fine if she didn't get pregnant later, but if she did, she wouldn't know until 2 or 3 months later. At that time, Li Zhan was in the army, and the rumors about Li Zhan were known to everyone in the village. Even if she said she was pregnant with Li Zhan's child, no one would believe it. Therefore, she could only take advantage of the fact that Li Zhan was at home, and the timing was right to reveal the matter first. Zhou Qiuhua was stunned and looked at Xia Huanhuan hesitantly. "Huanhuan, why are you asking about this suddenly?" Xia Huanhuan's face turned even redder, and she whispered, I suddenly remembered it, so I just asked casually." Zhou Qiuhua also blushed with embarrassment, coughed twice, and said, "Actually, it was probably in the beginning of last spring, when my mother-in-law said that Li Zhan was old enough, so she wanted to find him a marriage. For this, she wrote a letter and asked my 4th brother to send back an extra 20 yuan, saying that it was for the bride price. However, it seemed that it was not my 4th brother who replied, but his comrade in arms. He is still in bed recuperating. He also asked the family not to arrange for him to get married in the future, otherwise it would be harming the girl or something. Of course, no additional bride price was sent back. However, I remember that only our family knew about this letter at the time. Oh, and Secretary Zhao, who helped read the letter, also knew about it. But not long after, somehow it became known to everyone." Xia Huanhuan seemed to be thinking about what she said and did not answer for a while. Zhou Qiuhua looked at her and couldn't help but ask softly, "Huanhuan, do you dislike your 4th brother's incompetence and want to divorce him? Didn't the 3rd sister-in-law speak for her brother-in-law? What can we women want? Isn't it just to marry a man and have food and clothing? Apart from Li Zhan's incompetence in that aspect, which man in the surrounding villages can compare with his character and appearance? What's more commendable is that he really loves his wife. Most of the allowances are given to you. This alone makes you far better than other men. You must think it through, and don't be impulsive." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment before she said with a smile, "Third sister-in-law, you've got it wrong. I'm asking you this, not because I want to divorce him." Zhou Qiuhua was stunned. Then why did you suddenly?" Xia Huanhuan smiled shyly, then lowered her voice and told her what happened in the past 2 days. Zhou Qiuhua widened her eyes and looked at her in disbelief. "Really? Really? 4th brother, really?" Xia Huanhuan glanced at her and nodded embarrassedly. Zhou Qiuhua asked belatedly, "Then, that day the 3 little guys said that you were sleeping in the room with the door closed, and I said that I heard something wrong in the room. In fact, you and 4th brother." Xia Huanhuan's face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. "Oh, 3rd sister-in-law, you still say?" Zhou Qiuhua couldn't help but smile with joy. "Oh, can I stop talking? Alas, God has opened his eyes. You and 4th brother are such good people. How can you be childless? This is great. After a few months, you might be able to give the 3 little guys a brother or a sister." Xia Huanhuan was helpless. Didn't Zhou Qiuhua say she wouldn't talk anymore? "Third sister-in-law, if you keep talking, I'm leaving." Zhou Qiuhua pulled her and said with a smile, Don't go. I really won't talk anymore." Xia Huanhuan blushed, thought for a while, and asked, "Third sister-in-law, who was present at home when Secretary Zhao read the letter you just mentioned?" Zhou Qiuhua thought for a while and said, "Well, when Secretary Zhao read the letter, It should be only mother-in-law who is there. Doesn't fourth brother always send back the remittance slip of the allowance with the letter? Mother-in-law usually reads the letter herself before letting the family see it. We know about this because mother-in-law told her about it later at home. I heard that mother-in-law, eldest brother, second brother, and your third brother, Xiao Xiao, were present. The wives were not there, and I heard it from your third brother when he came back. Xia Huanhuan nodded. This is very much like Lulan style. However, Lulan wanted to find a country wife for Li Zhan who was easy to control and wanted a lot of allowances, so it should be impossible for her to let this matter leak out. Zhou Qiuhe glanced at Xia Huanhuan and asked, "Do you suspect that someone leaked it deliberately? I thought about this with your third brother later, who in the whole commune is dissatisfied with Secretary Zhao's character. It certainly couldn't be him. But how could such a thing be spread by the family? Wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Li family if it were spread out? Your third brother guessed that maybe when it was said, some kid in the family ran in and heard it and didn't know better, so he went out and spread it." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Well, I just asked casually. Anyway, Li Zhan is fine, so it doesn't matter who spread it." Of course it's not that it doesn't matter. Li Zhan has been in the army for 9 years, and his allowance is sent back to his family every month. His family still spreads rumors about him. What a shame. Xia Huanhuan could guess that Lulan had no motive and men were unlikely to go out and talk about such things. So it was either Wang Guixiang or Li Qiao, but she didn't know which one it was. After chatting for a while, Xia Huanhuan came back. That night, Zhou Qiuhe told Li Jie about it. Li Jie was silent, but it could be seen that he was still very happy for his brother. Xia Huanhuan returned home, made dinner, and after eating, she took the 3 children to the hospital. After putting the kid to bed and sleeping, she prepared a big pot of marinade and threw the pig's head for pig's trotters and several large pieces of pork into the pot. Then, she started to pack Li Zhan's luggage. By packing, she meant to bring him some food. She wrapped the meat jerky she made last night in a paper bag, and also wrapped a bag of fried peanuts with skin today, and another bag of fried golden small fish and shrimp. There were also freshly steamed big meat buns. Xia Huanhuan remembered that Li Zhan said that the crab roe buns were delicious last time, so she took out 2 or 3 from the space and mixed them in for him. Anyway, when he was puzzled after eating, he was not at home and could not ask her. If you really have to ask, just say that it was steamed before. In addition, she put some pickled vegetables mixed with dried radish in a canning bottle, and a bottle of rice sauce mixed with beef cubes and fermented black beans. Li Zhan looked at her packing 1 bag and 1 bottle into his bag, and felt helpless. "Look at you, I will report to Jing City first when I return to the team this time, and then I will know where to go for the next mission. It's not far, only 5 or 6 hours by train. How can you finish all the food you brought on the way?" Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes at him and said, "If you can't finish it, share it with your comrades. Last time, Bai Zihan took good care of you when you were injured. Do you have the nerve to go back empty-handed when you come back to visit your family?" Li Zhan heard Xia Huanhuan talking about Bai Zihan with a sour tone. "Bai Zihan? You have only met him once, right? How come you remember his name so clearly? My wife made the food for me. Why should I share it with others?" Xia Huanhuan heard the jealousy, turned around and looked at him and smiled. "Don't I just remember his name? Are you jealous? Have you forgotten that he is your savior? If he hadn't arrived in time on Tianyan Mountain last time, would you still be standing here?" Li Zhan couldn't help but be stunned after hearing what Xia Huanhuan said. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong for a while. Xia Huanhuan suddenly remembered something and said, "By the way, take off your cotton jacket and show it to me." Li Zhan was interrupted by her and didn't think about it anymore. He smiled and said, "Why are you so proactive all of a sudden? Didn't you refuse to let me do it in the afternoon? Now, you think about it again?" Xia Huanhuan was embarrassed and angry and hit him. "You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Who has that thing in his mind like you? I told you to take it off quickly." Li Zhan grabbed her wrist to stop his wife's violence and smiled. Okay. Can I take it off?" Li Zhan has been exercising all year round, so he has a pretty good body shape, without any extra fat, bulging biceps, broad chest muscles, and six-pack abs. He is the typical type who looks thin when dressed and has muscular body when undressed. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help blushing again when she saw this. Although she had seen it more thoroughly in the past few days, she was being manipulated back then, so how could she have the mind to appreciate this? She actually wanted to see if Li Zhan's injury had healed. Actually, I touched it these days and felt a small groove, which should be a scar. I just took a rough look, and it was indeed healed. However, in addition to the wound there, Li Zhan also had many other scars on his body, and there was one near his chest, which looked like a gunshot wound. Just looking at these scars that had healed, Xia Huanhuan felt frightened. She actually felt vaguely that unlike other troops with fixed bases, Li Zhan's unit was obviously more confidential, and the missions they carried out were more dangerous. Most people followed the missions and did not even have a fixed base. So in the future, Li Zhan might still get as badly injured as he did last time on Tianyan Mountain. There was a coal stove burning in the room, so it was not too cold, but it was still a bit cold with bare arms. Li Zhan couldn't help but remind her. "Wife, tell me when you're done. It's really cold." Xia Huanhuan came back to her senses and coughed twice in shame, still saying stubbornly, Who wants to see you?" Xia Huanhuan turned around, pulled out a sweater from the box, and said, "Try it on." That was the sweater she knitted for Li Zhan before the new year. The yarn she used was the finest wool yarn she took out from the space, so although it was hand-knitted, it felt soft and light. Li Zhan's dark eyes were clear, and he asked gently, "You knitted it for me? Why didn't you give it to me earlier?" If you had given it to him earlier, he would have put it on a long time ago. Xia Huanhuan said vaguely, "I was too busy during the new year and forgot." In fact, she was too embarrassed to take it out. I had thought of secretly putting it in his luggage, and he would know it when he returned to the team. Now that I have said those tough words just now, I have to find an excuse to make him take off his clothes. Li Zhan tried it on, and it fit him well. The sweater knitted by my wife is still warmer than a cotton padded jacket.
Li Zhan grinat.
Xia Huanhuan rolled his eyes at him. What a character. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but said, "When you are on a mission in the future, be careful and don't get hurt often." Fortunately, he somehow broke into her space last time, and she could still help. If he suffered a life-threatening injury again, and he didn't know if his space would happen to have problems, wouldn't he be anxious? Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, and guessed that she must have seen the scars on his body, and even his eyes became gentle. He pulled Xia Huanhuan to sit down on the Kong, and whispered, "Don't worry. For the three little guys, I will be careful, and try not to get more scars on my body." As he said, he pursed his lips and smiled, teasing. Of course, if someone always bites people like a little wild cat and leaves scars, it's none of my business. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then she realized that Li Zhan was teasing her for biting him. She couldn't help but hit him in shame and anger. I bit you because you forced me to do that? You deserve it." After thinking about it, she felt a little guilty. The last time Li Zhan helped her warm up her body. That night, when he bit her body, it seemed that she mistakenly thought that Li Zhan was a bad guy and bit him so hard that she bled. She didn't know if it would really leave a scar. The two of them didn't get enough sleep until the second half of the night. She got up early again in the morning. Xia Huanhuan took out the pig's head that had been braised all night, cut the pig's ears and pig's face into thin slices, added soy sauce, sesame oil, vinegar, salt, sugar, and chili to make a cold dish, and put them all in cans. The braised meat was also cut into large pieces, but the pig's trotters were not cut into whole pieces. They were all wrapped up and put in his luggage. Li Zhan was out of temper, and he couldn't argue with Xia Huanhuan, so he could only let her arrange it. Xia Huanhuan wanted to wake up the three kids, but was stopped by Li Zhan. Let them sleep. It's not like they won't come back. However, the three brats woke up on their own, without being called. Xiaowen rubbed his eyes and sat up with his eyes still closed, and asked vaguely, "Mom, where is my cotton padded jacket? I have to get up and send fourth uncle off." After that, he sat there hysterically for a while and lay down again. Xia Huanhuan.
Li Zhan.
This heartless boy. Xia Huanhuan was about to scold when Xiaowen sat up again abruptly. He turned his head to see that there was no seat next to the Kong, and quickly woke up Xiaowu and Bebe. Xiaowu, Bebe, wake up. Fourth uncle is gone. Xiaowu and Bebe were both woken up, and they sat up in a daze without opening their eyes. Upon hearing Xiaowen's words, Xiaowu woke up first. Well, fourth uncle is gone? What should I do? I still have to ask fourth uncle to pick up the shells for me, Bebe said vaguely. Bebe also wants the shell. Xiaowen pulled the clothes on the quilt and put them on, and said anxiously, hurry up and put on your clothes. Let's go to the village head to chase him. Maybe we can catch up. Xiaowu also hurriedly put on his cotton jacket for the shell, and even buttoned the wrong buttons. Li Zhan was trying to hold back his laughter, and got internal injuries. Xia Huanhuan coughed twice with both anger and amusement. The three little guys looked back at the same time, and were all stunned. Xiaowu looked at Xiaowen unhappily. Brother, where is fourth uncle? I was almost anxious to death. Xiaowen made a big mistake and looked so cute with a flushed face. Bebe hadn't woken up completely yet and suddenly twisted her little head, squinted her eyes, and asked blankly, huh? Go to the village head to chase him. Xia Huanhuan covered her face. These three little heartless people. Li Zhan coughed twice and laughed. Don't get up, it's very cold. Uncle Donxia has made a note of it, and will bring it to you next time he comes back. There are also small wooden guns, which I will make for you next time. After telling them to be obedient, do some housework to help Mom and protect Mom, he picked up his bags and set off. Li Zhan didn't let Xia Huanhuan see him off, but Xia Huanhuan didn't listen and followed him out anyway. When it was time to say goodbye, both of them were silent. When they arrived at the village entrance, they saw from a distance a thin figure wearing a patched cotton-padded jacket and with gray hair, carrying 2 buckets of water on a shoulder pole, staggering from the river to the cattle-raising side of the village. After walking a few steps, her feet went soft, and she fell to the ground. The 2 buckets of water she was carrying were also overturned, and the water with ice cubes floating on it flowed all over the ground, soaking her clothes. Li Zhan saw it, and without saying a word, he handed the luggage bag to Xia Huanhuan, walked over quickly, and helped her up. Annie, are you okay? Did you fall anywhere? Xia Huanhuan also hurried over and recognized that the person who fell was Shen Wanxue, who had just transferred to Qingshui village recently. The name sounded poetic, so she remembered it. Later, she saw her from a distance. She looked weak, but not timid, neither humble nor arrogant, and she was also good-looking. When she was young, she must have been a great beauty who charmed everyone. And she was very elegant, and at first glance she was a lady from a big family. But now she looks so haggard that people can't help but feel distressed. However, Xia Huanhuan only paid a little attention to it. Whether it was the educated youth point or the other side, she basically didn't get involved. If it weren't for Fu Qingye, she wouldn't even have gone to the educated youth point last time. Shen Wanxue raised her head, looked at Li Zhan with a dazed look in her eyes, then smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, comrade. I'm clumsy and delayed your business. I'm fine, I didn't fall. Li Zhan smiled and said, I'm glad you're okay. Shen Wanxue bent down to pick up the carrying pole, hung up the 2 buckets, and turned back to the river to fetch water again. However, she said that she did not fall, but her right foot was obviously twisted, and she walked limping with the buckets. Li Zhan walked up without thinking, snatched the carrying pole, and said, Auntie, please rest here for a while. I will fetch you water. Then he strode towards the river. Shen Wanxue quickly chased after Li Zhan a few steps, and said anxiously, Comrade, don't. I'll carry it myself. You guys hurry up and go. It would be bad if the villagers saw you talking to me. Xia Huanhuan came forward, took Shen Wanxue, checked her ankle, and found it was swollen. She took her to sit behind a bush that was a little more hidden, and said, Auntie, don't stop him. He is just like that, let him go. Shen Wanxue turned around, looked at Xia Huanhuan with a look that seemed to be out of focus, and said anxiously, But this is the job assigned to me by the village. If people know about it, what will happen if you are implicated? Xia Huanhuan raised her hand and waved it in front of her casually, and found that Shen Wanshue's eyes did not react much. She frowned slightly, then smiled and said, "Don't worry. Isn't it just helping to carry buckets of water for the cows in the village? Even if someone really sees it and complains, we are not afraid." After a while, Li Zhan came over with water. Xia Huanhuan asked him to deliver the water first, and then helped Shen Wanshue walk over there. Shen Wanshue was afraid of getting them into trouble, so she kept apologizing along the way, which made Xia Huanhuan feel embarrassed. This little episode passed quickly, and Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan left without saying anything and continued to walk out of the village. When they arrived at the village head, Li Zhan turned around and urged Xia Huanhuan to go back, but Xia Huanhuan said, "Don't worry about me. I'll take you to the town. I just happened to go to the town supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things." Li Zhan knew that she was reluctant to leave him, so in order to stay with him for a while longer, he didn't say anything. They arrived in the town soon and took a bullock cart to the county. Xia Huanhuan looked at him sitting on the bullock cart, getting smaller and smaller, and her nose couldn't help but feel sour, and tears fell down. After sniffing, Xia Huanhuan cursed herself for being hypocritical in a low voice, but she still waited until the bullock cart was out of sight before she was willing to go back. When passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Director Zheng saw her and called her.
Huanhuan.
"I haven't seen you for a long time. Happy New Year," Director Zheng said enthusiastically. Xia Huanhuan didn't have anything to buy, but when she heard Director Zheng calling her, she went in anyway and said with a smile, "Happy New Year, Sister Zheng." Ever since Zhou Qiuhua was recommended to be a salesperson, she started calling Director Zheng Sister Zheng. Director Zheng looked at her and smiled. "Teasing what? I heard from Qiuhua that your man left early this morning. What's the matter? Are you still reluctant to let him go? Are you crying?" Xia Huanhuan blushed and said embarrassedly, "I'm not crying. Who is reluctant to let him go?" Zhou Qiuhua came out from the back after sorting the goods, saw Xia Huanhuan and smiled. "You said you didn't cry. Even your eyes are red." Xia Huanhuan glanced at her and said angrily, "Oh, if you say it again, I'll leave." Director Zheng hurriedly grabbed her and said with a smile, "Look at you. I was just joking, but you took it seriously? I asked you to have business." Xia Huanhuan was stunned and asked, "Business? What business?" Director Zheng smiled. "Didn't you ask if there was a bicycle before the new year? I got you one, a Shanghai Forever brand, 120 yuan, and you need a bicycle ticket. Do you want it?" Xia Huanhuan heard it and said quickly, "Of course I want it. But I didn't bring that much money and bicycle tickets today. I'll go back and get them." Director Zheng held her back and took the opportunity to tease her. "Look how anxious you are. What's the matter? When you heard that you had a bicycle, you weren't even sad about your husband leaving." Without waiting for Xia Huanhuan to speak, Director Zheng stopped and continued, "You can ride the bicycle back first. How can I not trust you? You can wait until tomorrow and ask Xiao He to bring the money and bicycle tickets to me. You don't have to make a separate trip for this." Xia Huanhuan heard this and thought that she would have to walk back and get the money and tickets and walk back, which would take another hour, so she smiled and said, "That's fine. Thank you, Sister Zheng. What are you thanking me for?"
Qiu He pushed the bicycle out.
The brand new Forever brand 28-bar bicycle has a horizontal bar between the seat and the handlebars and a seat at the back. This design can carry as many people or goods as possible. Xia Huanhuan had seen this kind of bicycle in TV dramas before. A child could sit on the front horizontal bar, another person could sit on the back seat, and another person could be held in the arms. A family of 4 could ride on it. But it is much harder to ride than the current women's bicycles. Fortunately, Xia Huanhuan had practiced in the space for a while and succeeded in one go. When she rode the bike back to the village, the 3 kids were so happy that they surrounded the bike and insisted that Xia Huanhuan carry them to sit on it. Xia Huanhuan put Xiaowen and Xiaowu on the back seat first, and then put Beibei on the front beam. She didn't dare to ride with others, so she pushed the 3 kids around the yard for a few laps. Even this made the 3 kids so happy that they didn't go out for the whole morning and just played with the bike. Xia Huanhuan's novelty for the bike wore off. Looking at the empty house and the sudden disappearance of a living person, she couldn't help but feel empty and uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't let herself think too much and got up to clean the wild boar's heart and lungs, cut them into slices, made half into heart and lung soup, and stir-fried the other half with radish, dried chili peppers, and had the white steamed buns for lunch. Bebe asked innocently, "Mom, fourth uncle said he will be back soon, so will fourth uncle come back for dinner?" Before Xia Huanhuan could speak, Xiaowu had already refuted her, saying, "Stupid. Fourth uncle is going to a very far place. How can he come back in the morning?" Xiaowen glanced at Xia Huanhuan, glared at them, and said, "You two stop talking. Don't you see that Mom misses fourth uncle? What if Mom cries later?" Xia Huanhuan. Is she so hypocritical?
But
I don't know if he has arrived in Beijing. If he arrives in Beijing, will he not even have a rest and will immediately go on another mission? The train was a little late, and it was not until the evening that Li Zhan returned to the army. Bai Zihan was not polite either, and came in directly to search Li Zhan's luggage bag. "Your sister-in-law must have brought you a lot of delicious food when you went back this time. Let me see." After being kicked by Li Zhan, he quickly dodged with a smile and said unconvincedly, "I just want to take a look. I didn't say I want to eat it." Stingy. Li Zhan smiled and took out the well-marinated pig's trotters and other marinated food from the luggage bag. Bai Zihan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Wow. Braised pig's trotters. Li Zhan, I find that your life in your hometown is better than ours in Beijing. Here are 4 pig's trotters. There is meat for every meal." Li Zhan said with a smile, "And these braised meats, pig's face, pig's ears, and so on, go to the cafeteria and ask them to heat them up and give the brothers an extra meal tonight." Bai Zihan said with a smile, "Okay, I will make sure to tell the brothers that this is made by sister-in-law." Li Zhan kicked him again. "Delicious food can't stop your mouth.
get out.
Come back when it's done. I still have something to ask you." Bai Zihan dodged and continued to joke fearlessly. "It hasn't been eaten yet. How can it be stopped?" Alas, it's true that you get stupider after marrying a wife. After a while, Bai Zihan came back with a hot pig's trotter, saluted in a non-proper way, and said with a smile, "Report to the battalion commander. The instructions have been conveyed. Whatever you want to ask, I will tell you everything I know." Li Zhan glanced at the pig's trotter in his hand and said helplessly, "How come you have already eaten it? Why don't you let others have it?" Bai Zihan argued, "Don't you know that there are too many monks and too little porridge? Your men are all hungry wolves. I just walked out of your room and was targeted. You asked us to wait for dinner, but now I'm afraid they have all been snatched away. But don't worry, I snatched 2 of these pig's trotters, and I've already sent one to Captain Fu for you." Li Zhan had no choice but to let him do as he pleased, and asked, "Let me ask you, at the beginning of last spring, when I was injured and hospitalized, did you write a letter back to my hometown?" Bai Zihan's action of chewing the pig's trotter paused, and he looked up at Li Zhan with a guilty conscience, pretending to be confused. What letter?"
This.
Can't the truth be revealed? It shouldn't be. If the people in his hometown were deceived by him, why did they still marry him off? Wouldn't that mean they would harm the girl knowing the truth?
But
Judging from the behavior of those relatives in Li Zhan's hometown, they might really do it to get more money. Li Zhan saw his reaction and knew that he had probably written it, so he scolded, "Don't play it lightly. It's the letter saying that I was injured and couldn't do that as a man." Bai Zihan wiped the sweat off his face, chuckled twice, and said, Battalion commander, don't be angry. I'm actually doing this for your own good." "For my own good?" Li Zhan narrowed his eyes dangerously, moving the joints of his fingers, as if he was going to teach someone a lesson. Bai Zihan stepped back guiltily while holding the pig's trotter and quickly begged for mercy. Boss, isn't it okay that I was wrong?" Weren't we angry at that time?" Li Zhan frowned. "We? Isn't it that only one person knows about this?" Bai Zihan opened his mouth and decided to confess the matter. "Well, a method that several company-level cadres and I thought of. Weren't you shot in the chest that time? It was very serious. We sent a telegram to your hometown to inform you of your critical illness, thinking that someone might come to visit. But in the end, no one came to visit you, but a letter came, saying that you were old enough and it would be a good time to get married to cheer you up if you were injured, and you would get better. They also asked indirectly how much the pension would be if you died, and whether it would be more if you got married with family members. They also directly asked you to send some more money back, as a betrothal gift. We brothers were so angry that we wrote a letter for you, saying that you were injured in that area and could not get married, and asked them to give up the idea. We thought that in the future, we would not recognize the arranged wife you married from your hometown as your sister-in-law, so even if there were some gossips from your hometown, that would be even better, cough cough. I mean, no matter how bad your family is, they wouldn't tell anyone about this, right? Otherwise, why did your sister-in-law marry here? Li Jian was silent for a while after hearing these words. Before he left, Li Jie secretly asked him about that matter and told him about the letter, but he didn't know the details. Bai Zihan looked at Li Jian, and he was still angry when he thought about it now. Boss, we are really mad. You said that you sent almost all of your allowance back to your family for so many years, so that those who wanted to get married could get married, and those who wanted to have children could have children, but in the end, you were seriously injured, and you didn't say a word of concern, and even hoped that you would die to get a lot of those pensions. What kind of people are they?
And
if you really want to punish us, we have nothing wronged. It's just, our Fu Tuan also acquiesced to this. Anyway, if it happens again, we will still do the same. Li Jian was actually very moved after hearing this. These brothers really wanted the best for him, although the method, hurting 1,000 enemies and hurting themselves, no, it was just hurting 800 of them, but the original intention was good.
Captain Fu?
Li Jian had a headache. Why did second brother Fu also follow in his nonsense? Bai Zihan said, "That's right. I took the letter to send it, but it was seized by Captain Fu on the spot. After he opened the letter and read the contents, he returned it to me, without saying anything. If that's not tacit consent, what is it?" As he was talking, a low and majestic voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Bai Zihan, what are you talking about behind my back?" Li Jian and Bai Zihan looked back and saw that who else could it be but Fu Beifa? The two immediately stood at attention and saluted, saying seriously, "Captain." "At ease," Fu Beifa said, and then looked at Li Jian and said, "Now that you are back to the team, take a good rest tonight. The higher-ups have given us a new mission, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning." "Yes." Li Jian stood at attention again, answering seriously with a stern face. Fu Beifa nodded, then turned to leave. After thinking for a while, he turned back and said, "Your wife braised pig's trotters very well. You are in for a treat." Li Jian grinned when he heard his wife being praised. "Thank you for the compliment, Captain." Fu Beifa glared at him. "I'm not praising you. Look how happy you are." After Fu Beifa left, Bai Zihan smiled and said, "Look, I'm making up for my mistakes, right? My sister-in-law was praised by the captain." Li Jian turned around and glared at him. "Making up for my mistakes? You wish. Do you know that the whole commune knows about the rumors about me? Even your sister-in-law misunderstood me. Forget it. We have to hurry tomorrow. After this mission is over, you guys wait. There's no room for negotiation for the 10-kilometer cross-country run." Bai Zihan looked bitter and suddenly remembered something and asked in a mean way, "Even my sister-in-law misunderstood me? Boss, you won't tell me that you and your sister-in-law haven't consummated your marriage yet. Get out." Li Jian kicked him, without waiting for him to finish. Bai Zihan successfully dodged again and said with a smile, "That's impossible. How could our boss not have taken down sister-in-law yet?" Bai Zihan opened the door and went out, and several people rushed in. "Li Zhen."
Hee.
"Battalion commander, we just wanted to say that sister-in-law's cooking skills are really good." Several people said flatteringly, and then ran away. Bai Zihan was about to run, but Li Jian remembered something and called him again. "Old Bai." Bai Zihan had to come back. Li Jian did not mention the letter again, but asked, "Old Bai, when I was injured before the new year, you went to pick up your sister-in-law to visit me in Beijing. Did you tell her on the way that I was injured in Tianyan Mountain?" Bai Zihan was stunned, then recalled carefully, and shook his head affirmatively. No. I should have just said that it was on the barren mountain. Our mission is confidential, and I can't tell the location casually. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell Master Fong. If my daughter hears it, it will hurt others and myself. Li Zhan frowned slightly. Bai Zihan didn't say it. So, how did his wife know about Tianyan Mountain? He felt something was wrong last night, and today he suddenly remembered that it was this location that was wrong. Seeing his expression, Bai Zihan couldn't help asking, "Why do you suddenly ask about this?" Li Zhan came back to his senses and smiled. "It's okay. I suddenly remembered it," and asked casually. Bai Zihan didn't delve into it and said, "Speaking of Master Fong, I heard that the commander of the division, his whole family went to the Northwest Military Region, and that Fong Yunru seemed to have gone to the countryside in Xinshi to join the team. Also, isn't the position of division commander vacant? I heard that our regiment commander Fu is about to be promoted. It seems that you will take over his position." Li Zhan scolded in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense." Bai Zihan smiled and said, "Okay. The official appointment has not come down, so just assume that I am talking nonsense. But boss, think about it. If you are promoted to the regiment level, can't you bring your sister-in-law to follow the army? So that you won't be alone in the future."
Hey.
Don't kick. Can I stop talking too much? Xia Huanhuan certainly didn't know that she had been suspected by Li Zhan because of her slip of the tongue. The next morning, she sent the 3 kids out to play and stayed at home. Then she entered the space and moved directly to the house she bought in the county town. Li Zhan had been at home all this time, and except for occasionally coming out of the space to get those things, she had never been in, let alone using the space to come to the county town. No one had been in the house for more than 10 days, and Xia Huanhuan felt it was a bit deserted. Grandma Luo half sold and half gave the house to her. In fact, she also wanted to keep some popularity in the house. From this aspect, she, the new owner, was actually not very qualified. Xia Huanhuan rolled up her sleeves and cleaned the house inside and outside, as well as the yard, and took out the cotton quilt from the space. Bedding and other things were spread out in the bedroom on the second floor, and the worn-out curtains and tablecloths were replaced with new ones. She would probably be the only one coming here in the short term, so she was not afraid of being asked where these things came from. After a simple tidying up, Xia Huanhuan went out and went to the place she had agreed to meet with Lu, the purchasing agent from the textile factory. It had been almost 2 weeks since the delivery before the new year, and it was just the appointed time. She went there first, took out the coarse grains, fine grains, meat, eggs, etc. from the space and put them away one by one, waiting. Not long after, Lu, the purchasing agent, really came over with a few people pulling a cart. This time, he asked for half a pork, 300 eggs, and more than 100 kilograms of coarse grains and fine grains, which brought in about 400 to 500 yuan. After loading the cart, Lu, the purchasing agent, asked, "Xiaodong, can you get glutinous rice flour and black sesame seeds? Oh, and peanuts, red beans, sugar, etc. Isn't the Lantern Festival coming soon? The canteen wants to make some dumplings for everyone." For ease of address, Xia Huanhuan used the fake surname she had told Yan Haotian before. Xia Huanhuan was stunned. She had forgotten about this. It should be possible to get it. It's just that sugar is a little difficult. Then Brother Lu, I'll come again the day after tomorrow and bring it to you? Her space was full of fine sugar, and it was a bit dangerous to sell it. Besides, sugar was not something that could be grown directly in the space. If she sold a little, it would be less, and she didn't want to sell it that much. "Thank you so much. I'll think of a way to get the sugar myself." After saying goodbye to Lu Saigo, Xia Huanhuan returned to the house again, and then went back home through the space. On the 3rd day, she went to the county town again and gave Lu Saigo glutinous rice flour, black sesame seeds, red beans, and the like. After returning, she calculated the time and found that it would be the 15th day of the first lunar month in 2 or 3 days. Xia Huanhuan took out the ingredients from the space and planned to make some dumplings to eat. At the same time, she couldn't help regretting why she didn't think of this a few days ago. If she had made it a few days earlier, Li Zhan could still eat it at home. When she was regretting, Xiaowen walked in and said, "Mom, the postman came to the village and said that there is a telegram for my 4th uncle and asked you to go and get it." When Xia Huanhuan heard this, she washed her hands and went out to find the postman to get the telegram. A remittance slip was also sent along with the telegram. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. How could this person send money back just after leaving? The money he gave her when he came back before the new year had not been spent yet. She was too embarrassed to open the envelope and read the letter right away, so she hurried back. On the way, she saw Shan Wenxue limping and shoveling cow dung out of the cowshed from afar, putting it outside to dry, and waiting to be used as fertilizer during the spring plowing. Xia Huanhuan frowned slightly. She thought she had sprained her foot, and the commune should have found a doctor to see it. Now, it seems that no one has been taking care of it. However, she did not do anything immediately, but went home as usual and opened the telegram when she got home. Li Zhan did not say anything, but he had already arrived in Beijing and was about to leave for a new mission, so there might be no news in the next 1 or 2 months. The remittance slip was for 50 yuan, and she was asked to save the unused money first and wait until this year to build a new house. The 3 little guys came over and looked at Xia Huanhuan expectantly. "Mom, what did fourth uncle say?" "Mom, did fourth uncle say how many shell casings he picked up?" Xiao Wu is most concerned about the shell he has been thinking about day and night. Xia Huanhuan smiled and pinched his face, saying, "You little heartless man, you only remember your shell. Why don't you ask how your fourth uncle is doing?" After putting away the letter and the remittance slip, Xia Huanhuan began to make glutinous rice. First, prepare the fillings. She plans to make 3 kinds of fillings this time, one with red bean paste, one with black sesame, and one with peanuts. First, dry fry the black sesame and peanuts in a pan until cooked. Then crush the peanuts and grind them into powder. Grind the black sesame into powder as well. Add sugar, lard, and a little glutinous rice flour to the 2, and mix them with water to make the filling. For the red bean filling, just boil the red beans until soft, then mash them into a paste, add sugar, and mix evenly. Next is to wrap the shell of the glutinous rice. Use warm water to mix glutinous rice flour into dough, cut into small pieces, roll it into a ball and flatten it, wrap the filling in it, roll it into a round shape, and coat it with a layer of dry glutinous rice flour to prevent sticking. After it is done, Xiaowen is asked to cook some first. She and the 3 kids each have a bowl of 7 or 8 to try first. Most children like sweets, and the fillings of the glutinous rice are added with sugar and lard, which are fragrant and sweet. The 3 kids eat them with their eyes shining. Bebe looked up and asked, "Mom, the glutinous rice are delicious. Can we eat glutinous rice every day in the future?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "How can that be? This is all sugar, and if you eat too much, your teeth will be eaten by bugs." When Bebe heard this, she widened her eyes in horror and covered her mouth. How can bugs be so bad? Don't eat Bebe's teeth. Woo-woo. Then Bebe won't eat glutinous rice. Xia Huanhuan was both amused and confused. She couldn't explain to her that tooth decay was actually caused by the teeth being corroded, not actually being eaten by worms. She could only comfort her. "Don't be afraid, Bebe. There won't be any worms if you eat a little bit occasionally." Bebe was half believing and half doubting, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of the glutinous rice, and obediently picked up the bowl and started eating. Xia Huanhuan made a lot, so she gave some to Xiaowen to send to Zhou Qiuhe's house. There were many children in her family, so they should like it very much. In this era, sugar and oil were luxury goods, and not many people were as generous as she was in making snacks and sweets among the glutinous rice. She also gave a portion out, and planned to go back to her parents' home tomorrow to send it to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru. In addition, she also planned to send them some pork, of course, not the wild boar meat that Li Zhan had hunted 2 days ago, but the meat in the space. She had no intention of sharing the wild boar meat that Li Zhan had hunted. In the afternoon, Xia Huanhuan carried a bamboo basket into the mountains to pick some wild mushrooms and also dug some herbs. She had all kinds of herbs in her space, but the things in the space could be classified according to her wishes. She knew them when they grew in the space, but if they really grew with other plants in the deep mountains, she would still make mistakes, so she still had to practice more. This time she was lucky and dug some white atractylodes, erythema, and some wild ligustrum lucidum. After returning home, having dinner, and waiting for the 3 kids to wash and fall asleep, she took out some Chinese medicines such as Scutellaria bicolensis, frankincense, safflower, and Panax nodo ginseng from the space to dissolve blood stasis, dredge meridians, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. She found a canning bottle, poured in white wine, soaked the herbs in it, sealed it, wrapped the bottle with cloth, and took advantage of the night, being careful not to let others see it, and went to the cow. She walked towards the shed. She had never been involved in the affairs here, always staying away and concentrating on her own life. But after the last close contact with Shen Wanxue, she felt guilty for some reason when she wanted to stay out of it. Many of these people have made various great sacrifices and contributions for the country. It would be fine if she didn't see it, but if she really saw it with her own eyes, she would feel sorry and unfair for them. Xia Huanhuan thought that she would only send the medicine this time, and when the injury on her foot healed, she would not care about it anymore. Shen Wanxue lived in a thatched hut. When Xia Huanhuan arrived at the door, she heard the voice inside.
Alas,
the swelling is getting worse and worse. You need to use medicine quickly. I'm afraid you have to stop working these few days. Who doesn't know? But our report has been submitted. The doctor of the commune happened to go to the county to study these 2 days. I heard that there are not many medicines. There are no other doctors in this village. Who said there are no medicines? Wasn't Brother Yang an old Chinese medicine doctor at the Beijing City Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine? Brother Yang, what medicine do you think is needed? Let's talk to the village tomorrow and ask everyone to stop working for a day and go dig in the mountains to see if we can gather all these medicines.
Alas.
Even if the village agrees, the right Chinese medicine can't be found in this season. Even if we can find it, it's not processed, and the efficacy is average. Then what should we do? If it doesn't work, we can only apply to go to the county hospital. The Shin family's sister's eye disease has been getting worse recently. If she doesn't get treatment, she's probably going to be permanently blind. It's a good time to go together. Alas. Do you think the application will be approved? Now our words are like farts. Who will listen to us? Everyone was chatting, and then a gentle voice sounded. Big brothers and sisters, thank you. My foot is not in the way, and I will be fine on my own in a few days. As for my eyes, I know that it may be because I am too tired or depressed. I need to rest more and adjust myself, and it may get better in a few days. It's getting late, so everyone should go back and rest early. There's still cattle cleaning to do tomorrow.
The shed.
After everyone heard this, they had no other choice and dispersed. Xia Huanhuan hurriedly hid in a dark place nearby. After everyone left, she dared to knock on the door gently. Who? After Shen Wanxue and others left, she blew out the oil lamp. They didn't have much oil, so they had to use it sparingly. Besides, she couldn't see clearly with the lamp on now. Xia Huanhuan lowered her voice and said, Aunt Shin, my man helped you carry a bucket of water 2 days ago. Do you still remember? After hearing this, Shen Wanxue was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, It's you. Wait a moment, I'll open the door for you. Shen Wanxue opened the door, and Xia Huanhuan went in without letting him light the lamp. He said softly, Auntie, I have some Chinese medicinal materials at home, so I brought them to you. It should be of some use if you wipe the sprained area repeatedly. Shen Wanxue was a little flattered. This. How can this be done? Just in case. Just in case. Auntie, you don't need to be afraid of what might happen. I was careful when I came over so no one saw me. You should also hide the medicine and apply it when you go to bed at night. Don't let the smell of alcohol be discovered. Xia Huanhuan looked at her eyes again. Listening to what those people just said, her eyes can't see now, but this on the other hand, her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine for 3-legged cats was really helpless. Tears suddenly welled up in Shen Wanxue's unfocused eyes. She held Xia Huanhuan's hand tightly and whispered, Daughter, I really don't know. How should I thank you? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Madam, don't take it too seriously. I happen to have medicine at home, so it won't be a hassle. After saying a few words, Xia Huanhuan stood up and left for fear of being discovered. On the way back, he thought about it. There are so many Chinese medicinal materials in his space, and the farm can grow new ones at any time. But as for the three-legged cat, she only knew about taking tonics or injuries, but she was not sure whether the fever was caused by cold or internal heat. It was a waste. She decided to read more medical books from now on and study hard. Traditional Chinese medicine requires sufficient experience. Reading medical books is not enough.
Sigh.
When the village doctor comes back, she will see how to become a teacher. After returning, Xia Huanhuan pulled out Qianjin prescription from the space. There was a special Ju chapter about medicinal wine. In addition, there were dozens of records of medicinal wine in Compendium of Materia Medica. She took it over this time. The medicinal wine was actually a last resort. The soaking time was not enough, and the effect should not be very good, so she planned to soak some medicinal wine according to the medical book so that she would not have it when she needed it urgently. After thinking about it, she searched again. Regarding the treatment of eye diseases. According to records in medical books, eye diseases are mostly related to the liver and kidneys. There are also some prescriptions in the book, using medicinal materials such as dendrobium, cassia seeds, wolfberry, tribulus terrestris, Rehmannia glutinosa, Ligusticum chuanxiong, Buddleia japonica, etc. She should have them all in her space. This is not because she knows Chinese medicine, but when preparing Chinese medicine, she directly asks experienced Chinese medicine practitioners to buy them according to the list of Chinese medicinal materials. However, there should be some rare varieties. The medicinal materials were useless, and she was not sure what the cause of Shen Wanxue's eye disease was, so how could she dare to prescribe medicine randomly? The Lantern Festival soon came, and Xia Huanhuan cooked some glutinous rice and ate them with the three little ones to celebrate the occasion. I didn't know what happened to Shen Wanxue's injury, so I took out some glutinous rice made a few days ago from the space, as well as a bottle soaked 2 days ago with geranium, safflower, cinnamon twigs, etc. Xia Huanhuan gave her the new medicinal wine. Said, "Madam, this bottle of medicinal wine has been soaked for a little longer, and it should be more effective than the previous bottle. You can give it a try." Shen Wanxue fumbled for her hand and said with a smile, "It's hard for you to keep thinking about my aunt, so my aunt won't accept it politely. Also, aunt doesn't know your name yet. Why don't you tell her your name?" After she came here, when she saw people in the village or educated youth, she would stay away as far as possible. She tried not to cause trouble and did not have anything to do with others, for fear of injuring others. But this girl and her husband had helped her several times, but she wanted to know her name anyway. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "What's the inconvenience?" "Auntie, my name is Xia Huanhuan." After hearing this, Shen Wanxue smiled and said, "Huanhuan? But Chanjuanzuan? It's a good name." Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "No. It is a trickle of flowing water, which belongs to water." While she couldn't help but sigh in her heart, it was the lady of the aristocratic family who spoke so well. Shen Wanxue smiled and said, "Huanhuan? The hibiscus on the cactus is still dripping with golden dew. Also a good name. Xia Huanhuan. I've read too little, and I can't even keep up. I'm so embarrassed. Auntie, your literary talent is really good." Shen Wanxue waved her hand and smiled shyly. "I am old. When I was young, I was forced by the adults in my family to memorize so many poems and songs that I can no longer remember them. However, I dare to say these things in front of you, my daughter, but if I say them in front of others, I am afraid it will cause another disaster." Xia Huanhuan was greatly moved. What Shen Wanxue said was absolutely right. In her current situation, sometimes saying the wrong thing would be a disaster. What's more, what about these? At this moment, being able to show it in front of her, this shows his trust in her. "Auntie, don't worry. I won't tell anyone." Shen Wanxue smiled and asked, "From now on, I'll just call you Huanhuan, okay?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Of course, you can call me whatever you want, ma'am." After thinking about it, she still said, "Mom, when I came over that night, I accidentally heard someone talking in your room. It seemed that there was an uncle who used to be a doctor at the Beijing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, right?" Shen Wanxue hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said with a smile, "Oh, that man's name is Yang Qiushi, We all call him Lao Yang. He comes from a Xinglin family, and his ancestors have opened medical clinics for generations. When he was young, his family had medicine halls all over the country, practicing medicine to help the world, and also doing business in Chinese medicinal materials. It's a pity. Shen Wanxue didn't say any more. Xia Huanhuan said at the right time. Annie, I don't have any other intention in asking this. It's just that your eye disease is getting worse. If you don't want Uncle Yang to diagnose and treat you and prescribe a prescription, I usually go to the mountains to collect some medicinal materials. In addition, it is easier for me to go to the commune doctor to see a doctor and prescribe medicine. Maybe I can collect the prescription. Medicine. Shen Wanxue couldn't help but be startled after hearing Xia Huanhuan's words. Her eye disease was just blurred occasionally at first, and it got better after a while, but then it became more and more serious. First, her eyes were blurry all day long, and then for a few days or even several times a day, her vision would suddenly turn black, which was almost a symptom of total blindness. In fact, she was somewhat mentally prepared for total blindness in her own situation, but her child. Even if she was completely blind, she would be completely blind. It doesn't matter, just before she becomes completely blind, can she see the child she lost again? Shen Wanxue thought about it, and tears welled up in her empty eyes. Xia Huanhuan was startled. Auntie, if I say something wrong and make you sad. Shen Wanxue held Xia Huanhuan's hand tightly. Whether it was the young girl in front of her or Lao Yang, she originally didn't want to cause trouble. She was afraid of hurting them, but if she was really blind, how would she find her child in the future? How would she recognize him? She shook her head vigorously and said in a trembling voice, Huan, it's not that you said something wrong, it's me. In my heart, I'm so grateful that I don't know what to say. Xia Huanhuan knew that she must have agreed to do this, so she smiled and said, Mom, don't take it too seriously. Li Zhan and I. Maybe it was fate that we met you that day. Shen Wanxue was stunned for a moment, then realized and asked almost eagerly, What you just said belongs to your husband. Name? Called Li Zhan? Yes. Which two words are they? Xia Huanhuan looked at Shen Wanxue suspiciously and said, It's just so powerful, the battle of war. Shen Wanxue was startled for a moment, then returned to his original state and laughed softly. Oh, Auntie misunderstood. This name is similar to that of a relative of Auntie. Xia Huanhuan found it strange, but Shen Wanxue obviously wanted to prevaricate her, so she didn't want to dig into it any further, so she gave her the glutinous rice dumplings and said, Auntie, I made this. You can cook glutinous rice. Today is the Lantern Festival, so eating glutinous rice should be appropriate for the occasion. The group was reunited. Shen Wanxue couldn't help but shed tears again and said softly, Hey. Xia Huanhuan then went back. She didn't dare to go too often, for fear of being seen. 2 days later, she went there again. As expected, Yang Qiushi had already written the prescription. She didn't stay for long, but took the prescription and went back. The next night, she sent the above medicinal materials over. Xia Huanhuan didn't go there again in the next few days. She went into the mountains as usual to pick some wild mushrooms and recognized various plants. If she came across any medicinal materials she knew, she would dig them up. She was even lucky enough to dig up a wild ginseng. However, she didn't quite understand how to prepare the newly dug medicinal materials, so she stored them in the space first. Anyway, as long as they were in the space, they could keep the freshly dug medicinal materials. It is still fresh and will not go bad. Xia Huanhuan plans to wait until she learns how to prepare herbs from medical books. Uncle Lu, the doctor of the commune, has returned from studying in the county. Xia Huanhuan would go to the clinic from time to time to ask for advice on how to prepare the herbs she dug. However, Uncle Lu was actually a barefoot doctor before. He had not received any systematic training and could not recognize many herbs. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan gave up the idea of becoming his apprentice. After thinking about it, Uncle Yang would be a good candidate for a master. However, Uncle Yang's situation was caused by his background. The last prescription had already made him take a risk. How could she have the nerve to ask for help again for her own selfish reasons and let others teach her at risk? The prescription prescribed by Yang Qiushi can be decocted 3 times, and then according to the efficacy, a new prescription and new medicine will be prescribed. Seeing that it was almost time, Xia Huanhuan went over again to get a new prescription and send the herbs over later. I don't know whether it was intentional or not. The basis and speculation of the diagnosis were written on the prescription written by Uncle Yang last time. It mentioned that Shen Wanxue's condition was due to long-term malnutrition, coupled with the sadness and depression in her chest, which caused insufficient liver qi and eventually led to the symptoms of eye disease. Even the cornmeal steamed buns were not available for the last meal. It is normal to be malnourished. Therefore, this time when she went there, she secretly brought over a pound of white flour and a pound of cornmeal, as well as a few eggs and half a pound of meat. Anyway, she has already done a good deed, so she might as well do it to the end. At least wait until Shen Wanxue's eye disease is cured. However, this time, not only Shen Wanxue, but also Yang Qiushi is waiting for her. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Uncle Yang was also here. After Shen Wanxue drank the medicine 3 times, her eyes have improved a lot, and she can vaguely see people's figures. The previous situation of sudden darkness in front of her eyes has not appeared again. Shen Wanxue groped over, took Xia Huanhuan's hand, and said with a smile, "Huanhuan, are you interested in Chinese medicine? I see that you have some foundation, but you haven't learned it deeply. Do you want a master?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at Yang Qiushi. Yang Qiushi seemed to be a little embarrassed and coughed twice. Shen Wanxue smiled and said, "I heard from Lao Yang that he saw you several times asking Dr. Lu from the commune how to prepare the herbs collected from the mountains and what basic medicinal effects they had. I thought that you might want to learn more, so I shamelessly mentioned it to Lao Yang. Lao Yang seemed to like you very much and readily agreed. So, if you are willing, you can come and ask Uncle Yang at any time if you have anything you want to ask or learn in the future." Xia Huanhuan was naturally overjoyed when she heard it. Having such an old Chinese doctor to solve her doubts is naturally better than reading a medical book that is half classical and half vernacular by herself. "Really? Uncle Yang, no. You should call me Master. Master, if you are willing to teach me, isn't that my blessing?"
How could I not want to?
Xia Huanhuan quickly agreed very sincerely. Yang Qiushi was a strict and reserved person. He felt a little embarrassed when he heard Shen Wanxue directly say that he liked Xia Huanhuan, a little girl. Ahem. I just thought she had some qualifications, but it was a pity that there was no one to teach her. That's why I agreed to take her in. If she is lazy and doesn't study hard in the future, I will immediately sever the master-disciple relationship with her." Xia Huanhuan thought she had agreed and said with a smile, "Master, don't worry. With a great master like you, how could I be lazy?" Although Yang Qiushi himself came from a medical family and studied Chinese medicine since childhood, he actually studied abroad and systematically studied Western medicine when he was young. He graduated from a regular medical school and returned to China after completing his studies. He still had the free and unrestrained thinking of the progressive young people of those days, and he didn't care about those red tapes, so he let Xia Huanhuan call him master. He responded and gave a few more solemn instructions, and the master-disciple relationship was established. The 3 of them gathered together and discussed it briefly. Considering that they might be seen by some people with ulterior motives and reported, Xia Huanhuan couldn't come here every day. When they met, they were still the same as now, without saying hello and pretending that there was no connection. Every 6 or 7 days, Xia Huanhuan came over at night, picked out the content that she didn't understand in the medical books, and asked Yang Qiushi to explain it. Yang Qiushi also picked out some content from various medical books and asked Xia Huanhuan to focus on reading it, and asked her to memorize some content. In addition, there are various methods and practices of preparing medicinal materials, methods and key points of observation, smell, questioning, and palpation. Because there are many things to memorize and understand, Xia Huanhuan's life is busier and more fulfilling than before. She still goes up the mountain to pick some wild mushrooms every few days, mainly to pick herbs, and occasionally takes the 3 kids into the mountains. Under her influence, even the 3 kids can distinguish several kinds of herbs. In the afternoon, she usually teaches the kids to learn to write a few new characters or something. After the 3 kids go out to play, she takes out the newly picked herbs from the space and tries to prepare them according to Uncle Yang's teachings and the records in the medical books. In the private plot, the spinach seeds planted with Li Zhan have also sprouted and grown. Although there is everything spinach in her space, Xia Huanhuan still feels a sense of accomplishment. She would pick a basket of them with a bamboo basket, wash off the dirt on the red roots, and then put them directly into the pot with the roots, stir-frying them with lard. This was a very common dish on their winter dinner table, or they could just eat it in hot pot. Every time she went to the cowshed, she would take some white flour, pork, bacon, sausage, and eggs, as well as the freshly picked spinach from her private plot, her own pickled spicy cabbage, sour radish, etc., which she would also send to Xinwan Chiyue and Yang Qiushi. In addition to food and ingredients, sometimes she would make chicken soup with tonic herbs such as ginseng and angelica and send it over. She would carefully pick out the herbs every time, but every time Yang Qiushi would taste it, he would still be able to accurately list out what herbs she had put in, which was simply amazing. And she would ride her bicycle to the town every 2 or 3 days to buy some meat, eggs, and daily necessities from the supply and marketing cooperative. She followed Director Zheng to help with the purchase of goods in the county several times, but she still went there through the space most of the time. She took out a sweet-scented osmanthus tree and a crabapple tree from the space in the late winter and early spring and planted them in the yard of the small courtyard she bought from the county. In addition, since she had the space, there was no need to keep the original vegetable garden in the yard, so she planted some roses and peonies on that piece of land. On the black market side, the canteen purchase of another large factory in the county, the wood processing factory, probably heard the news from others and didn't know how to persuade Lu to make a connection, so they also bought supplies from Xia Huanhuan once every half a month. In this way, the income from selling supplies doubled, and she earned 1,000 yuan every half a month. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan no longer went to the black market to sell supplies sporadically at risk, and only kept the fixed transactions of these 2 supplies. After each transaction, he would leave without delay, even turning around a corner and immediately entering the space to prevent others from following him. A few days after the Lantern Festival, it was the rainwater in the 24 solar terms. It drizzled for several days, and the weather became warmer day by day. After another half a month, it was the Qingzhe in the early 2nd month of the lunar calendar. The winter idleness was over, and the busy spring plowing was about to begin. Secretary Zhao used a loudspeaker to call the entire commune together and held a mobilization meeting for the spring plowing. Everyone has been staying at home for a whole winter. Today is the waking of insects, and the ground has thawed. It's time for everyone to move. This year, we must ensure the yield of summer wheat, and we must not let down the sweet potatoes, millet, soybeans, sorghum, mung beans, and cotton that are planted during spring plowing. If everyone fails collectively, then in the fall, everyone will not be able to pay the public grain, and after a year of hard work, they will not be able to get enough rations, and they will starve. This year's farm work will still be decided by drawing lots to decide which family will do what farm work. You can switch privately, but after the switch, if you don't complete it well, I will only find the person who drew the lot first. Don't cry and complain to me then. Another thing is that during the busiest days of spring plowing, everyone has to come out to work, and each household must complete a certain amount of work points of farm work. Unless there are special circumstances, no leave is allowed. Xia Huanhuan listened to Secretary Zhao's meaning. Even if she had Li Zhan's allowance and could live without earning work points, she still had to do farm work during the spring plowing and autumn harvest. However, she didn't have much resistance. Since she had traveled to this era, some things had to be done personally. As soon as the mobilization meeting was over, Lulan asked Zhou Qiuhe to call Xia Huanhuan, saying that she wanted to hold a family meeting. Xia Huanhuan ignored it. She might as well make more tofu if she had that time. Making tofu at home is actually quite simple. All you need is soybeans and vinegar. The soybeans had been soaked the day before, and they were so cute when they were swollen. After washing them with clean water, they were ground into soy milk. Xia Huanhuan was lazy in this step and directly used the soy milk machine in the space to grind it. After grinding, find a clean gauze, pour the bean dregs into it, squeeze out the soy milk inside, and then filter the soy milk with gauze. Boil the soy milk over high heat, let it dry for a while, pick off the solidified bean skin on it, dilute the white vinegar with water, pour it in, and stir until tofu pudding appears. After standing for a while, use a square wooden mold, put gauze on it, pour the tofu pudding in, cover it with gauze, and then squeeze it with a wooden board of the same wood and put heavy objects on it until the water is squeezed out. The tender tofu needs to be pressed for a shorter time, and the old tofu needs to be pressed for a longer time. Xia Huanhuan quickly made a large piece of tofu and planned to make a fried tofu, a tofu fish soup, and a cold tofu with scallions in the evening.
Well,
I'll send a piece to Aunt Shin and the master in the cowshed in the evening. Zhou Qiuhe came over not long after the tofu was made. As soon as she entered the door, she covered her stomach and laughed. Ouch. You missed the show because you didn't go to the meeting. I almost suffocated from trying to hold back my laughter. It turned out that the reason Lulan had called the meeting this time was to discuss the distribution of farm work for the spring plowing season. In the past, the Leaf family did not split up, and the whole family was considered one household. The farm work was done by the sons and daughters-in-law, mainly the eldest sister-in-law who had remarried and Zhou Qiuhe, while Lulan, Li Qiaoqiao, and Wang Guixiang were almost hands-off managers. Now that the eldest son of the Li family is dead, his daughter-in-law has remarried, and the third and fourth sons have all moved out. The farm work of Lulan and Li Qiaoqiao has fallen entirely on the second son's family. Lulan still favored her second son, so she planned to let the third and fourth son's families since the fourth son was not at home. Of course it would be Xia Huanhuan, but if it was converted into money for her, she would not object. Each family would share some of the burden, and she and her daughter Li Qiaoqiao would continue to be hands-off managers. It's a pity that the wishful thinking didn't work this year. Xia Huanhuan simply refused to attend, not giving any face at all. Although Li Jie and Zhou Qiuhe went, Li Jie interrupted Lulan halfway through her speech, saying coldly that the farm work for the five of them was not finished yet, and they could not do Lulan and Li Qiaoqiao's share. After that, he took Zhou Qiuhe and was about to leave. Lulan was so angry that her nose was about to be crooked. She had no choice but to look at the second son Li Chang and Wang Guixiang. Ever since Lulan scolded Wang Guixiang and irritated her during the Chinese New Year, Wang Guixiang has never been kind to Lulan. Lulan just wanted the second son and his wife to take on her and Li Qiaoqiao's at least her own share of the farm work. As a result, before she could open her mouth, Wang Guixiang kicked Li Chang hard, signaling him to speak. Li Chang was a bit henpecked, so he said, "Mom, I discussed with my wife, and we plan to separate and live separately." Lulan was stunned, and then she was so angry that her heart ached. Even her most biased son was going to rebel? This was all because of marrying that witch Xia Huanhuan. Thinking of Xia Huanhuan, Lulan suddenly remembered the expression on her face when she pushed her to the ground in the yard that day and said with a smile that she would break her hands and feet.
She shuddered.
She didn't dare to confront Xia Huanhuan head-on now, but she was still thinking of bad tricks to deal with Xia Huanhuan. However, the most urgent task now is to suppress the second son and the second daughter-in-law first. Lulan suppressed her anger and cursed. Why divide the family? Look at how many people are left in the big family and still divide it? You can divide it if you want to. The third brother gives me 100 work points a month, and the fourth brother gives me 5. Give me a 10 yuan allowance a month. I won't let you give me 10 yuan like the fourth brother. Just do like the third brother and give me 100 work points a month as a pension for my retirement. She dared not reveal the fact that Li Zhan reduced her allowance to 5 yuan. Otherwise her sons would follow suit and make a big fuss. Before Li Chan could say anything, Wang Guixiang had already rushed out, pointing at Lulan's nose and cursing. Bah! I still gave you 100 work points? Who do you think you are, you old man? The eldest brother is dead, the third and fourth brothers have also been divided out, and you and your sister-in-law are 2 living people. It's been almost a year, and you are not all supported by me and my husband, and yet you are as picky as the Empress Dowager Cixi, not wanting to eat this or that. You want meat today and chicken tomorrow. Why don't you go to heaven? You said that the third and fourth brothers gave you so many work points and money. How come I have never seen a penny? What the Hades? Now that your other sons don't care about you, you want to rely on us? I tell you, no way. In this family today, you have to get points whether you want to divide it or not. Lulan was so angry at Wang Guixiang that she was shaking all over. In her eyes, Wang Guixiang has always been stupid, lazy, and unreasonable, so she has used her very well in the past few years. At home, if you're a little partial to Wang Guixiang, you will be bought off. When she dislikes her eldest son's wife or the third son's wife, or anyone in the village, she will instigate a few words, and Wang Guixiang will immediately come out to quarrel with her two sisters-in-law and the villagers. It can be said that except for meeting Xia Huanhuan, Wang Guixiang has never lost a quarrel. She didn't expect that a dog she raised would bite her back, and now he dared to yell at her directly. Second brother, look at your wife's arrogance. I'm your biological mother. She dares to point at my nose and scold me, and you don't hit her. Tear her mouth. Li Chang looked at his wife, then at Lulan, and then said, Mom, I think my wife is right. Last time when the fourth son separated from the family, Secretary Zhao also said that you probably have hundreds of dollars in your hands. The third and fourth sons are still giving you money every month. Why don't you give us a penny? Mom, if you really don't want to divide this family, it's not impossible. In the future, you can give us $5 a month, and I promise that you will never be allowed to work in the fields, and my wife will prepare 3 meals a day at home and bring them to you. Lulan saw that her most partial son since childhood was singing a double act with his wife, trying to cheat her of the pension money in her hand. Listen to what that old man surnamed Zhao said. How can I have so much money? Yes. The fourth son has sent back a lot of money over the years. But your father didn't have to spend money on funerals? Didn't he spend money on marrying wives for your brothers? Let alone anything else. Your wife asked for 50 yuan as a betrothal gift. Did I give it to your mother? Now you are so good. Not only is he unfilial to your mother, but he is also blackmailing her. Li Chang's face turned cold when he heard this, and he interrupted her impatiently. What do you mean by blackmail? Mom, don't be so harsh. Humph. Anyway, I've already said it. If you don't give us 5 yuan a month, then you and Xiao Xiao don't even think about eating a grain of rice from my house in the future. And the two of you do your farm work by yourselves. After saying this, he went back to his room with Wang Guixiang without looking back. Lulan was left with a blue and black face, which was very exciting. At this time, Li Xiao rushed up from the side, lowered her voice, and asked in a panic, Mom, did you really tell my second brother that you have hundreds of dollars in your hand? If so, can you give me 200 yuan? I have an urgent need. Brother Xu Jiayuan was arrested by the police. I heard from the educated youth in the village, who knew the situation, that he might be sentenced to 20 years of labor reform. But the educated youth said that he knew someone in the city who could rescue Xu Jiayuan and release him, without charge, for only 200 yuan. Mom, give me 200 yuan, I'm pregnant with Xu Jiayuan's child. Lulan was so angry that she slapped Li Xiao in the face, causing her mouth and nose to bleed, and she threw her to the ground. Li Chang was tall and strong, so she didn't dare to hit him, and she didn't dare to teach her own daughter a lesson. Bah! Shameless little witch, each of you is an ungrateful rascal. I have provided you with food and clothing for 20 years, and you didn't say that I did farm work and cooked for your mother, but you asked for 200 yuan? Who gave you the face? You want money? I don't have a penny. Xia Huanhuan listened to Zhou Qiuhe's retelling with a sarcastic smile on her lips. With those few extreme guys, it was only a matter of time before the situation of dogs biting each other today ended. She was not surprised at all. Let them make trouble. It has nothing to do with us anyway. Zhou Qiuhe nodded and said, That's right. Huan, it's a good thing that you and your fourth brother are setting an example in front of us. Otherwise Li Jia and I would not be able to stand up, and I'm afraid we would still be bullied by that bunch of people. After thinking about it, She couldn't help but sigh, oh. Do you think she really has hundreds of dollars in her hand? If she really has, that's all the money that my fourth brother earned when he was in the army. Since you are married, she, as a mother and a mother-in-law, should at least give you half of it back, right? She is so greedy. Xia Huanhuan didn't respond, but just smiled. If Li Zhan didn't ask for that money, I, as a daughter-in-law, definitely couldn't ask for it. Zhou Qiuhe was stunned for a moment when she heard it, and then her face flushed. Huan, I didn't say that to instigate you to ask for it. I really just feel unfair for you. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Third sister-in-law, you think too much. I didn't doubt your meaning. I'm just speaking objectively. After all, Li Zhan's identity is there. If we really ask for the money directly, it would be bad if people spread rumors that he is unfilial. Zhou Qiuhe's face was still red with embarrassment, regretting that she spoke without thinking, and said, You are still thoughtful. When I heard that it was several hundred yuan, I was just excited and didn't think about these things at all. Please don't be surprised. Xia Huanhuan had been dealing with Zhou Qiuhe for these days and knew that she was not that kind of person, so she smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. Don't I know you? But I'm not cursing her here. With Li Chong and Li Qiao around, she may not be lucky enough to spend that money. After a few more small talk, Zhou Qiuhe was about to go back, and Xia Huanhuan gave her a piece of tofu she made. Zhou Qiuhe was naturally very moved and felt at ease, knowing that Xia Huanhuan really didn't doubt her. After seeing Zhou Qiuhe off, Xia Huanhuan looked towards Lulan's room, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her lips. She told Zhou Qiuhe that if Li Zhan didn't ask for it, she wouldn't ask for it either, which was half true and half false. Not asking for it directly is one thing, but that doesn't mean that she will let the money be taken by others. In the past, she and Li Zhan were literally husband and wife living together, and she needed Li Zhan's identity as his daughter-in-law as a cover to gain a foothold first, so she didn't care about Li Zhan's money. But now that she and Li Zhan are already de facto husband and wife, she can't let others bully and exploit her man. Even if it was exploited in the past, it's not allowed. This money must be taken back sooner or later. After Jingzhe, there is a solar term every half a month, namely the spring equinox and Qingming, followed by grain rain. The farm work during the period from Jingzhe to Qingming is relatively not so heavy. It is mainly weeding the wheat that has survived the winter, sowing spring corn and spring potatoes, and raising seedlings for sweet potatoes and cotton to be planted around grain rain. The real busyness is to plant sweet potatoes in time around grain rain. In this era, the per-acre yield of grain is not high. One season of sweet potatoes is half a year of grain. If you miss the opportunity to plant, the sweet potatoes will only grow seedlings but not sweet potatoes, and this season will be wasted. In addition, cotton, millet, sorghum, mung beans, and other crops must be planted in time around Qingming and grain rain. Not long after Jingzhe, the commune began to draw lots to allocate farm work based on villages. Xia Huanhuan got the job of breeding cotton and sweet potatoes. This is a good job. The seedbeds are ready-made, only 1 or 2 mu of land, unlike other early corn, early potatoes, and soybeans, where 1 mu is half an acre and 8 mu per person. But correspondingly, the work points earned in a day are also less. The content of the work to be done is to plant cotton seeds and sweet potato tubers selected for seedlings into the soil to prevent drought and waterlogging and bird pecking, and to check the germination status every day. The blind seedlings must be replanted in time to avoid missing the opportunity to transplant them to the ground later. Xia Huanhuan had never done farm work before she traveled through time, but the original owner had done everything. Although there is still a gap between memory and reality, with these memories and experience, Xia Huanhuan still completed the task very well and could earn 6 work points a day. After completing the farm work of the commune, Xia Huanhuan went to grow vegetables in her private plot. The spinach planted in winter can be planted until March and April, so Xia Huanhuan left a small spinach field and picked all the others, giving some to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, and sending some to the cowsheet. The empty land was tilled and irrigated, and then small green vegetables, lettuce, cabbage, cauliflower, potatoes, lettuce, onions, garlic sprouts, eggplants, leeks, cucumbers, tomatoes, and peppers were planted. Not much of each was planted, mainly for a name, and they could be supplemented from the space later. In addition, 2 fields were reserved for planting cowpeas, sword beans, winter melons, and pumpkins later. They would be planted around the Qingming festival, which is the so-called planting melons and beans. The 3 little guys were not idle either. Xia Huanhuan didn't need the 1 or 2 work points they earned, so she didn't let them go to the fields to water them. When she was tending to her private plot, the 3 of them followed to help sow seeds, water them with a small bucket, cover the seeds with soil, etc. There was also one person holding a small and carrying a small bamboo basket to dig wild vegetables on the ridge of the field. Shepherd's purse, purslane, wild sesame amaranth, etc. have gradually grown. There are also ferns that are only found in the mountains, but this summer Huanhuan was afraid that it would be dangerous for them to go into the mountains, so she didn't pick much. Anyway, there is more farm work in spring, and Huanhuan's life in summer is not much different from winter. It is still quite comfortable and fulfilling. On the contrary, Lulan and Li Qiaoqiao are quite miserable. Lulan was reluctant to give up the 5 yuan a month, and finally, under the witness of the commune, her second son Li Chong still separated from her. In this way, she and Li Qiaoqiao can only do the farm work assigned to them. Their luck is average. They drew lots to plant potatoes, half an acre each. This work is not difficult, but tiring. Potatoes are easy to work with. Just plow the land with cut the stored potatoes into several large pieces, bury them in the soil, and then carry water to water them. How many years have they not done farm work? Especially Li Qiaoqiao, who has been spoiled by Lulan since she was a child. She doesn't even know what to plant and harvest in the 4 seasons.
She only knows how to eat.
Now she was asked to use to turn the soil, and her movements were so stiff and ugly. She would hit her feet from time to time, jumping and screaming in pain. The mother and daughter had not worked for a while before they complained about the hard work and tiredness and sat down on the ground to rest. In just a few days, they became the laughingstock of the whole commune and were criticized by the village team cadres. In addition to making fun of these 2 lazy bones, the villagers also spread rumors about Li Qiaoqiao. Li Qiaoqiao started to hook up with Xu Jiayuan at the end of last year. Counting the time, it has been 3 or 4 months. Isn't she starting to show her pregnancy? Oh my, an unmarried girl with such a heavy body. Why don't you think of a way to abort her? How shameless. That's right. Even a child can see it now. I'm afraid no man will want her in the future. I heard that the child in her belly is from the educated youth who was arrested some time ago. Alas. Why keep the child of a labor camp prisoner? How stupid. Li Qiaoqiao was very anxious when she heard the rumors pointing fingers at her. The child cannot be aborted. She was still hoping to use this child to force Xu Jiayuan to marry her and take her back to the city to work. Xu Jiayuan was arrested now, but Wang Dajuan, the educated youth at the educated youth point, said that he could get him out for 200 yuan. If she really rescued Xu Jiayuan, wouldn't he be grateful to her and marry her immediately? The 200 yuan must be obtained quickly, otherwise she would get married with a big belly. It didn't matter what the villagers thought of her, but how would her future mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and neighbors in the city look at her? Thinking of this, Li Qiaoqiao looked at Lulan gloomily. Lulan had been working in the farm for a long time and was so tired that her back and waist ached. She didn't notice the look in Li Qiaoqiao's eyes. She cried ouch, ouch, and said, "Qiaoqiao, you take care of the rest. I'm really exhausted. I'm going home to rest first." As she said that, she was about to get up and slip away. How could Li Qiaoqiao bear this loss? She immediately pulled Lulan to stop her from leaving. "Mom, what are you talking about? You're tired, but am I not tired too? Others may not know, but you don't. I am pregnant with your future grandson, who has a city hukou. You push everything to me. Aren't you afraid that I will be so tired that you will lose your eldest grandson?" Li Qiaoqiao's voice was loud, and the villagers who worked with them heard it and were stunned. It would be fine if others spread rumors in private, but Li Qiaoqiao didn't hide it herself and loudly publicized her ugly deeds in public. What kind of weird idiot is this? If it gets out that there is such a shameless person in their commune, they will all be ashamed. Lulan was also furious. Whose IQ did this idiot inherit? With a slap, she slapped Li Xiaoqiao without thinking and whispered, "Shut up. Aren't you ashamed?" Li Xiaoqiao was stunned by the beating, and then her face was twisted with anger. She grabbed Lulan's hair and scolded. "Okay. I endured it last time you hit me, but now you hit me again. The second brother separated from you, and the other two sons don't care about you. You don't have the ability to settle accounts with them, so you hit me, right? I tell you, I, Li Xiaoqiao, am not someone who can be bullied." As she said that, she wrestled with Lulan without caring about her image. "Ouch, ouch. You little witch, I raised you so big just to raise you to beat me? I'll beat you to death today." Lulan also screamed in pain and started to grab and twist Li Xiaoqiao. Villagers. After being stunned for a while, they hurriedly went up to pull the two weird mother and daughter apart. The two of them were so disheveled from the fight that they looked like they were cross-eyed. Xia Huanhuan was speechless when she heard about these jokes later. She always thought that although Lulan was insidious, she was still a person who paid attention to her dignity. Now she has become the laughingstock of the whole commune.
Well,
she deserves it. However, Xia Huanhuan did not get involved in their bad things, but just paid a little more attention to Li Xiaoqiao's whereabouts. A few days after the fight with Lulan, Li Xiaoqiao really ran to the Educated Youth Point from time to time, or the educated youth named Wang Dajuan at the Educated Youth Point also frequently made appointments with Li Xiaoqiao. Xia Huanhuan guessed that Li Xiaoqiao might take action in the next few days. Sure enough, a few days later, in the middle of the night, Xia Huanhuan noticed that Li Xiaoqiao secretly opened the door and went out. She followed her without making a sound. Li Xiaoqiao carried a small bag on her back and walked carefully to the village entrance. Sure enough, Wang Dajuan was waiting there. When he saw her coming, he came out from the dark and asked in a low voice, "Did you get the money?" Li Xiaoqiao lifted the bag on her shoulder, looked around nervously, and said, "I got it." "Where is it? Let me see." Wang Dajuan stretched out his hand and asked anxiously. Li Xiaoqiao frowned and whispered, "I will give it to you when I see Brother Jiayuan otherwise." Wang Dajuan interrupted her impatiently. "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't take it out now, go back by yourself and pretend I didn't say anything about this." "Humph. If you don't show it to me, how can I know if you tricked me into running errands for you in vain?" Li Xiaoqiao had to fumble in her bag for a long time before she took out a thick stack of 10 yuan bills.
Wang.
"Brother Wang, this is 300 yuan and the other 100 is to thank you for helping to save Brother Jiayuan." Wang Dajuan snatched it, counted it with trembling hands, and looked greedily at Li Xiaoqiao's bag. However, he did not make any other moves, but said with a smile on his face, "Wouldn't it be over if you took it out earlier? It's so troublesome. Let's go. Someone I know is waiting for us in the county to take us to Jincheng to find Xu Jiayuan." When Li Xiaoqiao heard this, she showed joy on her face and said, "Really? That's great. Brother Wang, let's go." Xia Huanhuan was speechless when she saw Li Xiaoqiao being so stupid. Xu Jiayuan's crime was a serious crime, which was enough to be sentenced to death. It is estimated that his sister found some connections at home, and the incident happened a long time ago, and the evidence found by the police was not sufficient, so he was sentenced to more than 20 years of labor reform. If Wang Dajuan really had the ability to find someone to overturn Xu Jiayuan's case, why would he not be able to avoid going to the countryside himself and come to Qingshui village as an educated youth? However, Xia Huanhuan didn't care much about how Li Xiaoqiao was deceived. She followed him just to get back the money that belonged to Li Zhan. The two of them left the village and walked towards the town for a long time. Li Xiaoqiao found that they seemed to have taken a wrong turn, so she asked, "Wang, Brother Wang, this doesn't seem to be the way to the town. Did we take a wrong turn?" Wang Dajuan frowned and said vaguely, "We are going to the county. This is a shortcut to the county. Of course it is different from going to the town." Li Xiaoqiao said, "Oh," and didn't dare to say anything else. After walking for a while, they were getting more and more off the track. Suddenly, 2 or 3 men came out of a small forest beside the road and blocked their way. Li Qiao was startled. Wang Dajun turned around and said, Li Qiao, these are the people I know. Go with them. They will take you to Jincheng to find Xu Jiayuan. No matter how dumb Li Qiao was, she could see that something was wrong. The men in front of her were all wearing patched clothes.
How could they be city people?
If they were not city people, how could they have the connections to rescue Xu Jiayuan? The 3 men approached Li Qiao. Li Qiao saw that something was wrong and immediately screamed in fear. She turned around and ran towards the village. Unfortunately, how could she outrun the 3 big men? They caught up with her in a few steps, slapped her hard several times, and made Li Qiao's head buzz. Then they blocked her mouth with a piece of rag, tied her hands behind her back, and threw her directly onto an ox cart they had pulled, and covered her with felt cloth. Wang Dajun picked up Li Qiao's bag, then took the 50 yuan handed over by one of the big men and said, Brother, you promised me that you would take her to another city. You must not break your promise. If she escapes and comes back, I'll be finished. The big man said impatiently, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Wang Dajun watched the men pull the ox cart away, and then he opened Li Qiao's bag with satisfaction. When he saw that it was not a big deal, his legs went weak. Oh my goodness! Wang Dajun exclaimed, Oh my goodness! In addition to the 300, there are still 500 here. Fortunately, the big man didn't expect that Li Qiao still had money in her bag, otherwise he would have lost a lot. Wang Dajun hummed a little song and started to walk back contentedly. With these 800 yuan and the 50 yuan from selling Li Qiao, he spent 100 yuan to get a place to return to the city, and he could go back to the city to eat delicious food and drink spicy food. However, he had just taken a few steps when Xia Huanhuan suddenly appeared behind him through space, holding a stick in her hand, and knocked him out with one stick. Xia Huanhuan squatted down and directly took away all the 850 yuan in Wang Dajun's pocket. Li Qiao is really ruthless. Xia Huanhuan guessed that she might steal money, but she didn't expect her to steal so much. It is estimated that Lulan's savings over the years were all taken away by Li Qiao. But it's better this way, so that she doesn't have to find another way to get the rest back. Xia Huanhuan put the money into the space. She had saved more than 3,000 yuan from selling supplies before and after the new year. Adding this 850 yuan, it was more than 4,000 yuan. In this era of scarcity of supplies, the average monthly salary of workers was 20 to 30 yuan, and one work point in the countryside was equivalent to 1.5 cents. This was a huge sum of money. Looking at Wang Dajun, who was lying unconscious on the ground, Xia Huanhuan took out his belt, tied his hands tightly, and then entered the space, and teleported directly to the house in the county town through the space. She wrote an anonymous letter with a paper and pen prepared in the house, and went to the police station in the county town to report the case at night. When she arrived at the police station, Xia Huanhuan did not intend to show up, but stuffed the anonymous letter in, then knocked on the door, and without waiting for the people inside to come out, she entered the space and teleported directly back home. Although she didn't like Li Qiao, she hated human traffickers even more. After reporting the case in this way, as for whether Li Qiao could be rescued, it depended on her life. The next morning, Xia Huanhuan got up early as usual, squeezed fresh milk from the space and heated it up, then took out a few steamed dumplings with fresh meat, boiled white porridge, and served it with a dish of spicy cabbage and a dish of beef chili sauce, which was considered a meal. While eating, Xiaowen said, Mom, the elm trees are starting to produce elm seeds. Today we have an appointment with Chaoyang Qiming and others to go get some elm seeds to eat. Xia Huanhuan was stunned, remembering that there were several elm trees next to her house. Now they are bearing tender green and round elm seeds like embroidery knots. Can this thing be eaten? However, she seemed to have seen on TV that people of this era would pick them and bake them into elm seed cakes, or mix them with flour and steam them directly in a pot without adding water, and make steamed dishes with garlic sauce. In the spring, when there is a shortage of food, this is the wisdom of the poor masses to fill their stomachs and survive. However, Xia Huanhuan frowned and did not agree, as their family was not short of food. The elm trees are so tall. What are you going to do? Climb the tree? What if you fall down? Xiaowen and Xiaowu shrank their heads in guilt when they heard this, and lowered their heads to eat their meals. When Bebe heard her mother forbid them from climbing trees, she said in a baby voice, "Mom, my brothers climbed yesterday." Before she could finish her words, Xiaowen blocked her sister's mouth with a steamed bun and said with a strong desire to survive, "Mom, we didn't climb the tree. Then let's go to dig Shepherd's purse today." Xia Huanhuan saw the reactions of the three kids and knew that it must be Xiaowen and Xiaowu who went to climb the tree. After her eyes wandered over the two people's faces for a few times and had enough deterrence, she said, "It's good that you didn't climb. If anyone dares to climb the tree and gets caught by me, I'll beat you up." After dinner, Xiaowen helped wash the dishes, and the three kids carried small bamboo baskets and small hoes, and joined Huanhuan and Yingying from Zhou family to go to the fields to pick wild vegetables. Xia Huanhuan always felt a little lazy and sleepy recently and had no appetite, and she didn't know what was going on. It happened that she had to go to the cowshed in the evening these 2 days, so she planned to ask her master to help her take her pulse and diagnose. Xia Huanhuan had already started to learn to take pulses, but she only listened to explanations and read medical books, and had no practical experience. Although she had taken the pulses of Shen Wanxue, her master, a few children and herself, except for Shen Wanxue, everyone had normal pulses. She had never seen the pulses mentioned in the specific medical skills, so she naturally couldn't tell them apart. In the past few days of farm work, she was assigned to plant corn, which was also about half an acre of land. She had to use A to turn the ground, then sprinkle corn seeds, and then cover the seeds with soil. It had just rained, and the ground was still wet, so there was no need to water it separately. This job was not easy, but when Xia Huanhuan was tired, she would get some spiritual spring water from the space to drink. After drinking the spiritual spring water, her body would be strengthened to a certain extent in a short period of time, and she would do farm work much faster. In the late afternoon, she finished her part of the farm work and walked home with her on her back. During the spring plowing period, each family was required to do the minimum work points during the busiest half of the month. After that, they could stop working if they wanted to, or work more if they wanted to. There was no requirement for more. Xia Huanhuan naturally only wanted the minimum work points. Therefore, after finishing the work of planting corn today, she planned to rest for a few days and not collect work points. Seeing her walking home, the women who were still working in the fields were almost envious. Look at other people's wives. They only do 8 work points of work, and they only get paid every few days. They live a happy life. Yeah, not like us, who have to work hard every day for more than 10 work points, and the husband of this family still thinks I'm lazy.
Come on.
You envy her? If your man is as incompetent as hers, I wonder if you'd still envy him. That's true, haha. Hey, why did I hear that Li Zhan is not a good man? It seems to be a rumor? Is it true? Where did you hear it? My husband said it. Don't their men like to talk dirty while working? A foul-mouthed guy laughed at Li Zhan in front of the third brother. In fact, it has been said in the past, and the third brother of the Li family has heard it many times, but he always turned his head and ignored it. I don't know what happened this time. The third brother of the Li family directly beat up the foul-mouthed guy. My husband was also there at the time and saw it with his own eyes. Li Jia also said that his brother told him personally that he was not injured in that area and was fine. He also said that if he heard anyone talking about Li Zhan again, he would beat them up. TSK. Li Lao Sen said his brother is fine, so he is fine? If he is, show us the evidence. Didn't Li Lao Si come back for a few days for the new year? Let's see if there is any movement in his wife's belly. Someone didn't believe it and said sarcastically. When the other women heard this, they laughed and said, "That's true." One of them sneered more sarcastically. However, it depends not only on whether she is pregnant, but also on the attitude of the Li family towards her. If she is really pregnant, it may not be Li Laoxi's child, right? Maybe she is having an affair with a man outside. Before she finished speaking, Aunt Wu, who was passing by after work, heard her and interrupted her with a snarl, Sun Xiaohua, has your conscience been eaten by a dog for speaking so harshly? Didn't your family eat the 2 wild boars that Li Laosi and his wife killed before the new year? How can you not be ashamed to ruin their reputation like this? Humph. Everyone knows that before you got married, Lulan wanted to marry you as the 4th daughter-in-law, and the betrothal money was sent to your family, right? As a result, when those rumors about Li Zhan came out, you immediately forced your parents to return the betrothal money. What? Now that you see that Li Zhan dotes on his wife to the sky, and his failure in that aspect may be a misunderstanding, you are unbalanced?
Ha!
You must be unbalanced. Look at the kind of man you have found. In this busy time, instead of working to earn work points, he goes to play cards and gamble with the village scoundrels. I'm waiting to see how much food you get after the summer harvest, and whether you will starve. And does your man have guts? If he does, how come you haven't gotten pregnant for almost a year after marrying here? Sun Xiaohua, who was scolded, felt ashamed and angry. She put down her and ran to the card room to make trouble with her man. Aunt Wu glared at the remaining women present and scolded. You haven't even finished your work yet you still have the nerve to gossip about others. You are so useless. After that, she left. The women waited until she was far away before they dared to speak in a low voice. She's gone now. You can't hear me anymore? Oh my God. I dare not speak when I see Aunt Wu. I'm afraid she will turn me upside down. If you're fine, why are you afraid of what she will say? Someone laughed.
Hey.
Am I afraid of you? Then why were you so quiet just now? She also said that we gossip. She is the most gossipy in the whole village. That's right. But why did she get off work so early? Don't you know? I heard that the matchmaker is coming to the house to find a wife for her youngest son. Xia Huanhuan returned home, and the 3 kids also came back with bamboo baskets on their backs. In addition to Shepherd's purse, a lot of porcelain was also picked. Xia Huanhuan took out some meat filling from the space, chopped it with Shepherd's purse to make filling, mixed it with white flour and sweet potato flour to make dough, rolled it into dumpling skins to make dumplings. Although Shepherd's purse is the most common and easiest to dig wild vegetables, it is not available in Xia Huanhuan's space. Therefore, it is very rare. After it is cooked, dip it in vinegar and take a bite. It is fragrant and has the smell of spring fields. Porcelain is also common. Use fresh porcelain to blanch in boiling water. Then take it out, wash it several times with clean water, put it in a plate, and mix it with sesame oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, mashed garlic, etc. Another way to eat it is to wash it, wrap it in flour, steam it in a pot, and then mash it with garlic juice and eat it with it. This time Xia Huanhuan made steamed dishes directly, mashed garlic juice, and seasoned the garlic juice with sesame oil and salt. In the evening, there are shepherd's purse dumplings and porcelain steamed dishes. Xia Huanhuan put them in bowls and went to the cowshed at night. Shen Wanxue and Yang Qiushi were still awake, waiting for her to come. During the spring plowing, the villagers are busy, and the cowshed is even busier. The cattle have to plow the land, and the fodder and water for feeding the cattle are much more than in winter, and there is also the work of drying cow dung. In addition, he was also assigned a lot of hard work in the fields. The only thing that was better than before was that because Xia Huanhuan would send food, meat, and medicinal materials from time to time, they could still hold on physically. Shen Wanxue's eye disease has mostly healed, but her vision is still blurry and will need to be treated for a while. The two were full of praise for Xia Huanhuan's craftsmanship. After eating dumplings and steamed vegetables, Xia Huanhuan asked some questions that she didn't understand after reading the medical books in the past few days, and then said a little embarrassedly, "Master, can you help me take my pulse? I've been feeling a little tired these days." I didn't understand it even after trying it for a while. Yang Qiushi naturally agreed immediately after hearing this, but after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't help but look at Xia Huanhuan with a strange look on his face. After holding it again, he let go of Xia Huanhuan's hand. Seeing that his expression was wrong, Xia Huanhuan felt a little uneasy. "Master, is there any problem?" Yang Qiushi raised his eyes and glanced at Xia Huanhuan quickly, then at Shen Wanxue, and then said, "No. It's nothing, it's just..." I may be busy with farm work recently, and I'm tired. Don't do any more farm work these days, and don't go into the mountains. I'll just stay at home for a few days. Xia Huanhuan frowned slightly. She said, I always feel that the master seems to have something unsaid and hesitates to speak. However, after being in contact with him for these days, she also knew that Yang Qiushi was a person who would definitely not harm her. I guess I was tired from doing farm work too hard. Thinking of this, Xia Huanhuan nodded and said with a smile, Thank you, master. I listened to the master and didn't do farm work or go into the mountains these days. I just pulled some cloth at home to make spring and summer clothes for a few kids. After chatting for a while, Xia Huanhuan went back. Yang Qiushi did not go back to his room immediately like before. Instead, he waited until Xia Huanhuan had gone far before looking at Shen Wanxue and said in a very contradictory manner, Sister Shen, I have something to discuss with you. Shen Wanxue also saw Yang Qiushi's hesitation and smiled and said, Old Yang, are you feeling uneasy because you lied to Huanhuan? Yang Qiushi looked at Shen Wanxue in shock, and immediately she smiled bitterly and said, Is it so obvious? Shen Wanxue smiled and said, Huanhuan, that girl Bingxue is smart. I'm afraid she has already seen it. However, she still chose to believe her master's diagnosis. It must be because I trust you, Lao Yang. I guess you have difficulties that you can't tell. Yang Qiushi sighed and said, People said in the past that women are as careful as hair, but I can't help but see it today. You? Yang Qiushi lowered his voice and continued, Huanhuan's pulse is probably Shimai. Shen Wanxue was stunned for a moment. Shimai? You mean Huanhuan is pregnant? Yang Qiushi nodded. It's been more than a month, and judging from the pulse, I'm afraid it's not a single pregnancy. I guess it's either twins or triplet. When Shen Wanxue heard this, she stood up from the stool anxiously. Twins, or maybe triples. Third child? Lao Yang, you are so confused. Why didn't you tell her about such a big thing just now? It's just over a month into the pregnancy, which is the most dangerous time. If you're not careful, you could have a miscarriage. What's more, she is not pregnant with a single child. If there is a baby with 3 long and 2 short babies, I'm afraid her body will be damaged. Yang Qiushi couldn't help but regret when Shen Wanxue said this. At that time, I suddenly thought of the rumors about her husband in the village. I was afraid that if I told the truth directly, she would be embarrassed in front of us, so I wanted to discuss it with you privately first and then tell her. When Shen Wanxue thought about it, Yang Qiushi's worries were justified. Although the Kaoshi didn't have much contact with the villagers, the news about Huanhuan's husband Li Zhan's incompetence spread throughout the commune, and no one evaded it. Shen Wanxue was sometimes assigned a place to do farm work. Right next to the villagers, I also heard such and other gossips from a distance, and this incident was one of them. If Huanhuan's husband can't do it, then whose child is Huanhuan pregnant with? If this was really revealed to Yang Qiushi in person, wouldn't it make her embarrassed? Shen Wanxue hesitated for a moment, then put on her coat and put a broken straw hat on her head, saying, I'd better go to the village and tell Huanhuan. I believe that girl Huanhuan. And no matter what the truth is, it's not as important as Huanhuan's physical safety. Taking a step back, even if the child in Huanhuan's belly is not her husband's, so what? During this period, it was Xia Huanhuan who selflessly gave her medicines, food, and clothes, and he was not her husband. Why should she side with him? When Yang Qiushi heard this, he felt even more regretful. He walked over to stop her and said, Sister Shen, you are right. I think too much. Your eye disease is not cured yet. If you meet the villagers, you may still be suspected. I was hesitant to say it just now, so I should go and make this trip. After hearing this, Shen Wanxue nodded and agreed. Yang Qiushi didn't go out for long before he came back and said with some regret, I'm afraid I can't talk tonight. There is a commotion in the village and the educated youth spot. I heard that an educated youth kidnapped a girl in the village and eloped. This will probably happen tomorrow. There were people patrolling until the morning. We can only wait until tomorrow. I just told Huanhuan to get more rest, and she should be able to do it tomorrow. It turns out that Wang Dajuan was not seen at the Jiqing Point all day. Everyone felt that something was wrong. They were afraid that he had escaped and would implicate them, so they quickly asked the captain to report to the commune. On the other hand, Lulan hadn't seen Li Qiaoqiao all day, so she thought she was still angry with him, so she didn't care, thinking that she would be back by the evening. She worked in the fields for a whole day. Li Qiaoqiao was not here, so she had to do her share. She worked until the sun went down. She didn't finish it, so she went back angrily, thinking about waiting. When Li Qiaoqiao comes back, she must be scolded. When I got home, the house was still dark, the lights were not lit, and the meal was not cooked. Lulan was so angry. She had no choice but to suppress her anger and cook. While waiting, she thought about it. She really couldn't survive this day. The spring plowing had just started, and she was already so tired that her back ached. Xiaoman will have to harvest wheat before and after this. After harvesting wheat, it will be time for autumn planting, and there will also be autumn harvest. Otherwise, just give the second son's family 5 yuan a month and not split up with them. Lulan thought about it, so she went to take out the money she had saved and planned to do some calculations before making a decision. Only then did she realize that all the 800 yuan she had saved was gone. Lulan fainted on the spot and fell to the ground with a clang. After a while, he woke up again, his heart moved, and he quickly went to look through Li Qiaoqiao's clothes. Where was the shadow? Lulan's face was ashen, and she suddenly sat down on the ground and started crying loudly, which alarmed the second son's family in the courtyard. However, Li Chang was pulled by Wang Guixiang and did not come to pay attention to her. Lulan cried for a long time before she got up and staggered to the commune to complain that her money had been stolen and that Li Qiaoqiao had disappeared. The village lost 2 big people at once, but it didn't take the whole village to pay attention. Have you been searching all night? Xia Huanhuan naturally heard these news, but she didn't care about Lulan Li Qiaoqiao's follow-up matters. In addition, after she came back, for some reason, in addition to being tired and sleepy, she also had some symptoms of nausea and vomiting. I went to bed early. Early the next morning, rumors spread throughout Qingshui village that the educated youth Wang Dajuan had eloped with Li Qiaoqiao, and that Li Qiaoqiao had stolen all her mother's savings. Lulan directly became the laughingstock of Qingshui village. You deserve it. After receiving the allowance for your 4th son for so many years, you ended up marrying your 4th son a wife who didn't even have a living room. It's so stingy to the extreme. Now it's okay, your shameless daughter took the blame. I also heard that when a new daughter-in-law came in, the bedding in the new house that night was not new, but was borrowed from Wang Guixiang. Wang Guixiang kept sleeping on each one to make sure it was dirty. I have to return it as soon as possible. I have never seen such a stingy mother-in-law.
No.
Li Zhan's daughter-in-law is well-behaved and didn't make any fuss with her. She just went to the commune to separate the family. And even if the family was separated, Li Zhan didn't get the 10 years allowance before getting married. She didn't even ask for it. She was almost clean and out of the house. If it were me, I wouldn't slap her loudly and make trouble with her so that everyone in the village and the commune would know how mean and stingy she is. If I take my husband's allowance and separate from her, my surname will no longer be Wang. Alas, isn't she just too stingy, and this is what happened before liberation? You deserve it. That little Li Qiaoqiao took advantage of her hard work and ran away with an educated youth to have a happy life. Xia Huanhuan woke up the next morning and was still lazy. I took meat buns, milk and porridge from the space for breakfast. She still felt a little nauseous and didn't eat much. After eating and sleeping for a while, I felt better. At this time, Secretary Zhao's daughter-in-law Wu Xiaoyan came over and asked her to go to town to register the family's little boy in a school. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then remembered that she had made an appointment with Wu Xiaoran before. Chaoyang and her family is 1 year older than Xiaowen. Qiming and Xiaowen are the same age and both want to go to school. This matter couldn't be delayed. It happened to be that we had to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some spring and summer clothes as a cover. Xia Huanhuan packed up and went to town with her. Yang Qiushi and Shen Wanxue saw them from a distance at the end of the village. They originally wanted to tell her that she was pregnant, but they saw that there were people around her and they were too anxious to talk. Moreover, it was always unsafe in broad daylight. I can only wait patiently for the evening. Unexpectedly, Xia Huanhuan had just returned from town and was called by Secretary Zhao before he even entered the house. Xia Huanhuan originally thought that Secretary Zhao might be calling her because he wanted to ask her about Lulan or Li Qiao, so she made up her mind that no matter how she asked, she would not get the answer. As a result, when Secretary Zhao saw her, he pointed at two young men in military uniforms and said, "Daughter-in-law of the Li family, these are two comrades from the army. They said they were sent by Li Zhan to take you to the army." He turned to the two comrades and said, "Two little comrades, this is Li Zhan's wife, her name is Xia Huanhuan." When the two saw Xia Huanhuan, their eyes widened in shock at first, and then their cheeks turned red. They gave Xia Huanhuan a quick salute and shouted in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, looking at the two young comrades suspiciously. Li Zhan left home and returned to the team after the new year. Apart from the telegram he sent at the beginning and the remittance slip he sent back, there has been no news from him in more than a month. However, in the last telegram, he also mentioned that he had to carry out a secret mission and it would be inconvenient for him to write again in the short term, so Xia Huanhuan didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that he would probably write after the mission was over. Unexpectedly, instead of receiving the letter, someone from the army came directly. Thinking of this, Xia Huanhuan's heart sank suddenly, and she asked in a trembling voice, "Pick me up? What happened to Li Zhan? Is he injured?" The last time his comrade in arms by Zihan drove a jeep to pick her up, wasn't it because Li Zhan was seriously injured? The two comrades shook their heads quickly, and one of them smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Our battalion commander." "No, our regiment commander is fine. He just sent us here to pick you up." Xia Huanhuan frowned slightly. "Why are you picking me up for no reason?" The two comrades quickly looked at each other, and then said with some guilt, "Sister-in-law, I don't know. The regiment commander only asked us to follow orders, but didn't tell us the reason." Secretary Zhao on the side said, "Li's wife, the troops are here to pick you up. There must be something going on. It may be confidential and inconvenient to tell. You should go over quickly. I have already issued you a letter of introduction. The comrades have already bought the train ticket from the county to the army tonight. You should go back and pack up and set off, otherwise you will miss the train." Xia Huanhuan had to go back and prepare. The family had food, bacon, vegetables, and the like. She had just bought some at the supply and marketing cooperative today and took some more from the space to supplement, which was enough for a month. Then, she went to Xia village and asked Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru to live in her house directly so that they could take care of the three kids for a while she was away. Xiaowen had already registered for the town's primary school, and school would start in 2 days. She asked Zhou Qiuhua for this. It happened that she went to work as usual most of the time, except for taking leave from the supply and marketing cooperative when the farm work was particularly heavy. And their family member Huan also had to go to school, so she asked her to pick up Xiaowen as well. The cowshed was still it was daytime, so she couldn't tell them. But fortunately, the food and medicine she had brought back should be enough for 10 days or half a month, so she didn't go to tell them. She also told the 3 kids to listen to their grandparents. Xiaowen should go to school well and not skip classes. Xiaowu and Beibei should not be naughty, climb trees or go to the river to play. She simply prepared a few sets of clothes to change and took out a dozen big meat buns from the space as dry food on the road and set off with the 2 people who came to pick her up. When they arrived in the town, they took a bullock cart to the county. On the way, she heard the 2 people introduce themselves. One was called Lu Xiangdong, and the other was called Wei Bin. They were both soldiers under Li Zhan. She had never asked before, but now she knew that Li Zhan was actually the head of the regiment. "Yes, sister-in-law. I was promoted just after the mission was completed." Lu Xiangdong straightened his back and answered seriously. Wei Bin poked him and whispered, "Don't be so serious. Look, you scared your sister-in-law." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile. Lu Xiangdong glanced at Xia Huanhuan, his face turned red again, and he coughed awkwardly. Xia Huanhuan held back her laughter and asked, I heard from Li Zhan that your missions are relatively confidential. Is it really okay for me to go there? Wei Bin smiled and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry. We have reported this to our superiors. This mission has just ended, and there is a 10-day rest period, so it won't be a problem for you to go there. Xia Huanhuan was relieved after hearing this. The county railway station sent someone to wait for them. When they saw the three of them arrived, they said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, comrades. We are a passing station here, so we have only 2 sleeper berths, and one is a hard seat ticket. Lu Xiangdong heard it and immediately said, It's okay. We are very grateful for the 2 sleeper berths. Thank you for your help in the adjustment. He turned away Bin and said, You and sister-in-law take the sleeper berth, and I'll go to the hard seat car. Wei Bin refused to agree and said, It has to be me if we want a hard seat ticket. Have you forgotten that your position is higher than mine? Xia Huanhuan felt embarrassed. These 2 berths would definitely be given priority to soldiers. If she bought the ticket herself, it would probably be a hard seat ticket. The 2 berths prepared by the station should be for you, otherwise the hard seat ticket will still be mine. Lu Xiangdong and Wei Bin immediately said in unison, No. Xia Huanhuan was shocked. Lu Xiangdong said seriously, Sister-in-law, we came to pick you up this time to protect you on the road and not let you suffer any grievances. Even if both of us have standing tickets, you have to sleep in this berth. Finally, it was decided that Xia Huanhuan would sleep in a sleeper berth, while LV Xiangdong and Wei Bin would take turns sleeping in the sleeper berth or hard seat, switching shifts every few hours. When the train started, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Both sleeper berths were for the lower berth, which saved them from climbing up and down. Xia Huanhuan gave each of them 2 steamed buns and ate one herself. She drank some hot water, chatted for a while, and then fell asleep. The next day, Xia Huanhuan slept until almost 8 or 9 o'clock. When she got up, she saw that LV Xiangdong and Wei Bin were sitting upright on the opposite berth, waiting for her to wake up. She felt a little embarrassed. Before she crossed over, she was also a night owl, and it was normal for her to sleep until noon. But after crossing over, there was nothing to do at night, so she went to bed early. So she woke up at 5 or 6 o'clock every morning, stayed in bed for a while, and got up at around 7 o'clock. It can be said that her daily routine is extremely healthy. My body has been really strange these days. Didn't I go to bed late last night? Why are you so sleepy? When the 2 saw Xia Huanhuan wake up, they smiled and said, Sister-in-law, let's go to the dining car to get some porridge and steamed buns. You can eat something first. We will probably arrive at the station around 11 o'clock. The food sold on the train also requires food stamps, and the price seems to be a little more expensive than outside. However, at this time, even if you take a long-distance train, most people still bring their own dry food, cornmeal steamed buns with pickles, and so on. Xia Huanhuan took a look and saw the common cornmeal sweet potato porridge and white flour and sweet potato flour steamed buns, and a small dish of fermented bean curd. It is not as good as the things in her space, but in this era, it is definitely of upper middle standard. She was also hungry, so she didn't hesitate to take the steamed buns and drink porridge with fermented bean curd. After a while, she devoured breakfast like a whirlwind. The 2 comrades were stunned. Their sister-in-law has a good appetite. After eating, Xia Huanhuan saw the 2 people staring at her with steamed buns in their hands, and her face turned red all of a sudden. This is so embarrassing. What happened to her recently? Felt extra hungry this morning, so she didn't pay attention to her image for a while. Well, I've been getting hungry a lot lately. Hee. Xia Huanhuan blushed and tried to save her image. The 2 of them reacted and said quickly, Sister-in-law, it's okay. We're also very hungry. We just eat a little slowly. As they said that, they stuffed the steamed buns into their mouths in a hurry and hurried to drink the porridge, which made Xia Huanhuan even more embarrassed. You guys, eat slowly. The train was delayed for about an hour and arrived at the station after 12 o'clock. A jeep carrying the troops was already waiting there. Lu Xiangdong and Wei Bin saluted the driver, who came to pick them up, and then got on the car with Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan looked out the window. This was no longer the rural scene where Qingshui village was located. There were no irregularly shaped pieces of land. Instead, there was a vast and wild expanse. There were several mountains standing in the distance. The foot of the mountain was lush and green with cold-resistant evergreen pine trees, while the top of the mountain was still covered with snow. A ribbon-like river meandered across the land like a white snake, and there were several small villages scattered along the river. The grass had not yet turned green, but was still withered and yellow, but one could still imagine how beautiful it would be in the summer. A beautiful scene. The jeep first drove along a relatively flat road for a while, and then turned into a more remote and uninhabited area, where there was basically no road. The bumps became more severe, and Xia Huanhuan began to feel like vomiting again, but she still tried her best to hold it in. After walking for more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at the destination. In front of them was a military camp of a medium size, with fixed houses and temporary tents. The jeep driver took out the pass and showed it to the sentry on duty. The sentry didn't let anyone get off the car, but saluted and let him pass. Xia Huanhuan thought that she would be able to see Li Zhan after getting off the car, but she was greeted by a female officer in her 30s, wearing a military uniform, who looked extremely cool and capable. Lu Xiongdong introduced in a low voice. "Sister-in-law, this is the staff officer stationed here, and also the sister-in-law of our division commander. Her name is Jiang Wan. We all call her Sister Jiang, or call her by her position. You can also call her Sister Jiang." Xia Huanhuan was a little confused now. Didn't Li Zhan ask someone to pick her up? Why didn't Li Zhan show up, but why did the commander's sister-in-law come to pick her up? Jiang Wan saw Xia Huanhuan and said with a smile, "Is this Li Zhan's wife?" It's true that hearing about her is not as good as meeting her in person. She is much prettier than they say. Li Zhan is really lucky to have such a beautiful wife. Xia Huanhuan was embarrassed by the praise. Her face turned red and she called softly, "Jiang, Sister Jiang." Jiang Wan smiled and said, "It seems that they have told you about me. My name is Jiang Wan. I'm the staff officer here, and also Li Zhan's sister-in-law. Li Zhan is training outside now, and will not be back until the evening. You can come to my room and sit down first." Having said that, without allowing Xia Huanhuan to refuse, she took her hand and walked towards one of the brick houses in a row. After sitting for a while, Jiang Wan looked Xia Huanhuan up and down and said with a smile, "Your figure is quite similar to mine when I was young. By the way, I have a new set of clothes here. They're the casual clothes I bought in Beijing before. Unfortunately, I have been in the army and have no chance to wear them. I will give them to you to try." Xia Huanhuan stood up to refuse, but Jiang Wan had already taken out the clothes vigorously. It was a quilted jacket with a slanted collar and a rare quilted skirt underneath. The whole set was made of bright red brocade. It looked very festive at first glance, and I'm afraid it was not cheap. Xia Huanhuan frowned slightly. In this era, most clothes were gray, white, navy blue, and green. Red was only worn on very special occasions. Whose casual clothes would be made in bright red? Besides, they just met for the first time. Why would they give her clothes for no reason? Therefore, when Jiang Wan asked her to try it on, Xia Huanhuan refused. "Sister Jiang, this is too expensive. I don't want to accept it without any merit. By the way, if Li Zhan hasn't come back, I'll go to his place and wait for him first." At this time, there were a few chi-chi laughs from outside the door, and then 2 female soldiers came in and said with a smile, "Sister, I think the truth has been revealed. Let's stop hiding it and speak out." Li Zhan was dragging a deer weighing more than 100 pounds down the mountain and saw a jeep entering the base from a distance. He didn't care, thinking that Fu Beifa had gone out for something and came back. When he arrived at the door, he saluted the sentry, went in, and dragged the deer straight to the cafeteria. Bai Zihan had been paying attention to the gate of the camp. When he saw Li Zhan coming back, he looked at his watch and muttered, "He's back on time," and hurried to greet him. "Li Zhan, you are too incredible. People come back from 2 days and 1 night of field training in the mountains, and they are all dusty and exhausted. You, on the other hand, still have the energy to kill the deer?" Li Zhan glared at him coldly. Bai Zihan smiled guiltily and said, "Don't glare at me. Who told you to make our division commander unhappy? He punished you, but didn't punish me. By the way, Give me the deer. I'll carry it. You take a break, go to the bathhouse to take a shower, and change clothes. As he said that, he quickly took over Li Zhan's hand and carried the deer on his back. Li Zhan didn't stop him. He threw the deer to Bai Zihan and turned to walk towards his tent. When Bai Zihan saw it, he got anxious. Hey, where are you going? Aren't you going to the bathhouse to take a shower? Li Zhan said without turning his head. I'm going to get some clean clothes. Bai Zihan was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to open his mouth to stop him, two young soldiers jumped out and stopped Li Zhan, saying, Captain, Commander, just go directly. We'll help you get some clean clothes. Li Zhan. He looked back at Bai Zihan, then glanced at the two people who stopped him and asked, What the Hades are you guys doing? Bai Zihan laughed dryly. How dare we do anything?
Haha.
One of the soldiers thought faster and said, Boss, we are just afraid that you will be punished by the division commander and then punish us, so we will. Flatter him first. Li Zhan couldn't help but kicked him. Get out. Am I the kind of person who takes revenge on others? However, since someone was helping to carry it, he acquiesced. He had entered the mountain yesterday and slept outdoors on the mountain at night. Now that he had come down, not only was he smelly, but also because he had carried a deer back with a lot of deer blood on his body. He had long wanted to wash it off quickly. After soaking in the bathhouse for a while, Li Zhan came out and changed into the spare clothes that the two soldiers had brought him. It would not have been a big deal to change into one piece of clothes, but what these two guys brought was actually his newly issued military uniform, and the shoulder straps were also new at the regimental commander level. Li Zhan couldn't help but frown. If he had known, he wouldn't have asked them to help carry it. He had an old military uniform, and he could wear it as long as he replaced the shoulder straps with new ones. He planned to put this set aside for the time being and wear it the next time he went home to visit his family. When Huan married him, he was absent and didn't rush back until midnight. His family didn't even have a proper wedding banquet. It was really unfair to her. In rural areas, it is a great shame for a bride to not have a wedding banquet. What's more, the rumors about him being incompetent have been circulating for so long, and his wife is under double pressure. She is thankful that she didn't divorce him during the new year. Therefore, he thought about taking advantage of this 10-day rest, asking for 2 more days off, and holding a wedding for her. Yesterday morning, he ran to Fu Beifa to ask for leave just for this, and was scolded by Fu Beifa for being sentimental. You are useless. You just got promoted to the head of the regiment, and you are asking for leave so frequently. How can you set an example for your soldiers? Li Zhan was not convinced, and said a few words to him. Then he was punished by Fu Beifa to go to the mountains for field training. Li Zhan sighed quietly as he looked at the new military uniform. He planned to ask for leave again in a while. Anyway, he would be punished. At most, he would stay in the mountains for 2 more nights. He would ask for leave until Fu Erge agreed. Li Zhan had to change into it quickly. He planned to change into the old one when he returned to the tent. He must not let it get dirty. As a result, as soon as he went out, he was blocked by Bai Zihan, Lu Xiangdong, Wei Bin, and other soldiers. Head, where are you going? Wei Bin asked with a smile. Li Zhan frowned, thinking that they were very strange today. Of course, I'm going back to the tent.
And?
He asked in a deep voice. Aren't you training? Nothing to do? Why are you all gathered outside the bathhouse? Did he do something bad? Bai Zihan smiled meaningfully at Li Zhan, then suddenly stood at attention and saluted, and said seriously, Report to the commander. The bride is ready. Please go to pick her up now. After saying that, he blinked his eyes and smiled. Sister Jiang said that if you are late and make the bride wait for a long time, she will not let the bride go out. Li Zhan was stunned. What bride? What's the matter? What the Hades are you doing? When Sister Jiang introduced the female soldiers of the resident art troupe to her 2 days ago, didn't he make it clear that he was married? Where did he get a bride? Lu Xiangdong whispered, Commander, it's my sister-in-law. Wei Bin and I set out yesterday to pick her up. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, and then his brain exploded with a bang. He stared at Lu Xiangdong with wide eyes. You mean?
Huan.
My wife is here. Bai Zihan smiled and said, You should go quickly. If Sister Jiang really doesn't let your sister-in-law go out later, you will be in trouble. Li Zhan was surrounded by Zihan and others and was heading towards Jiang Wan's residence. Fu Beifa stood by the window and watched from a distance. He called a guard over and said, "Drive the jeep over and just go around the camp twice to go through the motions." The guard looked at Fu Beifa with some embarrassment and said, Division Commander, Staff Officer Jiang has already arranged this matter. He even asked us to cut out double happiness characters and stick them on the car windows." When Fu Beifa heard this, he turned around with a big swing to look at his guard, then couldn't help but laugh and muttered, "Hey, this woman really knows how to act on her own." Li Zhan was escorted to Jiang Wan's residence, feeling a bit unreal as if he was dreaming. His wife. Is she really here? Waiting for him to marry her? Jiang Wan and several female soldiers blocked the door, deliberately making things difficult for Li Zhan to come in to pick her up. "You haven't prepared the red envelope? That's troublesome. We won't let you go without the red envelope." Without the red envelope, it looks like Captain Li will have to stay alone in the bridal chamber today. Li Zhan turned around and glared at Bai Zihan fiercely. Wasn't it these rascals who deliberately kept it from him and made him prepare nothing? Bai Zihan, with a strong desire to survive, quickly took out the red envelopes from his pocket. "Red envelopes are here. These are big red envelopes. Here, one for each person," he said as he handed out the red envelopes with a bitter heart. These were all red envelopes that he paid out of his own pocket, as he had lost all his allowance for this month. After receiving the red envelopes, the female soldiers still refused to let him go. One of them, who was already married, smiled and said, "Red envelopes alone are not enough. We are in the army, so of course we have to have some characteristics. I think the groom should do 100 push-ups first, otherwise the bride will be tired at night." When this was said, everyone laughed and started to make a fuss. The groom, the bride in the room, and several unmarried female soldiers blushed. At this time, Jiang Wan came out and said with a smile, "Hey, you guys have made enough noise. The bride and groom will blame us soon. Li Zhan, just do 10 push-ups for your sake." Li Zhan smiled with a red face, and without hesitation, he climbed down immediately and did 10 one-handed push-ups with neat, powerful, and beautiful movements. The men present couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Is this still a human being? He stayed in the mountains for 2 days and 1 night, killed a deer, and carried the deer all the way back to the camp from the mountain, and now he still has the strength to do push-ups? And one-handed ones? Is this going to kill them? After doing 10, Li Zhan stood up neatly, looked at Jiang Wan and grinned. "Sister Jiang, you must keep your word." Jiang Wan glanced at him, smiled, and pulled a few female soldiers out of the way. Li Zhan took 2 steps at a time and walked into the house. He saw that it was his wife Xia Huan, sitting shyly by the bed, waiting for him.
"Jianwan,"
Li Zhan called softly, his eyes filled with affection and admiration. Xia Huan was wearing a bright red wedding dress, her hair was carefully, and a red velvet flower was tied on the side. Her already beautiful face was lightly powdered, and her lips were red, making her look even more radiant than usual. Xia Huan's face was hot, her head was dizzy, and she felt something was not real. Thinking back to when she was still in Qingshui village yesterday, wondering when Li Zhan would finish his mission and when he would be able to come back. Now, she was wearing a bright red wedding dress, waiting for him to pick her up, while Li Zhan was wearing a brand new military uniform, standing handsomely in front of her. She looked up at Li Zhan and felt embarrassed for some reason. She didn't respond and just looked away, while she couldn't help cursing herself in her heart. "Xia Huan, you have traveled through time and space, and you have seen all kinds of big scenes. Why are you so scared now?" Unfortunately, despite being scolded, I still have to be a coward. After holding it in for a long time, Xia Huan said, "Well, long time no see. Li Zhan." Xia Huan was so embarrassed that she wanted to bite her tongue off. Why not say something else? Long time no see? There was a cheer from outside. "The wedding car is here. The bride and groom. Stop wasting time and come out quickly. Let's see if the bride is pretty." Xia Huan. In modern terms, This is a large-scale social death scene for social phobia. What should I do? Can I not go out? Li Zhan couldn't help but laugh and curse in a low voice. A bunch of rascals. Then, he looked at Xia Huanhuan affectionately and said softly, "They are urging you go out." Xia Huanhuan swallowed nervously, then whispered, "Oh."
Oh,
She said, standing up nervously. As a result, because I was too nervous, I didn't change my posture while sitting. Now, when I stood up suddenly, my feet were numb, and I couldn't stand steadily. I suddenly leaned to one side.
Ah.
Li Zhan was startled, and quickly stretched out his arms, pulled the person into his arms and hugged him tightly, while whispering with concern, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" Xia Huanhuan. She felt that she could be a little more socially dead, and then she could just give up.
I'm fine.
"Let me go, I'll walk by myself," Xia Huanhuan answered while pushing Li Zhan away. If he was helped out, wouldn't his comrades laugh to death? Although Li Zhan was reluctant to let go, seeing that Xia Huanhuan insisted, he didn't want to hold on too long, so he let go. Xia Huanhuan took another step confidently.
Ah.
"When it comes to numb feet, I don't give you any face at all." Li Zhan once again pulled her into his arms and hugged her tightly. He sighed and said, "Why are you trying to be brave in front of your man?" Xia Huanhuan blushed to her ears and gritted her teeth and said, "My feet are just a little numb after sitting for too long."
You
wait a moment." The noise outside became louder, and they even shouted slogans. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, sister-in-law, Xia Huanhuan." Li Zhan made a tisk sound, and without asking Xia Huanhuan's opinion, he bent down and picked Xia Huanhuan up sideways.
Ah.
Xia Huanhuan was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly clung to Li Zhan's broad shoulders with both hands. When she realized that she was being shamefully carried like a princess, Xia Huanhuan started to struggle in anger and shame. You put me down. I can walk by myself." Li Zhan glanced at her coldly and said with a smile, "Don't move. It's not like I didn't give you a chance to walk by yourself. It's just that your feet are numb and you can't walk." Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan gritted her teeth. "I told you to wait for me for a while." Li Zhan held her and walked towards the door, laughing softly. "Wait? Do you believe that if we wait 10 more seconds, these wolf cubs will be able to flip the roof over?" As they were talking, they had already reached the door. Xia Huanhuan was both ashamed and angry, but unable to resist, so she had to bury her face in Li Zhan's arms, not daring to look at anyone. The female soldier at the door had picked wild flower petals from somewhere, as well as tiny red and gold sequins, and scattered them all over the two men's bodies and heads. Li Zhan knew that she was shy, so he didn't delay. With the crowd cheering and supporting him, he carried her towards the wedding car. Xia Huanhuan finally looked around secretly and saw that those who were surrounding her were all wearing military uniforms. They were all tall and strong, and had a very heroic spirit. When Li Zhan carried her to the place where they were going, there were more than a dozen horses with saddles ready waiting for them. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then she had a bad feeling in her heart.
This.
The wedding car they were talking about, couldn't it be the horse in front of them?
Li Zhan.
Xia Huanhuan nervously grasped the clothes on Li Zhan's chest. Is it necessary to make this wedding so thrilling? She can't ride a horse. Li Zhan didn't stop at all. He lowered his head and smiled softly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Having said that, without giving Xia Huanhuan a chance to protest, he put her directly on the saddle of one of the white horses. Xia Huanhuan. Her legs were not only numb, but also weak. Although I have seen many scenes of galloping horses in TV dramas and novels, and I have also imagined countless times in my heart that I could gallop on a horse. But she really faced it. This crotch. Sitting under her was a real horse that was more than 1 meter tall. If it twisted its body, she would sway with it and was in danger of being thrown to the ground at any minute. This didn't even give her any psychological preparation. Now she could only hold on to the saddle tightly with both hands, not daring to move at all, for fear of being thrown off the horse. At this time, Li Zhan held the saddle, stepped on the horse stirrup, and mounted the horse gracefully. Then he put his big hands around her waist and said with a smile, "Didn't I say I'm here? Don't worry, I'll ride slowly, and I won't fall." What could Xia Huanhuan say? She couldn't get off the horse, so she could only nervously snuggle tightly in Li Zhan's arms and dare not move. Bai Zihan, Lu Xiongdong, Wei Bin, and others saw Li Zhan getting on the horse, so they also got on their horses, whipped their horses, and galloped out of the camp. Seeing that Xia Huanhuan was scared, Li Zhan gave up his original plan and commanded the horse to run slowly, as if taking a walk. After a while, he was left far behind by the other horses. Xia Huanhuan adapted for a while and saw that the horses running was almost the same as walking, and even the bumps were only a little bit. She couldn't help but feel happy again, and her little face became even brighter as it rosied. She is also a horse rider. Li Zhan looked down at her lovingly and couldn't help but lean over and give her a light kiss on the head. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted and said with a red face, "Don't. Let others see you." Li Zhan laughed softly and said, "So what if they see me? I'll kiss my wife. Let them be jealous." When Bai Zihan and the others saw that Li Zhan had not caught up, they turned back and could not help but teasing him. "Boss, you are riding too slowly. Look, you're already the last one." Li Zhan narrowed his eyes dangerously, gritted his teeth and laughed. "Don't be so cocky. Don't think I don't know you guys did it on purpose. See how I deal with you later. Didn't you see your sister-in-law was scared the first time she rode a horse? Have fun. I'll take your sister-in-law back first." As he said this, he pulled the reins and was about to go back. When Bai Zihan and the others heard this, they no longer had the heart to have fun. Hey, boss, isn't it okay that we are wrong? Let's go back too. Otherwise, there will be no fun in this bridal chamber, right? Haha. Several horses strolled back to the camp. Li Zhan dismounted first, and then carried Xia Huanhuan off the horse. Fu Beifa and Jiang Huan were also wearing brand new military uniforms and were waiting for them in the auditorium. Seeing them coming in, Fu Beifa couldn't help but glared at Li Zhan and Bai Zihan and scolded. "Look at what you can do. I prepared a jeep for you, but you didn't want it. You insisted on riding a horse? Don't you know it's dangerous?" Bai Zihan chuckled guiltily and said, "Master, I was wrong. We were inconsiderate. But don't worry, our boss loves his wife very much. In fact, he just rode for 2 steps." Fu Beifa stared at Bai Zihan, frightening him so much that his voice became quieter and quieter. Jiang Wan smiled and said, all right, nothing happened, don't make a big deal out of it. Just preside over the wedding." Fu Beifa cleared his throat and, as the master of ceremonies, gave some instructions to Jiang Wan. After a while, the wedding banquet in the cafeteria was ready. The deer that Li Zhan had killed was also put to good use. Grilled deer legs, stir-fried deer meat, stewed deer meat with mushrooms and potatoes, and sweet and sour deer chops. In addition, there is a sheep prepared in advance by the canteen, grilled lamb skewers with fat and lean meat, fried lamb offal with sour beans, radish and lamb bone soup, etc. On the contrary, there was a lack of vegetables. There was only 1 spicy stir-fried cabbage, 1 stir-fried mushroom, and 1 fried tofu. The staple food is mixed flour steamed buns and mixed grain porridge. However, this is already 10 times more abundant than usual. Xia Huanhuan had a poor appetite these days, but she still ate a few pieces of venison and drank 2 bowls of mutton soup. The mutton was not fishy at all and tasted great. The camp rules prohibited drinking, so Li Zhan took Xia Huanhuan to each table to toast with tea instead of wine. Xia Huanhuan also gradually relaxed. Although she was shy, she was able to toast and greet people in a graceful and confident manner. When everyone saw Xia Huanhuan, they couldn't help but stare in amazement. They all heard that Li Zhan's family had married him a country girl without his consent. They thought she must be a rural woman who was very ugly, dark, thin, and ugly. But today, she turned out to be more beautiful than a fairy.
Oh my God! How lucky are you, Li Zhan?
You can marry such a beautiful wife even in an arranged marriage.
Oh.
Isn't it true? My wife is from the city. Compared with my sister-in-law, my wife looks like she is from the country. Li Zhan, you're so annoying. Boss, can you help ask my sister-in-law if she has a younger sister?
Can you introduce her to me?
It was not until 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening that the bride was sent to the bridal chamber. Bai Zihan and the others looked like they were going to make a scene in the bridal chamber, but were scared off by Li Zhan's cold look. We won't make a scene. Isn't it okay if we don't make a scene? How stingy. This time, Li Zhan didn't even say hello. He just picked up Xia Huanhuan and walked towards the tent where he lived. Xia Huanhuan was so scared that she quickly hugged Li Zhan's neck and whispered angrily, "My feet are no longer numb. I can walk by myself." Li Zhan leaned over and whispered in her ear with a low laugh, "Yes, I know.
But
My wife, I am happy to hug you." Xia Huanhuan. Have you ever thought about asking your wife's opinion first? Li Zhan and his men were temporarily staying in this camp for a few days after their mission. They would set off again when their new mission came. Therefore, they were not assigned brick and tile houses and all lived in tents. Walking into the tent, Li Zhan put Xia Huanhuan down, motioning her not to move, and he groped for a match, lit one, and was about to light the oil lamp. After lighting the match, I found that the oil lamp was gone, and instead there were 2 red candles. Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help feeling warm in his heart. After lighting the red candles and looking around, I saw a bright red quilt on the camp bed, and wedding characters cut out of red paper were pasted on the walls of the tent, which looked very festive. No wonder those rascals wouldn't let him enter the tent. It turned out it was secretly arranged like this.
it's
Quite thoughtful. Xia Huanhuan also looked around the tent and couldn't help but glance at Li Zhan, scolding him. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I was not mentally prepared at all. In front of so many of your comrades and superiors, I was so arrogant. Li Zhan scratched his head and decided to confess. I didn't know about this beforehand. No wonder Brother Fu punished him to go to the mountains for outdoor training for 2 days and 1 night. It turned out that he was arranging these things for him. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Zhan with some sadness. Then, this wedding is not your wish, too?
Could it be that?
Her excitement, shyness, and touching today were all due to misunderstanding and wishful thinking? Li Zhan quickly explained, the wedding is my wish. I was planning to take a leave these few days to go back and hold the wedding with you. But the commander did not agree to my leave application. I was planning to keep asking for leave until he agreed. Who knew that they would send me away and secretly take you in? Huan, if this wedding is not what I want, then I will be struck by lightning. Xia Huanhuan heard him swearing and couldn't help but cover his mouth quickly. It's fine as long as you want to. Why are you swearing? Li Zhan grabbed Xia Huanhuan's hand. His dark eyes were deep and unfathomable. Huan, I can lie and say that I arranged all this. Brother Fu, Bai Zihan, and other brothers will definitely help me to cover up this lie and prevent you from discovering the truth. But I don't want to lie to you. If I lie to you about this, what kind of person would I be? Not only would I take advantage of Brother Fu and the brothers' good intentions, but my heart towards you would also not be pure, would it? Xia Huanhuan heard him say his heart, and somehow she became a little nervous. She tried twice to pull her hand back. I know. Isn't it okay if I don't blame you anymore? Li Zhan looked at her and asked softly, isn't it strange? Xia Huanhuan looked at him, shook her head and sighed. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you can find loopholes. How could you use your identity to seek personal gain? If you said you would go back and hold a wedding with me, I would believe it. If you said you would send someone to pick me up in the military camp and hold a military wedding, I would definitely figure it out after today. That was a lie. There was a flash of surprise in Li Zhan's eyes, which then turned into infinite tenderness. He kissed Xia Huanhuan's palm and smiled softly. The one who knows me best is my wife. Outside the tent, Fu Beifa, Bai Zihan, and others couldn't help but curse Li Zhan in their hearts. Fu Beifa. This brat is using their feelings as a way to coax his wife. He even boasts of his noble character. Bai Zihan. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Don't you know that a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold? Others. The boss is really patient. Why doesn't he pounce on such a good wife, like a wolf? Xia Huanhuan blushed and took the opportunity to pull her hand back. I didn't praise you, but you're still showing off. Li Zhan chuckled twice, then picked up the thermos in the room and said, sit for a while. I'll go to the water room and get you some hot water. As he said this, he was about to go out with the kettle. As soon as he moved, there were all kinds of rustling noises outside. Even Xia Huanhuan noticed it and couldn't help asking, what's that noise outside? Li Zhan's face darkened, but he said calmly, it's okay. This place is deserted and there are many night owls. He left the tent and did not go to get water. Instead, he looked around the tent first. Sure enough, he caught quite a few people eavesdropping. Bai Zihan laughed twice, then looked up at the sky. Today's moonlight is so charming. It's a good day to enjoy the moon.
Li Zhan looked up at the sky.
It was the beginning of the month. Where did the moon come from? Bai Zihan laughed dryly twice and suddenly saw Fu Beifa, who was about to go back with his hands behind his back, and shouted, Commander, you came out for a walk too. Fu Beifa turned around and glared at Bai Zihan fiercely. Then he also looked up at the sky and said seriously, well, the stars are nice tonight. Come out and take a look. Li Zhan. Li Zhan went to fetch water only after the wolves had dispersed. Xia Huanhuan had already fallen asleep on the camp bed, with her clothes on. Li Zhan looked at her tenderly, couldn't help but sigh, put down the thermos, and went over to unbutton her clothes. Xia Huanhuan woke up in a daze and asked, huh? I fell asleep? Did you bring water? Li Zhan smiled and said, well, go to sleep. I'll help you take off your clothes so you can sleep more comfortably, otherwise you'll catch a cold tomorrow. Xia Huanhuan blushed and grabbed his hand, sitting up and said, no, I will feel uncomfortable if I don't wash it. As he said this, he mixed hot water with cold water, washed himself, and then lay back down. Li Zhan had seen that she was asleep and had planned to just endure it for the night, but now that he saw that she was awake, his thoughts started to change again. He held her in his arms, and his big hands moved restlessly on Xia Huanhuan's body. After a short while, he had almost stripped off her clothes. Xia Huanhuan shyly resisted a little at first, but later she just let him do what he wanted. After all, this wasn't the first time for the two of them, and a little time away made the heart grow fonder. However, before she reached the last step, Xia Huanhuan suddenly felt nauseous. She pushed Li Zhan away, stuck her head out of the bed, and started to retch. Li Zhan was startled and quickly hugged her. While stroking her back, he was extremely worried. Huanhuan, what's wrong? Did you have an upset stomach? But they all had the same meal at night, and this was his wedding banquet, so the chef in the cafeteria must have used the freshest ingredients. It was impossible. Xia Huanhuan waved her hand and said, it's okay, don't worry. It's been like this from time to time these days. It may be that I've been a little tired during this period. I'll be fine after a good sleep. Li Zhan frowned, calculated the time in his mind, and asked, Huanhuan, you are not pregnant, are you? Xia Huanhuan turned her head and glanced at Li Zhan. No. No way. In fact, when she had some symptoms of nausea, she did have doubts and even tried to take her own pulse. However, the pulse was a little chaotic and different from the happy pulse described by her master, so she did not dare to make a conclusion. Later, I asked the master to check it again, and he also said that it was just a little tired. Although her master seemed to be hesitant to speak, it shouldn't be a wrong diagnosis, right? Li Zhan poured her a glass of water, asked her to rinse her mouth, and then drank some, saying, go to sleep first. Let's ask the military doctor in the camp to check it out tomorrow morning. The next morning, the military doctor said seriously, yes, she's pregnant. Then she looked at Li Zhan, then at Xia Huanhuan and angrily scolded, don't you know that you should see a doctor if you're not feeling well? And can't you calculate the date for yourself? You're pregnant, and you took your wife horseback riding yesterday? Fortunately, you just took a walk and didn't run. If you really ran, the child would be lost, and I don't know where you can go to cry. The two of them lowered their heads after being scolded, not daring to say a word in rebuttal. Xia Huanhuan secretly glared at Li Zhan. It was all because of this rascal that she got scolded as well. So, she gave him a good beating where the doctor couldn't see. Li Jian couldn't help but hiss in pain, but he quickly held it. The doctor scolded them a few more times, then prescribed some pregnancy-preserving drugs and sent the two of them out. Within the morning, the news that Li Jian's wife was pregnant spread throughout the camp. However, everyone knew that Li Jian had been married for a while and had even gone back home for a family visit during the Chinese New Year, so there were no rumors. When everyone saw Xia Huanhuan, they all smiled and congratulated her. Jiangwan came over with a smile and told Xia Huanhuan a lot of precautions, such as food taboos. She and Fu Beifa had 2 children, who were now being taken care of by their great-grandfather in Beijing, so she was quite experienced. What could Xia Huanhuan say? She had studied Chinese medicine for a long time, but she didn't treat herself. She realized it only now. Jiangwan smiled and said, "It's only been almost 2 months, right? While the baby is still not that heavy, you should prepare the baby's clothes and shoes quickly. But you should also be careful not to overwork yourself, as protecting the fetus is important. Also, if Li Jian is ignorant and insists on asking you to do that, you can't indulge him." Xia Huanhuan blushed and said embarrassedly, "Oh, Sister Jiang, Li Jian didn't." After saying this, she seemed to be protecting him, and her face couldn't help but turn redder. Jiangwan smiled and said, "No, it's best. If he dares, tell Big Sister, and I'll have their teacher punish him." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help stamping her feet. "Sister, you still said." After chatting for a while, Jiangwan left. Li Jian came back and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law didn't say anything bad about me again, did she?" Xia Huanhuan blushed a little, coughed twice, and said, "No, she just said she would start preparing clothes for the children." In this era, 50 and 100 yuan notes had not yet been issued, so they were all 5 yuan notes, or 10 yuan notes, commonly known as the Great Unity Note. Judging from the thickness, they weighed at least a few hundred yuan. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and looked at him in astonishment. "Where did you get so much money?" Most of Li Jian's allowance should have been sent back home, so it's impossible for him to have so much money left in his hands. Li Jian said with a smile, "You should accept the gifts from your brothers. You are pregnant now, and you will have many expenses in the future, so don't be stingy." Xia Huanhuan heard this and took it. She counted and found that there were about 500 or 600 yuan. Why is it so much? Is it really appropriate to accept this? Li Jian took off his coat and said, "The division commander gave $20, Lao Bai, and the other company commanders gave $10, and the lower ones gave $5. There's nothing inappropriate. Except for the division commander and a few veterans who are married, the others are still single. We'll return the gifts when they get married." Xia Huanhuan thought about it and realized that it was right. Isn't that what it means to give gifts and reciprocate? So she put it away. This way, when she goes back and wants to build a house, she will have an explanation for where the money came from. Li Jian asked, "Are you hungry? I'll go to the cafeteria to get some food. I'll take you around the area this afternoon." Having said that, he went out again with the stainless steel lunchbox. After a while, he came back with 2 big white steamed buns and 2 mixed flour steamed buns, as well as a dish of fried bacon with onions, a dish of fried tofu, a dish of stir-fried spinach, and a serving of sweet potato and rice porridge. Li Jian handed her the big white steamed bun and said with a smile, "Old Zhang in the cafeteria also knew that my wife was pregnant, so he specially left the white steamed buns, white porridge, and these dishes for me. I am just benefiting from you." Xia Huanhuan felt warm in her heart when she looked at the dishes. She stayed there for 2 days and realized that there was little arable land here and more grassland for livestock. Beef, mutton, and the like were supplied at regular intervals and in fixed quantities, but vegetables and grains were often out of stock. People mainly ate steamed cornbread and only had mixed flour steamed buns on holidays. This meal includes vegetables, meat, and white steamed buns, and it was really prepared with great care. But this amount...
I'm speechless.
Are they treating her like a pig? You've made so much. How can you finish it? Li Jian glanced at her belly and said with a smile, "If you can't finish it, I'll be there for you. It's better to have more than less. I can't let my son starve." Xia Huanhuan glanced at him and said angrily, "What if it's a girl?" Li Jian didn't hesitate and said with a smile, A daughter is even better. When the time comes, I will give birth to a daughter as beautiful as you. I will love her more than my son. Xia Huanhuan curled her lips and continued to argue. What if my daughter is not pretty? Would you not feel pain? Li Zhan was stunned for a moment and said, that shouldn't be the case. After all, her father and mother are so good-looking. Xia Huanhuan chuckled. It was bad enough that he just praised her, but she was also quite narcissistic. She blushed and lowered her head to eat the steamed bun, but she passed the test and did not have any idea of favoring boys over girls. She originally thought that she would not be able to finish it, but Xia Huanhuan found that her appetite was indeed much better than before. She ate 1.5 of the 2 large white steamed buns and gave the remaining half to Li Zhan. As for the vegetables and porridge, she did not leave any. If she continues to eat like this, she will probably become as fat as a wall. After dinner, Li Zhan washed the lunchbox and came back, then he pulled her and said with a smile, let's go, we just finished dinner, let's take a walk to digest it. During the rest period of these few days, Li Zhan and his team did not have any specific work to do. They just trained in the morning and then followed the arrangements of the commander of the camp to help with horse patrols and the like. Li Zhan's position has just been promoted, and he has a lot more clerical work to do, as well as various official documents, telegrams, and letters to deal with, so he is busy all day long. However, since his wife came to visit, Bai Zihan and several other company commanders, as well as Fu Beifa, helped to deal with some of the matters, allowing him to spend more time with his wife. This place is further north than Qingshui village, so even though it is early spring, the grass is just beginning to turn green, with tender yellow and green grass buds covering the ground, and some relatively small wildflowers dotted among them. Xia Huanhuan stepped on the soft grass. The sky was high, and the clouds were vast. The withered yellow gradually turned green. The vast grassland was full of vitality. She felt relaxed and happy and couldn't help but take a few more breaths of the fresh air. It's worthwhile to travel through time. Otherwise, even if she spent money on traveling, she would not be able to visit such a grassland that still retains its original state and has not been polluted or damaged. Li Zhan was afraid that she would fall, so he kept holding her hand and refused to let go. But since there was no one around, Xia Huanhuan let him do what he wanted. You shot the deer that day on that mountain, right? Xia Huanhuan pointed to a mountain in the distance that was covered with pine trees and snow on the upper part, and asked. Li Zhan smiled and said yes. On the way back, I saw a wild boar, but I thought it would be troublesome to carry it, so I let it go. Xia Huanhuan's eyes lit up. Shall we go to the mountains to hunt wild boars? Li Zhen. He had heard that Xia Huanhuan had caught a wild boar with a trap at home. But can it be the same now as it was then? Huanhuan, do you still remember that you were pregnant? Li Zhan said helplessly. Xia Huanhuan sighed in disappointment. At this time, there were the sounds of galloping horses and neighing horses on the grass. Soon, Bai Zihan and a few soldiers came close, slowed down their horses, saluted Li Zhan, and then smiled at Xia Huanhuan. Sister-in-law, are you out for a walk with the boss? The other soldier also seemed to be the cheerful and straightforward type. Xia Huanhuan remembered that he was the one who asked Li Zhan if he had a girlfriend on the wedding night. His name seemed to be Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao didn't seem to give up and asked again, Sister-in-law, our team leader refused to tell me. Do you have any girlfriends? If you do, please introduce them to me. I'm a really nice person. Xia Huanhuan opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Li Zhan, who was standing at the side, said with a straight face, Wu Xiao, you little rascal. Your sister-in-law is one of a kind in the world. Don't say that she doesn't have a sister. Even if she does, she can't be as pretty as her. Wu Xiao shrank his head and protested in a low voice. Captain, if there is no such thing, then there is no such thing. What little rascal. At least we are wolf cubs, right? There are no weak soldiers under a strong general. If we were rascals, would you be the rabbit captain? Xia Huanhuan imagined a rabbit wearing a military uniform and wearing the shoulder straps of a regiment commander. It seemed quite cute, and I couldn't help but burst out laughing. After Wu Xiao finished his struggle, he didn't dare to stay and get beaten, so he waved his whip and ran away. Li Zhan couldn't help but laugh and scold. "You are just a wolf cub with such courage." He asked Bai Zihan a few more questions if anything happened during the patrol. Bai Zihan smiled and told him to stay with his wife. With them around, even if the sky fell, it would not disturb their world of two. After saying that, he and the others galloped away laughing. Xia Huanhuan looked at the galloping horses and felt a little envious. "I want to learn how to ride a horse." That day was her first time riding a horse, which was a bit embarrassing, but now that she was mentally prepared, she wanted to try it again. Li Zhan had a headache and immediately took his wife, who was thinking of all kinds of dangerous things, into his arms and said domineeringly, "No, Comrade Xia Huanhuan, you are pregnant. Even for the sake of our daughter, you should be a good boy in the remaining 8 months. Otherwise, the daughter you give birth to in the future will definitely be a naughty girl who will climb up and down and be very naughty." Xia Huanhuan glanced at him and muttered, "Stingy. If you don't let me ride, then I won't ride. It's not like I don't have a horse." She should have a lot of horses in her space. After she gives birth to the baby, she will train in the space by herself. Li Zhan didn't hear what she muttered, so he asked, "What did you say?" Xia Huanhuan coughed twice, and then remembered that he had just changed the words to "our daughter," so she smiled and evaded the question. "I say, how do you know it's a daughter? Maybe it's a boy." Li Zhan could not help but gnashing his teeth in anger. He first said it was a son, and she argued that it was a daughter. Now that he said it was a daughter, she came back and said it was a son. It's really itchy. Seeing that Li Zhan was stumped by her question, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but blink and smile at him with a little pride. The next second, the arms around her waist suddenly tightened, and then the back of her head was held, and then warm, thin lips covered hers, and then attacked domineeringly, conquering the city.
Well.
Xia Huanhuan's hands tightly grasped Li Zhan's clothes on her chest, and she looked around fearfully out of the corner of her eyes. It is true that this place is vast and sparsely populated, but it also has a panoramic view. You can clearly see what you are doing from dozens of meters away. Li Zhan, this rascal. Doesn't he know the difference between occasion and time? But soon she was kissed so hard that her legs went limp, and she didn't know whether it was because of shyness or lack of oxygen. She felt dizzy and couldn't care about anything. Xia Huanhuan was gasping for breath and couldn't speak for a while. Her face turned red to the back of her ears. She punched him in the chest in anger. Li Zhan leaned over and bit her lip again, then gently placed his hand on her belly and said with a smile, "As long as it's you who gives birth to me, I like it whether it's a son or a daughter. It would be best if it were twins, so we don't have to argue about it." Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, "You're just wishful thinking. How can it be that easy to conceive twins?" Li Zhan laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if it's not. After this one is born, we can have a few more. It will be the same." Xia Huanhuan. Why did she feel like she was on a pirate ship? After walking for a while, the two returned to their tent. Li Zhan went back to the camp to handle military affairs. She rested for a while, thought about it, and went to the cafeteria. Old Zhang in the cafeteria already knew her after all, although there were female soldiers in the military camp. Most of them were men. Suddenly, a family member came, and she was younger and more beautiful than Chang'e on the moon. Who would not be impressed? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, can I borrow your place for a while?" Old Zhang held the spatula and said with a smile, "What? Captain Li still lets his pregnant wife cook for him? That's too rude. I'll tell his superiors about it." Xia Huanhuan knew it was a joke, so she smiled and said, "No. I brought some glutinous rice, sesame, and other things from home, and wanted to make some dumplings. Last Chinese New Year, he went back to visit his family, and I forgot about it, so I didn't have time to eat it." When old Zhang heard this, he laughed and said, "Is that so? Then come in. It's a good opportunity for me to take advantage of the situation and have a few bites."
Hey.
Xia Huanhuan agreed and went into the cafeteria. When she was about to leave, she didn't know what to bring, and suddenly remembered that Li Zhan hadn't eaten the glutinous rice, so she took out glutinous rice flour, black sesame seeds, and sugar from the space, and filled a heavy bag. At that time, Lu Xiangdong and Wei Bin asked her what it was, and she said it was food. The two didn't say anything, and they neatly put it on their backs and brought it to her. What Xia Huanhuan didn't know was that although Lu Xiangdong and Wei Bin didn't show it on their faces, they were actually quite surprised in their hearts. They felt that although this sister-in-law was pretty, she looked a bit rustic. She even brought food with her when she went out. Was she afraid that their camp could not provide food? Lard was inconvenient to get, so Xia Huanhuan originally planned not to use lard, and the taste would definitely be good. However, old Zhang had been a cook for many years, and he had already prepared a piece of lard to help her make the dumplings. Xia Huanhuan actually made hundreds of dumplings with the ingredients she brought over, each one of them round and plump, lying in the winnowing basket. The dinner that night had a rare dessert, sesame dumplings. The camp is well supplied with necessary necessities such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, grain, meat, eggs, etc., but things like sugar, sesame seeds, glutinous rice flour, etc. are rare and can only be distributed in small quantities on the 15th day of the first lunar month. It is usually quite difficult to eat something sweet. Therefore, when everyone saw that there were dumplings on the menu and asked around, they found out that they were made by Captain Li's wife herself, and they all came early and lined up as if they were injected with chicken blood. Even if the number is limited to one per person, there are hundreds of people in the camp, and it is difficult to divide them all. It is still first come, first served. Fortunately, this was made by Xia Huanhuan specifically for Li Zhan, and Li Zhan's portion was reserved for others, so there were about 10 of them. After Li Zhan returned, he looked at the glutinous rice in the bowl and said with a smile, "No wonder Xiangdong and Wei Bin whispered to me that my sister-in-law brought a big bag of food. So this is what she brought." Xia Huanhuan blushed a little and said, "I brought this from afar. If you dare to say you don't like sweets, I will never make it for you again." Li Zhan picked up the bowl and said with a smile, "Who said I don't like sweets? Especially the sweets made by my wife. I like them the most." Xia Huanhuan supported her chin with her hand and couldn't help but smile gently as she watched Li Zhan eat the dumplings. Li Zhan ate and smiled. "It's quite delicious. No wonder those guys in the cafeteria have such a long line." After thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel jealous. Those rabbits. Wolf cubs are so lucky. They get to eat the dumplings made by my wife. Xia Huanhuan. This guy is quite jealous. After dinner and eating the dumplings, the two washed up and turned off the lights and went to bed. Even though Xia Huanhuan was pregnant now, and Li Zhan couldn't do anything, the two of them were rarely together after all, so Li Zhan still held Xia Huanhuan in his arms and satisfied his pleasure with his hands. Xia Huanhuan was extremely embarrassed, but she followed his lead reluctantly. In the next few days, Li Zhan still took time to accompany Xia Huanhuan. Although hunting in the mountains is not allowed, it is still possible to find rabbit holes on the grassland and catch an entire nest of rabbits. Xia Huanhuan looked at the nest of shivering little rabbits and couldn't help but tease them. "As the leader of the rabbit group, you have destroyed the rabbits' nests. Don't you feel guilty?" Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, then realized that she was making fun of the twisted logic that Wu Xiao said that day, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth in hatred. Xia Huanhuan, however, still smiled mischievously. "She really thinks Captain Bunny is cute. Before I traveled through time, wasn't there an animation called Your Hair Affair? The rabbit in that animation was also very cute, and his identity fit the character very well. It's a pity that I can't tell Li Zhan." Just as she was daydreaming, Li Zhan suddenly threw her down on the grass. "Rabbit? Then I'll show you whether your man is a rabbit or a wolf." The two of them were squatting and the grass was soft so they didn't fall. Even so, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but scream "ah," and then her hands were pressed to the ground above her head, and her lips were blocked. When the rabbit family nearby saw this, why didn't they seize the opportunity to escape? After Li Zhan finished punishing everyone, he turned over and lay on his back on the grass, looking at the high sky and vast clouds. Xia Huanhuan was so angry that she didn't want to pay any attention to this rascal who suddenly attacked her, but after a while, she still took the initiative to secretly touch Li Zhan's hand, and sure enough, she was immediately wrapped by Li Zhan's big hand. Xia Huanhuan found it quite magical. To be honest, She and Li Zhan didn't do much during the few days they spent together. They just took walks, were kissed and hugged. Because she was pregnant, she didn't lift him up high. Then they talked nonsense and joked with each other, making fun of each other and sabotaging each other. It seemed that they didn't even say a word of love. But I am very happy. Every minute and every second seems to be immersed in a honey pot. Even the air is sweet. It makes people want to freeze time at this moment, as if the long time in the past and future is much inferior to this moment. It seems that at this moment, 1 point less would be insufficient, 1 point more would be overflowing just right. After a while, Li Zhan sat up and said with a smile, "Go back. You'll catch a cold if you lie down any longer." Xia Huanhuan also stood up with a blush on her face, then looked at the empty rabbit nest beside her, and couldn't help saying, "The rabbits have all run away." Li Zhan leaned over to take a look and said with a smile, "Didn't you feel sorry for that family just now? Now you want them again? I'll catch them for you tomorrow." Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Forget it. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just let them go." The two of them walked back. Xia Huanhuan suddenly thought that Li Zhan seemed to have never asked about the situation at home in the past few days. When she first came over, she briefly mentioned that the 3 kids were now being taken care of by their parents, and that Xiaowen had already registered for primary school in town. She didn't mention that Lulan's money was stolen by Li Qiao, and that Li Qiao was missing. But Li Zhan didn't ask a single question. Xia Huanhuan didn't know whether Li Zhan was worried about the bad relationship between her and Lulan and so deliberately didn't mention it, or whether he himself was rather indifferent to Lulan, and apart from fulfilling his basic obligations of 5 yuan a month, he didn't pay much attention to anything else. However, she quickly put these bad things aside and stopped thinking about them. Anyway, she was not willing to talk about these things. Lulan herself might have written a letter to Li Zhan to complain a long time ago, but Li Zhan had no fixed residence and his whereabouts were uncertain, so the letter might still be in transit. She did mention that she had recently been close to Shenwan Xue and Yang Qiushi from the cowshed. After all, the identity and situation over there are sensitive. Although Li Zhan should not object, he still needs to be told in advance. Li Zhan nodded and said, "Well, they are quite sympathetic, but you should be careful too." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I know. I will be careful." A few days passed. Li Zhan and his companions began to pack their bags. The next mission had not been officially issued yet, but it could come at any time, so they had to be ready to set off at any time. Although reluctant, it is finally time to say goodbye. Li Zhan was unable to send her back personally, so he asked Jiang Wan to arrange 2 people to send her back, one of whom was a female soldier. He also asked Jiang Wan to help with another matter. Jiang Wan naturally agreed. Li Zhan personally sent Xia Huanhuan to the train station. Regardless of the presence of others, he hugged her tightly and said with a smile, "Be careful on the road. When you get back, send me a telegram. Just send it here, and they will help me pass it on." Xia Huanhuan felt a sour nose and nodded dejectedly. It's really too pretentious. But he couldn't control his emotions and was already deeply immersed in the play. The train started slowly. Li Zhan ran after the train for a while, then with a big sunny smile on his face, he waved goodbye to her. Xia Huanhuan. Tears fell down in torrents. This rascal, what the Hades is he laughing at? And he's laughing so happily. The car accelerated, and Li Zhan stopped at the end of the platform, still waving. The female soldier named Xiao He who accompanied her back took out a handkerchief and handed it to Xia Huanhuan, comforting her. "Sister-in-law, don't cry. Commander Li will definitely come back to see you soon." Xia Huanhuan took the handkerchief somewhat embarrassedly, sniffed, and said stubbornly, "I didn't cry. It's just that the sand got in my eyes." Xiao He and another gay man, Xiao Li, were speechless. Their windows were not open. Where did the sand come from? The journey was smooth, but Xia Huanhuan was still sleepy and fell asleep in the sleeper berth most of the time. On the way, Xiao He and Xiao Li got off a train and received a large package delivered by another man in military uniform at a big station. Xia Huanhuan didn't care about it, thinking it was some package from their troops. The two of them sent Xia Huanhuan all the way to Qingshui village. The military base in the county town was asked to send vehicles directly to the village. Xiaowen was not at home, because he was at school in town. Xiaowu, Beibei, and other children saw the jeep and ran to the village entrance to see it eagerly. Lin Yuru was worried, so she hurried over. When Xia Huanhuan got off the car, Lin Yuru and the two kids were stunned for a moment. Then the two kids suddenly ran over, grabbed Xia Huanhuan's pants with their little hands, raised their heads, and shouted with tears in their eyes, "Mom!" Xiao He and Xiao Li were both shocked. Didn't Captain Li just get married? My sister-in-law is pregnant not long ago, right? Where did such a big kid come from? Xia Huanhuan saw that they had misunderstood, so she smiled and said, "They're the children of Brother Li Zhan. We have adopted them now. There is also an older one who is studying in town." After hearing this, Xiao He and Xiao Li suddenly realized. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "You are all in the village now. Have dinner at home before going back." Xiao He and Xiao Li laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, we have another task to do. We need to find the commune's secretary first. I think it's Secretary Zhao." Xia Huanhuan was stunned. They sent her home, so wasn't her mission accomplished? Why did she have something else to ask Secretary Zhao? When they arrived at the commune, Xiao He and Xiao Li put the packages they had received at the platform on the table, and then said to Secretary Zhao with a smile, "Secretary Zhao, this is the wedding candy for our Captain Li and his sister-in-law's wedding. We'd like to trouble you to distribute it to every household in the village." Xia Huanhuan was stunned. The package actually contains candy? It's sesame candy from Beijing and the famous white rabbit candy from Shanghai. I bought such a big bag. Not to mention the money, the food coupons alone cost a lot. Was all this arranged by Li Zhan? However, she and Li Zhan have been married for several months. Why are they giving out wedding candies now? What the Hades is Li Zhan up to? Secretary Zhao was also stunned. He looked at Xia Huanhuan, then at Xiao He and Xiao Li, and asked hesitantly, "Wedding candy?" Xiao He smiled and said, "That's what happened. When Captain Li and his sister-in-law got married, didn't they have a wedding? Originally, they planned to have a wedding in the village, but then the troops started to stir up trouble, so they took his sister-in-law over and held a wedding in the army. Captain Li said he felt bad that the villagers didn't get to have a feast, so he asked us to buy some wedding candies and make sure to distribute them to every household." Secretary Zhao smiled and said, "Oh, so that's what happened. When Li Zhan's wife got married, Lulan's wedding gifts were not authentic and too shabby. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver the wedding candies to every household." Xiao Li continued, "Thank you, Secretary Zhao. Our team leader Li said that this time the wedding with my sister-in-law will not be held in the village. But when the baby is born, we will definitely invite everyone in the village to attend the full moon banquet." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes became hot and she felt moved. Unexpectedly, Li Zhan, who looks like a rough man with untidy beard, is such a thoughtful person. After she and Li Zhan broke the news, she also considered that if she got pregnant, the villagers would gossip about her, so she secretly told Zhou Qiuhe about it. Li Jia also knew about it. But the reaction in the village when she said this and when Li Zhan said this was completely different. If she says it, some people will believe it, but there will naturally be some sharp-tongued people who will not only not believe it but also make up stories saying that she stole a man and deliberately threw a smokescreen. Rumors will still spread. When Li Zhan said it, it became much more credible. After all, there is no man in this world who would take the initiative to acknowledge the pregnancy of his wife after she got pregnant by an unfaithful man, right? Li Zhan has now arranged for someone from the army to mention the matter of her pregnancy. Isn't that equivalent to him personally coming forward to clarify? Secretary Zhao's eyes widened when he heard this. He subconsciously glanced at Xia Huanhuan, then looked at Xiao Li and asked in surprise, "Comrade, you said, the birth of a child? A full-month banquet?" Li Zhan is not. Xiao Li was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised why Secretary Zhao was so surprised, and said, "No. Captain Li's family members are all pregnant. In another 8 months, the baby will be born and a full-month banquet will be held at that time. Is there any problem?" Secretary Zhao blinked his eyes and looked at Xia Huanhuan again. Seeing that Xia Huanhuan's face had turned red with embarrassment, he finally realized what was happening and said in surprise, "Really? Oh, this is such a happy event. I said that Li Zhan is a good person and God would never let him have no descendants. Okay. Then I can look forward to drinking the full moon wine for his child." Then he said, "Comrades, it's almost time for dinner. You should eat in the village before leaving." Xia Huanhuan was grateful for their thoughtful care in sending her back and said, "Yes, Shao Li, please send me back. Let's have a simple meal at my house before leaving." The two of them refused firmly. "Secretary Zhao, sister-in-law, we have discipline in our army. We cannot take even a single needle or a thread from the masses. Otherwise, we will be punished if we go back. Besides, we have bought train tickets for the evening. If we don't leave quickly, we will miss the train." Xia Huanhuan wanted to bring them some bacon or something, but was rejected. She tried to bring cooked food like big meat buns and steamed buns in the space, but she had just arrived home, and it was not convenient to take them out, so she had to give up in the end. After seeing the two off, Xia Huanhuan returned home. Lin Yuru hurriedly prepared lunch. Xia Huanhuan washed her hands and came to help, asking, "Where's my dad?" While kneading the dough, Lin Yuru smiled and said, "I'm going to water the vegetable garden. You've planted a lot of varieties. The chives have grown. I cut a bunch of them and made some white flour dumplings stuffed with chives and eggs." Before leaving, Xia Huanhuan gave Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan 10 yuan to spend and told them not to save it and to eat the white flour, bacon, and eggs at home. There would be no cornmeal steamed bread on their table, and when she came back, she would check the consumption of grain and bacon at home. Now, after hearing what Lin Yuru said, it seems that she really didn't save money, so she smiled and nodded, saying, "Let's see if it grows again, and wrap it again in a few days. Now that you mention it, I want to eat it." When Lin Yuru heard this, she laughed and said, "Oh, do we have to wait 2 days? I'll go check it out and cut the chives and wrap them up this afternoon." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "That's fine. I haven't eaten the dumplings you made for a long time." As she spoke, she took down a piece of cured wild boar meat from the eaves, grabbed a handful of dried bamboo shoots that she had baked in the winter, soaked them in warm water to soften them, cut them into small pieces, and stir-fried a dish of wild boar meat and dried bamboo shoots. I also beat 3 or 4 eggs and fried them with chopped green onions to make some yellow and fragrant scrambled eggs. There was also a mushroom pheasant soup. The pheasants were caught by Xia Shuangshan in the mountains the day before yesterday. Lin Yuru estimated that Xia Huanhuan would be back in the next 2 days, so she didn't let them be killed. She raised them with some wild vegetables, grains, seeds, and the like. Now is the perfect time to kill them. Lin Yuru kneaded the dough, rolled it into noodles, boiled it in water, and served it into bowls. She scooped a bowl of fresh chicken soup into each bowl along with the meat and soup, and simply sprinkled some salt on it to make fresh and delicious chicken soup noodles. When Xiaowen was not around, Xiaowu and Beibei helped to light the fire and were very well behaved. Lin Yuru couldn't help but sigh. These 3 kids are so well behaved and sensible. These days they are either digging wild vegetables or collecting firewood, and they're also learning to write consciously. Xiaowen went to class, and when he came back he also helped with the housework, and he helped a lot. Xia Huanhuan listened and looked at the 2 little kids who were busy making a fire and rubbing their little hands together, nodding and smiling. Yes, they are both very sensible. Beibei raised his little cat-like face and asked earnestly, "Mom, what is sensible?" Xiaowu glanced at her and said, "Stupid. Have you forgotten what your brother said before you went to school? Being sensible means you get candy." Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yuru both laughed. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Yes. Being sensible means you get candy. I'll give you candy after dinner." Beibei's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but ask excitedly, Then, can I skip the meal and just eat candy now?" Xia Huanhuan said with a straight face, "Of course not. If you don't eat well, you're not sensible, then you won't get any candy." When Beibei heard this, he immediately clenched his fist and expressed his determination. "Oh, then Beibei must be sensible and will eat well." Xia Huanhuan scooped a basin of water, washed her hands and faces with the two kids, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's eat quickly." Just then, Xia Shuangshan came back and brought Xiaowen back with him. Tomorrow is a weekend, and there will only be half-day classes on Friday. Zhou Qiuhua also has a half-day class, so she came back early. Xia Shuangshan came back from watering the vegetable garden and happened to meet Xiaowen at the entrance of the village, so he came back with Xiaowen. When Xiaowen saw Xia Huanhuan, joy was obviously revealed on his face, but he was too embarrassed to show it. In the end, he just called out to her proudly. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "You're back just in time. Let's wash our hands and have dinner." The family gathered around the table, eating hand-rolled noodles with some stir-fried vegetables and chicken soup. Xia Huanhuan added a little vinegar to her bowl of noodles, which made it taste very refreshing. She tore off 2 chicken legs from the chicken soup, gave one to Xiaowu and Beibei, one to Xiaowen, and the chicken wings to Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan, one each. Xiaowen refused to take it and insisted on giving the chicken leg to Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan knew that this boy had a weird and stubborn personality. Anyway, her family had enough chicken legs to eat, so she just let him give in this time and ate it herself. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan also wanted to give in, but were scolded by Xia Huanhuan. But in the end, Xia Shuangshan's chicken wing was given to Xiaowen. Xia Shuangshan was obviously very happy when his daughter came back, and he said excitedly, "Xiaowen and Xiaowu, go into the mountains with Grandpa to catch pheasants this afternoon. Catch as many as possible, and try to get a chicken leg for each of you." The 3 little guys had long wanted to go hunting in the mountains with Xia Shuangshan, so they were so happy that they almost jumped up. Xia Huanhuan also wanted to go, but when she thought about the fact that she was pregnant, she held back. The whole family devoured it in no time and finished it all. Xia Huanhuan still felt hungry, so she asked Lin Yuru shyly, "Mom, do you have any more noodles?" Lin Yuru was a little surprised, as her daughter didn't seem to have such a big appetite before. But she immediately smiled and said, "Yes. I'll make you another bowl." Xia Huanhuan stood up and said with a smile, "You eat yours. I'll go by myself." Lin Yuru quickly finished the noodles in her bowl, stood up and said, "You kid. You've been traveling all night, take a rest." "I've finished eating, I'll go." Xia Huanhuan still ran to the kitchen to help. Lin Yuru asked how Li Zhan was doing in the army, and Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "He's doing fine. I guess he is on a mission again now." Lin Yuru sighed and said, "Alas. You have to take care of 3 little kids and do farm work. Your father and I are exhausted these few days. If your son-in-law had been at home, he could have helped. You have suffered so much." He added, "These 3 little ones are pretty good. They shouldn't be too bad when they grow up." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then she realized that she was talking about her and Li Zhan's future retirement. Suddenly she remembered that she seemed to have not told Lin Yuru about her pregnancy. Just now at Secretary Zhao's place, Lin Yuru didn't dare go in, and had been waiting outside with the 2 little ones. Xia Huanhuan was about to tell Lin Yuru, when suddenly Wu Xiaoyan and Zhou Qiuhua's voices came from the door. "Huanhuan? Are you home?" Xia Huanhuan came out and said with a smile, "I'm here." Wu Xiaoyan smiled and said, "Look, we are busy distributing wedding candies to her, but she is just relaxing at home." Zhou Qiuhua hit her and said with a smile, "This is the task your father-in-law gave you. You dragged me into it, but you want to blame it on Huanhuan?" As she spoke, Zhou Qiuhua came over with a smile in her eyes, grabbed Xia Huanhuan's hand, and asked in a low voice, "Huanhuan, Secretary Zhao said that you are already 2 months pregnant. Is it true?" Xia Huanhuan's face turned red, and she smiled and nodded. Lin Yuru was stunned, looking at the 3 people in confusion, and asked, "Wedding candy? Our Huanhuan is pregnant? What are you talking about? How is this possible?" Xia Huanhuan then told Lin Yuru that Li Zhan had never suffered that kind of injury, and that she and Li Zhan had re-held their wedding in the army, so there was the wedding candy. Lin Yuru was still stunned after hearing this. Then she looked unconvinced and asked with some stammering, "Wanner, are you saying your aunt and uncle are not injured? You can still have your own children?" As he spoke, his voice started to sob. Xia Huanhuan nodded affirmatively. "I'm pregnant. How can it be fake?" Lin Yuru was stunned, and then she burst into tears of joy. She wiped her tears and called Xia Shuangshan with a sob. Waner's father, you come out quickly. Our Waner is pregnant. Our Waner has her own child. Xia Shuangshan was also stunned when he heard this, and then he walked out suddenly, not even noticing that he had knocked over the chair. He looked at Xia Huanhuan with trembling lips, but couldn't say a word for a while. Waner's father, uncle is fine. Uncle is fine. Our Waner is a widow. Zhou Qiuhe and Wu Shaoran saw this and hurried over to persuade her. Annie, this is a good thing. Why are you crying? We are all happy for Huan. After some more persuasion, Lin Yuru finally calmed down, and Wu Shaoyan and Zhou Qiuhe helped distribute wedding candies door to door. Lin Yuru wiped her tears and said regretfully, "Ah, you kid, have been home for such a while, and you haven't said a word. I just asked you to run around in the kitchen." Xia Huanhuan smiled and comforted her. "Mom, I'm not that delicate. It's just cooking a meal. Why would I be so tired?" Lin Yuru was rarely domineering. "What do you know, little kid? The 2 or 3 months are the most dangerous. You don't have to work anymore. Your mother will come to prepare 3 meals a day for you and the 3 kids. As for the spring plowing, wheat harvest, and autumn planting, let your father do the farm work. This grandson of mine, who is conceived with great difficulty, cannot have any problems." Xia Shuangshan listened at the side without saying anything, just nodded, meaning that all the farm work was left to him. Xia Huanhuan thought about it, and it didn't seem so difficult. She and Li Zhan had only been together a few times and she got pregnant. But I couldn't say this out loud, so I smiled and said, "Mom, how do you know it's a grandson and not a granddaughter?" Lin Yuru smiled and said, "Do you want to eat sour food these days? Or spicy food?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and recalled that she usually liked spicy food, but recently she seemed to like eating pickled vegetables. "Sour, right?" Lin Yuru smiled and said, "That's right. Sour boy, spicy girl. You just added vinegar to your noodles, and now you want something sour. You must be a man." Xia Huanhuan was embarrassed. Who knows if this kind of folk experience is accurate? That afternoon, Li Zhan took his wife to the army to re-hold the wedding ceremony. The news that Xia Huanhuan was not injured and was already 2 months pregnant spread throughout Qingshui village along with the distribution of wedding candies. There are honest, simple, and grateful people who are truly happy for Li Zhan and his wife. Naturally, there are also some people who are sarcastic and mean and feel even more unbalanced. One of them is Lulan. When Lulan heard that her son and 4th son were not injured, she was not happy. Instead, she was so angry that her heart ached. Because all her money was stolen by Li Qiao, she was anxious and angry these days. Her hair, which had already been gray, turned completely white in an instant, and she also fell ill. Her second son, Li Chong, and Wang Guixiang were angry that she didn't take out so much money to support their second wife earlier, and now it was stolen by a money loser to support a strange man, so they were too angry to care about her. In the end, Li Jia asked the village doctor to see her and prescribe some medicine for her, but he didn't take any further care of her. Lulan had no choice but to drag her sick body out to boil medicine and cook for herself. She also sent a letter to Li Zhan, asking him to send her more money, but there was no reply. Lulan set her sights on Li Jia's family and wanted to live with them, letting the third wife cook for her, do farm work for her, and take care of her in her old age. Fortunately, Li Jia had already seen through his mother's biased and selfish nature and refused her flatly. Lulan even went to Secretary Zhao to make a scene, but Secretary Zhao spread his hands and said, "Lulan, don't harm your third son. Your 4th son gives you 5 yuan a month, and your 3rd son also gives you 100 work points a month. Both families signed their fingerprints here to separate. Why are you blaming your 3rd son now? Your 2nd son didn't give you a cent, did he? Besides, the fact that you are partial to your 2nd son and your youngest daughter's family is known to the whole village, and even the whole commune. You should have a good talk with your 2nd son and live with them properly." Lulan came back crying and hated everyone in her heart. She had no choice but to consider giving the $5 that Li Zhan gave her every month to her 2nd son, or living with Li Chang. However, thinking that if I did this I wouldn't be able to lose a penny, I became hesitant again, so I kept putting it off. Now her money was stolen and she was sick. She didn't even have anyone to cook for her or do farm work. Instead, it was that witch Xia Huanhuan who took care of everything. Not only was Li Zhan not injured, but Xia Huanhuan was also pregnant. Her life was going smoothly. With such a comparison, how could she not be extremely jealous and angry? If I had known that Li Zhan was not injured, there would have been no chance for Xia Huanhuan to marry into the Li family. But there was no point in being angry. Xia Huanhuan didn't even bother to pay attention to her. In the afternoon, Lin Yuru really stopped Xia Huanhuan from working. She asked Xia Shuangshan to go back and bring over a whole jar of pickled cabbage that she had pickled in the winter. Xia Huanhuan didn't like pickled cabbage very much, so she had already eaten the little she had pickled. Next, I went to the vegetable garden to cut some leeks. I fried 5 or 6 eggs, chopped the leeks, mixed them with the scrambled eggs, added salt, soy sauce, sugar, and other seasonings, kneaded the dough, rolled out the dumpling wrappers, and made several dumplings. That night, we had dumplings with leeks and eggs. Lin Yuru also specially fried a plate of stir-fried rabbit meat with sauerkraut, just for Xia Huanhuan. Xia Shuangshan and his cubs caught wild rabbits in the mountains in the afternoon. In addition to 2 wild rabbits, they also caught 3 wild pheasants, which can be said to be a good harvest. It was the first time for the 3 little guys to catch so many preys, and their faces were flushed with excitement. The remaining wild rabbit and wild pheasant. The wild pheasant was still alive and kept in a cage for a few days, waiting to be used to make chicken soup later, while the wild rabbit was skinned and the meat was made into bacon. After dinner, Xia Huanhuan couldn't sleep either, so Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan went back. Xia Huanhuan let the 3 kids go to bed first, then she took out some food, pork, eggs, and the like from the space. After thinking for a while, she took out some white rabbit milk candies and went to the cowshed under the cover of night. She left for the army in such a hurry that she didn't even have time to explain anything. Shen Wanxue and the master must have been very worried. When they arrived, Shen Wanxue and Yang Qiushi were still awake. She put the things down and took out the white rabbit milk candies to share with them. Shen Wanxue and Yang Qiushi looked at her with a smile and said, "We also got your and Li Zhan's wedding candy this afternoon. It was very sweet." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. She thought she wouldn't get any, so she thought of taking some for herself. Yang Qiushi sighed and said, "Secretary Zhao of this commune is a good man. A few days ago, a female educated youth made things difficult for our cowshed staff and asked us to do her share of farm work. It was Secretary Zhao who stepped in and scolded her. The afternoon candy was also shared with us." Shen Wanxue sighed. "Oh, I didn't expect your mother-in-law to be so mean that she didn't even hold a wedding with you. Fortunately, Li Zhan is a good man. No woman can compare to holding a wedding in the army. You can show off for a lifetime." As he said that, he looked at Xia Huanhuan and smiled. Xia Huanhuan's face was burning, and she smiled and said, "Aunt Shen, why did you learn from the master and make fun of me?" Yang Qiushi was very innocent. "I didn't do anything today. Don't rely on me." I couldn't help but feel guilty and said, "Huanhuan, master wants to apologize to you. I took my pulse that day. In fact, I had already found the happy pulse, but I was worried about it, so I didn't tell you. As a result, you traveled far the next day. These days I really regret it. I am afraid that something will happen to the child in your belly." When Xia Huanhuan heard this, he smiled and said, "I just said that the master was hesitant to speak that day. But master, don't blame yourself. After I arrived in the army, the military doctor there diagnosed me. I have to be careful these days. Woolen cloth." After hearing this, Yang Qiushi felt a little calmer. He took out a few more prescriptions, handed them to Xia Huanhuan and said, "Nua, this is a prescription for anti-fetal medicine. You need to prepare the medicinal ingredients yourself and drink them twice a day, morning and evening." Xia Huanhuan took it and thanked her. At this time, Shen Wanxue also took out a simple rosewood box, handed it to Xia Huanhuan, and said, "Huanhuan, open it and take a look, see if you like it." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then opened the box and found that inside was a beautifully carved He's white jade pendant. The pattern was phoenix. It was worth a fortune at first sight. It was probably more valuable than the pair of jasper bracelets she had collected on the black market before. All are valuable. Xia Huanhuan quickly declined and said, Aunt Shen, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. But Shen Wanxue pushed it back resolutely and said, Huanhuan, you have taken good care of me these days, found medicinal materials for me, and cured me. I had an eye disease and gave me so much food, but my aunt had no repayment. These things were originally a pair called dragon and phoenix pendants. I gave the dragon one to my son, and kept the phoenix one. Wait, aunt is giving it to you today. Firstly, it is a wedding gift for you and Li Zhan. Secondly, aunt thinks that you are my daughter. If you refuse to accept it, then aunt will not dare to follow you again in the future. Getting closer. When Xia Huanhuan heard what she said, she accepted it without any further refusal. I can't help but wonder, does Shen Wanxue have a son? However, it seems that I have never seen him come to see Shen Wanxue for so long. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but ask, Aunt Shen, is your son also going to the countryside to become an educated youth? When Shen Wanxue asked, her eyes couldn't help but feel sad, and she couldn't help but pull up the corner of her clothes to wipe away her tears. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but regret that he was so reckless. With Shen Wanxue as current identity, I'm afraid her son will also be implicated. Something must have happened to her family. Doesn't this question arouse her sadness? Annie, I'm just asking. Yang Qiushi sighed and said softly, Sister Shen's son was fostered in a farmer's home not long after he was born. He originally planned to take him back after the war, but unfortunately the whole village was flooded. The child was washed away by the flood and has never been found. Xia Huanhuan felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. Annie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you sad. Shen Wanxue wiped her tears, calmed down, and said, Oh, it happened more than 20 years ago, so it's nothing. Huanhuan, don't worry about it. I'm just sad for a moment. I don't blame you.
Mean.
Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, Madam, I know. She didn't know how to comfort her, so Xia Huanhuan sat there for a while and then went back. Thinking about it on the way, I still felt sad and subconsciously touched my belly. In this world, the cruelest thing for a mother is to fail to protect her child, right? Especially since I personally sent the child to foster care. The whole village was hit by floods, and Aunt Shen's son was probably in danger as well. Xia Huanhuan sighed and put the phoenix pendant into the space. She couldn't help but wonder where Shen Wanxue had hidden such a valuable thing. Even if they have come to the countryside to feed cows and live in cow sheds, they have gone through many levels of inspections. If they are carrying them with them, there is no way they will not be confiscated. After thinking about it for a while, he couldn't figure it out, so Xia Huanhuan gave it up and went home without mentioning it. What she didn't know was that during the time she was in the army, Grandma Yao, whom she had met in the black market in the town, had come over and secretly watched Shen Wanxue. This is the first time that the master and servant have met since Shen Wanxue moved to this commune. Grandma Yao wiped away her tears. Sister Wan, I was afraid of being seen and accused again, so I didn't dare to come here. How have you been these days? When you left, your eyes were not blurry, and you didn't see clearly. Can you see me? Alas, I was too careless, and I don't know what kind of heartless beast saw it. The reason why Shen Wanxue was transferred away was because the village saw that Grandma Yao and Shen Wanxue were in close contact, and someone filed a complaint. Shen Wanxue was also criticized, and Grandma Yao's family was also fined with food.
Past.
Shen Wanxue took Grandma Yao's hand and said with a smile, Mother Yao, don't blame yourself. I live a better life here than there. The commune secretary here also went to private school for several years. He is a very good person. Although we are still assigned to the work of feeding cows and picking up cow dung during spring plowing, the farm work assigned to us is very fair. When villagers in the commune or educated youth bully us, he also stands up for us. And my eyes. Here in the village, I met a kind-hearted girl who kept some medicinal materials at home. At the cowshed, I happened to meet Jinbang's classmate and friend when he was young, Lao Yang, who studied medicine and prescribed a prescription. After taking the medicine, everything was cured. After hearing Shen Wanshua's words, Grandma Yao couldn't help but blush again. Sister Wan, good people are rewarded. This is God's eyes opened, allowing you to meet a noble person. Sister Wan and Uncle, they will definitely be together soon. I'll keep the clouds clear until the moon shines. And the young master can definitely be found. When Shen Wanshua heard her mention her child again, she couldn't help but have red circles in her eyes and said, "Oh, soon the clouds will clear, and the moon will shine." Grandma Yao asked again, "Where is my uncle? Is he still in the northwest? Is there any new news?" Shen Wanshua shook her head and said, "It's still here. We made an appointment before going to the countryside. We will send a telegram in half a year to report that we are safe. Otherwise, even if I write a letter, I'm afraid it will be investigated, so I won't bother." Grandma Yao nodded, suddenly thought of something, and asked, "By the way, Sister Wan, the Leaf family I talked about last time is from this village. Have you seen it? Their sons have grown up. Does it look like my uncle's or yours?" Shen Wanshua sighed and said, "Sigh. I saw their second and third sons from a distance, and they didn't look alike. The fourth son was not at home all year round, but he helped me carry a bucket of water. Unfortunately, my eyesight is so bad that I can't see clearly. But their mother's name is Lulan, and the name doesn't match. The number of children in the family doesn't match, and the surname doesn't match either. I'm afraid it's not." Grandma Yao couldn't help but feel sad after hearing this. Shen Wanshua cheered up and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Yao Ma, next time you come here, can you bring me the Husher white jade phoenix? And give me 2 small yellow croakers." After hearing this, Grandma Yao naturally agreed. A few days later, he came and handed Feng Pei and the little yellow croaker to Shen Wanshua. Shen Wanshua took away Feng Pei, handed the 2 small yellow croakers back to Grandma Yao, and said with a smile, "Mama Yao, I heard that your daughter is talking about getting married, and her in-laws are young men from this village. These 2 small yellow croakers, just think of it as my wedding gift to them, so you can find an opportunity for me to give it to them." Upon hearing this, Grandma Yao subconsciously refused. "Sister Wan, this is too expensive. What I am doing is not what I should do. How can I accept it?" Shen Wanshua put her hands together and said firmly, "Take it. If you hadn't guarded it for us, these things would no longer belong to us. If you didn't hold it, I would be angry." Grandma Yao couldn't refuse, so she had to take it, planning to use it as a dowry and bring it to her daughter when the time came. However, she did not intend to tell her daughter the origin of this thing. She only planned to say that it was her dowry when she got married. Early the next morning, Lin Yuru came over early as expected, making preparations for Xia Huan and the 3 little boys. "I cooked rice porridge, put lean meat and chopped spinach in it, sprinkled some salt flowers, baked a few scallion pancakes, heated up a few steamed buns, and fried a plate of rabbit meat and baby spinach." After everything was done, Xia Huan and the 3 cubs got up to eat. Xia Huan felt a little sorry and asked Lin Yuru to come over from Xu Jiayuan in the dark to cook for her. However, she doesn't want Lin Yuru to live here yet because it will be inconvenient for her to get supplies from the space. Therefore, she still plans to wait for a while after she has taken out all the things that should be prepared and taken out of the space, and then she will show her pregnancy. Let's talk about it. "Mom, I'll cook 3 meals a day from now on. I'm not overweight now. There are so many pregnant women in the village. Aren't they all still doing farm work in the fields while pregnant? You come here so early to cook for me and take care of me. People in the village will say I am a lazy bone." Lin Yuru was also embarrassed when she heard this. Didn't she know her own daughter? She was very capable. How could she be called lazy by the villagers? But she was really worried. After all, it was her daughter's first pregnancy. "But what if you get too tired?" Xia Huan smiled and said, "Mom, how can I be so delicate? Besides, there are 3 kids helping to light the fire and cook. And doesn't Dad help with the farm work? I just cook 3 meals a day. How tired can I be? On the contrary, I heard that if you don't move much during pregnancy, the fetus will grow too big, and it is very likely to be difficult to give birth. When Lin Yuru heard this, she quickly made two poo sounds and muttered, "Bad things don't work. Good things do." Then she complained, "Look at your child. You can't be so pessimistic. It will definitely be a natural birth. It will be smooth and smooth." Most births in rural areas are done at home with the help of a midwife. It is rare for people to go to the city to stay in a hospital 10 days or half a month in advance and then return to the village after giving birth. I can't afford the time, and I don't have the spare money. Therefore, if there is a severe bleeding during labor, it would be fatal and it would be too late to save her. Xia Huanhuan said, "I am just an example, so I still need to do some work and move more. Besides, when I am pregnant and can't cook, I will have to rely on you to take care of me. There will be hardships in the future. There is no need to rush for these few months. Also, it will be the grain rain season soon to plant sweet potatoes, peanuts, and cotton. If you only take care of me, how can my father do farm work alone to earn work points?" After hearing these words, Lin Yuru hesitated for a while, then sighed and said, "Okay. Then you should be more careful and don't overwork yourself." Xia Huanhuan naturally agreed readily. After breakfast, Lin Yuru went back. Xia Huanhuan planned to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some cloth so that she could prepare some clothes for her unborn baby. However, in her current physical condition, she definitely cannot ride a bicycle. The roads in the countryside are bumpy enough to make her feel uncomfortable even if she doesn't fall. It just so happened that the village was growing peanuts, sweet potatoes, sorghum, millet, and other crops, and needed to go to the town to fetch fertilizer, so they sent an ox cart over, and Xia Huanhuan rode the cart. He bought a few feet of cloth at the supply and marketing cooperative, as well as some grain, eggs, and pork. After coming out, he found a remote place, entered the space, took out some more cloth of the same pattern, as well as some more grain, pork, etc., and took the village ox cart back. When I came back, I happened to meet Xia Shuangshan coming back from the mountain with his 3 little guys. When Xiao Wu and Bei Bei saw her, they ran over. Xiao Wu said proudly, "Mom, we caught pheasants and rabbits again. We also dug up a lot of spring bamboo shoots." Bei Bei also said incoherently, "Wild rabbit. My brother caught it." Xia Shuangshan also laughed and said, "Xiaowen set a trap yesterday afternoon and caught a wild rabbit today." Xiaowen's face flushed and she was very excited because she caught a hare. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Xiaowen is so capable. Then we will have rabbit for lunch today. Dad, don't go back. Call Mom over. Let's eat at my place for lunch today." As she said that, she put the purchased food, pork, and other things back into the house. Even if she took some out from the space, the quantity was not much. Afterwards, she quietly took out supplies from the space and went to the town to purchase supplies every once in a while, which was enough to avoid arousing suspicion. Xia Shuangshan blushed, sighed, and went back to call Lin Yuru. Xia Huanhuan put the bamboo shoots away, took a small bamboo basket, and went to her own vegetable garden to pick some fresh vegetables. "I just harvested some chives yesterday, and it will take a few days for them to grow again. The celery, lettuce, cauliflower, and garlic sprouts in the vegetable garden have grown up and are ready to eat. As for the cucumbers, tomatoes, and green peppers, they have also bloomed and will soon bear fruit. This is the last crop of small spinach." Xia Huanhuan planned to come over tomorrow to clear the land for small spinach and plant pumpkin, winter melon, cowpea, green beans, etc. She would also plant a few watermelons to eat in the cool summer. After picking some celery, garlic sprouts, and spinach, Xia Huanhuan went back. Lin Yuru had already come over and brought a pair of cute little rabbit fur shoes, which made Xia Huanhuan stunned. "Mom, you made this in just one morning?" Xia Shuangshan said with a smile, "No matter how capable your mother is, she can't finish it in one morning. She started sewing the soles last night and stayed up until midnight. She worked on it again this morning." Lin Yuru rolled her eyes at him and said, "If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Then he said sheepishly, "The soles of these shoes are made of cloth from old clothes, with rabbit fur padding on the bottom, and the uppers are also made of rabbit fur. When the child is born, it should be around October or November, and the weather will have cooled down, so they're just right for wearing. You keep them for now." In a couple of days, I'll go buy some cloth and make some small cotton padded jackets and pants. One pair of boots is not enough, so I'll have to make a few more pairs for rotation. All these need to be prepared early. Xia Huanhuan was touched. Although this couple was not very nice to each other at the beginning, now they are really doing it for the good of her and the baby in her belly. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Mom, I've already bought the cloth and cotton from town today, and I'm going to start preparing. You don't have to buy any more." Lin Yuru and Xia Huanhuan prepared lunch together. I heated up the steamed buns and cooked millet porridge. I skinned a freshly hunted rabbit and stir-fried it with spring bamboo shoots. I cut the freshly cut pork belly into thin slices and stir-fried it with garlic sprouts to make twice-cooked pork. I also made a dish of vinegar and celery and a spinach and egg drop soup. After lunch, Xia Shuangshan heard that she was going to plant cowpeas, pumpkins, winter melons, and watermelons, so without saying a word, he took the seeds to the vegetable garden and started planting them. Lin Yuru taught Xia Huanhuan how to cut cloth and make cotton-padded clothes and other children's clothes. In the next few days, we will start to be busy transplanting sweet potatoes, cotton seedlings, peanuts, and the like. Every household must still do a certain amount of work points. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan naturally also had tasks, and unlike Xia Huanhuan, they relied entirely on the work points they earned from the fields and the money they earned from working as bricklayers to exchange for food and tickets to survive. During the spring plowing season, the two had to go to the fields to work almost every day, and sometimes they didn't even have time to eat. However, the two of them will still try their best to make time to do things for Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan felt bad about it, so sometimes she would take the opportunity when Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were working on their own work points and do the work herself. On this day, she was assigned the task of transplanting sweet potatoes. She had just started working for a while when a village cadre called her to the edge of the field. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at the sweet potatoes she planted. They were not planted crookedly, so they were planted well, right? Back at the field, the village cadre pointed to the 3 strong men beside him and introduced them. Li Zhan's wife. These 3 comrades are Li Zhan's old comrades in arms. They have retired from the army and brought a letter of introduction. They said that Li Zhan asked them to come and help you with farm work. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then her face turned red. This is too embarrassing. One of the men subconsciously looked down at Xia Huanhuan's belly and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, our old leader sent a telegram saying that you are pregnant, and he is worried that you will be tired from doing farm work, so he asked us to come and help with some of the work." The village cadre smiled and said, "Your husband is very thoughtful. You can go back first. They can finish the work points you need to do for the spring plowing in one day." Xia Huanhuan was too embarrassed to refuse, and just as she was about to refuse, another person rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, don't be embarrassed. After we retired from the army, it was our old leaders who helped us get the opportunity to work as workers in the county factory. Otherwise, we would have to go home and work as farmers. We have been doing this kind of farm work since we were young, and we know how to do it." As he spoke, the other 2 also echoed him and went into the field one after another. They picked up the sweet potato seedlings in the basket, dug a hole on the ridge of the ground with a small, put the seedlings in it, scooped water from the bucket next to them and poured it in, and then covered it with soil. One of them saw that there was no water in the bucket, so he took 2 buckets and went to the river to fetch water, without saying a word. Seeing that they were all busy, Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to go home and start preparing lunch. It would be really unkind of her to just ignore the lunch when they were helping her with the work enthusiastically. One was stir-fried spring bamboo shoots with bacon, the other was stir-fried cauliflower with lard, and I picked some big green peppers to make a tiger skin green pepper stuffed with meat and also cooked millet porridge. There were no more steamed buns at home, so I took out 7 or 8 big white buns from the space, put them in a bamboo basket, and sent them to the field. During the busy farming season, in order to save time and rush to work, everyone would eat directly in the field. Usually, around noon, the women would go back to cook and then bring the food to the farm. After eating, they would not take the bowls and chopsticks home, but would continue to work. They would not go back to cook dinner until it was dark in the evening. Or you don't cook and just make a few steamed buns in the morning and eat them with water at noon. The three people who came to help were all stunned when they saw the lunch prepared by Xia Huan in the basket. This food is better than the commercial grain they eat in the county town. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish with the aroma of lard. The steamed buns are also white flour buns. But the three of them immediately thought that maybe because they were guests, their sister-in-law was spending money on purpose. One of them said apologetically, "Sister-in-law, we are all family, just eat steamed bread and pickles. No need to be so polite." "That's right, sister-in-law. Your meal is worth more than the work points we 3 earn from a day's farm work. Isn't this our work in vain?" Xia Huan was stunned for a moment. Then she realized that they had misunderstood and thought that she had spent money to entertain them. She quickly smiled and said, "You eat your own food. Our daily food is not much different from this. Li Zhan has been promoted to the head of the group now, and he has a lot of monthly allowances, most of which he sends back to me. I don't actually work. I can live well just by buying food, but the commune requires everyone to work, so Li Zhan is troubling you." When the three heard this, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts again that their old leader really loved his wife. The leader's monthly allowance is 65 yuan. Even if he sends back 60 yuan, that 1 month's allowance is enough to cover a year's expenses. The three of them didn't hesitate any longer and finished their meal in no time. They couldn't help wiping their mouths with satisfaction and said enviously, "Our old leader is so lucky. The sister-in-law he married cooks really delicious food." All three of them were still single, living in factory dormitories and eating from a big pot in the cafeteria all day long. Where had they ever eaten such greasy food with big pieces of meat? Xia Huan couldn't help laughing and said, "Are you workers in the county factory? If you think it tastes good, come over any time and I'll make it for you." The three of them smiled sheepishly and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." In the afternoon, the three of them worked even harder, and when they settled the accounts in the evening, the work points they had earned were enough for Xia Huan to not have to work during the spring farming season. After saying goodbye to Xia Huan, the three of them rode their bicycles back to the county town. Xia Huan also walked back slowly with the basket. At this time, a police car drove into the village from a distance. By the evening, the news had spread throughout the village. It turned out that Li Xiao was rescued from the human traffickers by the police and sent back. In addition, the fact that the educated youth Wang Dajuan colluded with the human traffickers was also made public, and a group of human traffickers were arrested, but unfortunately the leader of the human traffickers escaped. Wang Dajuan and those human traffickers will be sentenced in 2 months, and the sentence is estimated to be at least 10 years. It turned out that after Xia Huan wrote the anonymous letter that night, the public security department at that time was in charge and immediately sent people to the place mentioned in the letter and arrested Wang Dajuan on the spot. Wang Dajuan refused to speak for 5 or 6 days at first, but later he couldn't hold it back anymore and finally spoke. The police immediately sent a telegram and communicated with their colleagues in other counties and cities and jointly carried out law enforcement actions. They quickly eliminated a human trafficker gang and, based on the human traffickers' statements, rescued the abducted women and children. Li Xiao had been transferred twice and was sold to an old bachelor's family in a mountain village in another county as a daughter-in-law. The baby in her belly was beaten to death. When the person was sent back, he was already mentally dull and a little stupid. Lulan did not even say thank you to the police officer. Instead, she grabbed the officer's hand and kept asking her if she had found the 800 yuan. Secretary Zhao scolded her for this. After sending the police away, Lulan, Li Chang, and Wang Guixiang questioned Li Xiao for a long time. Li Xiao's hair was messy, and her eyes were wandering. She was scared of being beaten and scolded, so she hid in the corner of the room and cried. Lulan was so angry that she slapped her hard several times. Seeing that there was no hope for the 800 yuan, Li Chang and Wang Guixiang and their wife ignored Lulan and Li Xiao and went back to their room with cold faces. Now, in addition to taking care of her own work points and 3 meals a day, Lulan also has the burden of Li Xiaoqiao. Moreover, with Li Xiaoqiao's current situation, everyone in the village knows that she was pregnant with a prisoner's child before marriage and was sold to a man. Her reputation is ruined. Not to mention finding a son-in-law from the city. Even an ordinary second-time husband would look down on such a witch. Lulan was filled with hatred and anger. When she thought of her 800 yuan, she beat Li Xiaoqiao severely. From time to time, she could hear Li Xiaoqiao's screams and cries from her room. Secretary Zhao couldn't stand it and asked the village cadres to come over and talk to her several times. Lulan was now desperate and scolded the village cadres, saying that you love my daughter. Why don't you let your son marry my daughter? If I were like that, I would definitely not beat her. The village cadres were so angry that they didn't care anymore. But after a long time, it was not a big deal. Lulan started to ask people if there were any widowed old widower or bachelor in the area. She planned to marry Li Xiaoqiao off to someone random person, otherwise it would be a burden for her for the rest of her life. When Wang Guixiang saw that Lulan was looking for a husband for Li Xiaoqiao, she told Li Chong privately and asked him to get involved. Even though Li Xiaoqiao was too shocked and became stupid, she was still a young woman in her teens or 20s after all. If she got married, the betrothal money would be at least 10 or 20 yuan. Li Jia was so angry when he saw that his mother and brother were colluding with each other to humiliate his own daughter and sister that he said something once or twice. However, Lulan and Li Chong were determined to get rid of Li Xiaoqiao, this burden, and they scolded Li Jia and told him to mind his own business. Li Jia just ignored it out of spite. Not long after, the mother and son found an old widower in his 50s, extorted 30 yuan from him as a betrothal gift, and sent Li Xiaoqiao to him that same day. There was no wedding banquet or anything, they just registered their marriage with the commune. Lulan and Li Chong divided the 30 yuan equally. In addition, Lulan probably thought that she was getting older, her third son was unwilling to support her in her old age, and her fourth son was away all year round, so she could not be relied on either. She could only rely on Li Chong temporarily. She gritted her teeth and bargained with Li Chong for a long time and gave the second son $4 a month, which was considered as living with Li Chong. However, even though she lived with Li Chong and no longer had to do farm work, the days of having everything provided for her were gone. Wang Guixiang had to cook 2 meals a day instead of 1. She could only bear it, and fantasized in her heart that when her fourth son came back next time, she would complain to him and ask him to take care of her in her old age. Xia Huanhuan ignored what was happening over there and just stayed at home making clothes and shoes, preparing 3 meals a day, reading medical books, and preparing medicinal herbs. Zhou Qiuhe came to visit and talked about Li Xiaoqiao's affairs. She also sighed and said, I used to think that our mother-in-law was selfish and biased, but now I know she is so vicious. She even schemed against her own daughter. And my second brother did the same. He sold his own sister for 30 yuan of betrothal money. Even Li Jia couldn't stand it. They are still blood relatives. What kind of people are they? Fortunately, I separated the family from her, otherwise I would suspect that she would do something bad to our 2 daughters for money. After hearing what Zhou Qiuhe said, Xia Huanhuan also sighed softly. I also didn't expect Lulan to be so cruel. It's really... Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Although Li Xiaoqiao had spread rumors about her behind her back and was always arrogant in front of her, Xia Huanhuan had separated from her family right after she got married. No matter how arrogant Li Xiaoqiao was, she couldn't take advantage of her. So, she hated Li Xiaoqiao, but as long as she didn't provoke her, she had no intention of punishing her. When she was caught by the human traffickers that night, Xia Huanhuan watched her die, without helping her. She thought that she might be able to handle the group of human traffickers and Wang Dajuan, 4 or 5 strong men, but Li Xiaoqiao was not worthy of her risking her life to save her. However, she called the police in time afterwards, and the police also responded promptly and arrested the person, which was considered to be the best thing they could do for Li Xiaoqiao. It's a pity that Wang Dajuan didn't confess for several days, which wasted time. That was something she couldn't control. Unexpectedly, after being rescued from the human traffickers with great difficulty, she was still sold by her own mother and brother. Xia Huanhuan thought about Zhou Qiuhe's words, and suddenly something occurred to her. She asked, "You just said even third brother couldn't stand it anymore? What does that mean? Lulan, Li Chong, and Li Qiao are blood relatives, so shouldn't Li Jie be the same?" Only then did Zhou Qiuhe realize that she had let the cat out of the bag. However, she trusted Xia Huanhuan's character, so she lowered her voice and said, "I'm telling you, you must not tell anyone."
In fact,
Li Qiao was born to Lulan's cheating man outside, not your father-in-law's child. When Xia Huanhuan heard this, she was stunned. "There is such a thing?" Zhou Qiuhe continued. "This happened not long after my eldest brother got into trouble a year ago. In the middle of the night, Li Jie got up and heard a noise behind the house. He went to see an old man who was grinning and asking my mother-in-law for money. He also said that if my mother-in-law didn't give him money, he would tell everyone that she had an affair with him and had a daughter, Li Qiao. My mother-in-law was scared, so she gave him 10 yuan and sent him away." Li Jie was so angry that his face turned blue, but because of the reputation of his deceased father-in-law and the Li family, he didn't make it public. He resolutely separated from my mother-in-law the next day. It was only after a long time that Li Jie secretly told me about this. Xia Huanhuan was dumbfounded and could hardly believe her ears. Lulan makes up rumors about her behind her back every day. It turns out that she is so dirty herself. Zhou Qiuhe repeatedly told Xia Huanhuan not to tell this to anyone, otherwise Li Jie would definitely be angry with her, and then she went back. Of course Xia Huanhuan would not tell anyone about it. She just listened to these things as a joke and threw them aside. Instead of spending her time gossiping, she might as well be sewing more needlework. The work of planting trees during the spring plowing that she was supposed to do had already been completed by Li Zhan's comrades who came over last time to help her, so she concentrated on making clothes at home. She had to make cotton padded clothes, cotton pants and boots for the baby in her belly, as well as small quilts for swaddling, spring and summer clothes for Xiaowen, Xiaowu and Beibei, and thinner shoes. She also had to buy some spring and summer clothes for herself, as well as loose clothes for pregnant women. She was very busy every day. Fortunately, there was enough cloth in the space, so she bought some and took some out of the space to mix with other cloth. Because she was busy with needlework, Xia Huanhuan only went to the cowshed once every half a month. After the busy spring plowing during the grain rain period, there was some free time for farm work, and Aunt Wu's second son's marriage was also settled. It was a good opportunity to take advantage of this time to bring the new daughter-in-law into the house. At weddings and funerals in rural areas, neighbors usually go to help. They help the host who is overwhelmed to receive guests, carry plates, etc. Women go to the kitchen to help prepare meals, etc. Usually the host will also arrange extra meals to thank the neighbors. But when it comes to giving gifts of money at banquets, it is only done between relatives and close friends. Reciprocity is a matter of gift giving. Generally, if someone receives a gift money at a wedding, the party that gave the gift money has to give a gift in return if they get married again or have a child. Sometimes, the disputes get so intense that even the marriages of children and grandchildren are affected. The Li family and Aunt Wu's family have no relationship, but Xia Huanhuan is grateful to Aunt Wu for always speaking for her in front of those gossipy women in the village, so she also gave a gift. Aunt Wu was so moved when she saw this that she insisted on asking Xia Huanhuan to stay for the feast. Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to accept the request and was also afraid that Aunt Wu would feel bad, so she just sat down and ate some dishes just to show her respect. After a while, the bride and groom came over to toast them. They drank wine brewed by the villagers using sorghum. Xia Huanhuan couldn't drink alcohol, so she drank tea instead. The bride's name was Qinqi. She was pretty and had a rosy face. Aunt Wu introduced Xia Huanhuan as Li's sister-in-law, so she blushed and asked Xia Huanhuan to call her sister-in-law. Xia Huanhuan entertained for a while. It was a wedding, and it would be bad to leave in the middle. She felt a little regretful. If she had known that she would have to attend the banquet, she would not have given the gift money today and would have given it to Aunt Wu later. Just when she was bored, she suddenly saw a familiar face. It turned out to be the old lady she met in the black market before, who exchanged her jade bracelet for medicinal materials. Although Xia Huanhuan put on makeup when she went to the black market, she was still afraid of being recognized and causing trouble, so she found Aunt Wu and said that she was feeling a little unwell and went back first. When I was leaving, I heard from other guests that the bride was actually the granddaughter of that old lady. However, she rarely goes to the black market in town anymore and probably won't have to deal with this old lady again in the future. In the evening, Xia Huanhuan went to the cowshed and delivered some food, meat, eggs, etc. She also asked Yang Qiushi about some things she didn't understand in the medical books. Seeing that her belly was already showing, Shen Wanxue smiled and said, "You can already see a little bit of your belly. It's still dark at night, and it's not safe to walk at night. If you can, don't come to see us. The wheat harvest is about to start. After the wheat is harvested, we should be able to share some food. There is a lot of food to eat in the summer, so we won't starve." Xia Huanhuan thought about it and realized that it was unsafe to walk at night. It would be bad if she fell. She smiled and said, "Okay. Then I won't come here in person later. Let our kid bring the things over." She believed in the three little brats. Xiaowen would be turning 6 in a few days. He was precocious and sensible, so it should be okay to let him come and deliver something. As Shen Wanxue spoke, she took out 3 pairs of exquisite tiger head boots from a tattered bundle at the head of her bed and gave them to Xia Huanhuan, saying with a smile, "Huanhuan, these were made for the kids when I had nothing to do. Don't think my craftsmanship is crude. It is my token of my love for the kids." Xia Huanhuan recognized at a glance that the cloth used for these 3 pairs of boots was the same cloth she had given to Shen Wanxue and Yang Qiushi before, so that they could make spring clothes. As for the cotton used in the boots, Xia Huanhuan subconsciously glanced at her bag. There was a cotton vest in it which had been taken apart and had not been sewn up yet. The cotton must have been taken out from that vest. Xia Huanhuan was moved. If Shen Qingxue herself was rich and capable, perhaps it would just be an ordinary friendship. But even when supplies were so scarce, she was still thinking about the baby in her belly. This friendship is so precious. She whispered, "Auntie, isn't this cloth meant for you and the master to make spring clothes? Why did you make it into boots? Besides, 3 pairs are too many. My mother and I have been making them these days. We have prepared 2 sets of cotton padded clothes, cotton padded pants, and boots. Add these 3 pairs, and there will be 5 pairs in total. Even if I have some for replacement, I can't wear 5 pairs of shoes with the one in my belly." Shen Wanxue and Yang Qiushi were both stunned when they heard this. Shen Wanxue recalled for a moment, then looked at Yang Qiushi. "Old Yang, think back, last time. Did you forget to tell Huanhuan the most crucial thing?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned and looked back and forth at the two of them. "What did you say?" Yang Qiushi also recalled for a while, then scratched his head and smiled guiltily. "I can't remember. Maybe I didn't mention it? Last time, he and Shen Wanxue were thinking about telling Xia Huanhuan the news of her pregnancy as soon as possible, and also about giving her some prescriptions for maintaining the pregnancy. In their haste, they forgot the most important thing. He said to Xia Huanhuan somewhat awkwardly, "Huanhuan, 5 pairs of boots may not be enough for replacement. You should prepare more." Xia Huanhuan didn't react for a moment. Shen Wanxue smiled and said, "What? Your master means that you are not pregnant with a single baby, but multiple babies. 2 or 3 are both possible, but triplets are more likely." Xia Huanhuan opened her mouth and was completely stunned. No wonder her appetite suddenly became so big. She eats twice as much as before she got pregnant. She was worried that she would become fat, but after a month, it seemed that she didn't gain any weight, but just had a big belly. Seeing her belly growing bigger day by day, she was worried that she was overnourished and the fetus was too big, so she wanted to control her diet and nutrition. "But I just controlled it for 2 meals. I gave up because I was so hungry before halfway through." This time she came here, she originally wanted the master to prescribe a prescription on how to prevent the fetus from overnutrition. It turns out that there is not just 1 fetus in the stomach asking for nutrition, but 2 or 3 that are crying out for food. Yang Qiushi blamed himself. "Alas, My memory becomes worse as I get older.
I tend to forget things all the time.
How could I have forgotten such an important thing? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Master, don't blame yourself. I only realized it a month late. Now you can start paying attention and not let them starve, right? From now on, she may eat as much as she wants without any psychological burden. However, thinking of the swaddling clothes, quilts, cotton coats and pants, boots, shoes, hats, and so on that she had to prepare, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but sigh. She and Lin Yuru originally thought that children grow fast and look different every day, so they prepared too many cotton coats, trousers, and boots. They would not be able to wear them before they had time to wear them, so they made 2 sets.
Now,
Let alone changing clothes, I'm afraid there won't be enough clothes for each kid. Seeing her frown, Shan Wanshua smiled and said, Bring some cloth and needles and thread here, and I'll make a few sets for you when I'm free at night. I'm not sure whether it will be 2 or 3, so just go with the number that's needed. It's always better to be prepared. Xia Huanhuan knew that what she said about having nothing to do was all lies. She and other people in the cowshed came here to work, and the work they did was harder than that of the villagers. These 3 pairs of shoes were probably made by Shan Wanshua, who stayed up late to make them. Therefore, Xia Huanhuan shook her head and said with a smile, Annie, these 3 pairs of tiger head boots are enough. There are still several months left, and my mother and my 3rd sister-in-law are also taking time to help me make them so we can prepare them. Seeing this, Shan Wanshua didn't force it. Yang Qiushi felt her pulse again, checked the fetal position and other things, gave her some instructions, and then wrote her a prescription and asked her to boil some medicine and take it. The next day after she returned, she told Lin Yuru that she might be pregnant with twins or triplets. Lin Yuru was so surprised that she couldn't stop smiling as she looked at her bulging belly. Oh, I told your dad last night that judging from the movement of your belly and your recent appetite, I was afraid that you might not be pregnant with just 1. I estimated that it might be 2. I didn't expect that it might be 3. This is really rare. If I give birth to 3 big fat boys at once, won't my son-in-law praise my daughter for her ability when he comes back? When Xia Huanhuan heard Lin Yuru's tone, she knew that she still had the same thinking as rural women of that era. Women give birth to children to carry on the man's family line. Giving birth to 3 boys in 1 pregnancy would bring honor to the family. She smiled and had no intention of correcting Lin Yuru's thoughts. She probably couldn't correct them even if she wanted to. After all, Lin Yuru had been so humiliated in the Xia family for more than 20 years that she couldn't raise her head because her son was washed away by the flood and she never gave birth to a son again. Rural women of this era are obsessed with having sons. Mom, why do you only want to have a grandson? There are 3 of us, so you should give 1 to your granddaughter, right? Xia Huanhuan joked. Lin Yuru laughed and said, Oh look, I'm too happy.
Yes.
If there are 2, then it will be a boy and a girl. If there are 3, then it will be 2 boys and a girl. It will be even better to have both sons and daughters. While joking, Lin Yuru became restless again. Oh, if we are pregnant with 3 babies, wouldn't the 2 sets of clothes we prepared be enough? I will go to the town supply and marketing cooperative to pull cloth. I have to start doing it quickly while the farm work is not busy these 2 days. Xia Huanhuan saw Lin Yuru busy doing things for her, and she felt unmoved. It was a lie. To be honest, without the help of Lin Yuru, Xia Shuangshan, Zhou Qiuhe, and Shen Wanshua and Yang Qiushi from the cowshed, she would have to take care of 3 little ones by herself, still have 3 babies in her belly, and prepare these small clothes and shoes. Yes, even if she had space and no matter how much supplies she had, she wouldn't be able to take care of it. She grabbed Lin Yuru, who was about to go out, and said with a smile, Mom, I have prepared cloth and cotton and so on. I just want to trouble you to help make a few more sets today. When Lin Yuru heard this, she smiled and said, If you didn't tell me earlier, it would have delayed us for a long time. After saying that, he immediately picked up the cloth and started making samples. He used scissors to cut along the marks made on the cloth with lime, threaded the needle and sat up. Xia Huanhuan also picked up a half-finished set and continued sewing. In a few days, it will be Xiaowen's 6th birthday. Xia Huanhuan planned to make a table of delicious food to celebrate. Most of the vegetables in the small vegetable garden are now grown and ready to eat. Cowpeas, green beans, tomatoes, cucumbers, etc. Xia Shuangshan broke off many thin branches from the mountain and built a shelf. Now the cowpeas and green beans are hanging long one by one, the cucumbers also have a lot of knots, and the tomatoes are also like embroidered knots. The ground was crowded together, and many of them were already red. Other celery, leeks, lettuce, cabbage, cauliflower, green peppers, etc. can also be picked and eaten at any time. The pumpkins, winter melons, and watermelons next to them have also fallen off their stems, and small melons are growing secretly under the dense green leaves. Xia Huanhuan was more than 3 months pregnant, and her belly was bulging a lot. It was not convenient to go to the vegetable garden and bend down to pick vegetables, so she ordered the 3 little ones to carry a small bamboo basket each to pick a few green peppers and a few cucumbers. Pick a handful of cowpeas. Pick 2 cauliflowers. After a while, the 3 little cubs jumped home carrying bamboo baskets on their backs. Xia Huanhuan followed slowly and leisurely, feeling that this kind of country life seemed pretty good. Except, well, although my belly is not very big yet, I have started to feel pain in my back. How hard will it be when I am 7 or 8 months pregnant? She couldn't even imagine it. After returning home, Xia Huanhuan started washing and picking vegetables, and the 3 little ones also rolled up their sleeves to help. She secretly replaced the water in the kitchen with the spiritual spring water in the space. She used this water for washing vegetables and cooking. Coupled with the anti-fetal and nourishing prescriptions prescribed by Yang Qiushi, her pain during pregnancy was relieved a lot. After washing and picking the vegetables, Lin Yuru happened to enter the yard. These days, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru still go to work in the fields, watering the crops or weeding, and they are never idle. When there was masonry work, Xia Shuangshan would go out to work. Otherwise, the 2 of them would hang around Xia Huanhuan. At noon, Lin Yuru came over early and helped Xia Huanhuan make a meal. Xia Huanhuan didn't refuse anymore and just asked her to cook the portion for Xia Shuangshan and send it to the field for Xia Shuangshan to eat. If it hadn't been like this, the 2 of them might have taken a few wawatu and water to the fields in the morning, and the meal at noon would have been enough. Lin Yuru saw that Xia Huanhuan had already washed and picked the vegetables, but she still couldn't help nagging her. Xia Huanhuan didn't talk back, but she would do whatever she could next time. She is pregnant, not disabled. Even though someone was helping her, she couldn't just enjoy it with peace of mind. Xia Huanhuan whispered, "Mom, today is Xiaowen's birthday. Please cook a few more dishes and call Dad back later. Our family will celebrate a little bit." Xia Huanhuan whispered, "Mom, today is Xiaowen's birthday. It's his birthday, let's cook a few more dishes and call Dad back from the fields later, so our family can celebrate a little bit." Lin Yuru was stunned for a moment when she heard this. How can a rural child prepare a few dishes to celebrate his birthday? That is the standard for the birthdays of the elders in the family, and the other is the standard when distinguished guests come to the house, or during the New Year. Boiled eggs are considered a good thing for children to celebrate their birthdays. In many families with many children, parents may be too busy to remember. As for birthday cakes, blowing out candles, etc., I have never heard of them. Lin Yuru looked at the dried branches and firewood that she had picked up 2 days ago and carried them to the kitchen one by one. She originally thought, I am just a little kid living. Why do you spend so much money to make a few? Food? Just boil 2 eggs. He swallowed the words. It's quite pitiful to think about the 3 little cubs. Her father died, and her mother ran away. After suffering for half a year with her second uncle, second aunt, and grandma, she was finally adopted by her 4th uncle and Huanhuan. The good days have not passed for a few months, and now Huanhuan is pregnant again. The 2 young ones may be too ignorant to think of it, but the precocious Xiaowen, without saying anything, must be worried that Huanhuan will have her own children and will not want them anymore. Apart from anything else, Guang Lin Yuru saw that after Xia Huanhuan's pregnancy was announced, Xiaowen worked even harder. On the way back from school in the town, now that the road is familiar, friends from the same village come back together, and Zhou Qiuhe doesn't have to pick them up. Secretary Zhao's 2 grandsons, Chaoyang and Qiming, and Zhou Qiuhe, the joy at home, comes all the way back from the fight, and Xiaowen collects firewood along the way. He is such a small person and always comes back with a bundle of branches in his arms. The things that are drying in the yard are what he picked up. At home, she even lit a fire, washed dishes, cleaned, and so on. Even Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but say that this little kid loves to be clean more than she does. Lin Yuru sighed and said with a smile, "Okay, just cook a few more dishes." He couldn't help but whispered, "Oh, but don't be too spoiled. People who love each other will fight against each other, so don't spoil them to the point of being." Xia Huanhuan also knew that Lin Yuru's concerns were reasonable, so she smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry about these things. If I really spoil them, can I still let them do housework at home, digging wild vegetables in the fields and collecting firewood? I know it well." Lin Yuru thought about it and said nothing. The mother and daughter chatted while making lunch. The steamed buns are freshly steamed and heated directly in the pan. 3 large white flour steamed buns and 2 multi-grain steamed buns with sweet potato and white flour are enough for the whole family. Because she had long planned to celebrate Xiaowen's birthday, Xia Huanhuan asked Zhou Qiuhe to bring half a pound of pork belly back from town. Of course, half a pound was not enough, so she took another pound out from the space. Anyway, after closing the door, no one would know that there was too much meat. 1.5 pounds of pork belly is cut directly into large cubes to make glutinous, but not greasy, sugar-colored braised pork. The remaining half a pound was stir-fried with garlic sprouts and stir-fried twice-cooked pork. In addition, I also made a stir-fried rabbit with cauliflower, a stir-fried wild boar with spring bamboo shoots, a stir-fried egg with leek, a cucumber, a tomato with white sugar, and 2 cold dishes. Of course, there is also a fragrant pheasant mushroom soup with wolfberry, licorice, and ginseng. Sliced ginseng is similar to licorice. Licorice and wolfberry are both wild medicinal materials that can be collected in the mountains. Most farmers are familiar with them, so Lin Yuru naturally has no doubts. There is another ingredient that Lin Yuru cannot see, which is the mushroom in the chicken soup, which is actually matsutake. It was when Huan went into the mountains last summer that he dug it up. It was actually in the forest in space, and he harvested it without any expectation. In later generations, this is an ingredient that can be compared to gold. Gold is so valuable. Of course, I also boiled a few eggs and rolled out a bowl of longevity noodles for Xiaowen, which was considered a standard birthday treat for children in that era. The meal was almost ready, and Lin Yuru went to the fields to call Xia Shuangshan. Xia Shuangshan was a little surprised when he saw the dishes on the table, but he didn't say anything immediately. The family eats around the table. A pound of braised pork is cut into about 10 pieces, and 1 piece for each person is almost enough. As they ate, the 3 cubs were obviously more interested in the sugar tomatoes than the other dishes. They were all vying for this, and Xiao Wu and Beibei almost started to fight. Xia Huanhuan was angry and funny, and said, "Just because of a tomato? Why are you fighting? Wait, I'll get you some more, 1 for each of you." Lin Yuru quickly put down the bowl and said, "I'll go." Xia Huanhuan stopped her and said, "I'm already up. My belly is bulging, and it's uncomfortable to sit down. It's time to move around." After Xia Huanhuan went to the kitchen, Xia Shuangshan couldn't help but say a few words to Lin Yuru. After a while, Xia Huanhuan came back and divided the sugar tomatoes among the kids before continuing to eat. Lin Yuru said, "Waner, get up early tomorrow. You'll still have to wait for me to come over and cook lunch, but you won't have to share it with me and your father. We also have our own rations, so we should bring our own meals to the fields in the morning." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, looked at the 2 of them, and said with a smile, "You are so good. Why do you say this suddenly?" Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru looked at each other. Xia Shuangshan coughed twice and said, "Waner, I know my uncle's monthly allowance is quite large, but you also have to spend it in a planned way. When the child is born, as soon as you open your eyes, your home will be full of their 6 or 7 mouths to eat, so we should save some money now while we can." After Xia Huanhuan heard this, she realized that they probably saw that every meal she had was white bread, steamed buns, and meat, and they were afraid that she would be too careless and would not accept the food in the future. "Dad, it doesn't make any difference if I save 2 mouthfuls of food for you and Mom, so don't come up with blind ideas. Li Zhan has just been promoted to a level this year, and his allowance has been increased by 20 yuan, which is enough to support a family.
Besides,
The last time I went to the army to see Li Zhan, didn't we hold a wedding ceremony? His comrades all gave gifts about 400 or 500 yuan, and they are all here with me. These 2 houses are enough for me now, but when fall comes and I'm about to give birth, my mother will definitely come and live with me to take care of me. So where will she live? So Li Zhan and I have made plans. We plan to build a house on the residential land allocated by the village this summer, before the children are born. By then, I will be pregnant and have difficulty moving around, so I will need your help. But now you guys won't even eat lunch at my place. How can I have the nerve to ask you to take care of me when I give birth to a child or help us build a house? These words left Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru speechless for a moment. Lin Yuru stammered, "Waner, when I told your father that, it wasn't because I didn't want to take care of you. I was just worried that you would have trouble with money in the future." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I know you don't mean that. But, Mom, look at the dishes on this table. The vegetables are all grown in our own private garden. The spring bamboo shoots were dug by Dad in the mountains. The pheasants and rabbits were also recently hunted by Dad in the mountains. The cured wild boar meat was hunted by Li Zhan in the mountains during the New Year. We bought all of them with money, just pork, eggs, and some food. How much did it cost? If you don't come for lunch in the future, then my dad doesn't have to send us pheasants, rabbits, etc. in the future. I'd be embarrassed to accept them even if he did." After hearing these words, Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan dared not bring up the matter anymore. They ate in silence. After a while, Xia Shuangshan broke the awkward silence and asked, "Waner, what do you plan to build? Are you going to build 2 more rooms?" Seeing him asking, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile, knowing that Xia Shuangshan had already started thinking about how to build a house for her. "The plot of land allocated to us by the village is quite large, so I thought of building the main house, the east and west wing rooms, and the yard together, so as to avoid the trouble in the future," Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. After hearing this, Xia Shuangshan looked at Xia Huanhuan in astonishment. "Waner, are you not kidding?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned. Was she joking? Xia Shuangshan was good at bricklaying and knew the process of building a house, so he said, "I've seen your plot of land. It's quite large. I think you can build 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, 2 side rooms, plus the courtyard wall and the gate. It will definitely be easier to build it all at once. However, red bricks, cement, sand, big stones for the foundation, big beams for the wooden beam structure, and tiles for the roof all cost a lot of money. The construction of the foundation, walls, and roof will take a month. To build the house, we need to find skilled masons. If they are from the same commune or village, it is okay to not pay them for 1 or 2 days of help, but if they work for a month, no one will have nothing to do, so they must be paid." To put it in context, building the 3 main rooms would probably cost around 400 to 500 yuan. If we add the east and west wing rooms and the yard, it would probably cost around 700 to 800 yuan. Xia Huanhuan actually had no idea about the cost of building a house in the countryside, so she just wanted to save trouble. Who knew there were so many things to consider? Speaking of which, the cost of building these 2 houses for the eldest brother of the Li family alone is more than 200 yuan. This is even though the eldest brother of the Li family did not hire anyone to help. He built them a little bit every day by himself, and he did not pay any wages. And she actually had the audacity to plan to build a whole house with 6 or 7 rooms in one go. Money is not a problem. The problem is that even with the gifts from Li Zhan's comrades and his own allowance, it would be too scary to take out 700 or 800 at once, and it would definitely arouse jealousy. Xia Huanhuan sighed and said, "Then, let's build 3 main rooms first. Then build a kitchen and put up walls. We don't want red brick walls, but fences like the ones here." After all this, 500 yuan should be enough, right?